In a tidy rental apartment, Chun Bei was soundly asleep, his computer still running, playing his favorite anime, Dragon Ball. Chun Bei was an ordinary recent university graduate. Like most of his peers, he felt lost and disoriented, grappling with the reality of having earned a standard undergraduate degree, yet unwilling to settle for a factory job. After applying for various positions, Chun Bei soon realized the fierce competition. Dozens of candidates vied for a single job. During interviews, he encountered either well-connected individuals or graduates from prestigious institutions like 985 or 211, leaving him feeling inadequate and ultimately unsuccessful in securing a desirable position. Upon returning to his rental, he took a shower, watched a few episodes of Dragon Ball, reminiscing about his childhood, and soon succumbed to fatigue, drifting into a deep slumber. While Chun Bei lay in peaceful repose, a black hole suddenly formed before his computer screen, emanating a powerful gravitational pull that began to draw him in. Startled awake, he gazed in horror at the void before him, gripping the edge of his bed in a futile attempt to resist. But ultimately, the overwhelming force pulled him into the abyss. Inside the black hole, Chun Bei spun uncontrollably until he could no longer endure the sensation and succumbed to unconsciousness. The black hole eventually closed, restoring tranquility, leaving only the disheveled apartment as a testament to the extraordinary events that had just transpired. Time passed, and a radiant light appeared beside Chun Bei, gradually enveloping him and merging with his very being. Ding! System activated, binding host. Once again, silence reigned. Where am I? Chun Bei groaned, rubbing his throbbing head and surveying his surroundings. I remember being in my rental, and then there was a black hole. What happened afterward? His memories were hazy. All he knew was that he had lost consciousness upon entering the void. Rising to his feet, he brushed off the dirt and leaves clinging to him, twisting his neck to scan the unfamiliar environment. Where's this? He wondered aloud. How did I end up in the wilderness? I hope it's not a dangerous place. With no other option, he resolved to find out where he was, hoping that discovering another person would provide clarity. He'll head that way, he decided, walking towards the direction opposite the sun, reasoning that if the sun rises in the east and sets in the west, he was heading west. After walking for some time, fatigue began to set in. Thirst and hunger gnawed at him, and he felt faint from the heat. Staring up at the blazing sun, he sighed in exasperation. Swallow, how would I survive without you? Thud-ah! A fruit suddenly fell from a nearby tree, striking him on the head with a crisp sound. Chun Bei rubbed his head, staring at the offending fruit in silence. Before making a decision, he'll eat it. Him starving, without a second thought for its potential toxicity, he peeled the fruit and devoured it ravenously. Burp having satisfied his hunger, he decided to continue walking, hoping to encounter someone, which would confirm he wasn't lost in a primeval forest. Indeed, I long for the comforts of modern society, he mused. After all, he was merely a single young man who had yet to experience the joys of life, luxury cars, or beautiful women. Now, he found himself in an unfamiliar land, worrying about starvation, a truly daunting predicament. Could it be that I've traversed into another realm? Chun Bei pondered, recalling his unexpected journey through the black hole, albeit involuntarily. Do I have a system or something? He muttered to himself. System? Ding! System activated? There really is a system. Incredible! Chun Bei exclaimed, astonished that he had stumbled upon such a fortunate occurrence. Could it be that a powerful being had reincarnated him, or perhaps he had once saved the goddess of fortune in a past life? Eagerly, he inquired, System, what are your functions? Have I truly crossed into another world? Where am I now? Ding! This system is an eternal life system, primarily designed to assist the host in achieving immortality and becoming the supreme immortal king. Impervious to annihilation across countless epochs. It has detected that the host is currently situated in the Dragon Ball universe, specifically within a forest near Baozi Mountain, during the year 736 of the Age of the Dragon. With an impending year marked by the destruction of planet Vegeta by Frieza and Goku's subsequent journey to Earth. Dragon Ball. This is dire. Even the protagonist cannot escape this fate. Goku has perished several times. This world is fraught with peril. Chun Bai's heart sank. Although he knew the Dragon Ball world allowed for strength through training, the dangers were equally formidable. With Earth having faced destruction numerous times, he couldn't be sure if he'd be revived after dying here. So it seemed his survival hinged on this system. System. He silently urged, ding. How may I assist you, host? Is there a beginner's gift pack or something? Ding. The system contains a beginner's gift package, which can be accessed by the host's silent invocation. Open. Chun Bai's anticipation surged as he wondered what reward awaited him and whether they could alter his fate. Ding. Beginner's gift pack opened. Congratulations, host, you have received. Fragment of Great Destiny Technique X1. Lottery Chance X1. Talent Godly Comprehension X1. Combat Power After Energy Conversion 10. Universal Currency X10 000. Great Destiny Technique? Is it the one from the world of immortality? Wouldn't that make me invincible? Chen Bai's spirits soared as he yearned to experience the rewards. System. How do I use the Great Destiny Technique? Ding. The Great Destiny Technique obtained by the host is not complete. Great Destiny Technique description. The essence of the 3,000 paths, time as the emperor, space as the king, fate unbound. Causality reigning supreme, that it reveals the terrifying nature of the path of destiny. No one can escape its bonds, not even the highest celestial beings. The path of destiny is the most exalted of all paths, capable of reversing causality and altering fate, independent of the world's influences, impervious to backlash, and capable of altering the destinies of others. It stands as the most unique and powerful existence among the 3,000 paths. The fragment of the Great Destiny Technique possessed by the host is not fully functional. It grants only partial passive abilities, such as immunity to causal backlash, safeguarding the host's fortune and protection against curses, but it cannot be directly employed. The host can only enjoy passive enhancements. The complete Great Destiny Technique is divided into 100 fragments, of which the host has acquired 1.0. That's unfortunate. I had hoped to start off invincible. Chun Bei sighed with disappointment. System, what about the lottery? What purpose does it serve? Ding. The lottery, as its name implies, allows the host to randomly draw rewards from among the myriad worlds. The rewards can range from a mere piece of paper to something akin to a system. The obtained rewards correlate with the host's fortune. The stronger the fortune, the better the rewards. Conversely, the weaker the fortune, the lesser the rewards. Shall we give it a try? Chun Bei felt a surge of excitement. He perceived the system to be remarkably powerful, and the lottery ticket held the potential to unlock other systems truly formidable indeed. Ding, the lottery is now commencing. Chun Bei gazed at the transparent circular panel that had suddenly materialized before him. Contemplating that this must be the lottery interface, the central button appeared to be the trigger, so he reached out and pressed it. Before long, the transparent wheel began to spin rapidly, the gears of fate whirling incessantly. Eventually, the wheel gradually came to a halt, revealing a few prominent characters. However, before Chun Bei could discern their meaning, the wheel began to dissolve. System, where is my reward? Chun Bei could not help but voice his confusion, having yet to comprehend the nature of the prize. Just as he was pondering, the system responded. Ding, the lottery has concluded. Congratulations, host, you have acquired one of the 3,000 great arts, the Great Aperture Technique. Chapter 2. Exploration of the Great Acupuncture Techniques. This discipline is a profound path dedicated to the mastery of the body's acupoints, aiming to awaken the latent potentials within the physical form. The opening of these acupoints can activate various miraculous abilities. The human body, in its essence, is an immense treasure trove. The knowledge that most individuals possess regarding their own corporeal existence is but a mere fraction of the whole. It is akin to a universe, governed by its unique laws of operation, where each cell, organ, and acupoint is distinct. When one truly unlocks their innate potential, extraordinary powers may manifest. For instance, an individual previously devoid of strength might, upon awakening their potential, be capable of moving a vehicle, or a person confined to a wheelchair may suddenly rise to their feet. The great acupuncture techniques emphasize the development of these acupoints, seeking to establish communication with the earth, harnessing the powers of the universe for personal use. The 365 acupoints within the human body resonate with the 365 stars in the cosmos, influencing one another in a harmonious interplay. By consciously engaging with the energies of the universe through these acupoints, one can enhance their being, allowing cosmic energy to merge with their essence and bestow upon them wondrous capabilities. Yet, this endeavor requires a catalyst, the soul or consciousness of the individual. Only when one actively harnesses the latent energies within their spirit can they truly learn to unlock their bodily potential. This is why, in many cultivation narratives, practitioners wield their spiritual awareness to manipulate energy within their bodies, cultivating their vital essence in regions such as the Dantian or the Niwen Palace, which are, in essence, significant acupoints that facilitate the storage and mobilization of cosmic energy. If one considers that the human body possesses 365 acupoints, it stands to reason that one could cultivate 365 dantians. Should one continue to enhance these acupoints or acquire knowledge related to spatial techniques? Could it be possible to generate 365 universes? The potential of the human body is boundless. Is it conceivable that each cell within one's being could embody a universe? This dawning thought illuminated Chen Bei's mind, filling him with limitless anticipation for the future. To return to the main topic, the great acupuncture techniques underscore the unity of acupoints and the soul, governing the physical through the spiritual. Each acupoint unlocked not only enhances strength, but also fortifies the spirit. And through continuous accumulation, each acupoint could transform into a universe. The thought of unleashing the power of hundreds of universes with a single strike is indeed terrifying. However, the cultivation of the great acupuncture techniques demands a formidable energy supply to awaken the dormant acupoints. Many of the acupoints within the human body remain closed. Those frequently utilized are merely in an open state, possessing only basic capabilities, such as the senses of sight and smell. During infancy, the human body retains a strand of innate energy that bestows greater potential, yet the consciousness at that stage is insufficient to control this power, leading to its gradual dissipation. The human form develops within the womb, relying on maternal nourishment without the need for breath, indicating that certain potentials remain activated during that time. However, once the infant is born, this energy supply is interrupted, necessitating an alternative source to maintain bodily equilibrium, which manifests through respiration, a method of energy absorption. This aligns with the Taoist practice of tuna, a technique for inhaling the energy of the universe through breath. At this point, Chen Bei began to comprehend the system's intricacies. The immortal system, true to its name, primarily rewards him with elements related to eternal life. Yet, there is a peculiar aspect to this system. It allows for the acquisition of other systems, which piqued Chun Bei's curiosity. System. I wish to learn the great acupuncture techniques and simultaneously extract the divine-level insight talent and combat prowess. He called out to the system. Ding. Successfully learned the great acupuncture techniques. Extracted divine-level insight talent and combat power 10. System. May I view my attributes? Chun Bei inquired, intrigued by his newfound capabilities. Ding. Generating attribute panel. Host. Chen Bei race. Human combat power. According to Dragon Ball World 16 skills. Fragments of Great Destiny Technique X1. Great acupuncture techniques cultivation method. None talent. Divine level insight. Indeed, I still appear rather weak. I wonder what effects these skills and talents possess. And my combat power. At last, I am no longer a mere weakling, Chen Bei mused. Let me test my combat power. I recall that Sun Wukong initially had only a little over 10 points of combat power and was able to withstand bullets. I wonder how I measure up. With that thought, Chen Bei struck a nearby tree with considerable force, and with a resounding crack, the tree succumbed to the blow. The tree silently lamented. I just provided you sustenance. Alas, the tree met its end, perhaps a result of its karmic connection with Chen Bei. Impressive. A single punch felled such a large tree. It seems I am indeed quite formidable, Chen Bei rejoiced. In the past, he would have never dared to imagine such strength. A single punch would have likely resulted in injury rather than triumph. Now, he reveled in his newfound power. Now, it's time to test the great acupuncture techniques. I remember this is a formidable path among the myriad of Taoist arts. With the system's assistance, Chun Bei began to channel the great acupuncture techniques. Before long, perhaps influenced by his divine-level insight, he felt a mysterious energy coursing through his body, starting from his brow, then flowing to his eyes and ears, and finally to his mouth and nose. As the energy reached his brow, Chen Bei recognized it as the upper dantian, the realm of consciousness, the dwelling place of the soul. When this mysterious energy enveloped his brow, he experienced a refreshing clarity in his mind, dispelling worries and allowing him to navigate the techniques with increasing ease. Upon reaching the 7 orifices, Chen Bei sensed a fortification of these openings. His vision sharpened, his hearing heightened, enabling him to detect even the faintest sounds, and his sense of smell intensified, allowing him to discern scents from afar that previously required proximity. Chen Bei surmised that with continued cultivation of the great acupuncture techniques, his eyes and other senses would undergo remarkable transformations, possibly granting him extraordinary abilities such as clairvoyance or the legendary thousand-mile eye and wind-listening ear. Chapter 3. Settling at Baozi Mountain, time slipped by unnoticed as the sun gradually descended towards the western horizon, casting its golden rays upon Chun Bei's visage, illuminating his features in a captivating manner. Perhaps even Chen Bei himself was oblivious to the subtle transformation of his physique and appearance, though remnants of his former self lingered. He seemed to have morphed into an entirely different individual. Feeling a surge of ennui, Chen Bei, after several cycles of his cultivation techniques, paused his practice, slowly emerging from the haze of meditation. While this session did not yield the unlocking of a meridian, it did impart a sense of significant enhancement to his strength. Suppressing his excitement, he summoned the system. System, display the attribute panel. Ding. Attribute panel successfully opened. Host, Chun Bei race. Human combat power, 26 skills. Fragment of Great Destiny Technique X1. Great Meridian Technique Cultivation Method. None talent. Divine level comprehension overall, there was little change. Only a slight increase of 10 points in combat power was noted. Disinclined to continue his cultivation, Chen Bei observed the sun nearing its descent and realized he had yet to secure a place to rest for the night. Would he truly have to spend the night outdoors? He sighed, resigning to the idea of enduring a night under the stars, planning to address his lodging and sustenance issues on the morrow. Indeed, he felt a twinge of hunger. His stomach grumbled in protest, prompting him to glance at the massive tree he had previously felled. Well, I suppose I shall make use of this, he mused. Approaching the tree, he plucked some fruit and, after a moment's contemplation, put in the effort to clear away branches and leaves, ultimately using his hands to chop the trunk into several sizable planks. With his hunger somewhat satiated, dusk approached. Chen Bei selected a sturdy-looking tree nearby, propping the planks against its trunk and branches to test their stability. Quite satisfactory, he concluded, deciding to rest there for the night. Pleased with his handiwork, he clapped his hands and, with a slight exertion, leaped onto the planks, lying down comfortably. Perhaps due to his newfound strength, he felt no chill as night fell, instead engaging in idle contemplation while gazing at the stars, unaware of the changes his life would soon undergo. He had not considered whether he might return to his former world, for there was little left to tether him there. A peaceful night passed without disturbance from wild beasts. The following morning, Chun Bei awoke to sunlight streaming upon his face, squinting against its brightness. Stretching and sighing, he surveyed his surroundings. Everything remains unchanged, he thought. Accepting his current reality, he contemplated his new home, Baozi Mountain. The future residence of Sun Wukong, perhaps he should find a place nearby to settle. He hoped to witness the innocent martial artist in a few years. The warmth of the sun soothed the soul, enhancing the natural beauty of Baozi Mountain. Now that he was aware of his presence in the Dragon Ball universe, he felt no urgency to seek urban life. The wilderness offered a more conducive environment for cultivation, free from the worry of inadvertently harming others. Yet, he needed to address his hunger. Merely consuming fruit is insufficient. I lack the strength for that, he grumbled. I must devise a plan to procure some meat. I recall from the original tale that Sun Wukong caught fish nearby. Thus, the river should not be far. Today, I shall feast on fish. Determined, Chen Bei set forth, seeking higher ground to better observe the terrain. Soon, he reached a hillside where, glancing ahead, he spotted a river not far off. The sound of flowing water reached his ears, prompting him to quicken his pace. At last, he arrived at the riverbank, where a small stream cascaded from a distant waterfall. I've finally made it. He exhaled with relief. Though the run had not exhausted him, his unfamiliarity with the landscape had led to unnecessary effort. Now that he had found the river, he felt a sense of accomplishment. However, upon gazing into the water, a problem arose. He had no bait. Recalling that Sun Wukong had used his tail as bait in the original story, Chen Bei lamented his lack of a tail, which complicated matters. Where could he find a fishing hook or line? Well, I suppose I'll have to resort to a makeshift method, he thought, remembering a survival show where someone had caught fish with their bare hands. Today, he felt confident enough to attempt the same. With his enhanced abilities, he was no longer fearful of being harmed by fish. Chun Bei crouched by the water's edge, stirring the water with one hand. To enhance his chances, he caught a nearby insect, anticipating it would attract fish. Moments later, ripples danced across the surface, hinting at the presence of fish. Holding his breath, he awaited his catch. Suddenly, a massive fish leaped from the water, snapping its jaws onto his right hand. Seizing the opportunity, he grasped the fish by its gills and yanked it ashore. Haha! Success! He exclaimed, joy flooding his being as he realized he no longer had to worry about a lack of meat. However, a troubling thought crossed his mind. Oh no! I have no fire. Staring at the fish, he fell silent. Was he expected to consume it raw? Though his strength had increased, he was not barbaric enough to devour a fish straight from the water. After some deliberation, he decided to seek assistance from the system. System, are you there? Please respond. Ding. How may I assist you, host? Can you create fire? The system fell silent. Ding. The system has activated the exchange function. The host may trade items of equivalent value for other items within the system. Can this fish be exchanged for food? Chen Bei inquired, feeling a tad embarrassed. He had never encountered such a predicament before. In the civilized world, who would be without fire or electricity? Ding. Exchange is possible. Then let us proceed with the exchange. Can I select what I want? The system remained quiet, instead presenting a panel filled with various food types, categorized into meats, vegetables, fruits, grains, and sweets. Very well. I shall have a serving of beef and a serving of spinach, Chen Bei declared. In an instant, a plate of beef and a plate of spinach appeared before him, elegantly arranged and cooked to perfection, enhanced with seasonings that made them visually appealing. The spinach, though simply prepared, was presented beautifully. Chen Bei's mouth watered at the sight. The allure of such sumptuous food was irresistible. He had always been a foodie at heart, but financial constraints had often thwarted his culinary desires. Even purchasing beef had required careful consideration, for it could be prohibitively expensive. Chapter 4. Building a new home and meeting Son Gohan. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, Chen Bei lay on the grass. Taking a moment to rest while gazing at the clouds above, he felt an overwhelming sense of relaxation wash over him. Gradually, he closed his eyes and began to quietly practice the great acupuncture technique. His physical body slowly established a connection with the heavens and the earth. Perceiving every flower and blade of grass, every mountain and stream, his pores continuously absorbed and exhaled vital energy, which flowed into his body, gradually rushing toward each acupuncture point. As if attempting to expand them, Chen Bei sensed these changes and began to consciously guide the vital energy, eager to explore his hypothesis. He directed the energy toward the acupuncture points around his eyes. The energy flooded these points, bringing forth a refreshing coolness, followed by a warm sensation that enveloped him in comfort. After a moment, Chun Bei ceased his cultivation and slowly opened his eyes. At the instant he opened them, a flicker of spiritual light flashed, revealing the extraordinary nature of his gaze. Having initially opened an acupuncture point, he realized it wasn't as difficult as he had imagined. He was determined to open all his acupuncture points to enhance his strength. Pausing briefly, he mused, I wonder what abilities my eyes possess now. It would be wonderful if I could see through objects. Contemplating this, he decided to check how much his strength had truly increased and summoned the system. Ding. Property panel opened successfully. Host, Chen Bei. Race, human. Combat power, 56. Skills, spiritual eye, slows down enemy movements in battle, can analyze techniques. Divine techniques, great destiny technique, incomplete. Great acupuncture technique. Talent, God-level comprehension, photographic memory. Noticing the increase in combat power and the alteration in the skills section, Chen Bei pondered the significance of these changes. He then glanced at the talent section and saw the newly added photographic memory ability. Oh, this ability seems quite impressive. If I had possessed it earlier, my life wouldn't have been so chaotic. Lost in thought, Chen Bei reflected on how, since arriving in this unfamiliar world, he had no one to converse with. He could only engage in self-talk or chat with the system. Those who might observe him could easily mistake him for a madman. Examining the skill, spiritual eye, he noted its impressive description and decided to test its effects. He focused his gaze on a tree not far away. Ah, another tree. It must have had a rough existence, constantly subjected to my assaults, poor thing. With a swift punch, a powerful force surged from his fist, striking the nearby tree with a thunderous crack. The sound of rushing wind followed as the leaves were blown wildly, the trunk splintered, and the ground before him appeared as though ravaged by a tornado, with soil swirling to either side, forming a straight gully. Before striking, Chen Bei had already activated the spiritual eye skill. From the moment he threw the punch to the impact on the trunk, scattering leaves and creating a gully. He observed every detail without blinking. He could perceive the direction of each leaf's movement, as if time had slowed. The motion of his punch also felt as though it had decelerated, allowing him to see the vital energy accompanying his strike, a peculiar force that amplified his punching power. Previously, Chun Bei had been oblivious to the concept of vital energy, as he had never systematically studied it. However, he now began to understand. This was vital energy, a latent power within the body that required conscious control to unleash its true potential. After familiarizing himself with his abilities through this sequence of actions, he decided to refrain from continuing further. If only I could master the flight technique or the air dance technique. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, he began to absorb the teachings he remembered from the original text, where Son Gohan had instructed Biddy Lee in the air dance technique. It involved relaxing the entire body, sensing the vital energy, and learning to control it. If he could master this control, flying would become effortless. Attempting to control the vital energy, he focused on levitating himself. To his astonishment, he began to rise slowly into the air. Incredible! I truly am a genius. I have learned the air dance technique so quickly. Chen Bei was ecstatic. Flight was a dream for every young person, and today he had finally realized it. He began to maneuver his body, adapting to the sensation of being airborne, and flew toward the distance to test his newfound skill. As he soared, he soon spotted a figure in the distance, seemingly practicing a martial art. The individual moved with the agility of a monkey, performing a series of complex maneuvers, including flips and hanging leaps, all while appearing effortlessly graceful. Mesmerized, Chun Bei unconsciously activated his skill, meticulously observing the martial art, simulating it in his mind. After a brief moment, he halted. It wasn't that the technique was too difficult. Rather, he had already mastered it. After a moment of contemplation, a realization dawned upon him. This must be Son Gohan, the grandfather of Son Goku and the mentor who introduced him to the martial arts. I should go and meet him, Chun Bei murmured. Considering his current strength, he should be slightly stronger than me, but in the original text, he couldn't defeat a transformed Son Goku, so his power must still be under 100. Moreover, his temperament seems quite amiable, making him easy to approach. Having made up his mind, he glided slowly towards Son Gohan. Not out of reluctance to move faster, but rather to avoid any misunderstandings. He pondered, what if Son Gohan thinks I'm about to attack and retaliates with a Kamehameha? That would be disastrous for me. If only I could learn the Kamehameha. Chun Bei mused as he continued his approach, eventually landing before Son Gohan. Son Gohan, observing the young man who had descended in front of him, was puzzled about his intentions. He had noticed this young man practicing the air dance technique from afar and found himself curious, yet he refrained from approaching directly. Upon Chun Bei's arrival, Son Gohan spoke. Young man, it seems you possess a deep interest in martial arts. I noticed you seem to have mastered the air dance technique. May I inquire about your connection to the Crane School? Crane School? My air dance technique is something I comprehended on my own. I have no significant ties to the Crane School, Chen Bei replied candidly, understanding the tension between the Turtle and Crane schools. He chose not to align himself with the latter, as he held little regard for them and felt no fear of offending anyone. Oh, it appears you are quite gifted. To possess such formidable strength at a young age promises a limitless future, Son Gohan remarked, admiring the young man before him. However, he also offered a gentle reminder. While having great power is commendable, it should never be used for wrongdoing or to harm the innocent. I hope you will wield your abilities responsibly. Indeed, I will. I understand that every life deserves respect, although I may not be able to help everyone. I will not harm the weak without cause. I will use my strength to protect those I care about, and I will intervene against those who do wrong. Upon hearing Son Wukong's reminder, Chen Bei also expressed his views on martial arts. What do you mean? Do not harm the weak? Every life deserves respect? If trees could speak, they would undoubtedly scold this shameless human for their audacity. Well done, young man. It seems you have learned to master your inner self. I hope you remain steadfast and not be swayed by external distractions. I noticed you were studying my techniques. Should you be interested in my martial arts, we could engage in a friendly sparring session, suggested Son Wukong. Not just yet. I currently lack a place to reside and must first resolve my housing situation. Chun Bei declined, though he longed to spar with Son Wukong, hoping to learn the Kamehameha technique. However, he wished to avoid another night spent outdoors and preferred to establish a home as soon as possible. Haha, is that so? Since you have no place to stay, why not build a small house next to mine? Living alone on this mountain can be quite dull. If you don't mind, we could be neighbors. Son Wukong invited Chen Bei, hoping to have someone to converse with and practice martial arts together. Thank you so much. I would be delighted to be your neighbor. I wish to begin constructing my house immediately. Chun Bei replied with surprise, not expecting Sun Wukong's invitation. However, he accepted with joy, seeing this as a wonderful opportunity to engage with Sun Wukong and learn more about martial arts, as he was still a novice in that realm. Very well. Allow me to lead the way. Follow closely, Sun Wukong said, not pausing as he set off towards his dwelling, with Chen Bei trailing behind. After spending a good part of the day with Sun Wukong's assistance, Chen Bei successfully settled in. Though the house was modest, it was well furnished and sufficient for a comfortable life, all thanks to Sun Wukong's generous provision of building materials and supplies. Chapter 5. The Martial Way and Mastering Qi. Having successfully settled on Baozi Mountain, Chen Bei finally resolved his issues regarding sustenance and shelter. Now, he could focus on his training, for his current abilities were far from satisfactory. Although there were no immediate threats on Earth, he knew that dangers would inevitably arise, compelling him to prepare in advance to ensure his survival, lest he find himself unable to withstand even a mere energy blast from another. In truth, if one were to articulate his desires, Chen Bei was simply a glutton at heart, yearning for a life of ease. Yet, lacking sufficient strength rendered even the act of living a luxury, let alone indulging in pleasures. To attain the tranquility he sought, he must continuously grow stronger. Only with formidable power could he earn the right to lead the life he envisioned. One evening, seated by the fire with Sun Wukong, they chatted amiably while savoring grilled fish, relishing the comfort of their surroundings. Chen Bei, do you have a special lady in your life? You've come from outside the mountains, haven't you? Those city girls are truly stunning. I ventured into the city a few times, and the fashion there is simply exhilarating. Sun Wukong, sipping his homemade fruit wine, excitedly drew Chen Bei into a discussion about the women of the city. Oh, what a pity. In my youth, I was quite the charmer, but my heart was consumed by martial pursuits, leading me to shy away from romantic entanglements. Consequently, I missed out on many who admired me. Now, I find myself alone in these mountains, he lamented, seemingly lost in nostalgia. Recalling his younger days when he was both youthful and handsome, he had once been revered for his skills, but such adulation had grown tiresome, prompting him to retreat to solitude in these wilds. Fortunately, with Chen Bei's company, he gradually opened up, reminiscing about his past while imparting wisdom to the young man before him. He reminded Chun Bei that in youth, alongside the dedication to martial arts, one should not neglect the affections of those they cherish. Chen Bei, touched by Sun Wukong's reflections, felt a wave of empathy wash over him. It seems, dear elder, you harbored many regrets in your youth. He chuckled. Indeed, youth is often marked by folly, but regretting it now is too late. I am old. Sun Wukong responded with a laugh. But do not speak like that. As long as one's heart remains youthful, one shall forever be young, Chun Bei encouraged, seeking to steer Sun Wukong away from his reverie. Ah, Chen Bei, you speak wisely. As long as the heart remains youthful, one is eternally young. They both shared a moment of laughter, and after satisfying their appetites, they returned to their respective quarters. Lying in bed, Chen Bei pondered the course of his life. At 23, freshly graduated from university, he found himself unexpectedly in the world of Dragon Ball, equipped with a system, yet he remained uncertain about his true desires. Eternal life? That did not seem to captivate him. Ultimate power? That too felt unfulfilling. He merely wished to live well, embracing life as he loved it, fishing by the river, resting in a rocking chair while observing trees, listening to the birds, and enjoying the sea breeze with those he cherished, perhaps raising a few cats and dogs, and eventually starting a family. Yet, he resolved to put such thoughts aside. His current objective was to grow stronger. Only through strength could he ensure his survival. Determined, he sought to learn from Sun Wukong about harnessing qi and mastering the Kamehameha wave, striving to fortify himself so that he would not live in fear of being easily vanquished. Moreover, many functionalities of his system remained unexplored, and his mastery of the vital energy technique was far from complete. He recognized the need for relentless practice, otherwise he risked lagging behind the Psiots, who were a formidable race known for their extraordinary abilities. However, he took comfort in the presence of his system, confident that his pursuit of the 3,000 paths would keep him ahead, for he was now the greatest cheat of all. As dawn broke the next day, Chen Bei awoke from a vivid dream, one in which he traveled with Bulma and collected the Dragon Balls, ultimately wishing for an abundance of senza beans. The dream felt remarkably real, though the finer details eluded him. Stepping outside, he stretched and yawned, observing Sun Wukong engaging in his morning exercises. Chen Bei couldn't help but admire his diligence. Truly, a martial artist embodies such dedication. he mused. Yet, the thought of rising so early was unappealing to him. Chen Bei, one cannot afford to be lazy in martial training. As a martial artist, consistency is paramount, Son Wukong admonished, eyeing the newly awakened Chen Bei. Do not squander your remarkable talent. Raw talent alone is insufficient. Relentless effort is essential for growth. Chun Bei listened intently, recalling the fate of Son Wukong's son, who, despite possessing a talent surpassing that of his father, neglected his training, leading to dire consequences in a future marred by destruction. Chen Bei was determined not to follow that path. He resolved to take his training seriously. Very well, dear elder, I shall rely on your guidance, he declared. Assuming a combative stance before Son Wukong, the elder, taking note of his readiness, likewise adopted a defensive posture, gesturing for Chun Bei to advance. Without hesitation, Chen Bei charged at Son Wukong, his clothes billowing in the wind, stirring up clouds of dust. With a resounding thud, he launched a punch, which Son Wukong deftly intercepted. In response, Son Wukong crouched low, sweeping Chen Bei's legs in an attempt to unbalance him. Reacting swiftly, Chen Bei leaped back, creating distance between them. His gaze sharp as he searched for any weaknesses in Son Wukong's defense. Yet, Son Wukong remained unfazed, blending seamlessly with his surroundings, rendering him an elusive target. Realizing his efforts were in vain, Chen Bei paused to reflect. Despite the enhancement of his skills, he found himself unable to overcome Son Wukong, whose superior martial mastery and control over power presented a formidable challenge. Chen Bei's attacks, though fierce, lacked the follow-through and precision needed to be truly effective. His energy was dissipated, spread too thinly, a consequence of his own tension. In that moment of clarity, he identified the root of his troubles. Each strike I unleash with full force leaves me vulnerable, lacking the necessary focus and control. My energy, too restless, betrays me. Chen Bei articulated the challenges he faced, then continued, if I were to temper my force during an offensive, subsequently adjusting my state to allow my body to move more naturally, my actions would undoubtedly become more agile, and my mastery over energy would improve significantly. Excellent. Your swift realization attests to your innate talent. Moreover, you have already begun to employ the sky dance technique, which implies you possess some understanding of energy manipulation. However, I have yet to witness your use of ki blast or similar techniques. Allow me to elucidate on this matter. Son Wukong commenced his explanation. Ki blasts, in comparison to other forms of energy, are notably more challenging to master, as they involve a process of gathering and compressing energy before its release. This form of energy is exceptionally volatile, and a moment's inattention may result in self-harm. Consequently, one must exercise utmost caution regarding the magnitude of energy utilized when executing a ki blast, ensuring that it remains within the bounds of one's control. Chapter 6. Realms and Acquiring Techniques. After a day of cultivation, Chen Bei made significant progress. With an extraordinary level of comprehension and a natural talent for perception, he grasped the essence of qi in a remarkably ascending manner. It must be noted that these two innate abilities are crucial for Chen Bei's martial path, sparing him from numerous unnecessary troubles and allowing him to circumvent many detours. In the context of eternal life, the definition of the corporeal secret realm is rather nebulous. Feats such as lifting 1,000-gene cauldron, where 5 horses cannot separate a corpse, and slaying with flying swords are not particularly challenging in the early stages of the Dragon Ball universe. One might even consider them childish play. However, upon reaching the realm of longevity, the situation transforms entirely, marking a stark leap from martial arts to immortal cultivation. In the series of eternal life, the realms of cultivation can be delineated as corporeal, divine powers, longevity, and celestial level. The cultivation within the corporeal realm is akin to martial arts, focusing on methods to strengthen the body, seeking health, harmony, and resilience. Upon entering the divine powers realm, one begins to resemble an immortal cultivator, acquiring extraordinary abilities. Soaring through the skies, commanding spirits, cultivating magical energy, communicating with the forces of yin and yang, refining the immortal golden elixir, and undergoing a transformation of the soul. Next is the longevity secret realm, which is akin to the legendary realms of deities, where immortality and resurrection through blood are mere trifles. And the cultivation encompasses formidable laws such as time and space, capable of creating worlds and universes while exhaling pure yang energy. Upon reaching the celestial realm, one transcends the rules altogether, with the power to obliterate countless universes in a mere thought, governing chaos and standing as a creator above all rules. The pure yang energy mentioned here is not merely the simple pure yang spiritual energy, but is instead a refined essence derived from the celestial realms of eternal life, composed of the fusion of 9 types of supreme yang energies. Such matters need not be elaborated upon extensively. In the description of the protagonist, the classification of eternal life realms is employed, although early on, energy levels are represented through combat power, which will later be abandoned as the concept of combat power becomes increasingly untenable in the latter stages of Dragon Ball. At present, Chun Bei appears to be straddling the realms of softness and hardness, with the precise realm remaining elusive. The author has yet to decide. An intriguing aspect of eternal life is the notion that the divine power's realm allows one to lift oneself. Upon first encountering this concept, it nearly caused Chun Bei to burst into laughter. Of course, it was the author who nearly found it amusing. In Chun Bei's perspective, the divine power's realm signifies the ability to transform one's attributes and control the energies of the universe, influencing the world through physical strength and driving the flow of universal energy. In Dragon Ball, Master Roshi possesses numerous extraordinary abilities, such as the world-shaking palm, the attribute transformation of Chi, and various remarkable powers depicted in the original work, including memory reading and telepathy. However, it is not to suggest that the division of martial realms in the Dragon Ball universe aligns with that of eternal life. Rather, it illustrates that upon reaching a certain level of strength, mastery over Chi or energy becomes more intuitive, leading to the manifestation of various miraculous abilities. Returning to his room, Chun Bei pondered deeply about the realm he currently occupied. While he had already attained the strength of 1,000 jin, techniques such as expelling water and fire were still premature for him, as he had yet to comprehend the method of transforming energy attributes. It seemed he could only consult the system, hoping to acquire techniques from it. Most orthodox cultivation schools, like Eternal Life, possess certain secret manuals that not only document the intricacies of cultivation, realm classifications, but also various divine techniques and methods for refining treasures and elixirs. Before Chen Bei could voice his thoughts, the system preemptively emitted its emotionless notification sound. Ding. Host has successfully interacted with a plot character, fulfilling the conditions for physical contact and remaining by their side for 24 hours. The system has officially activated the check-in and signing features. Signing in at special locations and making physical contact with main plot characters will yield random rewards, the quality of which is influenced by the host's personal fortune. The system's notifications continued. Ding. Check-in at Baozi Mountain successful. Congratulations, host has obtained the reward, Eternal Life Secret Manual, Scion Bloodline Gene X1, Great Blood Soul Technique. Ding. Check-in with plot character Son Gohan successful. Congratulations, host has received the reward, Golden Eyes, Storage Ring X1, Turtle Style Qigong. The Eternal Life Secret Manual is a technique that evolves from the 3,000 Tao laws, primarily suited for the cultivation of eternal life principles, detailing intricate realm classifications, precautions, and methods of practice, alongside various tips for applying the laws of eternal life. The Scion bloodline gene refers to the genetic lineage of the Scion race, known for its extraordinary abilities. This gene is contained within a vessel. Once ingested, it will transform the host's bloodline, granting them Scion-like powers such as enhanced recovery from injuries, transformation into a great ape, and heightened combat awareness. The Great Blood Soul Technique, ranking 37th among the 3,000 Tao techniques, is a formidable secret art. Blood is the essence, the soul is the void. When blood and soul unite, the spirit arises. The heavenly soul draws forth the pure energy of the heavens. The earthly soul intertwines with the mysterious yellow energy, and the human soul merges with the energy of spirit, manifesting in blood and soul, achieving eternal life. This elucidates the cultivation method of the Great Blood Soul Technique, which is easily comprehensible, akin to the previous Great Acupuncture Technique, both serving as supreme methods for cultivating flesh and blood, complementing each other, one focusing on the body, the other on acupoints. The Great Blood Soul Technique is not merely about the cultivation of the physical body, it emphasizes the mastery over the body through the spirit. This mastery allows the practitioner to derive various divine techniques from the Great Blood Soul Technique, enabling them to manipulate others or other bodies. Such an ability is deemed invincible, and the other bodies can cultivate independently, akin to one's own avatar, with the host able to absorb the cultivation experiences of these avatars. The golden eyes, known as the eyes of dispersing illusions, possess the ability to see through all things. These eyes can condense spiritual power to launch soul attacks, suppressing the strength of those gazed upon. They also function as eyes of fortune, capable of locating rare treasures and actively diminishing the fortune of others. The storage ring is a type of storage equipment from orthodox cultivation schools, and the one awarded measures 10,000 mx 10,000 mx 10,000 m, providing ample space to accommodate a mountain, while also capable of storing living beings. Within it lies water and trees, resembling a small world. However, it also contains a smaller space devoid of the concept of time, existing in a vacuum state, though it cannot store living beings. Lastly, the turtle-style Qi Gong, the signature mastery of the turtle school, is a unique technique within Dragon Ball that leverages a method of compressing Qi. The longer the charge, the greater the explosive power, and it is relatively easy to control. Chen Bei gazed at these rewards, utterly astonished by the system's generosity. First, he set about learning the techniques, the Great Blood Soul technique, and the turtle-style Qi Gong, followed by integrating the golden eyes. During the integration process, Chun Bei experienced an intense pressure in his eyes, followed by an eruption of golden light. He covered his eyes, enduring the pain until, after a considerable duration, he gradually lowered his hands. Chapter 7. The Scion Bloodline. It was a tormenting ordeal, akin to the excruciating pain of having one's eyes forcibly burst, only to have them filled with eggs. Chun Bei lowered his hands and sensed the transformation in his eyes. After merging with the golden eye, he could distinctly feel a considerable enhancement in his strength. As the pain subsided, he focused his vision upon the wall ahead, and a gentle warmth enveloped his eyes. Astonishingly, his gaze penetrated the wall, revealing the lush woods and towering mountains beyond. Upon closer inspection, he could even discern the buried dinosaur bones and various mineral treasures hidden beneath the earth. Gradually retracting his gaze, he blinked, feeling a hint of fatigue. Perhaps the golden eye was quite taxing on his mental energy, and it would be wise to refrain from using it too frequently while his strength was still lacking. Regrettably, he mused, if only there were methods to cultivate mental energy or access the myriad paths of enlightenment. Summoning the system, he perused his attribute panel. Ding. Successfully opened the attribute panel. Host. Chun Bei race. Human combat power. 146 skills. Spiritual eye. X-ray vision. Mental detonation. Mental piercing. Memory retrieval. Mental pressure techniques. Fragments of the Great Destiny Technique X1. Great Acupoint Technique. Great Blood Soul Technique. Eternal Life Secret. Beginner Chi Manipulation Talents. God-level comprehension. Photographic memory. Illusion immunity. His power had indeed surged remarkably. The golden eye was truly formidable, and it had bestowed upon him a plethora of new skills, including a newfound immunity to illusions. Yet, he lamented, his insufficient strength hindered him from fully unleashing the golden eye's potential, and many techniques remained beyond his grasp. Chun Bei was troubled. Although he had acquired numerous rewards, he was unable to harness their true capabilities. What he desperately needed was time to accumulate experience and ample resources to cultivate the 3,000 paths. Such thoughts brought tears to his eyes. It seemed he was doomed to toil endlessly, seeking resources while dedicating time to training, leaving him no respite. The path to immortality was no jest. The famed man-eating flow began with a mere mouth, relying solely on devouring experiences. The unfortunate reality was that Chun Bei now possessed an arsenal of techniques, but lacked the resources for their cultivation. The Shu Road is treacherous, more challenging than ascending to the heavens. Chen Bei exclaimed in exasperation. He also considered utilizing the Scion bloodline gene. He yearned to experience the transformation into a Super Scion. With that thought, he uncorked the vial and consumed the Scion gene in one swift motion. The flavor was indescribable, a strange blend of fishiness, spiciness, and sweetness, altogether unpalatable. Then, a surge of warmth coursed from his abdomen throughout his body, followed by an intense stabbing pain and a sensation of tearing, as if his very bones were fracturing. Chun Bei collapsed to the ground, his muscles quivering violently in agony. Desperate, he clawed at the floor, leaving deep scratches in the surface, and the room descended into chaos. Sun Wukong, resting next door, sensed the commotion and instantly appeared at Chun Bei's door, moving with such swiftness that his form left after images in his wake. Upon entering, his eyes fell upon Chen Bei. Sprawled unconscious on the floor, drenched in sweat, teeth clenched tightly, and hands gripping clumps of dirt, his body in disarray, uncertain of what had transpired. Sun Wukong could only speculate that Chen Bei's body had undergone some unforeseen transformation. Reacting swiftly, he approached to assess Chen Bei's condition, feeling for his pulse, which gradually steadied. He then lifted Chen Bei and placed him on the bed, tidying the room in the process. Time passed, and eventually, Chun Bei stirred from his stupor, his eyelids fluttering open. The dawn light filtered in, and Son Wukong was already up, practicing his martial arts, pushing the door open and steadying himself against the frame. Chen Bei felt an itch on his backside. Reaching back to investigate, he grasped something peculiar. With a gentle squeeze, his body weakened momentarily, nearly causing him to collapse again as realization dawned upon him. Could this be the distinctive tail of a scion? He restrained himself, retracting his hand, and turned to observe Son Wukong, who had sensed a change. Son Wukong, initially facing away, turned with a serious expression, detecting an overwhelming aura emanating from Chen Bei. The transformation was striking. It was as if Chun Bei had become an entirely different person overnight, his strength magnified to such an extent that it overwhelmed Son Wukong. An intensity he had never felt even in the presence of Master Roshi. This unexpected shift triggered a recollection of a terrifying legend mentioned by Master Roshi from a bygone era when Roshi himself was still youthful and unassuming. In those days, the legendary martial artist Wu Taidu was the patriarch of the Qi Gong school, alongside Crane Hermit, when an unimaginable demon emerged, possessing immense power. According to Roshi, even Wu Taidu could not defeat this fiend. It was only after learning a miraculous technique, the evil containment wave, that Wu Taidu sacrificed his life to seal the demon away. Chen Bei's sudden transformation left Son Wukong astounded. Although he sensed the familiar essence of Chun Bei, the strength radiating from him had undergone a dramatic metamorphosis, leaving Son Wukong momentarily speechless. "Bei," he called tentatively, his body tense, fearing an abrupt attack from Chen Bei. "Good morning, old man. Thanks a lot for yesterday. Without you, I might still be sprawled on the ground," Chen Bei jested, sheepishly rubbing the back of his head as he addressed Son Wukong. Son Wukong exhaled a breath he hadn't realized he was holding, gradually relaxing his tense demeanor, internally questioning when he had become so anxious. Chen Bei seemed to notice Son Wukong's state and, sensing something amiss, glanced around before returning his focus, finally realizing the need to restrain his aura, compressing it to a minimal level. At that moment, Son Wukong finally spoke. "Bei, are you all right? I saw you collapse yesterday, but I didn't notice anyone enter your room. Did something happen to your body? Should I check?" "Oh, it's nothing," Chen Bei replied, reluctant to disclose his fusion with the Scion bloodline. As for his eyes, the golden eye typically remained dormant, only manifesting when he activated his vision techniques. So he harbored no fear of exposure. Chapter 8. Adjustment. Having experienced such an event, Chen Bei has learned his lesson. In the future, when utilizing certain items or undergoing bodily modifications, he must thoroughly inquire with the system to avoid any sudden occurrences. After resolving the issue with Son Wukong, Chen Bei refrained from further sparring with him and returned to his room alone, continuing to refine his abilities and skills, familiarizing himself with the recently amplified power. System. Open the attribute panel. Ding. The attribute panel has been successfully opened. Host. Chen Bei race. Human combat power. 1164 skills. I have spirituality. I have X-ray vision. Mental explosion. Mental piercing. Memory reading. Mental pressure. Monkey fist techniques. Fragment of Great Destiny Art X1. Great acupuncture technique. Great blood soul technique. Secret manual of immortality. Basic manipulation of chi talents. God level comprehension. Photographic memory. Illusion immunity. Great ape transformation. The Scion bloodline significantly enhances strength. Yet it does not grant multiple skills all at once like the golden eye. Instead, it provides an additional Scion talent transformation, Great Ape transformation. Chun Bei surmised that the disparity in capabilities stems from their differing emphases. The golden eye focuses more on mental enhancements, benefiting skill acquisition, whereas the Scion bloodline prioritizes physical strength and constitution. It is known that members of the Scion race possess innate combat power from birth and are often referred to as a warrior race. Within the Scion hierarchy, there are lower class, middle class, and upper class warriors, with their birth combat power indicating their warrior rank and corresponding privileges. Son Wukong, upon birth, possessed only 2 points of combat power, ranking among the weaker Scions, even lower than the combat power of non-combat personnel. In contrast, Vegeta was born with around 1,000 points of combat power, showcasing immense talent. Even more remarkable is Broly, the legendary Super Saiyan, a prodigy who appears once in a millennium, born with 10,000 points of combat power. Astonishingly, his combat power increases automatically without training, nearly doubling each year. During battles in Dragon Ball against Vegeta and Son Wukong, his combat power escalates dramatically. His terrifying talent suggests that, were it not for plot constraints and Broly's inability to control his legendary form, leading to bouts of irrationality, Sun Wukong and Vegeta might have perished multiple times. Nonetheless, even as a lower-class warrior, Sun Wukong eventually transcended through relentless training and trials, ultimately becoming a figure that Vegeta aspired to surpass. At the Tournament of Power, he nearly incapacitated Jiren, in existence surpassing the gods of destruction, by employing the Ultra Instinct technique. The only regret was that his body could not withstand prolonged combat, culminating in a collapse at a crucial moment. Yet, it is undeniable that Sun Wukong's ability to repeatedly surpass his limits marks him as a true martial artist, illustrating the boundless potential of the Scion race. It is noteworthy that Sun Wukong's son, the first hybrid Scion, Gohan, possesses even greater talent than his father and was the first in the original narrative to surpass Super Saiyan 2. Regrettably, he was somewhat squandered by Chi-Chi's nurturing, aspiring instead to be a scholar. Had he not married Videl, their family's circumstances may not have improved. Gohan has long been a source of disappointment for Dragon Ball fans. Although the recent film introduced White God Gohan and Golden Piccolo, his overall performance remained underwhelming, evoking feelings of disillusionment. Chen Bei still hopes to witness a different version of Gohan, fulfilling a childhood dream. Returning to the matter at hand, Chen Bei has yet to fully grasp the sudden surge of power. He needs to acclimate, and combat is the best method for this. However, the dilemma he faces is the lack of a worthy opponent, which is quite disheartening. Sigh, why is everything so lacking? After considerable time, Chen Bei finally clarified his current situation. On Earth, he could practically be deemed invincible. To fully master his strength, he must rely not only on his own ongoing practice but also consider visiting the sacred world of the Kais, where, in addition to the Kai, there exists a servant of the Kai, an entity of extraordinary caliber who has lived for countless years. This is Bubbles. If Chen Bei's control over Chi is at an elementary level, Gohan S would be intermediate, and Master Roshi S advanced, while Korin could be considered at the pinnacle of advanced mastery. Bubbles, the servant of the Kai, possesses a mastery of Chi that could be described as at the Grandmaster level, embodying a return to simplicity. This discussion pertains to mastery, not merely the strength of their abilities, but their control over Chi, their comprehension of their own power, and their understanding of the natural laws of the universe. All things converge at a certain point. Upon reaching a certain level, one can grasp the forces of nature to varying extents, enabling a better utilization of Chi as an energy source alongside formidable bodily control. In the original narrative, Sun Wukong inadvertently sent Chi-Chi flying with a slap due to his inability to control his power. Fortunate that Chi-Chi possessed a martial arts foundation, otherwise, it could have resulted in a disaster. Now, it is time for Chen Bei to make a decision. Should he continue to cultivate diligently at the Chaos Mountain, or seek out the Korin Tower and descend to the sacred world of the Kais? With the presence of the system, Chen Bei desires to maximize his benefits. Undoubtedly, the latter option is the best choice, as traveling to the sacred world not only solidifies his strength, but also allows him to acquire more martial arts knowledge, activate system rewards, and interact with pivotal narrative characters. Faced with such a multifaceted opportunity, Chen Bei felt a stirring of excitement. However, he had only recently arrived at the Chaos Mountain and had only spent a couple of days with Gohan. Initially, he expressed a desire to settle at the Chaos Mountain for peaceful cultivation, yet plans often falter in the face of change. Now, he reluctantly must bid farewell to Gohan. Eager to enhance his strength, he is acutely aware that within the Dragon Ball universe, formidable antagonists exist, along with gods of destruction and angels. Not to mention the legendary dragon god Salam and the Omni King. He refuses to remain a mere pawn of fate, unwilling to entrust his destiny to others. For he recognizes that he possesses both the capability and opportunity to alter his own fate. Thus, on the following day, Chen Bei expressed his intention to journey to the Korin Tower. What? You wish to go to the sacred land of Korin? Gohan gazed at Chen Bei in astonishment, earnestly inquiring. Indeed, old man. You must have sensed the significant shift in my strength, yet I am unable to fully master it, as my realm still requires substantial improvement. Therefore, I wish to go there to learn more about Chi. Chun Bei spoke sincerely, sharing his true thoughts. Listening to Chun Bei's heartfelt words, Gohan paused in contemplation before lifting his gaze to Chen Bei. Haha, young man, you must venture out more often. It's a pity that this old man cannot accompany you, for I, too, yearn to visit the sacred land of Korin. As Sun Wukong reminisced, he recalled the tales spoken by Master Roshi about his own journey. he had ventured to a remarkable place to cultivate and seek the legendary super sacred water, enduring countless hardships along the way. His mentor, Master Rashi, had not elaborated on the specifics, merely urging them to focus on their training and avoid lofty aspirations. This advice resonated deeply within him, compelling him to dedicate himself to rigorous practice without faltering. Observing the young man before him, Son Wukong reflected, "A new generation has arisen. This is your era now." He urged, "Go forth, but tread carefully. And remember, do not wield your power to oppress the weak or engage in malevolent deeds. Always adhere to your inner convictions. Rest assured, old man." Chun Bei replied earnestly, "You know my character well. My journey to the Kalin's sacred land is solely to better master my abilities, not to commit any wrongdoing." With that, Chun Bei turned to depart, waving goodbye to Son Wukong. Watching him leave, Son Wukong responded with warmth, "Farewell, Bei. I hope that when we meet again, you will have transformed into a true martial artist. I shall be here, eagerly awaiting your return, as I wish to be your neighbor." In the end, as Chen Bei soared into the distance, Son Wukong smiled at the retreating figure, a sense of pride and hope illuminating his expression. Chapter 9. Lost. After bidding farewell to Son Wukong, Chen Bei soared through the sky for approximately half an hour before coming to a halt. He gazed upward at a 45-degree angle, then lowered his head in silence for a brief moment. It dawned on him that he seemed to have lost his way. As a newcomer to the Dragon Ball world, he was utterly unfamiliar with the route to Korin Tower. Having hastily departed from Bunsha Mountain, he now found himself disoriented, unsure of his current location. Like a lost lamb, he felt small, pitiful, and helpless. System, why am I always so troubled? Is it because I am too handsome? System, Chen Bei. An awkward silence enveloped the vast expanse of sky as both the young man and his system fell into a contemplative hush. Ahem, system. What should I do if I'm lost? Can you help? Chen Bei broke the uncomfortable silence, posing his predicament to the system, hoping for assistance. Ding. The system detected the host's inner thoughts and activated the map function, automatically retrieving the Dragon Ball world map. Navigation is now enabled. Other functions are for the host to explore. The system truly acted like both a parent and a caretaker, cleaning up after this unreliable host, who required everything to be handed to him on a silver platter. Alas, the burden of the system. System, you are remarkably dependable. How do you possess such diverse functionalities? If only you were human, I would be tempted to give you a grand embrace. Poor system, reduced to being deemed non-human despite its capabilities. Having resolved the most pressing issue, Chun Bei was finally free to roam without fear of losing his way again. Were it not for his lack of space survival skills and instant transmission, he would have longed to venture to Yardrat, for he knew of the planet's uniqueness, where intelligent life forms possessed extraordinary mystical abilities that left him envious. It seemed that he would have to postpone that exploration for now. There was no rush to reach Korin Tower. He pondered visiting West City first. At this juncture, he hesitated, uncertain of how to face a child like Bulma, as she was likely only a few years old at present. Forget it, I shall not go there. Strengthening my abilities is of utmost importance. I can attend to matters in West City later. Chen Bei opened the system map, located Korin Tower, and, without further thought, set off toward his destination. As time passed, Chen Bei journeyed without pause. Finally, at noon, he caught a glimpse of a towering pillar stretching toward the heavens. It appeared he had found it. However, hunger struck him. He decided it prudent to first find sustenance. He wondered whether the cat sage enjoyed fish. If possible, he would love to barter some fish for senza beans. Chen Bei knew that the cat sage possessed a miraculous item from the Dragon Ball series, a senza bean, capable of healing all injuries and restoring stamina. Although tasteless and consumed by the cat sage as a staple, Chen Bei was unwilling to see such a precious resource wasted. Additionally, he was aware that the jars atop Korin Tower allowed one to observe the lower realms and could even connect to them. However, the original narrative indicated that the cat sage seldom utilized this feature, nor did he send items or fish from above. It seemed there were certain restrictions in place. He likely could not interfere freely with affairs below. In light of this, the notion of trading fish for senza beans remained viable. With that in mind, he resolved to take action, recalling that a river lay not far from the base of Korin Tower. Following the river, he stumbled upon an indigenous tribe, guardians of the Korin sacred ground, who had watched over its peace for generations. The original tale mentioned a father and son duo who once aided Son Wukong, only for the father to be slain by Tao Pai Pai, later revived by Son Wukong's collection of Dragon Balls. However, Chun Bei had little interest in engaging with this distinctive tribe. His sole desire was to catch some fish and ascend Korin Tower. Yet, trouble found him when, while fishing, he was discovered by tribal members who were hunting nearby. They issued a warning for him to vacate the area, with no choice but to explain himself. Chen Bei expressed that he was a martial artist wishing to climb Korin Tower, and now that he was hungry, he sought to catch a few fish for a meal. Observing Chen Bei, several hunters from the tribe felt he did not appear malicious and refrained from further questioning. They simply advised him to keep his distance from the tribe before turning to leave. Chen Bei felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had anticipated a confrontation. Thankfully, the hunters had only asked a few questions, and upon seeing that he posed no threat, they departed. Nevertheless, Chen Bei had already caught a considerable number of fish. Had the villagers glimpsed the haul in his backpack, they likely would not have let him off so easily. Returning to the riverbank, Chen Bei set about starting a fire for cooking. He gathered several sticks, cleaned them, and began skewering the fish. Next, he retrieved some seasonings he had obtained from Sun Wukong and began grilling the fish. The fish sizzled and crackled, releasing an enticing aroma. Unbeknownst to him, perhaps drawn by the delicious scent, a young tribesman named Bra was stealthily observing from a nearby thicket. Unable to resist, he emerged, lured by the tantalizing fragrance of the grilled fish. Bra was one of the tribe's renowned warriors, having triumphed over numerous foes. Soon, he was to marry the chieftain's daughter and embark on a blissful life. While he had consumed grilled fish before, his tribe typically prepared it without seasonings, resulting in a somewhat fishy taste. Initially palatable, over time, it lost its appeal, consumed merely for sustenance. Curious about the newcomer, Chun Bei inquired, "Who are you? What brings you here?" Bra hesitated, contemplating whether to speak, his face flushing with embarrassment as he struggled to articulate his thoughts. "Haha, are you interested in this?" Chen Bei chuckled at Bra's demeanor and waved the fish in his hand. The enticing aroma wafted toward Bra, making him swallow hard. "May I?" Bra finally spoke, albeit awkwardly. "Of course. I would never refuse you. You don't seem like a bad person. Why not let us become friends?" Chen Bei proposed, hoping to establish rapport with the tribesmen, believing that a cordial relationship would allow him to navigate this territory more freely. "Thank you so much," Bra exclaimed joyfully, approaching Chen Bei. "Hello, I am Bra. I hope you don't mind my earlier intrusion," he said, bowing slightly in embarrassment. In this primitive forest, fraught with danger and predators, one could either be a hunter or prey. Thus, Bra felt his earlier actions were quite forward. "No worries, I am Chen Bei. It is a pleasure to meet you. Come, join me for a meal. I have more than enough to share, and we can chat while we eat." Thus, the two settled by the campfire, patiently awaiting the fish to cook thoroughly. "Bra, you seem like a resident of the nearby tribe. Why are you alone? Don't you typically hunt in groups?" "Indeed, I am a member of the tribe. In response to your inquiry, most of the individuals in our tribe engage in hunting together, as many of the prey are formidable and challenging to tackle alone. However, I possess considerable strength, which has led the elders to permit me to hunt independently." Bra did not conceal anything, candidly answering Chen Bei's question and elucidating the rationale behind his solitary hunting. "How impressive you are. By the way, are you familiar with Kalinta?" Chen Bei continued, aware that he knew what Kalinta was. But he found Bra's face somewhat familiar and wished to converse further. "Kalinta, you say?" Bra pondered for a moment. "I do not possess extensive knowledge about it, but I am aware that each year, numerous individuals aspire to ascend Kalinta. It is said that those who reach its summit may receive guidance from the legendary Kailan sage, and this place is also referred to as the sacred land of Kailan." After a brief pause, Bra continued, "Our tribe exists primarily to safeguard the sacred land of Kailan. According to legend, our ancestors were saved by the fabled Kailan sage when they were on the brink of death. In gratitude, they vowed to protect the dwelling place of the Kailan sage for generations, ensuring that no one disrupts the tranquility of this sacred site." He went on to explain, "In our tribe, we periodically select a warrior to guard the area at the foot of Kalinta. This serves two purposes: to warn challengers against embarking on reckless attempts, and to ensure that if challengers meet with failure, we are responsible for caring for their remains." "Oh, I see. Your tribe is indeed benevolent and steadfast in its promises, maintaining this guardianship through the ages." Chapter 10, Sudden Rewards and Ascension. As previously mentioned, during the fish roasting, Chen Bei was unexpectedly visited by the tribal youth, Brola, who engaged him in conversation. Through their dialogue, Chen Bei gleaned insights into tribal matters and forged a friendship with Brola. After they savored the fish together, Chen Bei's mind began to stir with possibilities. He suddenly recalled the system's feature of signing in, which had previously yielded generous rewards. Although it necessitated signing in at specific locations or interacting with key plot characters, the potential rewards were undeniably enticing. Thus, Chun Bei silently invoked the idea of checking in, eagerly anticipating an unexpected delight. Indeed, the system never failed to impress him. Upon completion of his silent invocation, the familiar notification chimed in, "Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully checking in at the Sanctuary of Kylan. You have received the following rewards: Wave of Holes, Celestial Soil X1, Super Divine Water X1, Dragon God's Power X1. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully checking in with the plot character Brola. You have received the following rewards: Talent, Unyielding Will, Resurrection Technique, Breath of Nature X1. The Wave of Holes is a unique skill from the Crane School, launching a powerful energy wave from the fingertips. It is characterized by a brief charging time, substantial penetrating power, and minimal energy expenditure, making it an admirable technique. The Celestial Soil, rumored to originate from a mystical realm, possesses remarkable abilities that allow it to infinitely generate new soil. With just one piece, it can fill an entire world, enabling the cultivation of any plant without concern for its viability. Ordinary plants may even undergo extraordinary transformations when grown in this soil. Super Divine Water, a unique liquid from the Dragon Ball universe, is said to grant astonishing enhancements to those who consume it, although it is also highly toxic. It serves as vital nourishment for the growth of celestial beings, significantly impacting their development. The Dragon God's power is particularly formidable, originating from the legendary Dragon Balls created by the deity Salama. While ordinary Dragon Balls were formed from fragments of the Super Dragon Balls that integrated into the bloodline of the Namekians, both types share the unparalleled ability to grant wishes. The capacity to wish depends on the creator's power. If sufficiently potent, even the erasure of a deity may be possible. With this ability, Chen Bei need no longer fear resource scarcity. He could rely on wishes for ordinary resources, though his current capabilities prevented him from conjuring the more extraordinary forms of dragons. Ultimately, survival is paramount. Without strength, all else is futile, as unrefined talent cannot evolve into true power. Next came the rewards from checking in with the plot character. This time, Chen Bei was pleasantly surprised. He had approached the endeavor with a mere spirit of experimentation, never anticipating such success. He recalled that Brola was indeed the father from the original work, the one who encountered Son Gohan, making his role pivotal despite lacking significant screen time. Thus, the system recognized the successful check-in. The rewards from checking in with Brola were indeed commendable, starting with the talent of Unyielding Will. This remarkable gift enhances physical potential through mental fortitude, allowing individuals under duress to experience rapid growth and strength, an increase that accelerates with greater suppression. However, this enhancement has its limits. Exceeding the human threshold could lead to dire consequences. Next was the formidable Resurrection Technique, a powerful spell from the Wizard series capable of reviving the deceased within a certain time frame, healing their injuries and ailments, and rejuvenating the aged. As a dark art, its execution requires a price, such as sacrificing another life or trading one's own lifespan for another's. The effectiveness of this technique also hinges on the caster's strength. The more powerful the user, the stronger the revived individual, and the longer the revival period. Finally, the Breath of Nature is a wondrous essence that fosters a deeper connection with the natural world. Upon integration, it grants abilities akin to an innate Tao body, enhancing one's understanding of natural laws and energy absorption. Additionally, it provides the ability to conceal one's aura, a practical skill for hiding true power and altering one's presence. Having comprehended the functions of these rewards, Chen Bei eagerly anticipated their integration. System, learn all the skills. Store those that cannot be learned for now. Ding. Host has successfully learned the Wave of Holes and Resurrection Technique, acquired the talent of Unyielding Will, and successfully fused Dragon God's power and Breath of Nature. System, open the Attribute panel. Ding. Attribute panel successfully opened. Host, Chun Bei Race. Human Combat Power, 1169 Skills, Spiritual Eye, X-ray Vision, Mental Explosion, Mental Piercing, Memory Reading, Mental Pressure. Monkey Fist, Wave of Holes, Resurrection Technique, Dragon Ball Creation, Divine Language Techniques, Fragment of Great Destiny X1, Great Acupuncture Technique, Great Blood Soul Technique. Secret Tome of Immortality Talents, Divine Level Comprehension, Photographic Memory, Illusion Immunity, Unyielding Will, Nature Affinity Special Abilities, Dragon God's Power, Breath of Nature. While there was little increase in overall strength, Chen Bei gained several new skills, including Dragon Ball creation and divine language, likely derived from the Dragon God's power. Additionally, he acquired a new talent, Nature Affinity, which enhances energy control and purges inner distractions, fostering tranquility and increasing sensitivity to nature's energies. This ability alleviated Chun Bei's current concerns by improving his mastery over power, mitigating fears of being unable to control his strength as it grew. Nevertheless, he still needed to ascend the tower, where celestial beings awaited him, and the system's rewards beckoned enticingly. He would not relinquish such an excellent opportunity. Chapter 11. The encounter with the cat sage. Having bid farewell to Bra, Chen Bei officially commenced his ascent of the tower. He soared to the base of the Korin Tower and then ascended straight upwards. He understood that climbing the tower was a form of cultivation, however. Having mastered the art of flight, he felt that scaling the tower held little significance for him now. With his current prowess, he could reach the pinnacle in less than an hour, perhaps even in a matter of minutes. In the original Dragon Ball, the character Tao Pai Pai had managed to ascend the Korin Tower solely on his own 2 legs. Now, Chun Bei's strength far surpassed that of Tao Pai Pai, ensuring a swifter ascent. Before long, Chen Bei spotted a small tower perched above the clouds, its structure resembling a pagoda, supported by columns around its top. Below this tower, several small openings remained, allowing challengers to traverse through to the summit. In the distance, he noticed a large, plump cat standing inside the tower. Its gray and white fur glistening, with half-closed eyes and a cane in its grasp. Indeed, this familiar figure could only be the cat sage, Chen Bei mused. As Chen Bei scrutinized the sage noticed him as well. Yet, it could not perceive Chen Bei's aura, as though he had melded seamlessly with the surrounding environment. This sensation was reminiscent of the divine beings and their attendant, Bubbles. Observing Chen Bei's approach, the cat sage remained cautious, uncertain whether the visitor bore good or ill intentions. The inability to discern him indicated that he either possessed some extraordinary quality or wielded immense power that surpassed its own. When Chen Bei finally stood before the cat sage, the sage remained still, not making any overt gestures. Meow, greetings, what brings you here? I am unable to gauge your intentions, the cat sage inquired, genuinely perplexed. It was unusual for someone of Chun Bei's formidable caliber to seek its counsel, and sensing the stability of his aura, the sage pondered why he had come. Greetings, cat sage. I am a martial artist, Chun Bei began, clarifying his identity before articulating his purpose. I have come to witness the legendary sage and to marvel at the wonders of this tower. Initially, I sought your guidance to control my powers, but I recently experienced a fortuitous event that enhanced my mastery. Meow, I see. How impressive, the cat sage exclaimed, unable to hide its admiration. It had never encountered a young individual as remarkable as Chen Bei, whose depth of strength far surpassed even that of the esteemed Wu Tian in his youth. Moreover, the sage sensed kindness in Chen Bei's demeanor and deemed him a worthy companion. In a fleeting moment, the cat sage determined its course of action. Since you have ascended the Korin Tower, you have earned my acknowledgement. In the past, I recognized Wu Tian's talent and bestowed upon him the Rui Bang. But I have only a token to offer you. I regret that I cannot impart any further teachings. The cat sage sighed, then continued. You are a martial artist of exceptional talent, and your ability to fly is remarkable. Even without the Rui Bang, you can reach the heavenly temple. However, the temple is shrouded in a barrier and lacks a fixed location, making it elusive to most. Yet, I can provide you with this token, allowing you to meet the deity. Extending its paw, the cat sage rummaged through its fur and produced a small bell. Taking a few steps forward, it presented the bell to Chen Bei. As Chen Bei gazed at the bell, he understood that further enhancement of his abilities under the cat sage's tutelage was unlikely. Instead, he believed that venturing directly to the heavenly temple would yield greater rewards. However, before that, he needed to claim his sign-in and check-in rewards. System, sign in and check in, Chun Bei silently commanded, awaiting the system's response. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have successfully signed in at the Korin Tower. Rewards, 100 senza beans. 1 super divine water, 1 nimbus cloud, 1 black nimbus cloud, and mind reading technique. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have successfully checked in with the character cat sage. Rewards, telepathy, senza bean cultivation method, and great faith technique. The rewards were indeed plentiful, and the system remained as reliable as ever. Among them, the senza beans, a remarkable item within the Dragon Ball universe capable of healing all injuries and restoring energy, had once been a rarity due to balancing issues in the storyline. Chun Bei received 100 of them, a modest quantity, Yet he also possessed the cultivation method, which would alleviate his worries about injuries in the future. While the original narrative stated that Sinza beans required special soil for planting, found only at the Korin Tower and Heavenly Temple, and necessitated the use of super divine water, the conditions were indeed stringent. Fortunately, Chun Bei could bypass these limitations with the system's reward of celestial soil, ensuring a successful planting endeavor. Furthermore, he already possessed 2 jars of super divine water. The super divine water was not merely 2 small jars, but rather spatial items with ample capacity, the exact amount of which Chun Bei could not ascertain, though it sufficed for his current needs. Additionally, he learned that the super divine water would continue to increase, as these jars could autonomously absorb the ambient energy of the universe, transforming it into super divine water, thus alleviating any concerns regarding its availability. The 2 nimbus clouds seemed rather mundane in comparison, serving more as a token than a practical reward. For Chen Bei, who had mastered flight, these clouds offered little utility, though they could serve as gifts for others. Next was the mind-reading technique, a formidable skill that allowed him to read others' memories and thoughts. However, the effectiveness of this ability depended on the disparity in strength between the users. Should he attempt to use this skill against someone like Beerus, the backlash could prove fatal. While he had acquired the ability to read memories, it required physical contact with the subject and necessitated that they remain open-minded, devoid of any resistance. Otherwise, failure was likely. Or worse, the subject might suffer severe consequences. Now endowed with the mind-reading technique, many of the limitations associated with this skill had been mitigated. Chapter 12. Journey to the Celestial Temple. He possessed a remarkable ability known as heart communication, akin to the transmission of thoughts across distances, enabling a profound telepathic connection between 2 individuals. This extraordinary skill allowed for the exchange of spoken words, perceptions, and ideas, all under the complete control of the practitioner, alleviating concerns over the potential interception of one's innermost thoughts. The transmission was entirely manageable, rendering it an exceptionally practical ability. The cultivation methods for the celestial beings were relatively straightforward, encompassing various aspects such as optimal temperature and environmental conditions. Additionally, there were insights on enhancing the yield of celestial beings and other related topics. The final aspect was the Great Faith technique, which constituted one of the myriad pathways to enlightenment, specifically focused on harnessing the power of belief. In the realm of immortality, the force of faith proved invaluable, serving as a versatile tool across various practices, including alchemy, artifact crafting, and cultivation. This principle extended beyond the realm of immortality, echoing through Western mythologies where deities would ascend to divinity through the accumulation of faith, thereby creating divine realms. Eastern mythologies also alluded to this concept, as seen in the practices of Buddhism and Taoism, where deities relied on incense offerings in the distribution of fortune and merit, intertwining deeply with the essence of faith. The pathway of faith encompassed formidable tenets, one of which asserted that as long as one is remembered, they shall never truly perish, destined to emerge from the abyss of chaos or to be invoked by their true name, thus avoiding the cycle of reincarnation. Furthermore, with the bolstering of faith, the cultivation of the other myriad pathways and skills became markedly easier, with proficiency soaring without the fear of adverse repercussions. In contrast to other mythological narratives that warned of the potential toxicity of incense offerings and subsequent hindrances to strength enhancement, such concerns were non-existent for him. Within the realm of immortality, a perfected path of faith had been established, overcoming the issues of impure faith long ago. Upon receiving a bell from the cat sage, he completed his registration and reviewed the rewards bestowed by the system. Now, he was ready to embark towards the Celestial Temple. Cat sage, I appreciate your guidance. I have some fish that I cannot consume alone. Allow me to offer you some. Naturally, he could not refuse the cat sage's overture of goodwill and reciprocated by presenting some fish to the cat sage. Meow, thank you so much. You are always welcome here. Meow. The cat sage was elated by his gift. Due to certain constraints, it could not leave the Korin Tower freely nor use its celestial abilities to interfere with the mortal realm, resulting in a prolonged absence of fresh fish. The tantalizing allure of the fish, which was both visible and yet unattainable, had tormented the cat sage for far too long. Thanks to him, it could finally indulge. With a casual wave of his hand, a variety of fresh fish appeared before the cat sage, eliciting an almost drooling response, prompting it to pounce upon the fish. Utterly captivated, not wishing to interrupt its blissful feast, he turned and soared from the Korin Tower towards the skies above. After flying for a short while, he encountered a dark, cloud-laden barrier above him. Such a barrier posed no challenge for him, as his golden eyes could easily penetrate it. However, armed with the token from the cat sage, he ascended directly through the clouds. Upon breaching the dark barrier, he beheld a floating island above, defying gravity with its serene suspension in the air. Having anticipated such a sight, he was unfazed. Even without the knowledge of the Dragon Ball universe, he had perused countless novels featuring extraordinary feats of strength, expanding his worldview far beyond the mundane. The concept of a floating island seemed trivial. Accelerating swiftly, he dashed towards the island, the rush of wind roaring in his ears. Upon landing, he found himself before two figures, one tall and the other diminutive, their contrasting statures accentuating the gravity of their expressions, compelling him to set aside any jest. Perhaps I should show the celestial beings some respect, he mused internally, refraining from uttering his thoughts. Greetings, may I inquire which of you is the celestial deity? Maturity often lies in feigning ignorance. He chose not to reveal his awareness of their identities, seeking to minimize potential complications given the preciousness of time. The individual with green skin spoke first. Hello, young one. After a brief pause, contemplating how to address him, he continued, I am the celestial deity, and this is my servant, Bobo. It is a pleasure to meet you. Could you please elaborate on your purpose here? Greetings, celestial deity. I, too, am pleased to meet you. As you may be aware, I am a martial artist. He replied candidly, revealing his intentions without obfuscation. I seek to learn more about the essence of Chi to strengthen myself. His purpose was clear and direct, devoid of unnecessary elaboration, as the deity was already cognizant of the pertinent details. This straightforwardness conveyed sincerity and fostered goodwill. Indeed, the celestial deity, reassured by his frankness, shared his own thoughts. Young one, while I cannot discern your essence completely, I sense within you a power that evokes trepidation within me. However, I fear I lack the capacity to guide you. After a moment's contemplation, he glanced at his servant Bobo and addressed Chun Bei again. Nevertheless, my servant Bobo may possess knowledge beneficial to you. Concerned that Chen Bei might misconstrue his reluctance as a slight, the celestial deity elaborated, do not underestimate Bobo. He has been here long before I ascended to divinity, and even I am unaware of the extent of his existence. His insights may surpass my own, and I trust he can instruct you well. Certainly, I would be grateful for your assistance, Mr. Bobo, Chen Bei replied, eager to allay the deity's concerns. Observing Chun Bei's warm smile, the celestial deity felt a sense of ease wash over him. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind, yet he kept it unspoken, allowing his serious demeanor to soften into a smile, thus fostering a harmonious atmosphere. Chapter 13, Refinement and Organization. Thus, Chun Bei remained at the Celestial Temple. Under the arrangement of Bobo, he followed him to a relatively tranquil spot. However, it seemed that there was no place in the Celestial Temple that was truly quiet. Without directly instructing Chun Bei, Bobo merely observed him with an expressionless face and calmly stated, Mr. Chun Bei, please unleash your full power. I need to comprehend your strength and your current mastery over energy. Ideally, you could demonstrate energy in various forms, if you're able. Upon hearing Bobo's request, Chen Bei did not hesitate and immediately released all of his energy. In an instant, a wave of energy surged forth from him, radiating outward and causing the surrounding trees to bend perilously, nearly toppling them to the ground. Not only the trees, but also fragments of stone, soil, and dust were swept away by the force of the energy. Yet, Bobo remained impassive, staring ahead with an air of indifference, showing no signs of movement. Very well, Mr. Chen Bei, you may cease now. Bobo finally broke his silence, prompting Chen Bei to stop. Oh, is it time to stop? Chen Bei replied, retracting his energy. If it weren't for the disordered surroundings, he might have thought nothing had transpired. Perhaps the trees would remember. Ignoring the chaos around him, Bobo spoke again. Mr. Chun Bei, your energy is formidable. However, its quality remains unchanged. Now, you may attempt to unleash your technique, but please refrain from directing it towards the Celestial Temple. Listening to Bobo, Chen Bei couldn't help but internally scoff. Did he really seem so reckless? Surely he would not act as carelessly as Sun Wukong, seeking to confirm gender in such an absurd manner, nor would he unleash his technique towards the Celestial Temple. After all, this was someone else's domain. Becoming slightly more serious, Chen Bei focused intently on the high sky, extending his hands to his waist, gathering energy. Kamehameha. With his shout, a brilliant wave of energy shot forth into the sky, illuminating the surroundings momentarily. Indeed, the momentum was substantial, but the extent of its power remained indeterminate. This was merely a trial. It was his first time executing the Kamehameha, and while he sensed its strength, he had yet to truly test it. He chose to halt after a brief release, for destruction was not his intent, and there was no need for excessive energy expenditure. Even though he had not exerted much energy, he understood that such a high-consumption technique required moderation. Bobo observed the entire process, his expression perpetually dark, as if someone owed him a debt. "Mr. Chen Bei, I now understand," Bobo intoned in a tone devoid of emotion. "Your mastery over energy is commendable. You possess the ability to control it with finesse and precision, achieving an admirable level. However, I believe you have also sensed that while your energy carries a natural essence, it is not entirely natural. To enhance your control over energy, you must learn to wield it more flexibly, maximizing effectiveness with minimal expenditure." After delivering this lengthy discourse, he continued, "Perhaps you should aspire to embody the tranquility of the sky, the lightness of a feather, and the steadiness of water." With that, Bobo fell silent once more, resuming his quiet observation. Chen Bei, reflecting on Bobo's words, nodded thoughtfully. Although he had integrated the essence of nature, his energy emanated a passive natural aura. Yet, this naturalness was merely a fade, as his understanding of nature remained insufficient. This deficiency was also tied to time. He had received his rewards too recently to cultivate his abilities adequately, leaving his state of being rather nebulous. Nature, he mused, akin to grass and trees that bow with the wind and yield to the rain, akin to rivers that embrace the flow. Chen Bei whispered to himself, seemingly grasping a profound insight as his mindset began to shift, and his realm of understanding appeared to be gradually elevating. He sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and began to attune himself to nature, allowing his natural essence to meld with the surrounding environment. The wind brushed against his flawless visage, and Chun Bei's consciousness began to drift with it. The wind traversed from the sky to the woods, the grasslands, the rivers, and the valleys, leaving traces of its passage. Chun Bei's awareness followed suit, perceiving mountains, waters, and every blade of grass from a unique perspective. After an indeterminate time, the rain arrived, and Chun Bei's consciousness flowed with it, descending from the sky. Each raindrop pattered against leaves, cascading into rivers and crevices. He witnessed grass emerging from the earth, and the mighty waves crashing against the rocks. Time passed, and eventually, Chun Bei remained silently seated in that empty space, his breathing gradually calming, then eventually ceasing altogether, as if he had transcended life itself. Only his long black hair stirred gently in the breeze. After an unknown duration, Chun Bei's consciousness began to return, but he did not open his eyes. Instead, he summoned the system. "System, open the attribute panel." Ding, attribute panel successfully opened. Host, Chun Bei race, human, Scion hybrid, combat power, 1199 realm, spirit communication skills, spiritual eye, X-ray vision, mental burst, mental piercing, memory reading, mental pressure, monkey fist, Kamehameha. Resurrection technique, Dragon Ball creation, divine language, mind reading, heart connection, Kamehameha. Techniques, fragment of great fate technique X1, great acupuncture technique, great blood soul technique. Immortality secret tome, great faith technique, method of growing divine beings talents, god level insight, photographic memory, illusion immunity, indomitable will special abilities, dragon god power. Natural essence items, storage ring X1, divine soil X1, super divine water X2, divine beans X100, nimbus cloud X2. It is time to begin cultivating the immortality secret tome. Currently, I am not even in the realm of divine abilities. My strength is still far too lacking. Chen Bei pondered, however, I must first organize my thoughts. Where should I begin? There is so much to learn. Before the myriad paths, there are 4 doors. Excluding the incomplete great fate technique, 3 remain: great acupuncture technique, great blood soul technique, and great faith technique. The first 2 are excellent paths for cultivating the physical body and can be practiced simultaneously, but the great faith technique requires the cultivation of disciples, which complicates matters. So I shall set it aside for now. Additionally, I can commence the cultivation of divine beings, but I must first release the divine soil. Where should I place it? I have it. I shall place it in the storage ring. There should be sufficient space. I will plant the divine beings within the storage ring. System. Use the divine soil and place it in the storage ring. Ding, divine soil used successfully. As the divine soil materialized within Chun Bei's storage ring, it radiated a dazzling light, illuminating the entire realm of the ring. Then, the divine soil swiftly found a spot, diving down and merging into the ground below. Suddenly, the ground within the ring's space trembled violently, as if the very fabric of the surroundings were on the verge of collapse. In an instant, fissures appeared. Chaotic currents surged forth, and terrifying thunderbolts struck mercilessly, while the ground erupted with streams of molten lava. For a fleeting moment, Chen Bei seemed to witness the harbinger of the apocalypse. Oh no, could there be a problem? He thought anxiously. My storage ring, and my celestial soil. Please don't be destroyed. I still rely on you to amass my fortune. Chen Bei was enveloped in a profound sense of urgency. Utterly bewildered by the sudden turn of events, the celestial soil had transformed the moment it was released, catching him completely off guard. Had he known, he would have consulted the system beforehand. Indeed, Chen Bei remained as unreliable as ever. Ding. There is no need for concern, host. This phenomenon is merely the celestial soil integrating with the ring space. Due to its unique nature, the celestial soil will continue to grow, potentially evolving into a chaotic universe. It is currently just beginning to adapt to the space, allowing the ring to accommodate it. The ring space will expand in tandem with the celestial soil. Upon receiving this explanation from the system, Chen Bei felt a wave of relief wash over him. Now, he could simply await the unfolding of events. According to the system, this meant the ring space was undergoing an upgrade. Perhaps it would be more aptly termed the ring world. Henceforth, Chun Bei would be a sovereign of this world, one that would perpetually evolve. Meanwhile, within the confines of the ring space, countless fissures continued to spread, and in the distance, the very essence of space began to fracture. All that was visible was a vast expanse of darkness, from which emerged a swirling chaos of colors reminiscent of black and gray. These currents were incessantly devoured by the ring space, transforming into mountains, rivers, valleys, and flora. Various streams of energy appeared within the space, some pure white, others deep red or pitch black, representing different attributes of celestial energy. At the center, where the celestial energy was most concentrated, a mysterious substance resembling a mix of crystal and liquid began to form, yet its true nature remained obscured by the myriad streams of celestial energy that surrounded it, blocking any attempts at scrutiny. Chapter 14. Refinement and Organization. 2. The ring space is evolving into a world filled with mountains, rivers, trees, and grass, and perhaps even living beings in the future. Witnessing this transformation, Chun Bei cannot help but marvel at the extraordinary nature of the celestial soil and the remarkable system at play. As his consciousness returns to himself, he distinctly feels a significant enhancement in his mental prowess, with an acute sensitivity to his surroundings. He can clearly hear the faint rustle of leaves falling, and he possesses the ability to manipulate external objects with his mental energy, akin to telekinesis. If he were to unleash his full mental force, he believes he could even shift a mountain. Moreover, his control over Qi has intensified. Where he could previously condense Qi into a clump, he can now refine it into a needle-like form. With the elevation of his mental power, Chun Bei can now merge this energy with Qi, directing its flow. Remarkably, he can also manipulate the Qi through compression and fusion, transforming it into various states, similar to the turtle sage's ability to convert Qi into lightning. Chun Bei, however, can transmute it into water, fire, wind, and more. Yet, he still lacks the capability to conjure matter from thin air. He can merely transform Qi into different manifestations of energy. This signifies that Chen Bei is gradually advancing towards the realm of divine abilities. Attaining this realm implies mastering the wondrous energy known as Yuan Qi or magical power, which is considered to be of a higher quality than mere Qi. The moment he successfully cultivates divine abilities will mark a transformative leap in his strength. Chen Bei has reached a state of spiritual connection, wherein his mental energy can extend outward, allowing him to control other objects or even attack the souls of others. He had already achieved this during the integration of the Golden Eye and, with Bobo's guidance and his own reflections, his application of mental energy has become increasingly agile and adept. On another level, this spiritual connection also signifies that his inner strength is on the verge of transforming into magical power, endowed with a certain sentience. This power can be governed by consciousness and mental energy, merging the essence of the soul with magical energy, rather than being merely stored within the body as inner strength, which is only apparent during offensive maneuvers. In the Dragon Ball universe, Qi is an energy stored within the body, while Yuan Qi is a pure and innate energy present in all things, closely tied to the natural world. Qi possesses distinct characteristics, such as ferocity, terror, and malevolence, as noted in the series, where characters like Sun Wukong can sense evil auras in others. In contrast, Yuan Qi embodies a natural essence, intrinsic to all beings. Sun Wukong's use of Yuan Qi blasts against those with malevolent intentions reflects the purifying effect of this energy, which is particularly effective against those with chaotic thoughts or destructive intentions. Yuan Qi, derived from the natural world, inherently opposes those who disrupt it, fostering a natural enmity. Due to its incorporation of mental energy, individuals with complex thoughts often struggle to wield Yuan Qi, making it manageable only for those with simple minds like Sun Wukong. However, while Chen Bei is also cultivating Qi, he does not intend to pursue Yuan Qi, as its high quality renders it difficult to control due to the foreign mental energy it contains. Without a pure heart, he finds it nearly impossible to utilize Yuan Qi from the Dragon Ball universe, unless he discovers a method to mitigate its side effects. The Dragon Ball world diverges from other cultivation realms, where various spiritual energies naturally manifest. In other realms, energy transitions are more straightforward, allowing for easier integration with one's mental energy. In Dragon Ball, only Qi is readily manageable, primarily due to its abundance. Yuan Qi, despite its superior quality, appears to be wielded solely by Sun Wukong, rendering it less accessible to others. Qi serves as a form of energy, representing the Yuan Qi within one's body, unlocking potential and expanding one's physical capabilities, ultimately strengthening one's essence. However, this Qi lacks the property of immortality. Characters like Sun Wukong and Krillin will inevitably age over time, likely due to the rules governing the Dragon Ball universe, which remains elusive. With the discussion on Qi concluded, let us now explore Chun Bei's future cultivation direction. Firstly, he aims to continue his training in the Dragon Ball techniques, progressing from Qi to Divine Qi, enhancing his essence or awakening his bloodline powers in pursuit of the Super Saiyan path. Secondly, he contemplates practicing the art of immortality, striving for eternal life and mastery over the rules, thereby elevating his mental and power levels, a path whose allure is undeniably compelling. Due to his presence in the Dragon Ball world, Chen Bei must currently focus on the Qi known as primordial power. Although this power is destructive, it lacks the essence of longevity, prompting him to seek a method for transitioning to the art of immortality. The key to resolving this issue lies in the celestial soil. Once the ring world successfully evolves, Chen Bei will no longer worry about lacking high-quality energy for his advancement. At that point, with a wealth of celestial energy flowing into him, his realm will surely ascend rapidly. At this moment, a smile begins to form at the corners of Chun Bei's mouth. Yet he suppresses any sound to maintain his composure, his face flushed and contorted, leading bystanders like Bobo to worry that something might be amiss. Fortunately, this state does not last long, and Chun Bei soon returns to normal. Bobo, relieved, stands by quietly, awaiting Chun Bei's awakening. That will suffice for now. He intends to find a more suitable time to organize his thoughts, as the current audience makes it inconvenient. Chen Bei decides to conclude his training and reflection, feeling that he has made sufficient progress and is ready for a meal. Slowly, Chen Bei opens his eyes, exhaling a breath of stagnant air before rising from the ground. Observing Chen Bei's conclusion of his training, Bobo approaches him. Mr. Chen Bei, you must have gained something valuable. What are your plans moving forward? Thank you very much, Bobo. My level has indeed improved significantly. I wish to remain in the temple to continue my cultivation, and I hope you do not mind. Chapter 15. Temple Attendance. After consulting with the celestial deity, Chen Bei was granted permission to remain in the celestial temple to continue his cultivation. The celestial deity also expressed a desire for Chun Bei to stay for a while longer, wishing to further observe this remarkably powerful young man. I hope he does not stray from the path. If only it were not for me, the celestial deity murmured softly, gazing at Chen Bei's retreating figure. In his youth, the celestial deity had also been exceptionally gifted, mastering the martial arts and overcoming numerous trials. He had even received guidance from the previous generation's celestial deity of Earth. However, in his relentless pursuit of power, a darker side had emerged within him. Rather than conquering this inner darkness, he chose to exploit a primal talent from his memories, separating his malevolent aspect from his being. Consequently, this dark side, unshackled, grew increasingly powerful and harbored ambitions of dominion over Earth, leading to an insatiable quest for conquest. The celestial deity had considered intervening, but hesitated, for they were intrinsically linked, their lives intertwined despite their separation. This connection caused him to waver and refrain from taking direct action. He meticulously selected among humanity and ultimately favored a righteous martial artist, Master Wu Tai Do, the mentor of the Turtle Hermit. After testing Wu Tai Do, the the celestial deity imparted a sealing technique to him, cautioning about its potential repercussions. In the end, Wu Tai Do did not disappoint, successfully sealing the celestial deity's dark side. Yet, due to the deity's indecision, countless lives were lost on Earth, including that of a formidable martial artist, leaving him with a lingering sense of guilt. Chen Bei followed Bobo to a relatively secluded and tranquil room. The decor was not ostentatious, but it was adequately furnished for rest. For cultivation, the temple was equipped with designated training areas, and as a servant of the deity, Bobo had the capability to modify certain spaces according to his needs. Having settled in, the next order of business was dining. Bobo led Chun Bei to the dining area. Chen Bei, feeling famished, found his appetite enhanced by his scion bloodline, growing insatiable. Being a connoisseur of food, he soon accumulated an impressive array of bowls before him. Indeed, Chen Bei found small bowls unsatisfactory and requested Bobo to replace them with larger ones, akin to basins. "Ah, this is delightful. Thank you for your efforts, Bobo," Chen Bei exclaimed, reclining comfortably in his chair, patting his belly in satisfaction. "No need for thanks. This is the deity's arrangement. Your satisfaction is sufficient. Should you require anything else, feel free to ask." "Bobo is always at your service," Bobo replied, his expression unchanging, devoid of any emotional response to Chen Bei's gratitude. Chen Bei understood that Bobo was not devoid of feelings. In the original narrative, when the old celestial deity chose to sacrifice himself, Bobo displayed genuine sorrow, indicating he possessed emotions, albeit bound by his role as a servant to the deity. Moreover, Chun Bei and Bobo were still unfamiliar with each other, having only just met. Thus, emotional connections were yet to form. After a period of rest, Chun Bei returned to his quarters, reclining on the soft bed. He recalled that he had yet to check in for attendance. Although he was not in need of treasures, one could never have too many good things. "Let us claim the rewards," he thought. Chen Bei began to chant, "System, check-in. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully checking in at the Celestial Temple. Reward acquired. Namekian language. Talent, vacuum survival, limb regeneration, cloning technique, grand wish technique. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully checking in with the character Celestial Deity. Reward acquired. Demon Sealing Wave, Demon Flash, Instant Transmission. Super Namekian Bloodline Gene X1. Great Sealing Technique. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully checking in with the character Bobo. Reward acquired. Talent, Creation, Energy Affinity, Universal Key, Grand Universal Technique. Gazing at these rewards, Chen Bei, accustomed to the system's generosity, was nonetheless astonished by the richness of the offerings, leaving him dazzled by their allure. To begin with, the Namekian language was an exclusive tongue of the Namekians, possessing unique capabilities akin to the language of the gods, particularly for making wishes to the dragon. The Super Dragon Balls required the language of the gods, while the Namekian dragon necessitated the Namekian language. Otherwise, one might find themselves in a predicament similar to that of the Tragedy Tower, expressing wishes only to be ignored by the Namekian dragon, an undeniably awkward scenario. However, Chun Bei recalled that he seemed to already possess the ability to create Dragon Balls, rendering the Namekian language somewhat redundant. Surely he could not communicate with others in Namekian. Could he? The thought of an embarrassing encounter, speaking at length only to be met with blank stares, soured his expression. Enough of that. He dismissed the troubling thoughts. Shaking off the distractions, Chen Bei turned his attention back to the subsequent rewards. The talent, Vacuum Survival, was indeed a commendable gift. Ordinary humans and scions relied heavily on oxygen. As their bodies did not autonomously breathe, they depended on external oxygen to sustain their bodily functions. Conversely, beings like Frieza, of the Frost Demon race, did not rely on outside oxygen, as their bodies produced the necessary energy for their operations independently. With this talent, Chen Bei would no longer fear enemies obliterating planets, and he could venture into the vastness of space to seek additional resources for cultivation, a crucial advantage. Chen Bei's advancement was not solely contingent upon the enhancement of his power. He also needed to seek out essential resources requisite for each realm, such as the essence of laws and attributes. Chapter 16. Abundant rewards. The ability of limb regeneration, a remarkable trait of the Namekians, comes to mind. I recall a moment when Piccolo's arm was severed, yet he was able to regrow it through this power. However, the process seemed rather uncomfortable, and unlike the resilience of Majin Buu, who could reform even from utter destruction, this regenerative ability is limited to limbs and less critical body parts. Vital organs, such as the heart or brain, cannot be restored once damaged. It can be said that this skill merely grants Chen Bei enhanced recuperative abilities, rather than rendering him immortal. Furthermore, due to its nature, it can also be imparted to others, essentially transforming Chen Bei into a surrogate healer. Previously, Chen Bei had acquired a spell possessing healing capabilities, Revival. However, this technique incurs a significant cost, making it a rare consideration. This is not due to an inability to afford the price, but rather the realization that there are no free lunches. With the presence of the magical beans and this limb regeneration ability, alongside the life-saving spell, Chen Bei can now indulge with a sense of security, provided he avoids encounters with deities of destruction or angels. The technique of clone creation may seem simple and rudimentary at first glance, yet it is a product of a sophisticated system, resulting in virtually no failures. This technique has evolved by incorporating the strengths of various cloning methods across different realms, transcending mere duplication. We are familiar with numerous forms of cloning, such as the shadow clone technique from Naruto, the hair duplication ability of the Monkey King from Journey to the West, and the reproductive division of the Namekians in the Dragon Ball universe, which also allows for refusion. The clone creation rewarded by the system amalgamates the advantages of these diverse techniques. For instance, the number of clones can increase with the enhancement of the user's power. Shared cultivation experience is possible, and independent training can occur, similar to the concept of transforming into three pure beings. There are several categories of clones. One type is temporary, requiring only a minimal expenditure of energy to create unlimited clones for menial tasks. Another is combat clones, which possess power equivalent to that of the original and share identical abilities, while a more unique type allows the user to relinquish certain abilities, permitting the clones to cultivate independently. These clones possess unrestricted power and independent thought, yet remain loyal to the original, mitigating concerns of betrayal. Next, we encounter the Great Wish Technique, one of the 3,000 Great Paths, also known as the Great Loan Technique, the Great Freebie Technique, or the Great Cheating Technique. The most notable function of this path is its ability to transform the false into the true, even allowing one to acquire various resources from other worlds, and to borrow from one's future self, gaining the strength of the future. In essence, it is an extraordinary and perverse manifestation of the 3,000 Great Paths. Employing the Great Wish Technique necessitates a certain cost. It cannot be invoked merely by empty words. Firstly, one must gather the wishes of sentient beings, which is often referred to as wish power in Buddhist and Taoist teachings. The prominence of Buddhism largely stems from its understanding of the desires of ordinary people, utilizing various means to manifest divine presence, with a significant contributing factor being their unabashed audacity. Secondly, one can leverage their own wish power to accrue favor from the heavens, exemplified by the well-known duo from the West who boldly sought great aspirations to attain sanctity. Thirdly, expending personal fortune enhances the scope of what can be achieved through the Great Wish Technique. The more abundant one's fortune, the greater the potential outcomes. Fortune itself is an enigmatic and elusive concept, though its significance cannot be overlooked. It represents an individual's connection to the universe, their future self, or even to significant figures. With the blessing of fortune, one may experience fortunate occurrences, transforming calamity into fortune. In more extraordinary instances, one might find themselves struck by a treasure while venturing out or stumbling upon a legendary tome. The Great Wish Technique can activate pathways through fortune, making its capabilities undeniably formidable. Following this is the reward obtained from the celestial beings, the first of which is the renowned skill, Magic Sealing Wave. While seemingly unremarkable, it functions as a simple sealing technique, yet one must be cautious, as insufficient strength or sealing someone stronger may lead to failure. Next is the Magic Flash, a signature technique of Piccolo, which Goku's offspring also inherited. This skill is characterized by its brief charging time, high explosive power, and rapid speed, yet lacks further elaboration. Instant transmission captivated Chun Bei's interest. While watching Dragon Ball, he had always yearned for the ability to teleport like Goku, traveling wherever he desired. However, he was uncertain about which version of instant transmission this was. If it were akin to the previous clone creation, combining various strengths, it would be ideal. Thus, Chen Bei immediately delved into the skill's description. Instant transmission, an upgraded fusion of the system, consolidates the merits of teleportation techniques from various worlds. Its fundamental ability allows for rapid spatial traversal, enabling swift movement. It also includes sensing energy signatures and random teleportation. For precise location targeting, one must possess spatial coordinates or mental focus to cover the specific area. This instant transmission evolves with the user's power, progressing from traversing spatial seams to crossing realms. rendering it undeniably potent. Upon reviewing the description of this instant transmission skill, Chen Bei felt a surge of satisfaction, believing he had drawn closer to invincibility. Alas, this skill is contingent upon his current abilities, which do not yet support interstellar travel. Nevertheless, within the confines of Earth, it proves sufficient. Next is the Super Namekian bloodline gene. Previously, Chun Bei had acquired the Scion bloodline gene, so this is not unfamiliar. However, with the powers of the Dragon God and limb regeneration at his disposal, he does not regard the Super Namekian gene with much interest. Primarily, he fears that merging with the Super Namekian bloodline might transform him into a small green being, though it appears healthy and capable of photosynthesis without the need for food. Chen Bei is unwilling to accept such a fate. He is neither an unyielding man nor a eunuch and does not wish to forfeit his right to choose a partner. Thus, it is prudent to leave such hazardous items untouched. Chapter 17. Abundant rewards. This series of rewards varies in nature, some being quite ordinary while others appear exceedingly bizarre, yet all are undoubtedly enviable to the average person. Chen Bei's heart brimmed with joy. The sheer multitude of rewards was exhilarating. It felt akin to a lottery. Once the thrill commenced, it became irresistible, akin to a potent stimulant that invigorated the spirit. As he continued to peruse, he encountered yet another of the 3,000 Great Tao, the Great Sealing Technique. This path was immensely powerful, capable of sealing and controlling virtually anything. It encompassed a vast array of sealing arts, and mastering it to perfection would allow one to seal the boundless cosmos with a mere thought, a truly formidable avenue. The prior magic sealing wave paled in comparison, akin to a newborn child in the presence of the Great Sealing Technique. Excellent. Another of the 3,000 Great Tao had been acquired. Chen Bei pondered the scene that would unfold once he truly amassed all 3,000 Tao. Lost in reverie, he began to envision himself as the eternal immortal king. Returning to the matter at hand, the next reward was obtained from Bobo, an entity of remarkable mystery. Even Earth, unlike other celestial bodies devoid of deities, possessed such beings. The stories surrounding them remain elusive. Without further ado, Chun Bei examined the next item. It was yet another talent. He had already acquired many, such as godly comprehension, photographic memory, and immunity to illusions, all powerful abilities. This new talent was equally impressive, the ability to survive in a vacuum, complemented by a creative talent that was simply delightful. Despite possessing such an array of abilities, Chen Bei regretted that he had not yet fully harnessed them. He resolved that once he collected all the rewards, he would earnestly explore these capabilities, for one must experience them to truly understand their worth. He also harbored a notion of creating a world of his own. His ambition was halfway realized. Once the ring world evolved and stabilized, he would settle there and cultivate. It surpassed the Dragon Ball universe by far, being composed of celestial soil that continuously generated ethereal energy. Residing there long-term would enhance his physique, cleanse his foundations, and purify his soul. Alas, he had once again drifted into fanciful thoughts and returned to the talent description. Talent, creation, the favored child of the cosmic laws of creation, also known as the laws of transformation, represents a preliminary manifestation of chaotic principles, subordinate to the Great Tao. Its primary capability is the act of creation. If one possesses significant strength and profound insight into the laws, they can create freely. Anything beneath the Great Tao, be it human or object, can be brought into existence. Although some unique creations may require the bearer to endure their karmic consequences, and lacking sufficient power could lead to disastrous outcomes. For instance, wishing to create an angel would invoke a response from the Dragon Ball universe, enforcing restrictions since such beings are not born from the world itself. Should they manifest, it could result in the universe's rules rejecting them or perceiving them as disruptions to the temporal order, leading to their eradication. Few, like Chen Bei, who bore fragments of the Great Fate technique and were innately unbound by karma, existed. Should he create, he could naturally bypass karmic backlash. However, lacking strength renders such efforts futile. He was far from capable of creating an angel at present. Nonetheless, this was a commendable ability. With it, Chen Bei could unleash his potential within his ring world. Affinity for vital energy? This appeared to be another unique ability. Akin to the breath of nature and the power of the Dragon God, categorically a distinctive power of the Dragon Ball universe. Just as angels effortlessly wield the ultimate technique, destroyers command destructive energy, and Kaishins create with ease. This ability signifies a profound affinity for vital energy. In essence, it enhances Chen Bei's connection to vital energy, allowing him to shield or absorb the mental forces contained within it, effortlessly harnessing it to bolster his strength or gather vital energy without fear of uncontrollable surges. Furthermore, it would enhance others' first impressions of him, fostering an unconscious fondness towards him. Author's note: please do not misconstrue this fondness. Similar to the breath of nature, which enhances one's affinity for nature and control over chi, this ability also elevates others' goodwill towards Chen Bei. The two abilities share similarities with subtle distinctions. Regardless, since he now possessed both, it mattered little. The benefits were overwhelmingly positive, warranting no concern. The next item was a key, intriguingly named the Universal Key. Possessing formidable capabilities, it could unlock any door and any lock, even traversing spatial and temporal portals. It was indeed a regulated artifact. Naturally, such an item required a modicum of strength to wield. All powers demand a price, and one cannot simply acquire them without merit. The key's greatest utility lay in assistance. Ordinary locks could be opened effortlessly, while those with special seals would necessitate a certain level of energy, yet far less than brute force would require. Its unique capability was the ability to cloak perception. Any lock opened by this key could be rendered virtual, allowing items to be extracted or inserted while obscuring spatial, temporal, and all forms of awareness. It could be deemed a tool for thievery. Here, doors and locks equate to seals, as long as the wielder perceives them as locks and possesses sufficient capability, they could unlock them with ease. The power of the rules is indeed terrifying. Finally, the last reward, as its name suggested, was no trifling matter. The Great Salvation Technique, one of the 3,000 Great Tao, represents the supreme Buddhist art of the immortal series, saving oneself and others. When invoked, it generates countless chants of salvation, surrounded by celestial light. For the recipient, it is akin to brainwashing, whether it involves heinous acts such as murder or grave robbing. Once subjected to this technique, they would invariably become loyal adherents, devoid of any rebellious thoughts, a truly fearsome and unparalleled dark art. However, as long as the user's intentions remain pure, even if one is transformed, they may retain their thoughts and pursue unfettered cultivation. Should fortune favor them, and the practitioner meet an unfortunate fate, they might even regain their freedom. In the realm of immortality, many cultivators, seeking to escape the torment of endless reincarnation and the obliteration of their true spirits, willingly embrace transformation. It is crucial to understand that immortality exists within a world where the strong consume the weak. Chapter 18. Commencing cultivation with a deep sigh. Chen Bei finally quelled the restlessness within his heart. After perusing all the rewards, he had absorbed every skill available to him. Instantly, a torrent of vast information surged into his mind. Fortunately, his mental acuity had experienced a significant enhancement. Otherwise, such an overwhelming influx would have been insufferable. System, display the attribute panel, he commanded. As per routine, Chen Bei first examined his status. Ding. Successfully opened the attribute panel. Host, Chun Bei race. Human combat power, 1200 skills, spiritual eye, X-ray vision, mental detonation, mental piercing, memory reading, mental pressure, monkey fist, whole wave, resurrection technique, Dragon Ball creation, divine language, mind reading, empathy, limb regeneration, clone technique, magic ceiling wave, magic flash, instant transmission cultivation techniques, great destiny technique fragment X1, great acupuncture technique, great blood essence technique, eternal life secret manual, great faith technique, great wish technique, great sealing technique, great salvation technique talents, god level comprehension, photographic memory, illusion immunity, indomitable will, vacuum survival. Creation special abilities, dragon god power, breath of nature, G-affinity items, storage ring infusion, super divine water X2, Senzabeans X100, Nimbus Clouds X2, universal key. Senzabean cultivation method, super Namekian bloodline gene X1. His strength had increased somewhat. However, he lamented, alas, 1200 combat power is still insufficient. I cannot even defeat some of Frieza's minions. While I possess numerous trump cards, I have yet to master their utilization. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Bei recognized that he could not remain stagnant. Having only arrived in the Dragon Ball realm for a mere 3 to 5 days, he had already amassed such rewards and power capable of obliterating Earth. Yet, apart from a brief cultivation session upon acquiring the great acupuncture technique, he had not formally trained since. This was partly due to the limited time available, but also a reflection of Chun Bei's own choices. He felt he had not sufficiently solidified his foundation. One must not be overly reckless. Prudence is the true path, Chen Bei murmured to himself. Thus, I shall commence my cultivation. However, this location is somewhat constraining. I shall consult Bobo. Meanwhile, having bid farewell to Chen Bei, Bobo returned to the side of the Kaioshin, ever prepared to heed his commands. The Kaioshin, unfazed by Bobo's actions, resumed his tasks. He first utilized his abilities to observe Earth, gradually focusing on a specific location. Yet, from the Kaioshin's realm, an ordinary person would be oblivious to his gaze, merely seeing layers of thick clouds ahead. After observing the area for a while, the Kaioshin turned to Bobo and inquired, "What is your impression of that young man?" Bobo responded, "I perceive him to be exceptionally talented, and his actions are commendable." He refrained from excessive praise, opting instead to relay his observations to the Kaioshin. "Indeed, he is a remarkable young man, although I cannot impart advanced martial knowledge to him. I hope to adequately test his character and that he does not become blinded by power," the Kaioshin mused, drifting into contemplation. At that moment, a voice emerged from nearby. "Kaioshin and Bobo, greetings. I have come to trouble you once more." Chen Bei spoke apologetically, a look of contrition gracing his features. Feeling somewhat uneasy about imposing on others in their domain, especially since he had not contributed anything in return, he interrupted the Kaioshin's thoughts and redirected both of their attention. Upon Chen Bei's arrival, the Kaioshin and Bobo ceased their conversation, shifting their focus to him as he approached. "My apologies, Kaioshin and Bobo. I seek a place to cultivate, but I am unfamiliar with the Kaioshin realm. I must trouble you to guide me." Chen Bei expressed his intent, awaiting the Kaioshin's response. The Kaioshin, with a gentle smile, did not refuse. "No problem. I shall have Bobo escort you, as long as you refrain from causing destruction in the Kaioshin realm or entering forbidden areas. Everything else is permissible." He glanced at Chen Bei, continuing, "Should you need anything while in the Kaioshin realm, simply inform Bobo. There is no need to constantly consult me. It would be wise for you to familiarize yourself with the environment to avoid inadvertently wandering into restricted areas." The Kaioshin's kind warning was well-founded. Although the Kaioshin realm was not vast, it interconnected with numerous dimensional spaces and the resting places of past Kaioshins, which were not open for casual entry. Concerned for Chen Bei's safety, the Kaioshin wanted to prevent any missteps, recognizing that strength alone would not suffice in such unique locales. "Thank you immensely, Kaioshin and Bobo. I shall be in your debt moving forward," Chun Bei acknowledged, understanding the Kaioshin's good intentions and refraining from counterarguments. Bobo nodded in agreement and prepared to lead Chun Bei to the training area. "Very well, follow me. The rooms in the Kaioshin realm are numerous, so it is best not to enter them indiscriminately. Should you encounter any issues, feel free to seek my assistance." As he spoke, he glanced at the Kaioshin, and upon receiving a nod, Bobo guided Chen Bei into the palace, traversing the corridor until they arrived at a doorway. Inside is a room designated for regular training. "You may enter. I shall wait outside, so call for me if you need anything," Bobo stated, remaining at the entrance. "All right, I shall proceed within," Chen Bei replied, not dwelling on minor details. Bobo's decision not to enter was fortuitous, as it allowed him to cultivate with greater focus and freedom. As he pushed the door open, he was greeted by floating stones and an expansive platform, the space ample for his needs. Once inside, the door closed behind him. Chen Bei paid it no mind. Striding directly to the center of the platform, he was ready to commence his formal cultivation. First, he would practice the great acupuncture technique, the most familiar skill before him. However, prior to that, he had another task at hand: creating clones. Having acquired the clone technique, a particularly formidable version at that, Chen Bei intended to utilize clones to cultivate alongside him. This would allow him to simultaneously practice multiple techniques and rapidly enhance his cultivation experience without the need for solitary exploration. Clones. Chen Bei invoked the clone technique, and in an instant, numerous identical figures appeared beside him. Chapter 19. The marvelous application of cloning technique in the azure expanse above. An island floated gracefully. Within the confines of a sealed chamber on this aerial isle, Chun Bei sat at the center of a vast platform, gazing at his remarkable creation. Before him stood 5 clones, recently conjured through the art of duplication, each possessing equal strength to their creator and sharing a profound mental connection. This synergy enhanced their combat coordination, rendering them formidable avatars of battle. The Scion race is unique. Their potential for power surges most significantly during combat, particularly following severe injuries, when their strength experiences a staggering escalation. However, this transformation is conditional. In the original narrative, despite enduring countless injuries and brushes with death, warriors like Son Goku did not exhibit substantial increases in power upon recovery, suggesting a connection to accumulated experience. In the Dragon Ball universe, Power enhancement typically derives from rigorous training, with scions being an exceptional case, capable of amplifying their strength through recovery from grave wounds. Training encompasses two pivotal phases. The first involves bolstering one's foundation through relentless practice, enabling the body to harness greater energy reserves. The second phase is the release of latent potential, mastering the energy within one's body to wield it with finesse. Often, Son Goku and his companions engage in extensive training prior to battles, which likely corresponds to the foundational phase where power growth is modest. However, when faced with significant challenges and pressure during combat, the accumulated potential is unleashed more readily. As for innate racial talents, they vary from individual to individual. Not all scions can ascend to the legendary Super Saiyan form, let alone possess the mythical bloodlines that manifest once every millennium. On Earth, human potential pales in comparison to that of scions, yet in other realms, the dynamics might differ, potentially influenced by the governing laws of those worlds. Some individuals seem to be favored by the cosmos, experiencing unimpeded success and exponential growth and strength. These musings were but speculations of Chen Bei, who now prepared to test his hypotheses and ascertain whether his thoughts held merit. The clones stood in a row, silent and awaiting their creator's directives. Rising abruptly, Chun Bei dusted off his trousers and approached his duplicates, admiring their identical visages. "Ah, how splendid! I am rather dashing, aren't I?" Chun Bei unabashedly praised himself, playfully pinching the faces of his clones, alternating between left and right, and playfully tapping their shoulders in a lively manner. "Truly, I'm so handsome that I might just fall in love with myself. With these chiseled features and those eyes as deep as black holes," he continued his self-adulation without a hint of embarrassment. Even inspecting the clones' more private attributes, much to their vexation. The clones, exasperated by their creator's antics, clenched their fists, yearning to deliver a beating to this shameless original. Yet, constrained by their limitations, they refrained from retaliating. Although their thoughts were interconnected, they remained independent entities, capable of severing their mental link at the creator's discretion, thus allowing them to develop distinct personalities. Cough, cough. Enough of that. Time to assign tasks. Chen Bei, sensing the clones' simmering frustration, tempered his demeanor. Their telepathic bond allowed him to grasp their current sentiments. "I can see from your expressions that you understand my intentions. I shall designate you with numbers, from left to right. Thus you shall be known as number 1 through number 5. This will facilitate easier recollection." The clones nodded in acknowledgement, ready to await further instructions. "Now, number 1 shall engage in combat with me to assess our strengths. I will sever our mental connection, ensuring we can battle without forewarning each other of our techniques." The clone designated as number 1 stepped forward, his demeanor serious and composed. He was known for his cold temperament and meticulous approach. "Understood," he replied coolly. Sensing something in the air and glancing at the other 4 clones, who nodded in unison, conveying their intent for number 1 to thoroughly teach the original a lesson, perhaps even delivering a playful humiliation. Chun Bei was acutely aware of their mischievous thoughts, but he accepted the challenge with a resolute spirit. Knowing that the outcome between him and his clone remained uncertain, the two positioned themselves in a relatively spacious area, facing off against one another, both seeking to exploit the other's vulnerabilities. After a tense silence of several seconds, number 1 made the first move, teleporting swiftly behind Chun Bei and aiming a kick at his neck. His attack stemmed from recognizing the original's momentary lapse in vigilance. As Chun Bei stood there with his arms crossed, inviting a lesson, unbeknownst to him, this was a deliberate ruse on Chun Bei's part, designed to entice the clone into launching the first strike, thereby revealing his flaws. As number 1 executed his kick, Chun Bei deftly evaded by bending forward, then swiftly countered with a small energy blast. The projectile sped toward number 1's abdomen, but in a split second, the clone utilized his teleportation ability to evade the strike, which continued on its trajectory and collided with a floating stone. Boom! The explosion shattered the stone into numerous fragments, scattering debris in all directions. Number 1, now hovering in the air, regarded his creator with a serious expression, realizing how narrowly he had escaped a direct hit. Chapter 20. The Meaning of Despair Once Again. The confrontation between Chen Bei and his doppelganger commenced. This time, both entities had begun to discern each other's tactics. The original Chen Bei, with his cunning demeanor, contrasted sharply with the assertive and decisive nature of his first doppelganger, who was adept at rapid teleportation. Although they were manifestations of the same individual, their personalities differed significantly, as did their habitual methods of combat. This was the defining characteristic of the doppelganger technique, not merely a perfect imitation, but rather an amalgamation of strengths and weaknesses, allowing each clone to possess its own distinct personality. The advantage of this approach lay in the ability to recognize one's own virtues, while simultaneously uncovering personal shortcomings. For human character is not static, it evolves over time. As our demeanor shifts, so too do our behavioral patterns, creating a chain reaction. However, what we can strive for is to uphold our principles and not allow our emotions to dictate our actions, which is often sufficient. Chen Bei and the first doppelganger had exchanged blows, yet neither had managed to land a hit. They stood still, lost in thought, awaiting the other's move. Observing the doppelganger's posture, Chen Bei realized it had become cautious, evidently shaken by his previous tactics, fearful of being caught off guard by another clever play. Since you're afraid, perhaps it's time to concede. It wouldn't be shameful. After all, only we few are privy to this encounter. Besides, we are all aspects of the same being. Losing is inconsequential, as we can always reclaim our victory next time. Chen Bei began to taunt, urging the doppelganger to surrender. Yet, he understood that regardless of how outrageous his personality might be, outright capitulation was not in the doppelganger's nature. His words were merely intended to disrupt its concentration and provoke a reaction. However, the doppelganger maintained its composure, refusing to lose its rationality at Chun Bei's words, and instead contemplated how to secure victory. Suddenly, its figure vanished, only to reappear before Chun Bei in an instant. Great sealing technique. The doppelganger unleashed its sealing spell, but Chun Bei remained vigilant, unfazed by the sudden move. In a flash, he too employed teleportation, evading the spot where he stood. With a swift motion, he reappeared behind the doppelganger, yet he refrained from launching an attack, knowing full well that the doppelganger would be prepared. Indeed, upon sensing Chen Bei's presence, the doppelganger vanished from view once more. This is rather dull. Teleportation feels somewhat like cheating, unless one can entirely restrict spatial movement. Such a skill renders one virtually invincible, Chen Bei remarked, observing the doppelganger's reappearance without opting to strike. It seems that evading like this lacks substance, and it does little for our strength enhancement. True progress comes from engaging in close combat. That is the most effective way. The doppelganger concurred but posed a caveat. However, our energy is limited, and utilizing skills excessively depletes our stamina and strength. In a one-on-one scenario, it would be more efficient to train in a gravity chamber. With that, the doppelganger glanced at Chen Bei and then at the other nearby doppelgangers. Noticing their conspicuous gestures, Chen Bei couldn't help but twitch his lips, yet he recognized the validity of their concern. These doppelgangers were indeed temporary manifestations, possessing finite energy reserves. Otherwise, he would be left utterly exhausted. Moreover, Chen Bei recalled that with the blood of a scion coursing through him, he could enhance his strength through recovery from severe injuries, thus making close combat the most expedient means of improvement. With this in mind, Chen Bei acquiesced to the doppelganger's proposal. Very well, let us face you all together. Greater pressure begets greater growth, and it also offers an opportunity to test my newfound talent. Indeed, through his recent experiences, Chen Bei had acquired a remarkable talent, indomitable will, which allowed him to rapidly elevate his abilities under duress. He resolved to put it to the test. Upon hearing Chen Bei's agreement, the first doppelganger revealed a subtle, mischievous smile and exchanged glances with the other doppelgangers. In order to facilitate a more effective battle, Chen Bei had suppressed his mental link with them, thus remaining oblivious to their intentions. However, even if he had been aware, he would not have retreated, for he understood that greater challenges would yield swifter enhancements. The doppelgangers, now aware of their roles, eagerly approached Chen Bei, their faces beaming with excitement. Witnessing their joyful expressions caused a shiver to run down Chen Bei's spine, as if foreboding something ominous was about to unfold. The doppelgangers began to coordinate their efforts. With Chen Bei facing 5 opponents, he had only severed his link with their thoughts, yet they could still faintly sense each other's intentions. The first doppelganger stood before Chen Bei, while the second and third flanked him on either side, and the fourth encircled him from behind, effectively trapping him within their grasp. As for the fifth doppelganger, it appeared above, sealing off Chen Bei's last avenue of escape. It was a clear 5-to-1 scenario, rendering defeat almost impossible unless the original resorted to underhanded tactics. Silently, the doppelgangers resolved to treat their original well, assisting him in his growth and fortifying his strength. A powerful gust of energy erupted, radiating outward as the doppelgangers unleashed their full potential without reservation. Chen Bei, standing resolute amidst them, did not flinch. Though he understood that each doppelganger possessed strength comparable to his own, he chose not to flee. For he yearned for a fervent battle. The sounds of fists and feet colliding echoed around him as Chen Bei found himself momentarily overwhelmed. The first doppelganger summoned its strength and struck directly at Chen Bei's face, offering no mercy. Having resolved to refrain from employing his advantageous abilities, Chen Bei found himself unable to evade the blow and could only brace himself for the impact. He quickly threw a punch to block the first doppelganger's attack. Yet behind him, the fourth doppelganger leaped into action, delivering a kick that bore tremendous force. Should this strike connect, it would surely leave Chen Bei reeling. As he attempted to sidestep, the second and third doppelgangers seized the opportunity, charging towards him from both sides. In that moment, Chun Bei could only leap to evade. But just as he ascended a mere head's height, the fifth doppelganger, poised and ready, struck him squarely in the face, sending him crashing back down. Unsteady on his feet, he was soon surrounded by the doppelgangers. Damn it, seeing that infuriating face makes it impossible to hold back. Brothers, let us teach him a lesson. The first doppelganger exclaimed. Heh, I won't hold back. Just leave the aftermath to me, the fifth doppelganger chimed in. All right. Let's see how well you can handle this, you shameless rascal. The second doppelganger declared without hesitation, rushing into the fray. Hey, bring me some rubber bands to teach this arrogant fool a lesson. The third doppelganger exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm, eager to unleash a flurry of kicks. Had Chen Bei not been ensnared by the other doppelgangers, he might have been compelled to protect his younger siblings and plead for mercy. The fifth doppelganger remained silent, vigilantly ensuring that Chen Bei could not escape their encirclement. It is unclear how much time has elapsed. But all that remains is Chun Bei, alone and tattered, lying on the ground. His body bears no unscathed areas. It is marred with bruises of various hues. And his eyes are swollen to the size of a frog's. Even his once handsome visage has been rendered unrecognizable. Several distinct footprints are clearly visible upon his rear. Chapter 21. Enhancement of strength. The figure lying on the ground twitched intermittently, with streams of blood mixed with mucus flowing into his mouth. Chen Bei could not help but emit painful groans, feeling as though every bone in his body was on the verge of breaking. He was utterly exhausted, unable even to lift a hand, sprawled on the ground, tears of regret streaming down his face. He lamented his reckless choice to challenge 5 opponents alone, to restrict himself from using teleportation, and to stubbornly confront the situation head-on. Why had he failed to protect his comrades, allowing them to endure such humiliation? Damn it, just as he was about to voice a few complaints, a sharp pain shot through the corner of his mouth, causing him to gasp sharply and emit a hissing sound. Unable to contain his frustration, he cursed his clones inwardly. Those damn clones don't know how to go easy. They target the most vulnerable spots of the body. Don't they realize this is also their body? I'm fed up with this bunch of fools. My handsome face, Chun Bei felt a deep sense of sorrow. Being ganged up on. Was there any joy in that? Other grievances could be overlooked. But the most infuriating was the underhanded tactics employed against him. He had never been so treacherous himself. These clones were nothing like him. With a resigned sigh, Chen Bei continued to lie there, needing time to recover. Without any healing spells available and resurrection magic being too extravagant, his body and mind were in dire straits, making recovery exceedingly difficult. He almost forgot about the magical beans. He quickly retrieved them from his system space and swallowed one. The process was painful, yet he forced it down. At the moment the beans settled in his stomach, a surge of vibrant life energy rushed through Chun Bei's body, mending his wounds. In an instant, he felt most of his injuries heal, and his mental state improved significantly. Rising to his feet, he examined his body. Pleased to see his skin still as fair as jade, his handsome features intact, and his impressive physique. As long as he was alive, that was enough. Now, apart from his tattered clothing, there seemed to be no significant changes to his appearance. Of course, he had to ignore his disheveled hair. System. Open the attribute panel. Chen Bei distinctly sensed an enhancement in his strength, though he was uncertain of the exact extent. Ding. Attribute panel opened successfully. Host. Chen Bei race. Human combat power. 3,200 skills. Spiritual eye. X-ray vision. Mental explosion. Mental piercing. Memory reading. Mental pressure. Monkey fist. Whole wave. Resurrection technique. Dragon Ball creation. Divine language. Mind reading. Telepathy. Limb regeneration. Clone technique. Demon sealing wave. Demon flash. Teleportation techniques. Great fate technique. Fragment X1. Great acupuncture technique. Great blood soul technique. Eternal life secret tome. Great faith technique. great wish technique, great sealing technique, great universal salvation technique talents, God-level comprehension, photographic memory, illusion immunity, indomitable will, vacuum survival, creation special abilities, dragon god power, breath of nature, vitality affinity items, ring world, super divine water x2, magical beans x99, nimbus cloud x2, magical bean cultivation method, super Namekian bloodline gene. His strength had nearly doubled. The Scions truly lived up to their reputation. However, even if he were to replicate the same actions again, he felt it unlikely he would gain much more. Perhaps some potential had already been awakened, and to further enhance his power, diligent cultivation seemed essential. The Scions could not simply elevate their strength at will. Broly was indeed an anomaly, yet he needed sustenance too. Without sufficient energy within his body, rapid enhancement was impossible. In the Dragon Ball world, Scions possess greater physical potential compared to Earthlings, allowing them to store more energy, thereby facilitating quicker and easier strength increases. This might be attributed to their racial gifts, along with other nuanced factors that defy the laws of conservation of matter and energy, such as the Great Ape transformation and Super Saiyan transformation. As the saying goes, in the realm of the powerful, science holds little relevance. Time had passed significantly, and Chen Bei felt he had done enough training for the day. His primary focus was on the Dragon Ball techniques, solely aiming to amplify his strength. Leaving his realm of cultivation to fate, once the ring world evolved completely, he could commence rapid training in the Eternal Life technique, at which point he would no longer need to worry about lifespan, wishing to live a few more years. At 23, his body had been rejuvenated by the system and techniques, rendering him even more appealing than before, allowing others to overlook his age. However, Chen Bei was acutely aware that there were still several years before the Dragon Ball storyline began, at which point he would be in his 30s. Ordinary humans have limited lifespans and are prone to aging, while Scions fare somewhat better due to their prolonged adolescence, yet they too eventually age. Chen Bei did not wish to be referred to as an old man. He was determined to cultivate to the realm of eternal life, thereby avoiding the sudden transformation into an aged version of himself. As for why Chen Bei had not utilized his creation talent to obtain cultivation resources, he later learned that such abilities require study. Creating items necessitates understanding their fundamental composition, much like a person learns to speak through education. To create the items he desired, he first needed to comprehend them, otherwise he would be at a loss. In the Dragon Ball universe, even the Kaioshins are not merely handed their roles. They too must learn, be assessed, and endure a lengthy journey to truly become Kaioshins. In fact, the Kaioshin Shin is somewhat of a novice, lacking understanding of many matters, having been granted the opportunity to ascend due to the previous Kaioshin being consumed by Majin Buu. Thus, one should not assume that Kaioshins are as common as cabbages. Even the Earth's Supreme Kai must pass evaluations, let alone the higher deities. And let us not forget that a trainee angel is also mingling within the Galactic Patrol. Currently, Chen Bei's abilities allowed him to create ordinary substances, such as water and sand. He also faced no significant issues in creating food. But crafting advanced items remained beyond his capabilities. He needed to delve deeper into the characteristics of these items. Otherwise, creation would be impossible. Lacking ability renders one insignificant. A truth Chen Bei had come to understand profoundly. He resolved to become a model student once more, diligently studying and striving for improvement daily. Well then, it was time to venture out for some nourishment. With that thought, Chen Bei made his way to the entrance he had originally come through. Chapter 22. A leisurely life. Thus, Chen Bei settled into the Temple of the Gods, spending his days engaged in combat with his avatars, dining, and resting. Other aspects of his abilities were temporarily set aside as he awaited entry into the world within the ring to experiment with those unique powers. His current abilities were remarkably singular. Though not attracting undue attention at present, it was prudent to remain vigilant, for one must always guard against potential threats. The deity remained as he always was, either lost in thought or en route to a state of contemplation, his musings a mystery to Chen Bei. Occasionally, he would exchange a few words with him, but the conversations were sparse. As for Bobo, he resembled a tireless automaton, bustling about to serve the deity and prepare meals for Chen Bei. Given Chen Bei's scion lineage, his appetite was prodigious, and it was a marvel how Bobo managed to keep pace with his voracious consumption. In addition to cultivating his energy, Chen Bei relentlessly honed his combat experience. Rather than cower from the harsh lessons dealt by his avatars, he embraced a mode of training that involved collective confrontations. Although this method of training was excruciating, it bore fruit, After each session, he would find himself utterly exhausted, yet the necessity for acute focus during battles was paramount to avert dire consequences. Overall, this combat approach significantly accelerated his growth. His combat experience had once been minimal, as he had led a rather reclusive existence, exercising only sporadically and rarely venturing beyond the confines of home. Social interactions were scant, though he cherished a few close friendships. However, after graduation, they had all embarked on their own journeys, leaving him hesitant to intrude upon their lives. Previously, Chun Bei had been a lackluster fighter, unversed in the application of power. However, with the acquisition of divine insight and an impeccable memory, his proficiency improved dramatically, although the scarcity of combat experiences left gaps in his trainings, which he was now diligently addressing. After approximately half a month of relentless training in combat, Chen Bei, through his collaboration with his avatars, had mastered the manipulation of energy to an extraordinary degree. Techniques such as energy slashes and energy blasts were now at his command. And he had even developed a commendable martial art form during the process of being bested in fights, allowing for a more fluid and natural combat style, freeing him from the confines of a purely defensive stance. He named this martial art Primordial Infinite Movement, symbolizing a state of being amidst boundless chaos, where one remains tranquil, formless, and omnipresent, an embodiment of the infinite. It should be noted that this was merely his perception, bearing little relevance to the author, as you may agree. Chen Bei's newfound martial art was still in its infancy, exhibiting several imperfections, yet he was determined to refine it further, for it represented a significant personal achievement. During this fortnight, his endeavors were not solely confined to combat. He also dedicated time to mastering the great acupoint technique. With the presence of the golden eye, he concentrated on the acupoints related to the eyes. Coupled with his divine insight and exceptional memory, Chen Bei found himself adept at this practice. However, due to limited resources, advancing the great acupoint technique to a profound level proved challenging. While energy is a form of power, its control was not easily attained, prompting Chun Bei to exercise caution in his attempts. An alternative route to mastering the great acupoint technique lay in harnessing the power of the stars. The 365 major acupoints in the human body corresponded to the 365 stars in the heavens. By absorbing this stellar energy, the practice could be expedited. And Chen Bei pursued this method. Residing in the Temple of the Gods, situated above the clouds, provided an advantageous connection to the power of the stars. Yet, he refrained from venturing outside to train, for the sight of the moon could provoke a transformation into a great ape, a flaw he could not circumvent. Although he felt his bloodline could meet the standards of a high-ranking warrior without succumbing to frenzy in his ape form, the deity and his companions might perceive him as a potential threat. Moreover, as planet Vegeta had yet to be destroyed, the Scions were still considered Frieza's lackeys, notorious for their destructive conquests, and thus were not held in high regard. Chen Bei resolved to remain discreet about his identity, believing it wiser to reveal his true nature only when the time was right. However, he pondered the intricacies of explaining his heritage, knowing that Scion warriors were recorded, particularly those of adult age, unless they had been exiled to distant planets shortly after birth. After much contemplation, Chun Bei devised a narrative. He would claim to be a wandering scion who had arrived on Earth in his youth, or perhaps he might confess to traversing the cosmos. But he would certainly omit the specifics of his origins. Such identity matters were indeed convoluted. Yet, there was little need for excessive concern. In the world of Dragon Ball, most individuals possessed amiable dispositions, often characterized by carefree personalities, alleviating some anxiety regarding identity. Should misunderstandings arise, he could always find a way to clarify. After so many days of rigorous training, Chun Bei decided it was time to unwind. Somehow, he procured a lounge chair, set up a sunshade, and prepared some fruit juice. Then reclined in the grand plaza of the Temple of the Gods, relishing the gentle breeze and allowing both body and mind to relax. Unbeknownst to him, he soon drifted off to sleep. Chapter 23: The Mutation of Spiritual Power in the Depths of Slumber. Chen Bei found himself traversing through the celestial rivers of the cosmos, breaking free from the primordial void of the universe. Within a haze of chaotic energy, he gradually drifted towards the horizon. As he floated, an immeasurable river emerged, shimmering with an array of vibrant colors, starkly contrasting against the surrounding darkness. Those who beheld this river found themselves irresistibly drawn to its allure, as if they were destined to become enraptured by its depths. The origins and destination of this river remained elusive, its contents obscured. Among the indistinct shapes, fragments of varying sizes floated by, some radiating brilliant light, while others languished in muted obscurity. In a fleeting moment, Chen Bei seemed to grasp something, a warm light illuminating his face, abruptly awakening him from his reverie. Breathless, he took a deep inhalation to steady his racing heart, pondering whether he had truly been dreaming, for the experience felt extraordinarily vivid. What was this river he had encountered? And what had he grasped in that ephemeral moment? Driven by curiosity, Chen Bei sought to unravel the mystery of his dream. Upon awakening, he sensed a significant surge in his spiritual power, enabling him to think with greater speed and perceive farther with heightened precision. System, can you discern the nature of my recent dream? Chen Bei inquired, hoping for clarity from the system. Ding. Host, you have just experienced an astral projection. Due to the connection between your intrinsic essence and fragments of destiny, you were drawn into the realm of time and space by a unique entity. The realm of time and space. What does that entail? I am familiar with the river of destiny, the river of time, and the river of the underworld. Yet I distinctly saw a river. Why refer to it as the realm of time and space? Ding. To clarify, the river of destiny is an infinite river encompassing all life and spirit, harboring boundless opportunities and terrors. The destinies of various cosmic worlds flow as tributaries into it, while its true essence eludes discovery, transcending temporal and causal boundaries. The river of time connects the past, present, and future, representing the beginning and end of all things. Imbued with the power of endless time, only those beyond the realm of eternal truth can escape its grasp. Similar to the river of destiny, it branches into countless tributaries, with its true nature remaining unfathomable. The river of the underworld embodies the consequences of all sins. To enter it is to become tainted by endless transgressions. With its tributaries scattered across myriad universes, their locations unknown. The so-called realm of time and space is a confluence of dimensions, a derivation of infinite spaces. Each world births countless similar, yet entirely distinct realms, all contained within the river of time and space. A river unique to the grand world, harboring fragments representing various derivative worlds. Upon absorbing the system's explanation, Chen Bei finally comprehended that he had ventured into the realm of time and space within the Dragon Ball universe. However, he had not entered in body, merely having his soul momentarily drawn there, which allowed him to stumble upon this wondrous place. Ding. Detection indicates the host has fused with fragmented world consciousness, resulting in an enhancement of spiritual power. After the system's pronouncement, it fell silent, prompting Chen Bei to reflect on its words. The rivers of time and space, along with the river of destiny, existed as realms governed by unique rules. Until one transcended these confines, all beings remained subject to their influence. Chen Bei had mistakenly believed he had witnessed the river of destiny. Indeed, he realized, a novice remains a novice, unworthy of such grandeur. It was merely a derivative river of the Dragon Ball universe, representing its essence, though not to be underestimated. According to the system, what he had ultimately grasped was a fragment of the shattered world consciousness, though he remained uncertain from which world it originated. The Dragon Ball saga encompasses many iterations, including Dragon Ball Z, Dragon Ball Kai, Dragon Ball GT, Dragon Ball AF, and Dragon Ball Super, among others. Additionally, various cinematic universes exist, such as the Broly saga, the Android saga, and the God and God arcs. Each timeline spawns countless similar yet distinct worlds, highlighting the extraordinary nature of these rules. While time and space are fundamentally different laws, they intertwine to give rise to innumerable dimensions. When these dimensions attain sufficient strength, they independently generate world consciousness, evolving continuously to establish a truly independent and complete world. They may also consume other worlds, expanding and refining themselves through absorption or incorporation. However, when a world is invaded, destroyed by a powerful entity, or collapses, remnants of world fragments and shards of consciousness remain. World fragments exist in material form, while shards of consciousness exist in a shattered mental state, devoid of autonomous awareness. In the realm of fantasy literature, we often encounter the notion of devouring the core of a world to wield control over it. This world core is, in essence, the material manifestation of world consciousness. In a sense, it is the will that births the world rather than the mere existence of that material world itself. Thus, this will can indeed be altered. As for the role of this fragmented world consciousness, it serves several purposes. First, it facilitates a more effortless grasp of the material aspects of the world, though the world itself is already shattered. Second, it provides a certain enhancement to spiritual power. Third, it allows perception of the consciousness of other worlds. Other more intricate functions exist, but I shall refrain from elaborating further. However, The fragment of world consciousness Chun Bei acquired was incomplete, only augmenting his spiritual power without imparting any particularly notable effects. Perhaps its diminutive size accounts for this, yet he still experienced an increase, which was a fortunate gain of spiritual energy. Upon reflection, Chen Bei's spiritual power had increased by more than fivefold. Previously, he could only vaguely sense the confines of Earth. Now, he could extend his perception to nearby celestial bodies. This was not achieved through ki, but purely through spiritual power, marking a significant advancement in his spiritual realm. Unexpectedly, this moment of relaxation bore such benefits. It seemed he should embrace more moments of tranquility in the future. Chun Bei found solace in this newfound excuse for indulgence, aware that such serendipitous occurrences were rare. Yet, he jested, understanding that life encompasses not only the immediate struggles but also the myriad challenges that lie ahead. Chapter 24. The Room of Spirit and Time. After a prolonged period of idleness, Chen Bei felt it was time to contemplate his future path. At this moment, Son Gohan, perhaps more appropriately referred to as Kakarot, had yet to be born, and the legendary Super Saiyan Broly, of the same age as Wukong, had not yet enjoyed any favorable treatment upon his arrival. It was indeed a pity. With such prodigious talent, Broly was a remarkably well-crafted character in the Dragon Ball universe. However, narrative constraints and his overwhelming potential, coupled with his unfriendly disposition towards the main characters, led to a tragic fate. Had he not perished, the outcome might have resulted in the complete annihilation of the protagonists. Broly's temperament was not inherently malevolent. Rather, he could be considered one of the more amiable Saiyans. Yet, his early life was marred by exile, and his father, Paragus, failed to provide him with genuine guidance. Instead, he cruelly harmed Broly's friends, leading to betrayal from those closest to him, viewing his own son merely as a tool for vengeance. Each of these factors contributed significantly to the distortion of Broly's character. The reasons behind Broly's ferocity were manifold: a lack of mental cultivation, insufficient methods to control his burgeoning power, and the overwhelming strength of his Saiyan lineage, which escalated too rapidly, rendering him susceptible to rage. If he could not master this power, it could ultimately lead to his own destruction. Everything is reciprocal. With an increase in power, a lack of control transforms one into a slave of that very strength, culminating in self-destruction. Chen Bei felt a twinge of sympathy for Broly. He recalled the scene from the movies where Broly succumbed to his fury and killed his own father. Yet, a perplexing question lingered. Given Broly's immense power far surpassed that of Vegeta and Goku, why did he not simply obliterate them? Why engage in prolonged battles instead? If he truly lost control, would he show mercy? Likely, he would have eliminated them without hesitation. Perhaps we should not perceive Dragon Ball merely as a narrative. What if Broly, aware of his propensity for losing control, intentionally held back during his fights with Goku and the others? This is certainly a possibility. Another explanation could lie in the Saiyan tendency to be reckless. Even in his rage, Broly seemed to derive pleasure from toying with his adversaries. The Dragon Ball universe is rife with enigmas. Nevertheless, questions aside, since Chen Bei found himself in this realm, he resolved to observe with his own eyes, listen with his ears, feel with his heart, and traverse the vast expanse of time and space, witnessing countless extraordinary events. Reclining in his chamber, Chun Bei pondered various possibilities. He was uncertain whether such scenarios would manifest in the future. The timeline of many events in Dragon Ball seemed disjointed, perhaps akin to parallel universes. Which timeline was his own remained unclear. Only after defeating Frieza and Cell and reaching the Majin Buu saga would he ascertain the nature of his existence, as the events of GT alluded to Goku's wish for Buu's reincarnation. Absent that, Chen Bei could not be certain. Perhaps he was in the super timeline or another altogether. It is only in moments of leisure that one's mind wanders, as the spirit is most relaxed, allowing for a flood of thoughts to emerge. Chen Bei felt he could no longer remain idle, otherwise his mind might explode. Of course, this was an exaggeration. He was not merely resting, but rather observing the unfolding of the ring world. He had heard the system's notification that the ring world was on the verge of stabilization, at which point he could enter. This period of idleness served a dual purpose. On one hand, it allowed for recuperation. After a spell of training, Chun Bei's strength had significantly increased, yet the monotony of practice could wear on one's spirit. Thus, he took a respite to clear his mind, while simultaneously preparing to transition to the path of immortality. Due to the nature of the ring world, he was not lacking in training resources. However, mastering the immortality technique was time-consuming and required innate talent. Chen Bei was confident in his aptitude, but he needed time. Fortunately, the storyline had yet to commence, and formidable foes had not yet emerged. Although he intended to pursue the path of immortality, Chen Bei had no intention of abandoning his training in Dragon Ball techniques and the evolution of Scion bloodlines. He planned to devise a way to cultivate both simultaneously. As training is about complementing strengths and mitigating weaknesses, he was not one to cling to rigid, conservative beliefs. Moreover, Chen Bei found the transformations of Scions to be quite appealing. While they may not compare to the immortality technique, aesthetics hold their own value. Even if he could not rival it, he still wished to master the art of transformation. One must not forsake the allure of ostentation. Given that the Dragon Ball technique fosters rapid growth and power, Chen Bei had resolved not to relinquish it. He considered creating several training avatars, each possessing independent thought and the ability to train autonomously. This way, he could ensure that time would not be squandered. He would send these avatars to the ring world while his true self focused on Dragon Ball techniques and the Scion lineage. Having formulated such plans, Chen Bei felt prepared. However, he needed to find a new location for his training. If he were to suddenly vanish from the Kai's temple, the Kai would undoubtedly sense it. To avoid attracting undue attention, Chen Bei concluded it was time to change his training venue. What? You wish to enter the room of spirit and time? The Kai exclaimed in astonishment. He was deeply curious about how Chen Bei had become aware of the room, as he had never mentioned it. Could it be Bubbles? That seemed unlikely, for Bubbles would not easily permit others to enter such chambers. How, then, did Chen Bei come to know of it? Are you aware of the purpose of the room of spirit and time? It is not a place to be taken lightly, the Kai continued, choosing not to inquire about how Chen Bei had learned of the room. Your training speed is commendable, and given your youth, there is no need to excessively pursue power. The Kai was reluctant to see Chen Bei take such risks. He sensed that Chen Bei was placing excessive demands upon himself. He had observed Chen Bei's progress over the past few days. From their first encounter, he had realized he could not compete with Chun Bei, and now, after further arduous training, Chen Bei had gained considerable experience in combat and energy manipulation, rendering him nearly invulnerable on Earth. The Kai pondered why Chen Bei, despite his formidable strength, still sought entrance to the room of spirit and time. While it indeed hones one's resolve, the enhancement of strength relies primarily on innate talent and continuous training. Even without entering the room, Chen Bei could undoubtedly continue to advance. Upon hearing the Kai's concerns, Chen Bei paused momentarily before articulating his thoughts. Perhaps our future adversaries will not be confined to this planet. What do you mean? Could you clarify? The Kai suddenly grew anxious, realizing that Chun Bei's thoughts extended beyond what he had anticipated. He was acutely aware that other life forms existed within the universe. As the guardian of Earth, he had the authority to traverse the netherworld, where he had encountered beings whose power vastly exceeded his own. Although they had long since perished, the experience had left an indelible impression on him. A wave of concern washed over him. If extraterrestrial life were to invade Earth, could he truly defend against such a threat? The Kai was cognizant of the existence of the Dragon Balls. Once, there had been a single Dragon Ball, created to benefit humanity. Regrettably, the overuse of the Dragon Balls by humans had led to numerous crises, forcing the Kai to split the Dragon Ball into 7 to mitigate the potential for abuse and unnecessary harm to the Earth. What would happen if the miraculous powers of the Dragon Balls fell into the hands of extraterrestrial beings? The Kai contemplated this dilemma for an extended period, ultimately falling silent. I understand now. Follow me. Without inquiring further, the time chamber was not a forbidden realm. Although he felt a twinge of curiosity regarding how Chen Bei had come to know of its existence, he recognized that everyone harbored their own secrets. Having matured beyond the naivete of youth, he understood that in the world of adults, comprehension suffices. There is no need for excessive discourse. His only hope was that this young man would not bring harm to the Earth. The deity contemplated these thoughts silently, maintaining an impassive expression as he led the way. Eventually, they arrived at the threshold of a chamber, where the deity gestured for Chen Bei to enter. The time chamber has its limitations. Each person is permitted to remain inside for a duration of only 2 years. Should one exceed this time frame, they shall be eternally ensnared within. I urge you to heed this warning, he advised. He added, the air inside is thin, and the temperature varies greatly. If you find it unbearable, do not hesitate to exit. Your sustenance will be prepared by Bobo. If all is well, you may proceed. Nodding in acknowledgement, Chen Bei opened the door and stepped inside with determination. Chapter 25. The transformation of the ring world. Having expressed all that needed to be said, the celestial being refrained from inquiring about matters best left unasked. In his heart, he was as clear as a mirror. He was no longer a match for Chen Bei. What other choices did he have but to acquiesce to Chun Bei's demands? It would be wiser to comply, thereby leaving a favorable impression. Moreover, he had observed Chun Bei and discerned that the latter harbored no ill will towards Earth. As long as Earth remained unharmed, he would not meddle in Chun Bei's affairs. His role as the celestial being of Earth was limited, and his sole responsibility was to safeguard the planet's peace. Once Chun Bei's silhouette vanished beyond the threshold, the celestial being turned and departed, for he had other matters to attend to. Chun Bei traversed the mental time house, passing through a small chamber designated for rest, and emerged outdoors. Was this truly the mental time house? It appeared boundless, yet it felt so spacious. The air was indeed thin, and the temperature fluctuated greatly. However, with his innate ability to thrive in a vacuum, these challenges were trivial. Chen Bei murmured to himself before soaring away from the small chamber. Lacking the ability to traverse dimensional spaces, he feared that if he inadvertently damaged the exit, he would be doomed to an eternal confinement unless he reached the formidable power of Super Saiyan 3. Without further ado, Chen Bei seated himself cross-legged, quietly attuning to the changes within the ring's space. His sole concern was the state of the ring world, as it pertained to his cultivation of the eternal life method. The celestial soil was wondrous. It was not the kind of celestial earth found in the primordial world, but rather fragments birthed from the supreme power of rules that fell from the celestial realm. By absorbing chaotic energy, it could extend indefinitely and continuously generate resources, a treasure coveted by immortals. Above the celestial soil lay the principles of the great Tao. Should one comprehend and internalize these principles, ascending to immortality would not pose a challenge. However, this was a feat beyond the reach of most. Even the absorption of celestial energy was unattainable for many, relegating them to merely absorbing the diluted spiritual energy derived from it. Insufficient strength would result in catastrophic consequences should one recklessly consume potent energy. And attempting to fathom the principles could lead to direct assimilation by those very laws. One should not assume that the mere presence of something grants the ability to wield it. It is akin to standing before a nuclear bomb. Could one truly seize it to obliterate a fortress? Alas, our strength falls short. Even if a nuclear bomb lay before me, I would be powerless to utilize it, though I would be tempted to try. Chun Bei, too, faced a similar predicament. The density of celestial energy could easily overwhelm him. For now, he could only patiently await the discovery of an energy node. Although the celestial soil could extend indefinitely, it required time and chaotic energy as sustenance. Chun Bei sought an energy node where chaotic energy transformed into celestial energy, which in turn became spiritual energy. Only there could he securely absorb the energy that seeped from the celestial soil. Presently, Chen Bei had embarked on this quest, his consciousness traversing the world within the ring. Though he was the master of the ring, he lacked the strength to imprint his soul upon such an expansive realm. Fortuitously, due to the celestial soil being a reward from the system, it bore Chen Bei's mark from the outset. Thus, while it required considerable effort to control, he was not entirely devoid of command. Through persistent searching, he ultimately discovered a small world. How vast had the ring world become? It had evolved from an original storage space of 10,000 by 10,000 by 10,000 into a realm without discernible boundaries. The ring world had now manifested sun, moon, mountains, and rivers with landmass equivalent to several hundred Earths. The terrain was interspersed with rivers, mountains, lakes, and oceans resembling a normal world. Save for the peculiar sizes and shapes of the trees, the occasional appearance of wondrous creatures, and the ethereal lights of immortals, one could almost perceive it as another Earth, albeit vastly larger. The entire realm size was roughly comparable to that of a solar system, though its usable area remained limited. Chen Bei, unable to directly absorb celestial energy, found himself within a small world formed at a convergence of spaces. This was a locale where the transition of chaotic energy to celestial energy was inadequately executed. The space was unstable, at risk of being consumed by the celestial soil world, yet it belonged to Chen Bei's ring world, allowing him entry. This small world had developed land, mountains, and vegetation, albeit on a much smaller scale, approximately 1/10 the size of Earth, sufficient for his needs. Regarding storage, Chen Bei found that the original storage space remained intact, that which was unbound by time and space persisted, likely due to a barrier established by the system, preventing the celestial soil from engulfing this space. Remarkably, this space had begun to absorb the power of rules from the celestial soil world, expanding in size to nearly that of Earth, an unexpected delight. Nevertheless, the situation was not without its challenges. Chun Bei currently could not access the celestial soil world due to the overwhelming density of energy therein, if circumstances permitted. He aspired to elevate his strength to at least the realm of Super Saiyan, at which point he would create a world suitable for his habitation. His world would be eternal, for he yearned to escape the confines of such a miniature world, perpetually at risk of being devoured and destroyed, an existence fraught with danger. When the time came, he envisioned constructing this world within the dimensional space of the ring world, or perhaps within his own body, though he pondered whether such a feat would be achievable. Having contemplated these matters, Chen Bei prepared himself and summoned a doppelganger. A doppelganger differs from a mere clone. It possesses independence. This doppelganger was forged from a portion of his laws, soul, and blood essence, amalgamating the supreme techniques of the Great Blood Essence technique and the Great Soul technique, refined by the system. By severing this portion, Chen Bei would lose that capability until the doppelganger completed its cultivation and returned to the original body, at which point the accumulated power would lead to significant advancements. This doppelganger was an entire entity, capable of normal reproduction. Furthermore, upon his original body's demise, the doppelganger would be resurrected through the Great Causality technique, effectively becoming another Chen Bei. Most importantly, aside from shared memories, innate talents remained intact, with no loss of abilities. Should Chen Bei reclaim the severed portion of his soul, memories, and techniques, he would regain his former prowess. Once the doppelganger's training was complete, the two would merge, and the power cultivated by the doppelganger would augment that of the original body. At that moment, Chen Bei could hardly fathom the magnitude of his potential enhancement. Chapter 26, signing in at the Spirit Time House as he gazed upon his avatar. Clad in attire reminiscent of Chun Bei, yet distinct in hue, Chun Bei donned a pristine, white martial arts uniform, while the avatar was shrouded in black. He found himself pondering the underlying reasons for such differences. Chen Bei's comprehension of the clone technique remained superficial. He had only recently acquired it. The clones he summoned were products of specific methodologies within the technique. Yet he struggled with many nuances, for the power of this art was indeed formidable, although blessed with a talent for comprehension akin to divine insight. Chen Bei had never engaged with such practices before, relying solely on his own exploration, while his innate aptitude afforded him certain advantages. The absence of a proficient mentor meant his progress was gradual. Furthermore, the clone technique, despite its seemingly straightforward name, was a synthesis of vast cosmic energies, brimming with intricate information. Despite having assimilated this knowledge, Chen Bei was unable to grasp it all at once. True invincibility is not merely a matter of words. The realization of any aspiration necessitates diligent effort. At present, Chen Bei felt that merely being able to utilize the clone technique at a basic level sufficed. This technique served as a tool to expedite his cultivation and rectify his deficiencies. Unlike previous clones that emerged silent, this avatar regarded Chen Bei with an amused grin. My original, you are truly lacking. To produce me with such meager strength is quite disappointing, the dark-clad avatar remarked with a hint of derision, before stepping behind Chen Bei and reaching out to touch his tail. By the way, your tail is rather impressive. Too bad I am but a severed fragment and cannot possess such abilities. While my talent remains intact, I regret not having a tail myself. The avatar lamented before continuing. It's your fault for being so weak. You couldn't even create a complete clone. I wish I could experience the transformation into a Super Saiyan. Chen Bei, rendered speechless by the avatar's remarks, swatted away the hand that had touched his tail and turned to face it directly. You are quite ungracious. If my strength were sufficient, I wouldn't need you at all. I would have ventured out on my own long ago. Chen Bei offered no kindness in return, confronting the avatar directly. After all, they were of one essence, and he had no concerns about the avatar's intentions. He understood his own character well, while there might be minor differences. Their overall disposition remained largely aligned. I am merely motivating you. No need to get worked up. Currently, my strength is abysmal, and you, stingy as you are, simply produced a clone without imparting any techniques or experiences. Aside from my foundational talents, I possess nothing else. Moreover, I am but a novice warrior, truly vexing. Could you not spare a bit more energy during the split? I can't even fly. The avatar expressed its discontent, echoing the truth that Chen Bei had hastily severed a mere fragment, leaving it akin to an inexperienced novice. Aside from sharing memories with Chen Bei, it had to relearn all techniques and skills from scratch, lacking the system's direct infusion of knowledge, thus requiring additional effort. Thankfully, its innate talent remained intact. Otherwise, it would struggle immensely to learn anything. Strength must be earned through one's own efforts. Do not dwell on minor details. Moreover, I do not intend for you to cultivate the powers of the Dragon Ball realm. Focus instead on mastering the Eternal Life technique. It far surpasses the Dragon Ball methods. Were it not for my time constraints, I would not have bothered to assist you. Chen Bei disregarded the avatar's words, aware that, for now, it lacked the strength to challenge him. By the way, since you are now separated, I shall bestow upon you a name. Henceforth, you shall be called Chun Nan. A fine name, wouldn't you agree? We can even exchange accounts later. Chun Bei cheerfully shared his thoughts, directly naming the avatar. Am I to refuse? The avatar rolled its eyes, accepting the name with a resigned expression. If only we could reinforce this space. The environment here is quite pleasant, mountains, water, and forests, but alas, my power is insufficient. The black-clad avatar, now referred to as Chun Nan, had resolved to dwell in this realm. Despite its instability, it seemed sustainable for a time. Practicing here should pose no issues, and in the future, they could devise ways to enhance the space. Chun Bei shared this sentiment. He and the avatar were in sync, albeit with slight personality variations. The avatar had directly inherited Chen Bei's penchant for mischief, adopting a somewhat erratic and carefree demeanor. Thus, they exchanged thoughts and shared learning experiences. And eventually, the avatar grasped the fundamentals of the Eternal Life Sutra, officially embarking on its path of cultivation. If it continued to practice diligently within this miniature world, abundant in spiritual energy, reaching the realm of eternal life should indeed be attainable. After exchanging further instructions and acquiring resources from the system to bestow upon Chen Nan, Chen Bei departed from the small world. Both understood their respective roles. Lingering there served no purpose, and it was better for the avatar to focus on its cultivation. The avatar's primary function was to train independently, unrestrained in enhancing its strength, while also cultivating unique insights, potentially even developing extraordinary abilities or skills. Aside from being a reflection of Chen Bei, the avatar was essentially an autonomous entity. Once the avatar attained a certain level of power, it could return to Chen Bei's body, allowing their strengths to merge, effectively doubling their cultivation time. This did not even account for the insights and experiences gained during training. Considering these factors, Chen Bei's eventual advancement would be formidable. Thus began Chen Bei's journey into the Eternal Life technique, with the burdens of effort resting upon the avatar. Upon exiting the small world, Chun Bei reappeared within the Spirit Time House. Suddenly, it dawned upon him that this place was also a unique location. Could he perhaps attempt to register his presence here? With resolve, he silently intoned the word "sign in." At that moment, a notification from the system resonated in response. Chapter 27, Stabilization Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing into the Spirit Time House, receiving rewards. Fragment of the Temporal Law X1, Temporal Ring X1, Temporal Technique, and Grand World Technique. The fragment of the Temporal Law is a derivative of the Temporal Law, not a sign of its destruction. It possesses extraordinary temporal power, and comprehending this fragment can enhance one's mastery over the Temporal Law. The Temporal Ring, forged from temporal energy, allows the bearer to penetrate spatial barriers or merge worlds. This ring can be further upgraded through temporal power, theoretically allowing for infinite growth, making it an essential tool for plunderers. The temporal technique is a method for cultivating the temporal law. Although the temporal law is omnipresent, most individuals cannot perceive it, let alone refine it. Only through certain special methods can one condense temporal energy and gain control over time and space. The temporal technique is one such method. The Grand World Technique. One of the myriad pathways of divine abilities is a creation technique that, when perfected, can spawn countless worlds with a mere thought. In battle, it can wield the power of worlds to suppress foes, endowed with unparalleled might. While the rewards may not be numerous, they are all related to time and space, and one of them is among the myriad pathways of divine abilities. Though few, these rewards are exquisite, and most importantly, they all contribute to stabilizing the world. The temporal ring can be placed within the avatar's small world, alleviating concerns of sudden destruction during cultivation. At that moment, one could simply inform the avatar and hand over the fragment of the temporal law for them to ponder, as there is insufficient energy to do so oneself. As Chun Bei contemplated, he collected the rewards and returned to the world ring. Meanwhile, the avatar Chun Nan was deep in thought about his cultivation. He felt it essential to solidify his foundation first. He had just attempted to operate the Eternal Secret Tome, and due to his innate talent and the abundance of spiritual energy in the small world, he was on the verge of breaking through the corporeal realm. With only insights remaining, just as Chen Nan mulled over these matters, Chen Bei appeared behind him. Startled, Chen Nan turned around and nearly jumped out of his skin, excitement propelling him to his feet. Why didn't you announce your return? You nearly scared me to death. Chen Nan cast a resentful glance at his original self, who had approached unnoticed, lost in his own thoughts. After all, who stands behind someone for no reason? Let us not focus on such trivialities, Chun Bei chuckled, attempting to change the subject. Besides, who else could enter here apart from me? You can rest assured. Moreover, I have brought you something special. You wish to reside in this small world, and now you can do so with confidence. I have discovered a method to stabilize the space. Chen Nan was taken aback by this revelation. It hadn't been long since his original self had ventured out. Yet he had returned with a solution for stabilizing the space, leaving him perplexed. After a moment of contemplation, he recalled that his original self possessed a system. You didn't sign in at the Spirit Time House, did you? Your luck is indeed remarkable. Hurry and bring out the items. I can hardly wait. Absolutely. This is a trivial matter, Chun Bei replied, producing the temporal ring. A black-gray ring materialized in his hand. Although its color was somber, it possessed a translucent quality, with mist swirling within and occasionally emitting a soft glow, exuding an air of mystery. This is it, the temporal ring. I want to elaborate on its specific functions. Simply observe my usage, and I shall impart the methods to you shortly. Without further ado, Chen Bei infused the ring with a substantial amount of energy. As the temporal ring absorbed the energy, its size rapidly expanded, soon resembling a small mountain. However, upon reaching a certain threshold, it ceased to grow, as the energy was insufficient to support further expansion. Thus, the temporal ring hovered above Chen Bei and his avatar, radiating a brilliant light. Chen Bei halted the energy infusion and, using his mental prowess, manipulated the temporal ring. Since it had already acknowledged its master, controlling it proved relatively straightforward. He guided the ring to begin merging with the surrounding space. Once the temporal ring absorbed the small world, it would transform into a stable space. Due to the unique nature of the temporal ring, it would not affect the world itself but would directly merge with the space where the small world resided, knowledge gleaned through the system. The temporal ring serves as a link, connecting time and space, inclusive of such small worlds. Once the temporal ring successfully established a connection between the small world and the ring world, it would stabilize this link, preventing spatial collapse. The temporal ring is akin to a doorway. While it separates the two worlds, it retains a passage for traversal. Thus, the small world now exists as a secret realm. With the small world issue resolved, Chen Bei no longer felt urgency for other tasks. He invited his avatar to join him in cultivation, simultaneously imparting various skills and techniques. Days passed, and at last, all knowledge was transferred to the avatar. Although the avatar retained Chen Bei's memories, he had not practiced these techniques before. Furthermore, the recently acquired temporal technique and grand world technique could not be learned directly. They required gradual exploration, which demanded time. Chen Bei was not in a hurry, teaching only the foundational elements to the avatar. In the future, once his strength had grown, and he perfected the duplication technique, he could enhance the avatar. At that point, even if he severed that portion, all abilities would remain intact, alleviating current complexities. Once more summoning the system, Chen Bei began to assess his attributes. Ding. Successfully opened the attribute panel. Host, Chen Bei race, human. Any being who is cultivated into a congenital Dao body is considered human. The human race pertains to humanoid congenital Dao body beings. Due to the vast diversity within the human race, further subdivision is unnecessary. Bloodline, scion, note, race and bloodline are distinct. Specifics depend on individual interpretation. Combat power, 5688 realm, divine transformation skills, spiritual eye, X-ray vision, mental explosion, mental piercing, memory retrieval, mental pressure, monkey fist, hole punch wave. Rebirth technique, Dragon Ball creation, divine speech, telepathy, empathy, limb regrowth. Duplication technique, demon sealing wave, demon flash, instant transmission. Divine techniques, fragment of great destiny technique X1. Great acupoint technique, great blood soul technique, eternal secret tome, methods of planting divine beings, great faith technique, great wish technique, great sealing technique, great universal technique, grand world technique. Temporal technique, talents, divine level comprehension, photographic memory, illusion immunity, indomitable will, vacuum survival, creation special abilities, dragon god power, breath of nature, vital energy affinity items, ring world. Super divine water X2, divine beans X99, nimbus cloud X2, temporal ring, universal key. Chapter 28, transformation into the great ape upon emerging from the small world. Chen Bei was reminded of his innate talent for creation. He realized that the food and shelter he had exchanged with the system previously seemed to have been squandered. A wave of silence washed over him as he lowered his head, lost in contemplation. How foolish I am, if only I had known. But it's in the past now. There's no need to dwell on past bravado. Fortunately, the system only requires equivalent exchanges, so nothing has truly been wasted. I merely spent a bit more time, or else I would have been left in a precarious situation. In the small world, Chun Bei had expended some of his stored fish and invested time in gathering timber, stones, and other insignificant materials to exchange for resources for his avatar. As for cultivation resources, he deemed them unnecessary. He lacked neither techniques nor skills, and the small world was abundant in energy. As long as his avatar didn't starve, that was sufficient. Avatar. What if the avatar were aware of the main body as thoughts? It would likely feel the urge to give Chen Bei a sound thrashing. Much like the previous battle avatars. After emerging, Chen Bei chose not to dwell on the avatar's matters, shifting his focus instead to his cultivation. I shall leave the eternal life technique to the avatar. My priority now is to master the Dragon Ball technique and enhance my strength. I can't shake the feeling of insecurity otherwise. Chun Bei mused. With over 5,000 battle power, coupled with my formidable mental prowess and various unique techniques, I believe I could contend against foes with battle powers of 10,000, or even make a timely retreat if necessary. Yet, I still feel somewhat lacking. I recall Vegeta, who was born with a battle power of around 1,000 or 2,000. When he first arrived on Earth, his battle power was 18,000, while Goku, having just returned from training, had only about 5,000 or 6,000. Nappa boasted around 8,000, which means my current battle power merely matches Goku's upon his return from King Kai's realm. However, should Chun Bei face Goku from that era, he believed he would prevail without issue, given his additional abilities beyond mere ki, including a formidable mental force and the 3,000 paths of divine powers. Even Nappa and Vegeta likely wouldn't stand a chance against him. With the ability to instantaneously traverse space, Chen Bei would find himself in an invulnerable position. Moreover, with the unique skills of his golden eyes that directly target the soul, he might even pose a challenge to Frieza. Unless someone possessed a mental force vastly superior to his, they would be susceptible to the effects of his golden eyes. Though he had faced numerous challenges recently, his battle power had improved. However, the notion of suddenly increasing it by tens of thousands seemed a tad fanciful. Chen Bei reflected on the characters from the original story, noting how Goku and his companions often experienced meteoric rises in power at critical moments. Yet, he did not overlook the fact that they had been diligently honing their skills. Goku had never ceased his training since he first embraced martial arts. From the moment Goku encountered the martial way, he remained in constant pursuit of growth, especially following his transformation into a Super Saiyan. He relentlessly explored higher realms of power, continuously advancing along that path. Even the proud and exceptionally gifted Prince of the Saiyans, Vegeta, found himself humbled, tirelessly chasing Goku's tail. Yet, now that Chen Bei had arrived in this world, he could not afford to be a timid turtle. He must take control of his fate. He understood well that without transcending the cosmic rules, he risked being effortlessly erased by the Omni King with a mere wave of his hand. Assuming this timeline housed the Omni King and angels, or that they were aware of Chen Bei's presence as an outsider. However, with the influence of the Great Fate technique, albeit incomplete, he was confident that he would not be easily discerned. As long as he did not act recklessly, he should be safe. Clenching his fist, Chen Bei unleashed a powerful wave of ki in front of him. After a vigorous session of punching and kicking to warm up, he was ready to commence his training for the day. Taking a deep breath, he began to gather energy and then separated a clone from himself. At this point, Chen Bei no longer needed to resort to brawling methods. Instead, he required more refined control and a deeper understanding of his mental state. Additionally, he sought something that could enhance his explosive power, such as transformation. Being a battle clone, its strength and abilities were equivalent to Chun Bei's, though certain exclusive items, like the World Ring and Time-Space Ring, were not interchangeable. Now, Chun Bei prepared to experiment with the Saiyan transformation under a full moon. He wondered if it would indeed grant him a tenfold increase in power as described in the original story. Yet, he surmised that such an increase was plausible. Otherwise, Goku would never have inadvertently crushed his grandfather, given that Goku's power at birth was merely 2. Furthermore, The credibility of Vegeta's claim regarding the tenfold increase in battle power was bolstered by his prideful nature, which made it unlikely for him to fabricate such a statement. Nevertheless, mere conjecture would not suffice. One must test the theory. Much like in relationships, one can only ascertain compatibility through experience. Confident in his ability to control the transformation into a great ape, Chen Bei recalled that upon first obtaining his scion bloodline, his battle power surged by nearly 1,000 points, placing him at a level comparable to that of a high-tier warrior. Moreover, his mental strength was sufficiently robust, alleviating any concerns. To ensure success, he had even created a clone to undergo the transformation first while he observed. Recalling Vegeta's words upon arriving on Earth, he remembered that scion eyes react to the absorption of 17 million hertz of blood waves, and only a select few scions could generate a manufactured full moon of such frequency. Vegeta also mentioned that by mixing Earth's oxygen with energy, they could create a full moon. Chen Bei resolved to conduct an experiment to verify this claim. With that thought, he began to gather energy in his palm. For Chen Bei, creating such an energy sphere was effortless. Even mixing in oxygen was a simple task, given his formidable mental prowess. However, due to the thin oxygen levels in the hyperbolic time chamber, it required some effort to collect. After a while, Chen Bei successfully condensed a dazzling white energy sphere in his palm. This operation had consumed nearly half of his ki, an alarming toll. Fortunately, he had senza beans on hand and quickly consumed one, replenishing his energy. He tossed the luminous sphere into the sky, where it unleashed a brilliant wave of light. This was the blood's wave. Instructing his clone to monitor the sphere, he himself focused on the clone, striving to avoid looking upward. The clone understood Chun Bei's intention and gazed at the artificial moon above. Soon after, the clone's heart began to race, and its eyes transformed, the pupils gradually vanishing. In mere moments, thick fur sprouted across its body, and its frame began to swell. With a thunderous roar, the clone transformed into the great ape, its massive feet crashing down onto the ground. The transformed great ape pounded its chest vigorously, showcasing its might, and let out a few mighty roars into the sky. Chapter 29. The terrifying power of the great ape. The doppelganger transformed into a colossal ape, letting out a fierce roar. After a while, it finally acclimated to its sudden surge in power and fell silent. Chun Bei unleashed a ki blast towards the doppelganger, a projectile he had casually conjured. Yet it was potent enough to effortlessly annihilate beings with combat prowess of 2,000 to 3,000. The ki blast soared swiftly, poised to strike the giant ape. However, the doppelganger showed no inclination to evade, allowing the ki blast to hit it directly. A resounding explosion echoed as the ki blast connected, enveloping the doppelganger in a cloud of smoke. After being struck, the doppelganger remained utterly motionless, not even glancing at the point of impact. As the smoke dissipated, revealing the area of impact, its shoulder, Chen Bei was astonished to see that it bore no marks whatsoever, as if the ki blast had merely collided with thin air. Is your main body faltering? Have you forgotten to eat? The doppelganger taunted without mincing words. Indeed, it seems I have neglected my meals, Chun Bei mused, choosing not to dwell on the doppelganger's remarks. Instead, he solemnly assessed the power that had surged with the transformation into the great ape. The strength was undeniably formidable. Even he would hesitate to confront such a ki blast haphazardly. Though he might not suffer severe injury upon being struck, minor wounds were unavoidable. He had not anticipated such a significant enhancement in power from the transformation, though the sheer size was daunting. Gazing at the towering figure before him, reminiscent of a 3- or 4-story building, he remarked, moreover, the weaknesses have become more pronounced. Although the transformation into a great ape resulted in a clear amplification of strength, the scion's reliance on their tail was a critical vulnerability. If severed, they would revert to their original form. As the body expanded, so too did the tail, thereby exposing a glaring weakness. Those unfamiliar with the scion race would not recognize the tail as a point of vulnerability. However, for those well-versed in their kind, or when facing other scions, this flaw would be magnified, becoming a target for attack. While there were drawbacks to the great ape transformation, the enhancement of power was indisputable. Regrettably, Chen Bei found himself unable to directly gauge the extent of the opponent's strength. Contemplating this, he called upon the system. System, can I directly assess another's strength? While I am aware of their formidable prowess, lacking specific values makes it rather cumbersome. The system had once again become Chun Bei's devoted aide. Beep. System activation of detection function complete. Capable of identifying opponent's identity and specific strength. Results are contingent upon the host's own power. After delivering this message, the system lapsed into silence, ignoring Chen Bei's further inquiries. Excellent. Truly a reliable system, so convenient and efficient, Chen Bei exclaimed, a broad smile illuminating his face. System. Initiate detection. Beep. Detection successful. Identity. Doppelganger. Main body. Chen Bei. Combat power. 56880, currently diminishing. Race. Human. Bloodline. Scion. The results were straightforward and succinct, merely detailing identity, combat power, race, and bloodline. Some specific exploration details were concealed, yet Chun Bei could access them if he desired. Indeed, tenfold. The combat power escalated from 5688 to 56,880, neither excessive nor insufficient, he remarked to the doppelganger. Let us engage in combat. Previously, I had only summoned doppelgangers with equal power to mine, but now that you can transform into a great ape, you should be able to exert sufficient pressure on me. Having spoken, he readied himself for battle, remaining vigilant against the doppelganger's impending assault. He was all too aware of the doppelganger's tendencies, unpredictable and fond of ambushes. In recent times, Chen Bei had suffered greatly at the hands of his doppelgangers. However, it was not entirely their fault. Their personalities were fundamentally shaped by Chen Bei's own. Inheriting his cunning nature, the doppelganger, well aware of Chen Bei's thoughts, refrained from further words, swiftly appearing before him. With a clap of its hands, it aimed to trap Chen Bei between them. In a flash, Chen Bei evaded the doppelganger's attack, positioning himself above it, and delivered a powerful kick aimed at its neck. Yet, the doppelganger was unyielding, turning swiftly to counter with a slap. Smack! Chen Bei was forcefully sent flying, crashing onto the distant ground. Struggling momentarily, he finally managed to rise to his feet. Goodness, is its strength truly that monstrous? A single slap has rendered me like this. Chen Bei couldn't help but scoff, recognizing that even though it was his own doppelganger, the blows were merciless. The tenfold increase in combat power was no jest. A single key blast from the doppelganger could likely obliterate him. Unfazed, the doppelganger rapidly repositioned, raising its hand once more to strike down upon Chen Bei. Bang! The doppelganger's palm was met with resistance as Chen Bei struggled to hold back the immense force, the ground beneath him fracturing under the strain. In an instant, the doppelganger intensified its pressure, and Chen Bei felt as though he might crumble under the weight. With a powerful push, he leapt backward, escaping the range of the impending blow. Boom! The doppelganger's palm crashed into the ground, causing bricks to shatter and leaving a deep imprint on the earth. Chen Bei, grappling with the overwhelming pressure, took several deep breaths to alleviate the ache coursing through his body. In that moment, fueled by his indomitable will, his strength began to rise gradually. His combat power surged from 5688 to 5788 and continued to climb. This is beyond what an ordinary person could withstand. I feel as though my body might disintegrate, Chen Bei exclaimed with difficulty. Yet, he refused to squander this invaluable opportunity for growth, swallowing a recovery bean, instantly restoring his vitality. Observing the main body's actions, the doppelganger couldn't help but chuckle, realizing that the main body had become somewhat of a masochist. It seemed it would indulge this need by delivering a proper thrashing. At this juncture, the doppelganger's strength had diminished slightly due to the nature of Chun Bei's energy manipulation. Without an established energy transfer link, the doppelganger's energy reserves would deplete with use, unable to replenish itself as a manifestation could. The doppelganger's combat power had dropped from 56,880 to 56,800, a decrease of 80 points. While not significant, it nonetheless indicated a decline. Should the doppelganger utilize high-explosive techniques, the energy expenditure would accelerate even further, highlighting the inherent flaw of combat doppelgangers. Unless Chen Bei forged an energy link with the doppelganger, it would drain his own energy reserves. If he summoned too many doppelgangers, he risked exhausting himself, leaving him vulnerable to foes. Without powerful recovery abilities or a constant supply of recovery beans, Chen Bei was unlikely to opt for such a high-consumption strategy. Chapter 30. The ongoing battle. Breakthrough. Despite the diminishing strength of his doppelganger, Chen Bei remained outmatched. After several rounds of engagement, he found it increasingly difficult to endure. Every attempt to block the doppelganger's attacks drained tremendous physical stamina and energy. This was merely a casual strike from the doppelganger. Had it not been for the restraint in its power, Chun Bei would have likely succumbed long ago. If Chun Bei were to transform into a great ape, he could easily withstand the onslaught, perhaps even turn the tide. However, he believed that against formidable opponents, such transformations would prove ineffective, as their vulnerabilities were too apparent. Presently, he lacked the capability to become a Super Saiyan, and facing adversaries with vastly superior strength posed a significant risk to his survival. At this moment, should Chun Bei wish to strike at the doppelganger's tail, he could easily do so by utilizing instant transmission to appear behind it. Yet, he refrained from taking such action. For the doppelganger was not his enemy. His goal was to enhance his own strength rather than to secure victory. If he could not withstand even this minor pressure, what right did he have to stand before the gods? What justification did he possess to claim transcendence? Without sufficient pressure, there could be no substantial motivation. In a mere moment, Chun Bei's combat power surged nearly 1,000 points, rising from 5688 to 6800. This rapid enhancement was a direct result of the overwhelming power exerted by the doppelganger. Each time Chun Bei resisted its attacks, he expended all his energy, only to replenish it with the mystical beans, leading to swift growth in strength. The innate talent of Indomitable will allow Chun Bei's power to escalate rapidly under immense pressure. Previously, even when confronted by 5 doppelgangers, he had merely been flustered at first, as their strength was comparable to his own, making it relatively easy for him to withstand their assaults. Thus, the battles at that time did not impose significant stress upon him. His growth in strength stemmed from the Scion bloodline's ability to become stronger after sustaining injuries, as well as his indomitable will, though the increments were not particularly substantial. However, in relative terms, in less than a month, Chun Bei had transformed from an ordinary individual into a martial artist with a combat power exceeding 5 to 6,000, a remarkable increase in strength by several thousand times. In contrast, Goku and Krillin had toiled for years to achieve only a few hundred points of enhancement, despite encountering numerous perils and pressures comparable to his own. The disparity in talent was evident. Chun Bei's comparisons were limited to the later stages of Dragon Ball warriors, where their power escalated by the millions. Thus, his few thousand points appeared insignificant. Huff, huff. Chun Bei gasped heavily, having just withstood another strike from the doppelganger, feeling as though his very being was on the verge of collapse. Smack. With insufficient evasion, Chun Bei was once more sent flying by a powerful slap, crashing heavily onto the distant ground. A searing pain coursed through his body, and trembling, he struggled to rise. The entire process consumed considerable time. Yet the doppelganger refrained from further attacks, its purpose solely to apply pressure on the original, rather than to inflict harm on Chun Bei. Ugh, cough, spit. A muffled groan escaped him as searing pains surged within, forcing a mouthful of congealed blood up his throat, which he could no longer suppress. After a harsh cough, he expelled the vile substance. Cough, cough, cough. Truly, its strength is overwhelming. I cannot withstand it at all. And without those extraordinary skills at my disposal, must I truly transform into a great ape? Chun Bei stood, his figure hunched, arms hanging limply, as if his very body were disassembled. Indeed, he still lacked those explosive skills. Aside from the great ape transformation, he had no other means of enhancing his power. If only he possessed a technique akin to the Kaioken, enduring this constant barrage was utterly tormenting. Chun Bei could not help but lament. After consuming another mystical being, he finally regained his composure, his body swiftly restoring to its former state, strength returning as he stood tall once more, gazing at the doppelganger before him. Prepared for battle again, he awaited the doppelganger's next assault. The doppelganger, receiving the signal, swiftly responded, appearing before Chun Bei in an instant. With hands clasped together, it swung downwards like a giant hammer, poised to strike. Seeing such a ferocious attack, Chun Bei dared not take it head-on and swiftly dodged to the right. With a resounding crash, the ground shattered once more, forming a deep crater. Observing this powerful blow, Chun Bei had no intention of confronting it directly. He could only rely on his smaller form to evade. The doppelganger attacked him repeatedly, yet Chun Bei narrowly avoided each strike. Indeed, lacking explosive means, he was unable to utilize mental techniques against his own doppelganger, so he focused on enhancing his agility, mysterious infinite movement. In that moment, Chun Bei moved like a fish in water. Whenever the doppelganger aimed to strike, he would evade just in time. His agility finally reached a breakthrough during this continuous exchange. As the relentless attacks persisted, Chun Bei's movements became increasingly fluid. They continued this dance for several hours until the doppelganger's energy was nearly depleted. Only then did they finally pause. Truly impressive, the original has seen such a surge in power. However, my energy is nearly exhausted. I can no longer accompany you in this practice. The doppelganger spoke before dissipating into particles, leaving Chun Bei with little time to respond. Thank you. Gazing at the space where the doppelganger had vanished, Chen Bei silently expressed gratitude, perhaps not solely to the doppelganger. The transformation he experienced was inextricably linked to the system's assistance. He remained unaware of the true nature of the system, but its strength was undeniable. There was no reason for him to harbor doubts. What could he possibly gain from his former self? Concluding today's training, Chen Bei turned, confirming the direction from which he had come, and flew back to the hyperbolic time chamber, ready for a well-deserved rest. Chapter 31. The Art of Immortality Within the Confines of a Miniature World. The avatar of Chun Nan diligently practiced the techniques inscribed in the secret tome of immortality, channeling and absorbing the ethereal energies that pervaded the air. As he continued to execute the methods of his practice, a vortex began to coalesce around him, drawing in spiritual energy which he absorbed into his being. In the external world, such a spectacle would be virtually imperceptible, as the concentration of spiritual energy there pales in comparison to that found within this small realm. As Chun Nan cultivated the secret tome of immortality, he guided the influx of spiritual energy into his dantian, allowing it to coalesce autonomously. Within his dantian, a rapidly whirling cyclone emerged, formed entirely from this gathered energy. As long as he engaged in his practice, absorbing spiritual energy, this cyclone would continue to spin, simultaneously drawing in energy while filtering out impurities. Indeed, it is true that spiritual energy carries impurities. Upon its formation, exposure to the air inevitably results in the introduction of such contaminants. The quality of the spiritual energy is directly proportional to the amount of impurities it harbors. Higher quality energy contains fewer impurities, whereas lower quality energy is burdened with more. The superior quality of spiritual energy signifies a greater capacity for absorption and refinement, leading to increased efficiency and reduced time spent in purging impurities. This is why many practitioners seek locations abundant in spiritual energy. The energy in such places is of higher quality and contains fewer impurities. In the modern world, even the air is tainted, rendering the pursuit of higher quality spiritual energy almost futile in an age of decline. In contrast, Chen Nan's cultivation in this rich reservoir of spiritual energy allowed him to advance with astonishing rapidity, having transcended to the realm of divine transformation and cultivated his magical prowess. Chen Nan owed his progress to both the secret tome of immortality and the abundant spiritual energy surrounding him. While the tome may lack other extraordinary abilities, it possesses a unique advantage in the absorption and refinement of energy. Its paramount function is to assimilate and refine any form of energy, thus maximizing absorption and efficiency, naturally expediting the cultivation process. Chun Nan had leapt directly from the realm of martial arts to the domain of divine arts. A remarkable transformation indeed. It is noteworthy that prior to his division from the original self, he was an inconsequential figure devoid of strength. In less than a day's time, he had ascended to such heights. Now, with the ability to fly unassisted and forge magical artifacts and elixirs, Chen Nan anticipated an even more. Chapter 32. Success. As energy continuously flows into the various acupoints, the previously blocked points gradually begin to open, connecting with the meridians of the body to form a unique cycle. Upon reaching adulthood, many acupoints have already closed. What Chen Bei is currently undertaking is the reactivation of these dormant points. Each acupoint can be regarded as a dantian, albeit more challenging to develop and less convenient than the dantian itself. Moreover, activating them can be hindered by various blockages in both the acupoints and meridians, leading to difficulties in energy utilization. Ordinary individuals would find such feats unattainable, but those who practice the great acupoint technique experience a different reality. This technique enables the development and utilization of each acupoint, allowing them to be interconnected. Once all acupoints in the body are opened, a transformation occurs, accelerating the cultivation speed and enabling a state of purity and the reversal of congenital limitations. The acupoints most easily developed in the human body include the eyes, nose, mouth, and ears, as these are frequently used and thus less prone to blockage, making them easier to cultivate. Previously, Chun Bei focused on cultivating the acupoints around the eyes, benefiting from the enhancement of the golden eyes, which indeed expedited his progress. However, Chun Nan has a different intention. Unlike his counterpart, he seeks to enhance his strength primarily for the sake of power rather than combat. While the acupoints around the eyes significantly aid in battle and learning, they fall short in terms of cultivation. What Chun Nan requires are acupoints that can facilitate rapid growth and strength, accelerating his cultivation and fostering quicker development. For instance, by expanding the dantian, one can naturally store more energy, leading to swifter enhancements and prolonged endurance in combat. However, the human body possesses multiple dantians, categorized into upper, middle, and lower. The upper dantian is located at the center of the forehead, serving as the pinnacle of the dantians, the command center of the body, the core of the soul, and the source of mental power. The middle dantian is situated beneath the heart and above the kidneys, at the location of the zhong point, serving as the core of qi within the body. The lower dantian is approximately 3 inches below the navel, known as the sea of qi, the repository of life, the convergence of yin and yang, and the root of the 12 meridians. The upper dantian is also referred to as the root of essence, while the lower dantian is known as the root of life. The merging of essence and life enables the cultivation of true power, refining the spirit and returning to the void. The upper and lower dantians can create a unique microcosmic orbit, allowing for a ceaseless flow of energy. Currently, Chen Nan aims to develop the lower dantian. Due to its unique characteristics, the most effective method for its development is through the merging of yin and yang, also known as dual cultivation. Of course, if one lacks a partner, there are alternative methods to cultivate the lower dantian, such as drawing in the essence of the morning sun and exhaling the spirit of the moon at night. This practice is referred to as inhaling and exhaling the energies of the sun and moon, achieving the goal of yin-yang integration. The energies of the sun and moon merely represent one form of yin-yang energy. It is not to say that only these energies can be utilized for cultivating the lower dantian. In truth, any spiritual energy that aligns with the properties of yin and yang can achieve the same purpose. The energy from the dragon pearl, being a pure form of energy, lacks the effects of yin and yang and thus cannot be used for the cultivation of these special acupoints. However, within the small world, various energies of different attributes exist, such as the ordinary 5 elemental energies, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, as well as unique forms like wind, thunder, and ice. With the availability of these spiritual energies, Chen Nan has no difficulty cultivating the acupoints of the dantian. Furthermore, the quality of these energies is exceptional, capable of cleansing the physical body, purifying the spirit, and alleviating the pain Chen Nan experiences during the practice of the great acupoint technique. Thus, Chen Nan consciously guides the fire and water energies to infuse the lower dantian. In this process, the fire and water energies do not merge harmoniously. Rather, they vigorously repel each other. This is due to Chen Nan's inability to find a balance between the two energies after absorbing them. Achieving the fusion of water and fire is no simple task. Fortunately, with the assistance of the Eternal Secret Tome and the innate talents inherited from his original body, Chen Nan gradually adapts to the tumultuous energies of fire and water within him. With mental focus, Chun Bei separates the fire and water energies, forming 2 distinct spheres of energy, one radiating a red glow, representing fire energy, and the other emitting a blue light, representing water energy. These 2 energy spheres are isolated, no longer colliding as they did before, yet merging them still requires considerable effort. Chun Nan extracts a strand from each energy sphere, encouraging them to intermingle and search for a balance. During this process, failures inevitably occur. However, Chen Nan had anticipated this and minimized the impact. After numerous experiments, he finally discovers the equilibrium between the 2 energies, enabling their fusion. At last, Chen Nan calms the turmoil within himself and begins to merge the 2 energies. Within the dantian, the 2 differently colored energies begin to interact, gradually producing a faint purple energy that possesses a unique nature, neither fire nor water. Through continuous refinement, the purple energy increases both in quantity and intensity, eventually filling the entire dantian. Now, the next step involves activating the acupoints, allowing the energy to continuously infuse them. Chen Nan begins directing the purple energy toward the walls of the dantian. The energy relentlessly washes over the walls, causing Chen Nan to feel a sensation of pain, though it remains bearable. As the energy washes over, the inner walls of the dantian begin to radiate a light purple hue, appearing remarkably mysterious. Ultimately, under the influence of the incessantly flowing energy, the inner walls of the dantian start to expand, albeit accompanied by intensified pain. Chen Nan senses the transition from mild discomfort to a sensation akin to being struck in the face with a hammer, rendering him nearly numb. His body begins to convulse uncontrollably, his face contorts, his breathing quickens, and sweat pours from him. Chen Nan is on the verge of surrender. Yet he recalls Chun Bei's exhortation. He cannot allow his original self to look down upon him. He is no coward. Resolutely, He perseveres, though the duration is indeterminate. Chen Nan's consciousness begins to blur, ultimately leading him to collapse to the ground. Within the mental time chamber, Chun Bei gazes upon a sumptuous feast laid before him. Indulging in the delightful array of dishes, which include fish, shrimp, rice, dumplings, and noodles. Chen Bei revels in the culinary delights, finishing a bowl of noodles within moments. Devouring fish and meat with relish, leaving only the skeleton and head behind. Chapter 33. A journey to planet Vegeta after spending half a year in the hyperbolic time chamber. Chen Bei could no longer endure the desolation and monotony that surrounded him. The vast emptiness offered no companions nor captivating vistas. Every inch was a mirror of the last, leading to an overwhelming sense of ennui. Having reached a combat power of 180,000 from a mere 6,000, Chen Bei had nearly multiplied his strength by 30. If he were to transform into a great ape, his power would surge to over 1.8 million, marking a significant enhancement. In the early stages of Dragon Ball, as long as one did not encounter the likes of Frieza, who belonged to a race of abnormal combat prowess, challenges were minimal. Chun Bei was adept at concealing his true strength. Unless he chose to reveal it, no one, not even the gods of destruction, could perceive his potential. Only a vague sense of his uniqueness would linger in their minds. Currently, to the gods of destruction, Chen Bei was merely an inconsequential entity, hardly warranting their attention. Thus, in this period, he felt an invincible confidence, occasionally indulging in displays of his prowess. However, Chen Bei understood that survival was paramount. With his newfound strength, he refrained from recklessness. He would flee rather than foolishly engage in combat, for he possessed the ability to move instantaneously. Even if he found himself outmatched, escape was not a concern. Moreover, he retained the remarkable ability to survive in the vacuum of space, an attribute that many races in the universe lacked. Even those who could endure such conditions could not navigate the endless void with ease, yet for Chen Bei it was a trivial matter. Presently, he faced no rivals on Earth and yearned for genuine combat. While his clones could spar with him, they would not engage in life-threatening duels. Such predictable battles did not satisfy his desire. The scion blood coursing through him was awakening, instilling a warrior's instinct that transcended mere mental strength. It was an intrinsic drive ingrained in his very being. Unlike Goku and Vegeta, Chun Bei was prudent. He sought to ensure his safety while challenging foes, aiming for self-improvement rather than courting demise. A warrior's spirit was not inherently negative. It fueled one's ambition and resilience. In summary, Chen Bei longed to test his might against real adversaries. But on Earth, such opponents were non-existent, not that they couldn't be found, but rather that he would have to wait many years, as Goku had yet to arrive on Earth. Perhaps venturing beyond Earth would be wise. He pondered the feasibility of this plan. Given his capabilities, ordinary beings posed no threat, ensuring his safety in the cosmos. Yet, the question remained, where should he go? Planet Namek, Yardrat, the Kaioshin realm. These were familiar worlds from the original narrative. Namek was relatively safe, as its inhabitants cherished peace and would not attack outsiders indiscriminately. However, this option did not align with Chen Bei's objectives, so it was disregarded. Yardrat also cherished peace and possessed many wondrous abilities. Chen Bei intended to visit this planet, but not just yet. As for the Kaioshin realm, it was currently inaccessible to him. Though it housed only East Kaioshin and his attendant, both were formidable. Having once toppled Gohan in his Super Saiyan form during the Buu saga, likely boasting power around Super Saiyan 2. If Chen Bei were to appear there, he would undoubtedly attract their attention, prompting him to abandon that idea. What other destinations were available? Adventures on extraterrestrial planets were seldom depicted in Dragon Ball, with the exception of the GT timeline, which involved seeking Dragon Balls in space many years later. Chen Bei was uncertain of the current state of those planets, thus refraining from impulsive journeys. Perhaps planet Vegeta? The thought intrigued him. He wished to glimpse the second homeland of the Scions and witness their existence. In Dragon Ball lore, planet Vegeta was obliterated by Frieza's attack, resulting in the demise of its Scion inhabitants, leaving little narrative to explore. Nonetheless, he decided to embark on this journey. Eager to sign in and pay his respects, with a firm resolution, Chun Bei prepared to leave the hyperbolic time chamber and bid farewell to the Supreme Kai. Earth was approximately 12 years away from the beginning of the Dragon Ball saga. Chen Bei planned to return to Earth after Goku's arrival, which would afford him about 2 years to train in the cosmos. This time was not insignificant. It would allow him to gather more stellar energy, a vital component for his cultivation of the acupuncture technique. If he could locate a star core, it would be even better. though he was uncertain if such an entity existed in the Dragon Ball universe. A star core was a unique entity, the heart of a planet, concentrating the majority of its energy and housing immense stellar power. Should Chun Bei acquire a star core, it was highly probable he could elevate a major acupoint to a perfected state. At that point, the acupoint could enhance his physical form, rendering it indestructible and invulnerable, enabling him to pierce through even the toughest of treasures and rendering ordinary magical attacks ineffective. In contrast to the Dragon Ball fighters, who primarily amplified their muscles through ki, resulting in immense destructive capability, their physical forms remained vulnerable to direct assaults. The perplexing moment in the Super Arc, where Goku was felled by a laser gun, illustrated this vulnerability. One possibility was that he was unprepared, another was the overwhelming power of the laser. Yet, it was evident that despite their formidable abilities, Dragon Ball martial artists could be harmed by potent weaponry when caught off guard, suggesting that ki did not directly advance physical prowess. Conversely, in other cultivation realms, physical advancement was attainable, resulting in capabilities such as invulnerability to water and fire, indestructibility, and blood rebirth. These were manifestations of physical cultivation. A robust physique could withstand various attacks, beginning with ordinary weapons, progressing to those infused with spiritual energy, and eventually to mystical artifacts endowed with enigmatic powers. Further along the path, one could cultivate celestial or divine bodies, achieving unparalleled strength capable of shattering the universe or creating realms within their own physical forms. Chapter 34 Departure. Stepping out of the time chamber, Chen Bei reappeared in the Hall of the Gods. The deities were already aware of Chen Bei's intentions. They had received the news when Bobo entered the time chamber to deliver food to him. Due to the time discrepancy between the two worlds, the gods had only been without Chen Bei for half a day, yet he had not seen them for 6 months. However, the gods understood the situation. They sensed that when Chen Bei emerged, monumental changes would ensue. Nevertheless, when Chen Bei stood before them, they were still taken aback, primarily due to the disparity in their powers. In the eyes of the gods, Chen Bei's strength remained elusive. Yet they could perceive a formidable mental pressure emanating from him, making it seem as though he stood as an immovable mountain. Not only had his combat prowess surged, but his spiritual energy had also reached terrifying heights, surpassing the limits of mortals. As Chun Bei inadvertently revealed a fragment of his soul's essence, it affected the god's perception, prompting him to withdraw his outwardly projected spiritual energy. With a sigh of relief, the gods chose not to dwell further on the matter. Chen Bei, do you have new plans? They inquired. Yes, I may need to be away for a while, Chen Bei replied, turning his gaze toward the sky. Lost in the depths of the cosmos, there are no formidable opponents left on Earth. I wish to continue my progress and witness more splendid vistas. Observing Chun Bei's silhouette, the gods opened their mouths to speak, then fell silent, their thoughts unspoken. After a moment's hesitation, one of them voiced their concerns. What is your perception of Earth? Earth? What can I say? I find it quite wonderful, Chen Bei replied, his expression one of confusion. Then, if possible, I hope you can assist Earth in times of peril in the future. The gods sensed that tranquility might not be in Earth's future, and preparations were necessary. Rest assured, I am also a resident of Earth, and it is only natural that I would protect it. Chen Bei understood the gods' intentions, but opted to feign ignorance. I comprehend. Go forth, Chen Bei. The gods refrained from offering further counsel, saying, You have your own journey. I wish you a pleasant adventure. Thank you for your care during this time. I will not forget it, and I hope you all find joy in your lives. Chen Bei expressed gratitude to the gods and Bobo, waving farewell before turning to descend towards the lower realm. At Baozi Mountain, Sun Wukong was foraging for herbs when a figure suddenly blocked his light. Upon raising his head, he was delighted to see Chen Bei. Bei, you're back. Sun Wukong exclaimed joyfully, abandoning his task to approach Chen Bei, patting him on the shoulder. It's been a long time. Your transformation is remarkable. I can hardly fathom your strength now, he marveled. During Chun Bei's absence, Sun Wukong had not ceased his training, yet his progress was modest, leading him to acknowledge Chun Bei's extraordinary talent. In just over half a month, Chun Bei's abilities had grown to an unfathomable level. You haven't eaten yet, have you? My herbs are nearly ready. Let us return home for a hearty meal. Sun Wukong, disregarding Chen Bei's intentions, grasped his hand and hurried home. After a flurry of activity, they finally concluded their preparations. On the grill, 2 large fish sizzled while an array of fruits lay beneath, accompanied by the monkey wine that Sun Wukong had specially acquired from the mountain. The two shared laughter and stories over their meal. Bei, do you plan to stay this time? Sun Wukong inquired, recalling that Chen Bei had previously departed to master his powers. Now, seeing Chen Bei's formidable strength, he believed the urgency to enhance his abilities was no longer pressing. Alas, I must continue my travels, Chen Bei smiled. Recently, I visited the sacred land of Kalin, then ascended to the Hall of the Gods, where I underwent rigorous training. My cultivation has not merely spanned this half-month. I have spent over 6 months honing my skills in a unique location within the Hall of the Gods. Pausing for a moment, he continued. Life exists not only on Earth, but also on many other planets in the universe. Various unique life forms possess extraordinary abilities. Some races can wield immense energy from birth. Their powers are unfathomable. As Chun Bei shared his understanding of the universe, he acknowledged that his knowledge of the Dragon Ball universe was limited to what he had seen on television. It was only through first-hand experience that he could truly comprehend it. Thus, the two continued to converse late into the night. Upon returning to his modest abode, Chen Bei observed the unchanged furniture, dust-free due to Sun Wukong's diligent upkeep. He turned, plopped onto his bed, and allowed his body and mind to relax. The following day, before dawn broke, Chen Bei awoke. Without bidding Sun Wukong farewell, he utilized instant transmission to depart from Baozi Mountain. Unbeknownst to him, Sun Wukong had already risen. Sun Wukong approached Chen Bei's home, opened the door, and stepped inside. Indeed, Chen Bei had already left, perhaps to avoid causing Sun Wukong distress, having just returned. Meanwhile, Chen Bei had entered his ring's miniature world. At that moment, his doppelganger appeared, pausing its training upon seeing Chun Bei. After more than 6 months of closed-door cultivation, the doppelganger had shed its previous impulsive demeanor. The path of eternal life differed from that of Dragon Ball. While Dragon Ball emphasized power enhancement, the path of eternal life resembled that of cultivation, focusing on nurturing the spirit and maintaining composure to avoid internal demons during training. Why are you here? Were you not planning to go to Vegeta? The doppelganger finally spoke. Over the past 6 months, Chen Bei often visited the miniature world to train alongside it, as solitude proved rather dull. Prior to leaving the time chamber, Chen Bei had also visited the miniature world once, sharing his thoughts with his doppelganger. Chapter 35, Journey to the Universe. Why can I not come and go as I please? Chun Bei retorted, leaving his doppelganger momentarily speechless. Even though the avatar was known for its good temperament, it found itself at a loss when faced with the obstinate nature of its original form. All right. I merely wish to come in for a look and perhaps engage in some sparring to assess your progress during this time, Chen Bei said, waving his hand and yawning. Very well, then. Let us proceed, though I may not be able to match you at this moment, the doppelganger replied. Currently, the avatar, Chen Nan, had reached the realm of celestial beings, specifically the 5th level of the divine powers realm, achieving the unity of yin and yang, allowing its consciousness to exist apart from its physical form. The divine powers realm comprises 10 levels: the realm of magic, the realm of true essence, the realm of yuan gang, the realm of yin and yang, the realm of celestial beings, the unity of all laws, the golden core realm, the trials of wind and fire, the law manifestations of heaven and earth, and the reversal of destiny. Being in the realm of celestial beings signifies the transformation of magical energy into true essence, forming yuan gang. Due to the great aperture technique, the avatar had completed the unity of yin and yang ahead of time, and its spiritual power had also reached the level of celestial beings, allowing it to successfully break through this realm. However, compared to the original form's advancement, the avatar still lagged slightly behind. Its combat power was approximately equivalent to 100,000 on the scale of Dragon Ball, primarily because spiritual power was not factored in, as it had little effect on the original. If spiritual power were considered, the avatar's combat strength would soar to nearly 1,000,000. The eternal life system does not prioritize destructive power, but rather the manner in which power is wielded. Certain mystical spells and divine techniques could yield remarkable effects against practitioners in Dragon Ball, especially those pertaining to the realm of the soul, which would be overwhelmingly advantageous against the natives of Dragon Ball. Chen Bei also possessed formidable mental strength, enabling him to dominate those in Dragon Ball who had not cultivated their spiritual realms. However, he would find it challenging against entities like deities. The deities within Dragon Ball could harness the forces of cosmic order, making them not easily subdued by mere mental prowess, although they may appear relatively weak. This assessment is indeed relative. For instance, the destroyer gods, despite their lack of spiritual cultivation, wield the power of destruction and possess unique divine abilities. bolstered by the spiritual energies of the Dragon Ball universe, rendering them a formidable class of beings, particularly the angels, who are embodiments of cosmic laws. Each angel is immensely powerful, and were it not for their special restrictions on interfering with the universe, few could escape their grasp. Strength is not solely defined by physical prowess. The soul plays an equally vital role. A robust physique cannot sustain a weak soul, nor can a weak soul effectively command a strong body. The unity of soul and flesh is paramount. Chen Bei recognized this truth. He aspired not to be a slave to power but rather its sovereign. Rest assured, we shall merely validate our capabilities and explore the distinctions between Dragon Ball and eternal life, and I shall refrain from utilizing my mental power. Chen Bei articulated his intentions. Very well, the Avatar responded. With that, the two distanced themselves, creating space to unleash their respective abilities. The Avatar, Chun Nan, commenced the Great Aperture technique, aligning its meridians and acupoints to bolster its physical strength and enhance agility in combat. Gradually, a faint golden light began to emanate from Chun Nan, a manifestation of its dantian storing sufficient true essence. As the true essence transitioned from formless to golden, further compression and condensation could potentially lead to a breakthrough into the golden core realm, activating its acupoints. Chun Nan felt a surge of physical strength capable of shattering a mountain with a single punch. Sensing the Avatar's readiness, Chen Bei wasted no time and unleashed his own aura. Yeah. As Chen Bei released the latent energy within, a powerful cyclone formed around him. Waves of energy radiating forth, enveloping him in a cloak of white flames. Come forth. Both Chen Bei and the Avatar surged towards one another, initiating their clash. Boom. Their fists collided, creating a violent shockwave that reverberated outward. Bang, bang, bang. The relentless barrage of punches compressed the surrounding air, generating sonic booms. Rumble. With a sweeping kick, Chen Bei sent the Avatar crashing into the nearby mountains, piercing through their very cores. Crash. Debris cascaded down, enveloping the area in a cloud of dust. Observing this scene, Chen Bei remained vigilant, fully aware that the Avatar would not be easily vanquished. Indeed, as an energy wave surged forth, a golden beam shot towards Chen Bei with blinding speed. He refrained from taking the hit directly, instead gathering energy to unleash a Kamehameha wave. The two energy beams collided mid-air, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that shrouded the surroundings in smoke once more. Neither was deterred by the obscurity of the smoke. Both possessed the same innate talent, including the perceptive abilities of the golden eyes. Over the past 6 months, Chun Bei had refined his mastery of the doppelganger technique, successfully sharing his bloodline with the Avatar without sacrificing his own powers. Through the veil of smoke, they locked eyes, each assessing the other, refraining from hasty actions. After a moment of silent contemplation, Chun Bei took the initiative, launching the first strike. Slap. His punch was intercepted by the Avatar's palm. Yet Chun Bei swiftly followed up with another fist that struck the Avatar squarely in the face. The Avatar retaliated fiercely, landing a kick against Chun Bei's side. The two separated, one brushing his cheek while the other cradled his abdomen. The sounds of explosive clashes echoed once more as they exchanged blows, each strike leaving imprints on the ground or the cliffside. In no time, the terrain was riddled with craters, the grass torn asunder, rendering the landscape desolate. After nearly half an hour of continuous combat, they finally paused. Overall, Chen Bei held a slight advantage. The Avatar's shorter training period in the Eternal Life system resulted in a slower initial growth in combat power compared to the Dragon Ball method. However, as one progresses into the latter stages and begins to comprehend the laws, the Eternal Life method proves far superior to the Dragon Ball approach. Both consumed a Senzabane, replenishing their stamina and energy as the life force surged within them. That shall suffice. I must take my leave, Chen Bei declared, not waiting for a response from the Avatar as he vanished back to the outside world. Ascending into the sky, Chen Bei paused to admire Earth's natural beauty, murmuring, "Until we meet again in 2 years, Earth." With that, he executed a technique of instant transmission, leaving his destination a mystery. Chapter 36, Cosmic Space. Is this truly the universe? Standing upon a barren planet, Chen Bei surveyed the scene before him. The absence of an atmosphere on this celestial body allowed for an unobstructed view of the myriad of meteoric fragments drifting through space. On such a desolate sphere, Chen Bei felt no discomfort. His innate ability to survive in a vacuum enabled him to navigate freely among the stars. The beauty was undeniably striking, yet devoid of any vitality. Gazing into the distance, he beheld twinkling stars and various asteroid belts forming celestial chains, a sight both magnificent and awe-inspiring. Alas, among the countless planets, few exhibited any signs of life. It was no wonder that the destruction God sought to cleanse these lifeless worlds, if left unchecked. The inevitable collisions would shatter these planets, sending debris that could threaten other habitable worlds. However, Chen Bei found himself pondering the existence of the destruction god. He secretly hoped such a being did not exist. Their overwhelming power was something he wished to avoid. As he mused, the destruction god? One day, I shall surpass him. He transformed into a streak of light, propelling himself through the cosmic expanse. The scenery whizzed past him, a myriad of meteoric fragments surrounding him. After a prolonged flight, boredom set in, prompting him to halt. He found himself in a relatively safe region of space, devoid of planets or asteroids. Yet it felt overwhelmingly empty and isolated. It seemed unlikely that he would encounter any other cosmic life forms. Even those capable of surviving in the void would not recklessly roam as he did. The universe was vast, and flying aimlessly would take an eternity to reach another planet. Initially, Chen Bei had hoped to chance upon other cosmic beings, but after an extensive search, he only found desolate planets and scattered debris. With not a single planet in sight, let alone intelligent life, perhaps I should head directly to planet Vegeta. There is little of interest in this cosmic void. Having made his decision, he resolved not to wander aimlessly any longer, opting instead for a more reliable destination. After accessing the system map and pinpointing the location of planet Vegeta, Chun Bei initiated his instant transmission. In an instant, he vanished from the vast unknown of space, only to reappear near a peculiar planet. The cosmos was indeed expansive. Even with the aid of the system's navigation, it had taken considerable effort to arrive at his destination. Chen Bei chose not to linger in the vicinity of planet Vegeta, as the Scions were currently under the command of Frieza. The area surrounding their planet was likely rife with surveillance equipment. An unexpected individual capable of traversing the void would undoubtedly attract unwarranted attention or trouble. Thus, he opted to enter the planet itself, where he could find far better cover than in the empty expanse of space. Upon entering the planet, Chun Bei sensed little difference. The gravity here was tenfold that of Earth, akin to the hyperbolic time chamber. Originally named Planet Plant, this world was once the domain of the Zenkai race. While the Scions hailed from Planet Salad, due to internal strife, their home was destroyed, forcing the Scions into exile, ultimately leading them to Planet Plant. The Zenkai people, known for their peaceful disposition and technological pursuits, bore similarities to Earthlings. They graciously took in the Scions. However, lacking proper guidance, the Scions acted on instinct, engaging in endless brawls. Discontent with Zenkai rule, the Scions collectively transformed into giant apes on a fateful moonlit night, exterminating the Zenkai and claiming the planet as their own, renaming it Planet Vegeta in honor of their king. Under King Vegeta's reign, the Scions became subservient to Frieza, evolving into a brutal and self-serving military force. In a primordial forest, Chun Bei refrained from wandering the planet freely, aware that the Scions and Frieza's forces maintained constant surveillance. Unless one was a legitimate visitor, an unauthorized individual like Chen Bei would likely face expulsion or annihilation if discovered. Contemplating his next move, Chen Bei decided to check in at this location. He intended to utilize his soul perception to locate the Scion Royal Palace and the infant incubation chambers, hoping to also encounter King Vegeta and Bardock. Although their appearances in the original narrative were limited, one was Vegeta's father, and the other was Goku's, Kakarot's, father, both pivotal figures in the storyline. System, check in, he silently commanded. Then patiently awaited the results. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully checked in at Planet Vegeta. Rewards, Luxury Starfleet Strategic Battleship, Scion Bloodline Gene X10, Talent, Technological Genius, and Great Domination Technique. The Luxury Starfleet Strategic Battleship, a marvel from the Cosmic Super Science Academy, spanned 500 meters in length, 1,000 meters in width, and 200 meters in height. It boasted 5 ultra-heavy Godslayer cannons, 300 medium-star missiles, and 500 small laser cannons, complete with strategic and resource warehouses, a specialized divine body research facility, and comprehensive entertainment amenities, capable of accommodating over 1,000 personnel. The Scion bloodline gene, upon utilization, would merge with his own bloodline, granting him the unique talents of the Scion race. The talent, technological genius, inherited from the Zenkai's scientific aptitude, would allow him to learn technological knowledge with remarkable efficiency. generating innovative ideas during research and significantly enhancing his scientific capabilities. The Great Domination Technique, a unique ability among the immortal beings of the eternal world, could compel others to submit without conflict, employing divine seals of various forms, its power immeasurable. Once again, the rewards were plentiful. The Starfleet battleship's name indeed conveyed grandeur, though it might seem inadequate against the formidable Dragon Ball warriors. Nonetheless, the God Layer cannons held promise, designed specifically to confront divine bodies with immense destructive force, preventing any recovery afterward. The array of entertainment facilities was appealing. Chen Bei planned to retain it within his small world for leisure, offering far greater comfort than residing in the wilderness. Moreover, given the battleship's massive size, transporting it without his small world would present considerable challenges. Navigating the cosmos without designated parking spaces would be quite the predicament. Chapter 37. The Great Wish Technique. The talent of a technological genius was somewhat superfluous for Chen Bei at this moment. Nonetheless, it was certainly better to possess it than to lack it. Regardless, Chen Bei was resolute in not solely dedicating himself to research while neglecting the enhancement of his own abilities. He understood that true strength stemmed from personal power. Reliance on external forces was ultimately unsustainable, barring exceptional circumstances. Although this ability currently bore no significant relevance, that was only a matter of time. The technological creations of the Dragon Ball universe were anything but simple, encompassing remarkable innovations such as universal capsules, android technology, super android technology, hovercars, spacecraft manufacturing, and Dragon Ball radar. Each of these advancements was intricate in its own right. Chun Bei believed that if time permitted, he could delve into these studies. For preparedness is invaluable, and technology undoubtedly offers great convenience. As for the Scion bloodline genes, they could be preserved for future use. Should Chen Bei find himself enamored with someone lacking in talent, he could bestow them with such gifts. Of course, enhancing one's talents could be achieved through other means, such as mirror washing pills, I Ching pills, or 9 orifices golden pills, all of which could elevate one's qualifications and make cultivation significantly more efficient. Nevertheless, having rewards on hand was undoubtedly advantageous, sparing one the complexity of concocting elixirs, no simple task. Without a mentor, one might fail hundreds of times before achieving success, all while struggling to gather the required herbs, not to mention the uncertainty of their availability within the Dragon Ball world. Yet, Chen Bei need not fret. His small world was rich in spiritual energy and abundant in various herbs, albeit some aged herbs posed a challenge. Perhaps only after mastering the laws of time and space could he resolve this issue. After claiming his sign-in rewards, Chen Bei prepared to further explore this planet. But he needed to make some preparations first. He resolved to employ a special secret technique, which required a certain cost. On planet Vegeta, it was prudent to engage in some form of disguise if one wished to move freely. Possessing a transformation technique would be even more advantageous. Thus, Chen Bei decided to utilize the Great Wish Technique, sacrificing a portion of his fortune to exchange for a sliver of opportunity from the cosmos. Do not disappoint me. Great Wish Technique, he murmured, bowing his head as he contemplated the possibilities of invoking it. The Great Wish Technique harnessed one's willpower or the collective will of sentient beings to enhance fortune and seize opportunities. Fortune is not static, it fluctuates over time. For instance, while searching for treasures, one may be fortunate enough to discover a gem, only to later lose it to others, a sign of diminished luck. Perhaps due to the overshadowing presence of someone with greater fortune. Chen Bei's willpower was not particularly strong, owing to his current low realm. However, his fortune was sufficiently abundant. Even if he were to lose a fraction, it could be quickly replenished. Thus, utilizing a portion of his fortune to obtain an opportunity seemed a wise trade. After pondering for a moment, Chen Bei refrained from immediately invoking the Great Wish Technique and instead swiftly entered his small world. He feared that invoking the Great Wish Technique might create a significant disturbance, so retreating to his domain felt safer. Upon entering the small world, his avatar soon arrived. The avatar understood that Chun Bei must have some urgent matter, as he seldom entered the small world without reason, and it had not been long since his last visit. Was he in danger? The avatar considered, though he remained unperturbed. Their destinies were intertwined. Unless someone could eradicate both Chen Bei and himself, the original body could always be revived through the avatar, resulting in a reintegration of their souls, thereby augmenting their strength, albeit at the cost of the power loss during the separation. Seeing the avatar approach, Chen Bei chose not to conceal his intentions and promptly shared his thoughts. "Ah, I see. Perfect. Let us attempt this together," the avatar, Chun Nan, responded. He intended to collaborate with the original body in employing the Great Wish technique, thereby increasing the likelihood of success. Most of the Avatar's cultivation stemmed from the Eternal Life method, making its execution more manageable. Chen Bei grasped the Avatar's meaning. The Avatar desired to merge with him once more. Remaining in this small world could lead to ennui, and this presented an opportunity for their reunification. Not only would this enhance their strength and mental acuity, but it would also simplify the execution of their techniques and allow for a well-deserved respite. Although they would become one individual upon merging, their memories would intertwine. When the Avatar subsequently separated again, it would possess the memories of Chen Bei's recent experiences, thus enriching its existence. Chen Bei, in turn, would absorb the Avatar's insights, leading to a profound understanding of the Eternal Life method and an inevitable increase in strength. Exchanging knowing glances, the two joined hands. Following this, the Avatar transformed into a cascade of starlight, gradually merging into Chun Bei's body. With closed eyes, Chen Bei quietly absorbed the Avatar's training experiences. As the Avatar integrated into his being, Chen Bei's aura surged dramatically, creating a vortex of energy around him. His mental prowess grew increasingly robust, allowing him to perceive the entirety of the small world. No subtle movement could elude his awareness. After a considerable time, Chun Bei fully assimilated the Avatar's memories and strength, erasing any lingering sense of unfamiliarity. The dissipating energy gradually coalesced, and his mental force was likewise drawn into his consciousness. The surrounding environment settled into tranquility as Chun Bei concluded his contemplation. It is time to begin. Chen Bei formed a complex hand seal, reciting incantations in his mind as he commenced communication with the unseen opportunities, activating the Great Wish technique. With his actions, a surge of energy was released from within him, converging in midair. This energy slowly morphed into the special runes generated by the Great Wish technique, forming a unique altar. Subsequently, Chun Bei began to channel his mental power to communicate with the altar, gathering his fortune. A golden radiance emanated from behind Chen Bei's head. This was the color of fortune. Fortune can manifest in hues of white, yellow, gold, purple, gray, and black. It is not a constant. This enigmatic element is easily influenced by external factors. Rising from white to purple signifies an increase in fortune, while gray and black denote misfortune, foreshadowing calamity or impending disaster. Should black reach a certain threshold, it can give rise to unique destinies, such as the star of misfortune or celestial solitary star. White fortune typically characterizes the average person. A faint yellow indicates a surge of good luck and prosperity. Yellow fortune is often associated with the affluent and powerful, representing flourishing fortune. Golden fortune is rare, signaling a figure of immense significance, such as a sovereign or a celestial protagonist. Purple fortune is particularly extraordinary, representing a person with profound opportunities, suggesting that their endeavors and cultivation will yield exceptional results, often indicative of a reincarnated mysterious being or significant karmic ties. The portion of fortune Chun Bei was preparing to sacrifice was golden, indicative of being a celestial protagonist's fortune. This fragment was the result of considerable effort. As fortune is notoriously difficult to control, a moment's inattention could lead to its complete dissipation, resulting in backlash. With mental power guiding this strand of fortune, Chun Bei successfully delivered it to the altar, ceasing the energy transfer. Now, he would wait patiently. The quality of the opportunity acquired would correlate with the offering. Given that fortune of this caliber was at stake, he anticipated that the resulting opportunity would be nothing short of extraordinary. Chapter 38. A windfall. Once the fortune surged into the altar, it began to emit a dazzling golden light, compelling any ordinary person to shut their eyes. Fortunately, Chen Bei possessed the golden eyes. In such circumstances, as long as the light was not specifically aimed at his eyes, he could perceive through it without much difficulty. However, Chen Bei could only glimpse the superficial golden glow, and whenever he attempted a more profound examination, the inner scene remained elusive, possibly due to his insufficient strength. During the waiting period, Chun Bei seized the opportunity to inspect his attribute panel. Ding! Successfully opened the attribute panel. Host, Chun Bei race, human bloodline, Scion combat power, 335, 888 realm, celestial being skills, eye of spirit, X-ray vision, mental explosion, mental piercing, memory reading, mental pressure, monkey fist, Kamehameha, spirit wave, resurrection technique, Dragon Ball manufacturing, divine language, mind reading, telepathy, limb regeneration, clone technique, demon sealing wave, demon flash, instant transmission techniques, great destiny technique fragment X1, great acupuncture technique, great blood essence technique, secret of immortality. Method of planting divine beings, great faith technique, great wish technique, great sealing technique, great universal technique, great world technique, time-space technique, great domination technique gifts, God-level comprehension, photographic memory, illusion immunity, indomitable will, vacuum survival, creation, golden eyes, technological genius special abilities, dragon god power, breath of nature, vital energy affinity items, ring world, super divine water x2, divine beans x65, nimbus clouds x2, time-space ring, universal key, luxury starry strategic ship, scion bloodline gene x10, super Namekian bloodline gene x1. His strength had significantly improved due to the absorption of his avatar's power, resulting in a combat power exceeding 330,000. Moreover, his realm ascended from divine transformation to celestial being, marking the realm of his avatar. The realm and combat power are distinct. Combat power signifies a person's overall capabilities. With his current combat power of over 330,000, Chen Bei could easily overpower practitioners at the celestial being realm, especially with his array of secret techniques. The realm primarily reflects the enhancement of energy quality and physical quality, progressing from internal energy to true essence, and from true essence to vital energy. Illustrates the advancement of energy quality, transitioning from a mortal body to a spiritual body, and from a spiritual body to an immortal body, exemplifies the elevation of physical quality. Such advancements in realm can also extend lifespan, elevate one from the mundane to the sacred, and enhance the essence of life. Returning his gaze to the altar, he observed that it had begun to retract the dispersing golden light, gradually compressing it into a focal point. This focal point marked the location of the opportunity. Once the golden light dissipated and the energy altar vanished, the items within would reveal themselves. After waiting a while longer, at last, as Chen Bei watched eagerly, the altar began to dissolve, unveiling the items within. It was a book, seemingly ordinary, yet exuding an aura of profound mystery, as if it possessed no discernible end or clear form. Once everything had vanished, leaving only the book suspended in midair, Chen Bei sprang into action. He leaped forth, grasping the book with his right hand and returning to the ground. Upon opening it, Chen Bei discovered that it was a wordless tome. Could it be that I am opening it incorrectly? Chen Bei gazed at the book in confusion. It was implausible. This was a chance acquired through golden fortune. How could it merely be a book devoid of words? Unwilling to accept this, he activated his golden eyes, determined to uncover the truth. As the golden eyes activated, a wondrous scene unfolded before him. The previously blank pages began to faintly reveal mysterious runes. Even more astonishing to Chun Bei was the realization that he could comprehend these characters. The script, which he was certain he had never studied nor encountered, was suddenly recognizable to him, leaving him utterly astounded. The first page of the book boldly proclaimed 6 grand words, the 36 transformations of Tiangang. This was the title, indicating that the ensuing content would be related to it. Taking a deep breath, Chen Bei steadied his racing heart. If it truly was the 36 transformations of Tiangang, he had struck gold. This was no simple transformation technique. It documented 36 extraordinary divine skills, each possessing unfathomable power, far surpassing the capabilities of a mere shape-shifting technique. The 36 transformations of Tiangang comprises 36 divine skills, including manipulating creation, reversing yin and yang, shifting stars and changing dippers, reversing heaven and returning sun, summoning wind and rain, shaking mountains and shattering earth, riding clouds and mist, parting seas and creating land, emitting golden light from the earth, stirring rivers and troubling seas, turning earth to steel, great escape of the 5 elements. 6 qua the odd doors, foreseeing the future, whipping mountains and moving stones, resurrection, leaping and leaving traces, 9 breaths of breathing, drawing out original yang, subduing dragons and overthrowing tigers, mending the heavens and bathing the sun, pushing mountains and filling seas, turning stones to gold, standing firm without shadows, transforming forms and changing shapes. Size at will, blossoming in an instant, controlling spirits and manipulating qi, seeing beyond barriers, returning wind and fire, mastering the 5 thunders, dipping into abysses and shrinking the earth, flying sand and running stones, carrying mountains across seas, transforming beings into soldiers, and the 7 arrows of the nail head. Among these, the more representative skills include manipulating creation, summoning wind and rain, reversing yin and yang, and shifting stars and changing dippers, all of which appear in Journey to the West. Manipulating creation is a formidable divine skill, or rather the embryonic form of the law of creation, capable of bringing forth life from nothingness, of reviving the dead. In the primordial world, Niwa utilized this skill to create humanity. Techniques such as reversing yin and yang and summoning wind and rain were employed by Son Wukong in Journey to the West. For instance, transforming day into night and summoning storms. Another notable skill is the 7 arrows of the nail head, a rather sinister divine ability, targeting the soul directly. Capable of killing from a distance, even the great Luo Jingxian cannot escape its grasp. An investiture of the gods. Luya proposed to Jiang Ziya the use of the 7 arrows of the nail head to slay Zhao Gongming. Jiang Ziya, in his naivety, followed Luya's advice, using the technique to strike Zhao Gongming's 3 souls, leading to profound enmity between the two sections. However, such a malevolent technique cannot be easily executed. Firstly, one must know the appearance, name, and birth date of the target, inscribing it upon a straw figure, constructing a high altar, and worshipping for 21 days. Finally, using a mulberry branch bow and peach branch arrows to shoot the straw figure would cast the spell upon the intended victim. Moreover, this technique bears a significant side effect. It consumes fortune. In Investiture of the Gods, Liu only entrusted Jiang Ziya with this technique, never employing it himself. For he understood the toll it would take on his own fortune. It is a skill not to be trifled with, to be used only in the direst of circumstances. Chapter 39. Transformation of the fetus. After thoroughly studying all the methods and committing these divine techniques to memory, Chen Bei placed the book directly into the system space. He deemed it unwise to keep it in his own small world. Should it fall into the hands of someone with ill intentions, the consequences could be dire. Thus, for the sake of security, the system space was a much safer option. Presently, these spells and divine techniques appeared rather esoteric to Chen Bei. The methods of the primordial world are not easily comprehensible. Take Zhu Beiji, who, despite having lived for countless years and possessing the skill of the 36 transformations, had never mastered it completely. This skill demands not only personal talent and comprehension, but also time and refinement. It cannot be grasped instantaneously. What Chen Bei urgently required was a transformative divine technique, and among the 36 transformations, there existed a particular spell that corresponded perfectly, the transformation of the fetus. The essence of the transformation of the fetus can be understood in 2 parts. Firstly, fetus transformation refers to a process of reverting the physical body to its state at birth, thereby reclaiming that thread of innate energy. It is an unparalleled method for foundational cultivation. Secondly, shape transformation involves altering one's appearance and form, allowing one to adjust their physical stature or even transform into other objects. The transformation of the fetus is not a mere trick of change. It is a profound path of reshaping one's foundation. However, due to the complexity of human anatomy, very few can master this technique to its fullest extent. Furthermore, many individuals with robust foundations are unlikely to relinquish the skills they have developed over many years, particularly since they are inherently divine beings who do not require a reconstitution of their foundation. For Chen Bei, entering the realm of this technique should not prove overly challenging, and there is no immediate need for him to achieve mastery. After all, in the Dragon Ball world, there are few who have encountered such spells, and transforming into another's likeness would likely go unnoticed. In fact, during the transformation, one's aura can also be altered, though achieving this requires a certain level of mastery. Mere entry is insufficient. Many spells and divine techniques of the primordial world have already reached their peak perfection and are sufficiently refined, making the creation of new methods quite difficult. Chun Bei currently harbored no such ambitions. He simply intended to diligently practice the transformation of the fetus. With his exceptional comprehension and formidable mental strength, coupled with an eidetic memory, Chun Bei learned at a remarkably swift pace. After approximately half a month, he had become well-versed in the art of transformation, capable of changing into virtually anything, even minute objects like flies and grains of sand. However, his aura remained somewhat unstable, making it easy for those specialized in this technique to detect him. Nonetheless, Chun Bei's innate abilities allowed him to conceal himself effectively in the Dragon Ball world. Such circumstances would not reveal him, provided he suppressed his aura. Although it took Chen Bei half a month to reach this initial stage. Mastering such divine techniques is no simple feat. Recall that in Journey to the West, Son Wukong spent a considerable amount of time learning the 72 transformations. The original text notes that the peach blossoms had bloomed 7 times, merely indicating the duration of Son Wukong's initial learning phase, while his master, Patriarch Bodhi, taught him nothing during those 7 years, he nonetheless gleaned some knowledge by observing his peers. This was the foundation of his understanding. Only when Sun Wukong exhibited some comprehension did Patriarch Bodhi formally instruct him, initially asking whether he wished to learn the 36 or 72 transformations. Regrettably, the monkey, lacking foresight, chose the 72 transformations and subsequently spent 3 more years mastering them before being expelled from the mountain by his master. In total, it took him 10 years to grasp the lesser Jioshan's 72 transformations, and even then, the technique retained certain weaknesses, as evidenced in his battle with Erlangchen. Excluding the previous 7 years, even the subsequent 3 years were merely sufficient for him to gain a basic understanding of the 72 transformations, highlighting the inherent difficulty of mastering such divine techniques. Sun Wukong, being a stone monkey with an innate affinity for transformation, still failed to fully master this technique, underscoring that Chen Bei's talent is commendable, having spent just half a month to enter the foundational level of the transformation of the fetus, a technique superior to the 72 transformations. Having successfully mastered the art of transformation, Chen Bei felt ready to venture out. Rising to his feet, he stretched and limbered up before departing his small world. Outside, in the primordial forest, a figure suddenly appeared. It was none other than Chen Bei himself, having returned to the ancient woodland of planet Vegeta. Transform. With the utterance of this command, he successfully morphed into a grain of sand. Compared to animals, such lifeless objects offered better concealment, which is why he opted for sand rather than transforming into flies or mosquitoes. With a mere thought, his mental energy enveloped the entire planet. Chen Bei, cautious not to attract attention, gradually released his mental force in a gentle manner to sense the surroundings of the planet. After about a minute, he finally discerned the layout of various structures on planet Vegeta. With a swift motion, the grain of sand he had transformed into vanished within the primordial forest. In a brightly lit room filled with numerous nutrient pods, scion infants were enclosed within transparent glass chambers, isolated from the outside world. Chen Bei, now in his sand form, concealed himself atop a nearby instrument, a position he had deliberately chosen for optimal observation of the scion infants, keen to understand the nature of this unique race at birth. This room housed not only scion infants, but also various bizarre extraterrestrial beings, grotesque in appearance, with features such as frog-like skin and sausage-like mouths. They wielded diverse instruments to assess the combat power of the newborns, transmitting this data to computers and subsequently forwarding a copy to the Frieza Force headquarters. Chun Bei observed all this without interfering with the actions of these aliens. His current objective lay elsewhere, as he sought a scion infant with spiky hair. Indeed, he was in pursuit of Sun Wukong, the protagonist of the Dragon Ball universe. Silently extending his mental energy, he finally pinpointed the sleeping form of Sun Wukong within one of the nutrient pots. At this moment, he was still known as Kakarot, and until he experienced a significant head injury, Chen Bei would not perceive him as the sunny boy depicted in the original narrative. Chapter 40. The arrival of Kakarot. Upon witnessing the familiar silhouette from the original narrative, Chen Bei couldn't help but ponder the fate of Sun Wukong. Would it unfold as it did before? It seemed unlikely. The existence of Chen Bei in this world would inevitably alter the course of events. Just as a leaf falling into water creates ripples, so too would Chen Bei's presence reshape the trajectory of this realm. With the iconic hedgehog hairstyle, the body still in its juvenile form, the little brother appeared adorably naive. Chen Bei refrained from further observation, preparing to depart, but not before claiming his rewards. System, commence the check-in, he declared. After uttering these words, he awaited the system's response, contemplating that as the protagonist of the Dragon Ball universe, Sun Wukong Kakarot should offer substantial rewards. He hoped not to toil in vain, yet based on past experiences with the system, it was likely to be generous. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully checking in with the character Sun Wukong Kakarot. You have earned 1 lottery chance, the Dragon Fist, and the talent Divine Chef, along with the Red Lotus Karma Fire Seed. This reward was indeed remarkable, as it included a lottery opportunity. Chun Bei recalled his previous lottery experience upon first entering the Dragon Ball world, where he had drawn the great acupoint technique from the novice gift package. He wondered about his luck this time and whether he might acquire something extraordinary. Remembering how the system's lottery could yield rewards from other systems, an enticing prospect that had once captivated him. However, Chen Bei did not rush into the lottery. Instead, he began to examine the remaining rewards. The Dragon Fist, a powerful technique created by Sun Wukong, manifested with the force of a dragon's emergence. possessing immense explosive power and penetration, capable of channeling all one's energy into a single, formidable strike. This technique first appeared in the Dragon Ball Z movies, utilized by Son Gohan in his Super Saiyan 3 form, and was also employed in Dragon Ball GT when he transformed into Super Saiyan 4. Yet, it was conspicuously absent in Dragon Ball Super, indicating the existence of divergent timelines. Receiving such a formidable skill was a boon for Chen Bei. Although it was devised by another, he was unconcerned. His current strength was insufficient, and utilizing another's technique sufficed for now. In time, as he grew stronger, he would surely be able to forge even more powerful abilities. The talent, Divine Chef, was particularly intriguing. This skill did not directly augment physical strength, akin to a technological prodigy, focusing instead on non-combat enhancements. Its primary function was to facilitate the culinary process, ensuring that the food prepared would be both easier to make and more delectable. Beyond these fundamental capabilities, the Divine Chef talent possessed unique attributes, allowing dishes crafted with it to yield miraculous effects. These included purification, longevity, physical enhancement, and even the fortification of vitality. These were merely the basics. More potent effects could enhance one's strength, elevate bloodlines, reshape foundations, purify the soul, and grasp profound laws. Upon perceiving the extraordinary capabilities of this talent, Chun Bei felt exhilarated. With this skill, he could satiate his hunger while simultaneously enhancing his power. A veritable boon for any gourmand. Yet, glancing at Son Gohan, he couldn't help but wonder if he would end up as a full-time caretaker. Given the latter's voracious appetite, Chen Bei had settled in Baozi Mountain, though he had yet to spend many days there. Shaking off such frivolous thoughts, Chun Bei organized his reflections and continued his examination. He discovered that this talent was not entirely invincible. It bore certain limitations. The first being the quality of ingredients. The better the ingredients, the more potent the dishes produced, akin to alchemy. The second limitation pertained to one's strength. The more powerful the individual, the more pronounced the effects of the prepared dishes. While cooking, one could infuse their spiritual energy, essence, and insights into the culinary process, enhancing the inherent talents of those who partook of the meal. This skill resonated with Chun Bei's aspirations. To capture a person's heart, one must first capture their stomach. He felt assured that he would not struggle in future romantic endeavors. The final reward was equally exceptional, a fire seed. The Red Lotus Karma Fire seed represented the nascent form of the Red Lotus Karma Fire, possessing a faint intelligence that could merge with the human body, aiding the wielder in purging negative karma and dispelling distractions. The Red Lotus Karma Fire, a hellish flame, was designed to punish the malevolent, incinerating their karma and souls until nothing remained, a formidable adversary to evil. The Red Lotus Karma Fire wielded immense power. It could consume matter and refine souls, assisting the user in enlightenment and cultivation while also serving as a weapon against foes, obliterating their very essence. Truly, Kakarot was deserving of his protagonist status, as he bestowed numerous exceptional gifts upon Chen Bei, who was thoroughly satisfied with these rewards. Once Son Gohan arrived on Earth, Chen Bei resolved to take good care of this little brother, treating him to delicious meals. Having reviewed all the rewards, only the lottery opportunity remained unutilized, and Chen Bei decided it was time to proceed with the draw. Entering a small world, he reverted to his original form. Exhaling softly, he found comfort in his familiar appearance. He had no desire to remain as mere sand. Summoning the system, he prepared to initiate the lottery. The setup remained unchanged, a large spinning wheel paired with a prominent button, a simplistic arrangement, yet the potential rewards were extraordinary, hinging entirely on luck. With a stroke of fortune, a remarkable boon could bring Chen Bei immense joy. He pressed the start button, and the wheel began to spin rapidly. Rather than halting it immediately, he allowed it to whirl for a moment before concluding the draw. Stop! As Chun Bei's voice echoed, the wheel came to an abrupt halt, revealing the text he longed to see. He focused intently on the final reward, brimming with anticipation for what marvelous item might appear. At last, the words became clear upon the wheel, yet they vanished almost as swiftly, leaving Chen Bei unable to decipher them before they disappeared entirely. He was left with no choice but to inquire with the system about his acquired reward. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received the Human Tao list. The Human Tao list? What manner of object was this? Did the list of deities divide into heavenly and human realms? Chen Bei was perplexed. He was familiar with the list of deities, a golden record that enshrined the righteous deities of the heavenly court. Once a true spirit was inscribed, Even a Deluo golden immortal could not escape its grasp. Chapter 41. The Way of Heaven and the Way of Man. In this world, there exist three paths. The death of living beings does not signify an end, for the way of earth pertains to the spirits of the departed. The Great Way encompasses 50 principles. While the celestial order is governed by 49, every entity possesses a thread of vitality. The realms of existence are divided into three paths: heaven, earth, and humanity. The way of heaven symbolizes order, or a grand regulation, governing the principles of a world's order. Everything is preordained. As long as beings remain bound by the way of heaven, they shall never command their own destinies, perpetually constrained by the cosmos. The way of earth embodies the forces of nature, or the cycle of life and death. It is the path of reincarnation, granting beings the opportunity for rebirth and renewal. The way of man signifies uncertainty. It is boundless, and to cultivate the way of man requires an understanding of reversal. It also reflects an individual's fortune. Only by altering one's fortune can one seize control over their fate. To change one's fortune, one must engage in reversal, not in defiance of natural laws, but with the resolve to transform oneself, fortified by unwavering will. As the saying goes, destiny, fortune, and feng shui are intertwined. Destiny is decreed by the heavens. Fortune is earned through one's own endeavors, and feng shui is subject to arrangement. Returning to the topic at hand, it was mentioned previously that Chen Bei acquired the human path divine ranking. In truth, there are three divine rankings: the heavenly divine ranking, the human divine ranking, and the earthly divine ranking. Only when all three rankings converge can the paths of heaven and earth be perfected. Heaven and earth too possess their own evolutionary paths. Only through continuous self-improvement can they grow stronger and avert the fate of collapse. The cosmos is beset by great calamities, which simultaneously present grand opportunities. If one fails to grasp these, the cosmos may shatter. If one succeeds, harmony is restored, and the realms ascend. In the primordial world, there were several significant calamities in sequential order. The first was the great calamity of creation, which pitted Pangu against the chaotic deities, resulting in his immense depletion and ultimately his corporeal form becoming the world, leading to his demise. The second was the calamity of the fierce beasts, where the true spirits of chaotic deities reincarnated into the primordial realm, seeking to dominate it and annihilate its inhabitants as revenge for their past defeats. The third was the Longhan calamity, where new beings emerged, the most powerful among them being the Dragon, Phoenix, and Shilin clans, who became embroiled in a web of karmic entanglements orchestrated by the way of heaven, ultimately leading to their decline. The fourth was the Dao Magic calamity, a continuous conflict between the two forces. Following the Longhan calamity, Hongjun and Lu were ensnared by the way of heaven, igniting a fierce struggle that devastated the spiritual veins of the Western continent. Although Hongjun emerged victorious, the damage to the West rendered the cosmos incomplete. Subsequent calamities such as the Witch Demon calamity, the Divine Ranking calamity, and the Journey to the West calamity led to a darkened state of existence, fracturing the primordial world and culminating in the Age of Decline. Consequently, the primordial realm became a shadow of its former self. The three divine rankings are not hierarchical. Each is an essential aspect of the cosmos, integral for maintaining its proper function. Each divine ranking can confer divinity upon 365 deities, totaling 1,095, which represents the utmost potential of the primordial realm. The human path divine ranking acquired by Chen Bei is merely one of these, allowing the conferral of 365 deities. However, it is not limited to this number. Theoretically, it could be infinite. Yet the number of true deities is finite due to their ability to share fortune, necessitating a restriction among the three paths. Ascending to the divine ranking generally outweighs the drawbacks. Primarily, it ensures one is not truly dead. As long as a fragment of one's true spirit remains on the list, resurrection is possible. Many individuals shy away from the divine ranking during the divine calamity due to their accustomed leisurely lifestyles, unwilling to embrace constraints, which ultimately leads to catastrophic outcomes. Their physical forms are extinguished, and while their true spirits may ascend, their lack of a corporeal body limits their power, forcing them to rely on fortune and spiritual offerings for cultivation. For ordinary mortals, the divine ranking represents an object of desire. For instance, Li Jing, despite his persistence, yearned to be listed, while others of lesser prowess found themselves elevated to high positions, such as Bo Yikao, who was directly appointed as the Emperor of the Purple Tenuity. An almost unfathomable elevation. Regrettably, Jiang Zia, with his diligent efforts, ended up without any divine appointment. Now, with the divine ranking in hand. As long as Chen Bei places it within the system space or the world of his ring, he need not fear death, for he can be reborn infinitely. A source of immense satisfaction. Moreover, should he wish to safeguard friends or loved ones, he can allow them to deposit a fragment of their true spirits within the divine ranking, ensuring their safety, an aspect that pleases Chun Bei greatly. In the microcosm, after extensive study of the human path divine ranking, Chun Bei discovered an inner space within it, brimming with immense fortune, nearly materializing into a true dragon form. It became clear that these artifacts were not to be underestimated, and Chun Bei couldn't help but feel he had stumbled upon a significant opportunity, compensating for the fortune he had previously lost, and even feeling as though he possessed an abundance. After claiming and learning from these rewards, Chun Bei reviewed his attribute panel. Ding! Opening the attribute panel was successful. Host, Chen Bei race, human bloodline, Scion combat power, 338,000, after modification, realm, celestial being skills, eye of insight, X-ray vision. Mental detonation, mental piercing, memory retrieval, mental pressure, monkey fist, Kamehameha, spirit wave, resurrection technique, Dragon Ball creation, divine speech, mind reading, empathy, limb regeneration, cloning technique, demon sealing wave, demon flash, instant transmission, dragon fist eruption cultivation techniques, fragments of great destiny technique X1, great acupoint technique, great blood soul technique, eternal life secret, great faith technique, great wish technique, great sealing technique, great universal technique, great world technique, time-space technique, great domination technique, 36 transformations of the celestial gang talents, god-level comprehension, photographic memory, illusion immunity, indomitable will, vacuum survival, creation, golden eyes, technological genius, divine chef special abilities, dragon god power, breath of nature, chi affinity items, world of the ring, super divine water X2, immortal beings X65, nimbus X2, time-space ring, universal key, luxury starry strategic ship, Scion bloodline gene X10, super Namekian bloodline gene X1, human path divine ranking, red lotus karma fire seed, immortal being cultivation method. With so many rewards, Chun Bei found himself at a loss, uncertain whether to continue his daily sign-ins, as the abundance of items overwhelmed him, and he had scarcely explored their potential. Indeed, possessing too many treasures could also be a source of vexation. Chapter 42. Creating the Dragon Ball. Having not departed from the small world again, Chen Bei found himself reluctant to hastily check in once more. He needed to reflect on the gains he had accrued during this period. Since his arrival in the realm of Dragon Balls, he had acquired a comprehensive understanding of the 8 gates of the 3,000 great paths, 9 innate talents, and 3 extraordinary abilities, the power of the Dragon God, the breath of nature, and the affinity for vital energy. With these alone, as long as Chun Bei did not falter, it was inevitable that he would rise to become a formidable figure. Even in the absence of further rewards, he could thrive in any world he chose. Strictly speaking, he had transcended the realm of mortals, reaching a state that lay between the divine and the mundane. However, this merely indicated that he was on the path to immortality. He was still an immense distance from achieving true divinity. Chun Bei did not wish to dwell too much on these thoughts. Instead, he aimed to meticulously organize his abilities. Although he had previously reviewed them, he had not engaged in any in-depth research. He had merely experimented with the technique of duplication and then focused solely on cultivation, neglecting everything else. Thus, he resolved to attempt the creation of a Dragon Ball. He recalled that, according to the original narrative, crafting a Dragon Ball was not particularly arduous, provided one had a suitable vessel. The Dragon Ball consisted of 2 components, the dragon and the ball. The dragon could not be disassembled, but the ball could. Chun Bei remembered that the Dragon Balls created by the celestial deity were singular, though he was uncertain of the time and space in which they existed. Moreover, that Dragon Ball was not referred to as such, but rather as a wish ball. This meant that Chun Bei could create either a single Dragon Ball or, as was previously done, 7. The materials for the Dragon Ball were not difficult to procure. Even ordinary stones would suffice, and the same went for the divine dragon. However, Chun Bei opted not to use clay and stone. Instead, he summoned a multitude of spirit stones with a wave of his hand, drawing them forth with his mental energy to position them before him. These spirit stones had been naturally generated within the small world, where the dense spiritual energy continuously produced various spirit stones, rendering them virtually inexhaustible. Gazing at the pile of spirit stones, Chen Bei selected several high-quality, attribute-less stones and began to refine them using his creative talent, shaping them to resemble glass orbs. The polished spirit stones appeared more rounded, their colors transparent and pure, allowing one to see right through them. Chen Bei had no fondness for gaudy golden hues. He preferred the transparency that exuded cleanliness. With the Dragon Balls crafted, Chen Bei faced a new challenge, inscribing serial numbers on them. After contemplating the matter, he found the process tedious and opted to concentrate all the Dragon Balls together, once more employing his creative talent to merge them into a singular orb, roughly the size of a basketball. With that settled, he dismissed the need for serial numbers. Finding the collection process to be overly cumbersome, one single Dragon Ball would suffice. Chun Bei clapped his hands in satisfaction and then proceeded to select more spirit stones to fashion the dragon's body. What kind of divine dragon should he create? A five-clawed golden dragon? Chun Bei hesitated, contemplating the complexities of crafting a Dragon Ball. Golden was out of the question, and blue and green would not be visually appealing either. What color would be suitable? After a moment's reflection, inspiration struck him. Why not opt for black? A black divine dragon could potentially exude an air of majesty. However, as he gathered dark attribute spirit stones and began to sculpt the desired dragon shape with his mental energy, he abruptly halted, smacking his forehead in realization. How could he be so foolish? Was there not also the option of a white divine dragon? Crafting a white one would yield a more harmonious result. Abandoning the idea of the black dragon, he proceeded to create a white divine dragon using light attribute spirit stones. This dragon shimmered with a pearlescent hue, and for its eyes, Chen Bei deliberately employed golden fire attribute spirit stones. He found red eyes unappealing as they appeared too fierce. Thus, the golden hue produced by the golden fire attribute was preferable. While it was still gold, Chun Bei was not overly particular, believing that these eyes were far superior to those afflicted with cataracts. Moreover, using black would detract from the divine aura he sought to convey with his dragon. With all preparations complete, Chen Bei began to inscribe a soul mark upon both the Dragon Ball and the dragon's body. Although he had created the Dragon Ball, an additional layer of security was prudent. By embedding the soul mark, he would be able to communicate with the divine dragon mentally and ascertain the Dragon Ball's location at any time, thus reaping multiple benefits. Once the soul mark was inscribed, Chun Bei utilized the power of the dragon god to connect the Dragon Ball and the dragon's body. A mysterious golden light surged forth, infusing both entities. The dragon's body began to writhe, its eyes radiating brilliance as its entire form swelled. With a resounding roar, the divine dragon completed its transformation, soaring into the heavens. Its tail entwined with the Dragon Ball, circling around it. Within the Dragon Ball, the enigmatic force did not dissipate. Rather, it absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy, coupled with an indescribable, special aura, likely the essence of wishes. The divine dragon lowered its head, gazing at Chun Bei with respect, for it was he who had brought it into existence. Master, do you have any wishes you wish to fulfill? I can grant you 3 wishes. As long as they fall within my capabilities, the divine dragon spoke. Its power was contingent upon Chen Bei. The stronger he became, the more potent the wishes it could fulfill. Chun Bei pondered for a moment. It appeared he lacked for nothing, save perhaps for a girlfriend. Yet, he could hardly expect the dragon to conjure one for him. A shiver ran down his spine at the thought. Never mind, I have no wishes at present. Chun Bei had no intention of making any wishes. He intended to continue exploring his various abilities and perhaps consider it in the future. The divine dragon offered no further comment. Upon hearing that Chen Bei had no wishes to fulfill, it transformed into a scattering of light, returning to the Dragon Ball. The Dragon Ball began to hover in midair, but rather than fleeing, it flew directly back to Chen Bei's side. To his surprise, the Dragon Ball exhibited a level of intelligence. He had expected it to escape, but this was preferable, as it saved him the trouble of searching for it. Chun Bei remarked casually, retrieving the Dragon Ball and the unfinished Black Divine Dragon into his system space. The Black Divine Dragon had met an unfortunate fate, having perished before its birth. The Great World Technique? Chun Bei contemplated this profound ability he had previously overlooked, beginning to delve into its potential. Chapter 43. Cultivating the Great World Technique. The Great World Technique is a unique existence among the 3,000 avenues, embodying the essence of rules, order, time, and space. In creation, it is said that when mastered to its utmost, one can open a vast world. The extent of this world remains unknown to Chen Bei, yet its classification among the 3,000 avenues suggests its extraordinary nature. Chen Bei has encountered numerous theories regarding the opening of worlds within one's body, such as the Sea of Consciousness and acupoints, frequently mentioned in various novels he has read. Given the phenomenon of traversing different realms, he does not doubt the authenticity of these concepts. His current aspiration is to also cultivate a world within himself. However, relying solely on the Great World technique is insufficient. Without additional support, it would take an eternity for him to establish a world within his body. Therefore, this time, Chen Bei intends to employ the acupoint technique alongside the Great World technique to create a small world within his lower dantian. The lower dantian, having been strengthened through the cultivation of his avatar, should facilitate this process more readily than other areas. The cultivation of the Great World technique necessitates the assistance of the forces of time and space, as well as the principles of yin and yang and the 5 elements. Fortunately, not long ago, Chen Bei acquired fragments of the time and space laws, along with the time and space technique. Coupled with his innate creativity and the 5 elemental spiritual energies contained within the small world, he believes this foundation should suffice. As he activated the acupoint technique, Chen Bei deliberately focused the energy towards his dantian rather than allowing it to permeate his entire body. A powerful surge of energy surged into him, presenting a greater challenge than the previous fusion of water and fire energies. The 5 elemental spiritual energies began to clash violently within him. Chen Bei quickly halted the influx of energy, concentrating on subduing the chaotic forces within. Continuing to absorb the energies would likely lead to his demise. Although all these energies are spiritual, they are inherently incompatible. While Chen Bei possesses the ability to absorb them and transform them into attribute-less spiritual energy. His goal is not mere cultivation, but rather the harmonious integration of these energies to establish a perpetual cycle, which is essential for the creation of a world. Cultivating the Great World technique is no simple feat from the very beginning. Chen Bei faced difficulties. He controlled the energies within his body, isolating them with his mental prowess, thereby forming independent spaces to suppress their turbulence. The interrelations of the 5 elements, wood generating fire, fire producing earth, earth yielding metal, metal creating water, and water fostering wood, illustrate their mutual generation. Conversely, metal restrains wood, wood inhibits earth, earth restricts water, water extinguishes fire, and fire melts metal, depicting their mutual restraint. Only by comprehending these principles can he arrange the energies correctly, ensuring their coexistence rather than opposition. The cultivation of the Great World technique requires a stable foundation of 5 elemental energies. Otherwise, the material essence of the world cannot manifest. Chen Bei gradually rearranged the 5 elemental spiritual energies, organizing them in the sequence of water, wood, fire, earth, and metal. Once this issue was resolved, he proceeded to the next step, integrating the forces of time and space. As he has yet to master the time and space laws, he must rely on external assistance. This external force comes from the fragments of the time and space laws. Chen Bei ingested the fragments, guiding them to converge at the center of the 5 elemental spiritual energies. At last, the energies reached a state of equilibrium, and the space within his dantian began to stabilize. However, this was not the outcome Chen Bei desired. He activated the acupoint technique once more, diligently concentrating the 5 elemental energies towards his dantian, while simultaneously employing the Great World technique to harness the forces of time and space contained within the fragments. Dividing his focus in such a manner would be overwhelming for an ordinary individual, but fortunately, Chun Bei possessed immense mental strength and an innate talent for comprehension, allowing him to manage these tasks with relative ease. Under the influence of the time and space forces, the space in Chen Bei's dantian began to collapse, revealing a small black dot, no larger than a thumb, at the original location of the time and space law fragments, spinning and forming a black hole. The 5 elemental spiritual energies seemed to be drawn in, forcibly consumed by the black hole, which also siphoned a considerable amount of Chen Bei's energy. An overwhelming sense of weakness washed over him, nearly causing him to lose consciousness. He promptly consumed a celestial being, regaining his strength. Yet, the black hole continued to rotate, relentlessly absorbing the energy within Chun Bei's body, taking away a significant portion of the energy he had just replenished. Thus, Chen Bei found himself in a frantic struggle, operating the acupoint technique to maintain stability in his dantian space while simultaneously employing the Eternal Life Secret Tome to absorb external energy, and further using the Great World technique to voraciously consume the energy within. This sensation was indescribable. He had transitioned from multitasking to a trifecta of tasks, occasionally forcing celestial beings into his mouth to prevent complete depletion. With his mind intensely focused, Chun Bei dared not pause, remaining seated as the external energies converged towards him, nearly engulfing him. The energy surrounding him transformed from invisible tendrils into swirling currents, coalescing into a mist at the epicenter and even forming droplets of liquid. A testament to the extreme density of energy. Time became an enigma, and after an indeterminate period, Chen Bei gradually awakened from his meditative state. The energies around him, having lost their attraction, scattered, returning the area to tranquility. It was indeed a perilous endeavor. He had nearly perished while attempting to cultivate a small world within himself, yet he had emerged intact. Upon opening his eyes and sensing the stability of the space within him, he sighed in contemplation. He had no way of knowing how long he had been in this state. Perhaps he should consult the system. It would be prudent to carry a device to track time in the future. Concerned about the duration of his cultivation and the potential loss of significant events, Chen Bei pondered the fate of planet Vegeta during his absence, realizing he still had some tasks yet to complete. System, can you tell me the time? How long have I been cultivating? He called upon the system. Beep. Current time, year 737 of the Aiki calendar, May. The host has been cultivating for 2 months. 2 months? I had no sense of time passing. How could it take so long just to open a small world within my body? Chen Bei was taken aback. This marked the longest duration he had ever cultivated. Previously, his longest sessions lasted only 10 days to half a month, yet this time nearly spanned 2 months, leaving him utterly astonished. In his focused state, he had completely detached from the external world, transforming his consciousness into a subconscious realm, akin to dreaming. Within this dream, it felt as though he had experienced much, yet in reality, it was merely a fleeting moment. Chapter 44. New plans. The arduous journey of cultivation has finally reached its conclusion, and Chun Bei no longer frets over the duration it took. After all, time remains plentiful. Even if planet Vegeta were to meet its demise, he could restore it using the Dragon Balls he crafted, albeit with some inconvenience. Having successfully established a miniature world within himself, Chen Bei was filled with exhilaration, for this realm belonged entirely to him. With but a thought, he could alter any aspect of this world. As his consciousness delved into this internal domain, he found it shrouded in darkness, lacking in elemental diversity, and composed mainly of a barren expanse of land. Chen Bei was unfazed. He did not require this small world for sustenance at present. His primary objective was to create a superior space for energy storage. Now that his lower dantian was interconnected with this miniature world, he no longer feared being overwhelmed by excess energy. This inner world spanned approximately the size of the Pacific Ocean. The obscured periphery rendered its true shape uncertain. As Chun Bei's strength grew, this world would expand, evolving into a dynamic entity. At this juncture, Chun Bei had genuinely entered the realm of great world techniques. As he fortified this miniature world, it would eventually channel the power of the universe back to him, propelling his advancement. Theoretically, this miniature world functioned as an independent realm. However, its laws remained imperfect, relying solely on overwhelming power for stabilization. Only when the wielder's strength reached a certain threshold could various laws emerge, leading to the spontaneous generation of diverse life forms and flora within it. Presently, the primary function of this world was to serve as a reservoir for energy. Yet, it possessed the capability to harness the power of the universe for offensive maneuvers. Currently, Chun Bei's strike was approximately 350,000 points. But with the augmentation from the miniature world, it could soar to 10 million points, a truly formidable figure, exponentially enhancing his combat prowess. The terrifying amplification of universal power was evident here. However, invoking this power demanded immense mental and energy resources, making replenishment a cumbersome task. Some cultivators, particularly those within divine nation systems, relied heavily on universal strength for combat. Without adequate reserves, they struggled to unleash their true potential. Yet, this challenge was not insurmountable for Chun Bei. He commenced the process of filling his lower dantian world with various spiritual stones, a task that spanned several days, ultimately saturating this internal realm. From this point forward, Chen Bei had no fears of energy shortages. For him, the amassed energy was sufficient for countless expenditures, a luxury unattainable for most who might spend their entire lives seeking to complete such a miniature world. Opportunities, as they say, are of paramount importance to cultivators. With this matter settled, Chun Bei shifted his focus to another endeavor, planting celestial beings. Previously, he had been unable to attend to this task due to time constraints and the elevated level of the celestial soil within the ring world, which he was not yet equipped to access. However, with the stabilization of his miniature world through the time-space ring, he could now undertake various activities without fear of collapse. With celestial bean seeds in hand, he pondered the optimal location for their cultivation. Simultaneously, he summoned the luxurious starry strategic ship, designating it as his future resting place. Gazing upon the magnificent vessel before him, Chen Bei felt a surge of pride. He had become a wealthy individual, now the proud owner of a luxurious spaceship. Nearby, he identified a site with favorable geomantic conditions, intending to plant the celestial beans there. The methods of cultivating celestial beans have long been a subject of debate in the original narrative. However, as Chun Bei had acquired a more comprehensive approach to planting these beans, supplemented by the spiritual energy emanating from the celestial soil, he was confident that success was within reach. Three crucial aspects demanded attention for the cultivation of celestial beans: the soil, which must be rich in vital energy or high-quality energy; the water source, which could be derived from the abundant spiritual liquid within the miniature world; and adequate sunlight, which was assured by the presence of a sun within this realm. Employing his mental prowess, he fashioned several pits in the soil, burying a total of 40 celestial bean seeds while reserving some for later use. After covering the pits, he drew upon the nearby stream, rich in spiritual energy, to nourish the newly planted seeds. Celestial beans are invaluable within the Dragon Ball universe. As long as one draws breath, they can restore life, making them a precious asset for Chen Bei. Once the planting was complete, he marked the spot with his mental energy for future reference. With everything in place, Chen Bei ascended into the luxurious starry strategic ship, eager to explore its interior. Upon entry, he was greeted by an imposing door crafted from black alloy, exuding an air of mystery. Beyond lay a corridor lined with alloy, illuminated by embedded light sources, ensuring visibility along the path. Advancing further, he encountered a junction leading to the control console and another toward the lounge and storage areas. After some deliberation, he opted to explore the control room first, mindful of the potential need for its functionalities in the future. As he proceeded toward the control room, he passed through the lounge area, which featured individual resting quarters rather than a single expansive hall. This area was partitioned into smaller sections, complete with a bar and sound systems, suggesting that hosting a party could be quite enjoyable. Chen Bei took a moment to appreciate the sound equipment, knowing that he would relish the opportunity to enjoy music in the future. Not far from this area, 2 additional corridors led to the food storage and weaponry repositories. Given the vast size of the spaceship, the storage was distributed across multiple locations: fore, mid, and aft, as well as upper, middle, and lower sections culminating in a central storage area. The lounge followed a similar design, with every operational room and quarter featuring a small resting area. Upon arriving at the food storage, he discovered a diverse array of provisions, including rice, flour, and frozen meats, among others. The weaponry repository housed an assortment of firearms, combat suits, and biological radar devices. After a brief exploration, he finally reached the control room, filled with an array of electronic devices, control panels, buttons, and levers. Given the ship's immense size, it would be challenging for a single individual to navigate it without the assistance of artificial intelligence or a sophisticated brain. This realization brought to mind the concepts of Red Queen and Jarvis, leaving Chen Bei in awe of the ingenuity displayed by foreign inventors. They often entertained notions of extraterrestrial invasions or viral outbreaks, and he could only marvel at their imaginative pursuits. Cease your aimless thoughts. Chen Bei has yet to activate the spacecraft. Upon entering the control room, he conducted a thorough examination with his mental prowess. For an ordinary individual, maneuvering such a vessel would undoubtedly pose a challenge. However, with immense mental strength, it becomes feasible. Chen Bei has gained a fundamental understanding of the spacecraft's structure and has inscribed his soul mark upon it, thereby establishing ownership and safeguarding against potential loss. After surveying the control room, Chen Bei resolved to find a place to rest, opting for the central area of the ship. This layer, being the most fortified, is constructed from a unique alloy capable of withstanding attacks equivalent to a combat power of 100 million. The alloy possesses self-repairing properties, ensuring that regardless of deformation, it will revert to its original form, provided the core remains intact and energy is not depleted. Thus, it stands as a commendable strategic weapon. Upon reaching the central hall, Chen Bei noted the sparse offerings. Aside from a bar and a supermarket, few establishments were visible, many remaining closed due to the absence of patrons. Inside, he discovered an assortment of snacks neatly arranged on the shelves, though fresh produce was conspicuously absent. He mused that, in time, He might recruit a few subordinates to alleviate the desolation of the space. Choosing a well-located room, Chen Bei stepped inside, finding it to be approximately 400 square meters. Divided into 2 levels, the living space appeared satisfactory for daily needs, featuring 4 bathrooms, 3 showers, and 2 lounges, along with a private screening room and an array of intelligent electrical devices embodying a modern residential atmosphere. Chen Bei deemed it quite agreeable and contemplated making it his abode. With his mental energy scanning the entirety of the ship, Chen Bei acquired a comprehensive understanding of its design. In an uncharted expanse of the cosmos, a colossal spacecraft materialized, shimmering with a dark metallic luster. Chun Bei proceeded to test the vessel's capabilities, directing its attention toward a massive asteroid in the distance and pressing the attack button. A formidable energy cannon, poised at the front of the ship, began rapidly gathering energy. Whoosh! A brilliant energy beam surged forth from the cannon, striking the asteroid and obliterating it completely, leaving no trace behind. Chen Bei continued to test other weaponry in succession, discovering their effectiveness. Any adversary with a combat power of tens of thousands would perish instantly upon impact. Having assessed this, Chen Bei turned his attention to evaluating the spacecraft's speed. "What troubles you, Prince Vegeta?" Nappa inquired softly, observing the young Scion Prince exiting the training room. Out of respect for the prodigy among Scions, Nappa refrained from speaking loudly. Vegeta, still quite youthful, cast a fleeting glance at Nappa before slowly uttering, "Too weak." With that, he strode outside. It appeared that Vegeta intended to partake in a meal, as post-battle nourishment is vital for Scions, serving as their most direct means of replenishing energy. Seeing this, Nappa hastened to follow, acutely aware of his subordinate status in Vegeta's eyes, recognizing that he was far from an essential figure in the prince's hierarchy, which was marked by a haughty disdain for those of lesser power. The speed of the spacecraft was adequate, yet in the vastness of space, it felt sluggish. Although the vessel's cruising velocity was commendable, it paled in comparison to the swiftness of instantaneous movement. Interstellar travel necessitated the use of spatial wormholes. Overall, the spacecraft seemed more suited for ostentation than for urgent travel or combat. However, it could serve well for leisurely voyages among the stars. With no further inclination to investigate the spacecraft, Chun Bei shifted his focus to another matter. He resolved to take a well-deserved rest. Report: Scion activity remains normal, with no unusual occurrences. Echoed a voice from an unfamiliar chamber. Scions, they are truly hard to destroy, came the low murmur of Frieza. The 2 figures standing nearby, Sorbet and Dodoria, listened intently. Scions are indeed resilient. Many have emerged from prolonged battles, injuries notwithstanding, with seemingly enhanced abilities, Dodoria commented. Merely a pack of wild monkeys, a bunch of mindless creatures. To Lord Frieza, they are nothing more than tools, Sorbet scoffed, expressing his contempt for the Scions. Ho, Mr. Sorbet, how could you say such a thing? Scions are rather impressive. At the very least, they obey orders, Frieza replied with a smile, though his eyes betrayed a profound disdain for the Scions. Oblivious to the unfolding events, Chun Bei remained ensconced within his spacecraft. Chapter 45. Becoming a gourmet lying in his room, Chun Bei suddenly felt a pang of craving. At his level of cultivation, eating had become unnecessary. Absorbing spiritual energy sufficed. This is the marvel of cultivation techniques. Upon reaching a certain realm, one can abstain from food, unlike mere Dragon Ball warriors, who, despite their formidable strength, still rely on sustenance to replenish their energy. Perhaps I should prepare some food, he mused, recalling that he hadn't savored a meal in quite some time. Since departing from Earth, he had not partaken in any culinary delights, nor had he prepared any himself. Wherever he went, others catered to his needs. Thus, after leaving Earth, he had neglected this aspect of life. Now, the mere thought of food ignited a desire within him. Venturing into the expansive hall, he discovered a large kitchen designed to serve the entire crew of the spacecraft. The space was ample, featuring a tiered vegetable garden at the back, with each layer cultivating a different variety of vegetables, the height between layers ranging from approximately 1 to 1.5 meters, with some as little as half a meter. The garden was equipped with a dedicated water supply, utilizing specialized devices to extract moisture from the air, ensuring a consistent water source aboard the ship. In the absence of water molecules, energy could be converted into power and water. Regrettably, although the ship housed a small-scale farm, it lacked livestock, leaving no meat available for consumption. However, the storage did contain some frozen meats, which Chen Bei retrieved, for he would be quite displeased with merely vegetables. After all, a man relishes hearty meat. With vegetables in his left hand and meat in his right, he approached the kitchen, placing the vegetables onto the cutting board with a thud. He turned on the tap, rinsing the vegetables in preparation for cooking. Organizing the vegetables neatly on the board alongside the meat, he focused his mental energy, grasping the knife in both hands. At that moment, his gaze sharpened, and with a flick of his mental prowess, the vegetables levitated in the air as his hands danced rapidly, leaving behind a blur of motion. The sound of swift slicing filled the air, and soon the vegetables were perfectly chopped. Dividing his attention, he retrieved various plates from the cabinet, guiding the chopped vegetables onto them with precision. In an instant, all the dishes were elegantly arranged, awaiting the cooking process. He ignited the stove, pouring oil into the pan before adding the meat. Each movement was executed flawlessly, without a hint of hesitation. Skillfully adjusting the heat as he tapped into his innate culinary talent, ensuring every detail of the dish was perfectly managed. In cooking, the harmony of color, aroma, and flavor is paramount. The visual appeal is essential. A well-presented dish stimulates the appetite. The fragrance is equally critical. The quality of a dish is not solely determined by its appearance, but also by its enticing aroma. Allowing the aroma to dissipate would not only dilute the flavor, but also diminish the dish's heat, preventing it from achieving its peak deliciousness. Most importantly, flavor is the soul of a dish. While a dish may lack color or aroma, it must deliver a delightful taste experience. Each ingredient possesses its unique essence. For instance, raw onions are pungent with a hint of sweetness, but when cooked, their spiciness dissipates, leaving only the sweetness behind. Fish also carries a distinct fishiness that poses challenges during preparation. One must first remove the gills and internal organs, scraping away the dark parts within to lessen the odor. Various seasonings, such as ginger and garlic, are essential for balancing the fish's flavor. With the blessing of his culinary talent, Chen Bei found cooking these simple dishes effortless. He knew precisely how high the flame should be, the duration of cooking, the quantity of salt to add, and the appropriate seasonings to use. As he observed the meat nearing completion, he added the prepped vegetables, drizzling soy sauce right before serving. The aroma wafted through the air, tantalizing his senses. After preparing several dishes, he decided it was time to set the table. Gazing at the beautifully presented dishes, he felt immense satisfaction. Equipped with utensils, he began to savor each dish. The first was stir-fried pork belly, rich yet not greasy, the charred edges mingling with the fragrant scallions, completely masking any fishy taste. A delightful blend of sweetness and spiciness emerged, a truly exquisite flavor. Next came the braised chicken, which required careful attention to color and ingredients. Failing to do so could easily result in an unpleasant earthy taste. Chen Bei's rendition retained the perfect golden hue, with a rich and flavorful broth. Following that was beer duck, a dish that, while not overly complicated, demanded time and precision. This creation had taken considerable effort. He also prepared wintermelon and pork rib soup, chosen for its ability to cool and cleanse, balancing the richness of the previous dishes. 3 dishes and a soup. A classic combination, presented an inviting sight. Chen Bei could hardly contain his eagerness to taste, despite having prepared the meal himself. He wondered what unique qualities his culinary talent would impart to the dishes. As he lifted his chopsticks to sample the pork belly, an intense aroma flooded his mouth. A delightful medley of oil and meat that compelled him to take another bite. Resisting the urge, he redirected his chopsticks toward the steaming braised chicken, savoring a piece. The skin was tender yet flavorful, and the meat held a perfect springiness, enhanced by the fragrant broth, igniting his appetite further. Next, he reached for the beer duck. Its tender meat infused with the unique aroma of beer, equally enticing. Finally, he sampled the soup, its sweet and refreshing flavor cleansing his palate, banishing any lingering greasiness and revitalizing his spirit. The flavors proved delightful, and Chun Bei could not help but indulge, finishing every last morsel in no time, leaving not even a drop of soup behind. Chapter 46. Daydream. Having indulged in a delightful feast, Chun Bei felt a lingering reluctance to part with the experience, as it was truly exquisite, leaving a lasting aftertaste. Resisting the urge to indulge once more, he turned towards the pool, yearning for a moment of calm reflection. At this juncture, Chun Bei's body had reached a state of purity, where bathing was merely a means to savor life. By the poolside, he disrobed, his bare form revealing a physique that exuded aesthetic allure. He felt a sense of satisfaction. Evidently, his prolonged training had not been in vain. However, his lower self, seemingly starved, hung low in a state of discontent. With a flourish, he tossed several spirit stones into the water, showcasing his extravagant nature, for ordinary water no longer sufficed. He resolved that henceforth, he would bathe in spiritual essence. One by one, the spirit stones sank to the bottom, transforming the once mundane pool water into a spectacle of ethereal brilliance. Perhaps this was what happiness entailed, while others fretted over the scarcity of spirit energy. Chen Bei found himself abundant in spirit stones. As others lamented the absence of celestial energy, he held dominion over a celestial realm, capable of generating an unceasing flow of divine essence. Reclining in the pool, Chen Bei could not suppress a contented sigh. Under the influence of the spirit stones, the water brimmed with spiritual energy capable of refining the body and nourishing the soul. In such an optimal environment, cultivation became extraordinarily effective. Alas, Chen Bei had come to revel in this experience. After half a year of rigorous training, was he not entitled to a moment of pure enjoyment? As he lay in the water, both body and spirit began to unwind. At that moment, he mused about the luxury of having someone to massage him. Should he conjure an avatar, he suspected that before he could request a massage, it would likely seize the opportunity to tease him. For he was well aware of the mischievous nature of such manifestations. As for the mindless replicas, he shunned the idea, finding it peculiar to have someone resembling himself scrub his back. Chun Bei considered himself quite straightforward, harboring an interest solely in the fairer sex. The thought of men, however, was best left untouched. With his eyes closed, he dismissed these trivial thoughts, immersing himself fully in this rare moment of leisure. The spiritual energy infused the water, altering its hue, while his body instinctively began to absorb it. With each breath, his pores expanded and contracted, allowing the energy to flood into him, unwittingly initiating a passive cultivation. Unaware of these processes, Chen Bei had emptied his mind, surrendering to the blissful experience. He then drifted into a dream, wherein he found himself in another world. In this realm, he assumed the role of a young master from a prestigious family, with boundless wealth. Attended by maidens warming his bed, and bodyguards at his side. He was to wed his childhood sweetheart, and they were on the cusp of consummating their union. In the bridal chamber, Chun Bei, as the young master, approached the bride adorned with a red veil, anticipation etched across his face. Upon lifting the veil, he beheld a face of unparalleled beauty, flawless in every regard. Her features were delicate, with skin as smooth as cream and hands like soft petals. Chen Bei found himself at a loss for words, captivated by her beauty. Just as he prepared to advance further, a sudden commotion erupted outside, shouts of fire, followed by the cacophony of barking dogs and wailing children, as the crowd dispersed in panic. He opened the door to investigate, only to be doused with a bucket of water. With a splash, Chun Bei jolted awake, realizing he was still submerged in the pool. The sensation of water had been all too real. In that instant, his face flushed crimson. He had inadvertently lost his innocence in a dream. And without reaching the final act, no less. Mortified, he was grateful that no one had witnessed his embarrassment. Blushing, he hastily utilized his creative talent to conjure a clean outfit, dried himself off, and departed the scene. In truth, Chun Bei remained an uninitiated youth. Though he had experienced a few romances, they were nothing more than exchanges of I love you and good morning, akin to having a younger sister. He had yet to engage in anything more intimate. If an elder were to witness Chun Bei's embarrassing predicament, they would surely exclaim, "Ah, the youth is indeed impetuous." Upon returning to his room, Chen Bei took a moment to compose himself, relieved that he was alone in this small world. Otherwise, he felt he might have wished for an end to his embarrassment. Once calm, he began to formulate new plans. System, activate the attribute panel, he commanded. As he perused his attributes, ding, the attribute panel opened successfully. Host, Chun Bei race, human bloodline, Scion combat power, 386,000 realm, celestial skills, spiritual eye, X-ray vision, mental explosion, mental piercing, memory reading, mental pressure, monkey fist, turtle style qigong, kamehameha, Dragon Ball creation, divine language, mind reading, heart connection, limb regeneration, demon sealing wave, demon flash, dragon fist explosion, divine techniques, fragment of great destiny art X1, great acupuncture technique, great blood essence technique, secret of immortality, great faith technique, great wish technique, great sealing technique, great salvation technique, great world technique, time and space technique, great domination technique, heavenly transformation of 36 changes, cloning technique, resurrection technique, instant transmission. Note, some skills have been reclassified under divine techniques for better organization. In the future, terms such as great acupuncture technique and great cause and effect technique will be collectively referred to as divine techniques, while concepts like destiny law and time law will be classified as laws and great laws for clarity. Talent: God-level comprehension, photographic memory, illusion immunity, indomitable will, vacuum survival, creation. Golden eyes: technological prodigy, divine chef special abilities, dragon god power, breath of nature, vitality affinity items. Ring world: super divine water x2, immortal beings x100, nimbus clouds x2. Time-space ring, universal key, luxury starry strategic ship, Scion bloodline gene x10, super Namekian bloodline gene x1, human path ceiling list, crimson lotus flame seed, immortal being cultivation method. His power had surged by several thousand, attributed to his mastery of the great acupuncture technique and great world technique, significantly expanding his dantian to store more energy, thus enhancing his overall strength. Note: if there are any oversights by the author, feedback is welcome, as it is easy to overlook details amidst the abundance of content. In truth, many of Chun Bei's abilities remained only partially developed. Techniques such as time-space technique and cloning technique held vast potential for further exploration. Most individuals would find a single skill sufficient for a lifetime. Yet Chen Bei had acquired an array of esoteric arts. Regrettably, mastering these techniques was not a task for the impatient. Many would spend their lives grasping only the slightest understanding of them. Although Chen Bei possessed foundational applications, they were largely facilitated by the system as support. Without it, his progress would have been significantly slower. While Chen Bei's innate talent was remarkable, it did not guarantee instantaneous mastery of every skill, particularly those of an arcane nature, which also demanded the passage of time for true comprehension. His god-level insight merely accelerated his initial understanding of these arts. It did not absolve him of the need to study diligently. To attain mastery of such divine techniques, both comprehension and accumulation of experience were paramount. Chapter 47. Breakthrough after breakthrough. Chen Bei now finds it imperative to transcend his current realm. While his power is formidable, his level remains insufficient. Without attaining the genuine long-life secret realm, he cannot extend his lifespan, rendering the elevation of his realm crucial at this juncture. The celestial realm necessitates the unity of yin and yang, whereas the myriad laws that lie beyond the celestial realm require one to meticulously refine and consolidate their own laws onto a talisman. The more potent one's laws, the more formidable the attainment of the myriad laws realm becomes. The term laws here refers to the esoteric methods that have been mastered. At present, Chun Bei has merely commenced his journey with the Great Wish technique, the Great Acupoint technique, the Great World technique, and the cloning technique. The rest remain at a rudimentary application level, particularly the 36 transformations of Tiangang, where he has only just begun to grasp the transformation of the gestation technique among the 36 divine abilities. Fortunately, with the aid of the system, Chen Bei does not need to learn step by step. He can command these divine abilities, making the transition to the myriad laws realm relatively effortless. He channels his consciousness to manipulate spiritual energy, constructing intricate lines of energy that intertwine to form a unique rune. This rune serves as a vessel for his divine abilities, with the Great Destiny technique at its core, inscribed onto the spiritual talisman. Even in its incomplete form, the power of the Great Destiny technique surpasses that of ordinary divine abilities. As he constructs this divine method with his mental energy, the talisman nearly falters under the strain. Thankfully, Chun Bei notices just in time and increases the flow of spiritual energy. Otherwise, he would have faced a catastrophic failure in his breakthrough. The remainder of the process proves to be simpler. The Great Wish technique, having been previously practiced, is relatively easy to inscribe. He then proceeds to inscribe the Great Blood Soul technique, the Great Acupoint technique, and the Great World technique. In total, he engraves 12 divine methods onto the talisman. Upon inscribing the 12 methods, the talisman emanates a radiant golden light, transitioning from the ethereal to the tangible, with the runes appearing increasingly extraordinary and profound. By communicating with the talisman and nurturing it within his dantian, he successfully completes his cultivation. Achievement of the myriad laws realm accomplished. Chen Bei's realm ascends to a new level. The next step is to break through to the golden elixir realm, where the primary task is to accumulate spiritual power and condense it into a dan. This stage is a challenge many individuals never complete in their lifetime, as the required spiritual power is immense. Without a fortuitous encounter, one cannot sustain such consumption. Many demon races expend their entire lives gathering spiritual energy over millennia to successfully form a golden elixir. Ordinary mortals, with their limited lifespans, cannot hope to gather sufficient energy in their brief existence to condense their own golden elixir. Even the eternally living protagonist Fong Han achieved his golden elixir through various fortunate encounters, acquiring one formed by others who toiled for 1,000 years, allowing him to leap over the celestial realm and attain the golden elixir of divine abilities. Speaking of fortunate encounters, those who invest money can never compare to those who possess innate advantages. For Chen Bei, with his boundless spiritual energy, the formation of a golden elixir is merely a slight exertion. Moreover, Chun Bei enjoys certain advantages, such as the minor successes in the Great Acupoint Technique and the Great World Technique, alongside his formidable mental strength. These techniques expand the capacity of his dantian, allowing him to absorb spiritual energy without the hesitance others may experience. With his powerful mental force, controlling and condensing the energy becomes significantly easier. Having cultivated the eternal life secret canon, its benefits become apparent. It can absorb energy of any attribute, paving a smooth path for Chen Bei to break through to the golden elixir. He can simply gather and condense spiritual energy, unconcerned with whether it aligns with his attributes. Entering a frenzied cultivation mode. Activating the eternal life secret canon, torrents of spiritual energy converge upon Chen Bei, with much of it already liquefied. With such high-quality energy, the condensation of a golden elixir becomes a straightforward endeavor. As Chun Bei continues to absorb, the black vortex within his dantian spins rapidly, voraciously consuming the influx of spiritual energy. This process persists for an entire month, during which Chen Bei gathers an immense quantity of spiritual energy. Coupled with the accumulation of spiritual stones within his miniature world, he feels confident about his impending breakthrough to the golden elixir realm. With such an abundance of spiritual energy, he cannot help but wonder what size his golden elixir might be. Generally, to break through to the golden elixir, one might need to absorb a pool's worth of high-quality spiritual energy. Those with exceptional talents may require the volume of a lake, while prodigious geniuses might need nearly the energy of an inner sea. The greater the energy absorption, the stronger the resulting golden elixir. This disparity between extraordinary talents and ordinary individuals is stark, as some prodigies can take on hundreds or thousands, thanks to their stable golden elixirs that can store vast amounts of spiritual energy. In contrast, those who exhaust themselves with a few powerful techniques pale in comparison. Chen Bei, having absorbed the energy equivalent to an ocean and filled his miniature world with high-quality spiritual stones, anticipates the formidable strength of the golden elixir that will result from such a wealth of energy. To cultivate the eternal life method and break through to the golden elixir, a crucial step remains: the re-engraving of the divine abilities inscribed on the talisman onto the golden elixir itself. This process is perilous. A single misstep could lead to ruin, either the golden elixir shattering, turning all his hard-earned energy to ash, or worse, resulting in a catastrophic explosion within his dantian, leading to his demise. At such a critical moment, Chen Bei cannot afford to relax. As he diligently operates his cultivation method, he also communicates with the talisman within him. As his spiritual power continues to condense, the massive energy vortex within him gradually contracts, forming an irregular sphere. Chun Bei daringly pushes the talisman into the still-forming golden elixir. This step is audacious. Others typically separate the runes from the talisman and then inscribe them onto the golden elixir one by one. Chen Bei, however, directly integrates the 12 runes of his divine abilities into the golden elixir, showing a remarkable degree of boldness. The golden elixir continuously takes shape, and the runes he introduced are pulverized by the force of its rotation, becoming one with the elixir. Time continues to pass for another half-month. At last, upon hearing a resonant hum, the golden elixir solidifies, signifying Chen Bei's official entry into the golden elixir realm. From this point forward, with the golden elixir in his possession, his fate lies in his own hands, not dictated by the heavens, but this is merely a jest. Chen Bei does not feel the rush of excitement, as he has already experienced countless moments of exhilaration over the past weeks. He has awaited the successful condensation of the golden elixir, only to be met with disappointment each time he felt close to success. After enduring the cycle of hope and despair multiple times, he finds himself numb, even with this latest success failing to elicit a significant joy. Chapter 48. Sign-in at the Sion Royal Palace. The golden core of Chen Bei is remarkably large, a crystallization of the energy he has gathered from his entire being. To comprehend its magnitude, let us draw a comparison. For an ordinary cultivator, the initial golden core they form is typically irregular. It is only upon achieving completion in their cultivation that it becomes smooth and rounded. The size of their initial cores generally ranges from that of a grain of rice to a peanut. Some gifted individuals, devoid of extraordinary encounters, who follow a methodical path in their cultivation, may produce golden cores that are somewhat superior to those of the average practitioners, with fewer imperfections, typically falling between the sizes of a grape and an egg. Conversely, those of exceptional talent may form golden cores that range from the size of an egg to that of a basketball. In rare cases, individuals with extraordinary fortunes might even create flawless golden cores from the outset, often referred to as leakless golden cores, which saves them countless hours that would otherwise be spent refining their cores. Chen Bei's golden core not only boasts a plump and rounded exterior but is also astonishingly large, comparable to a water tank. Within it, various runes can be discerned, radiating an enigmatic luminescence. To Chen Bei's surprise, his audacious maneuver succeeded, infusing divine abilities into the very essence of the golden core. Unlike the conventional method of engraving divine powers upon the surface, Chen Bei's technique imprints them from within. This is because the interior of the golden core is not devoid of substance. Every individual embeds a fragment of their soul within their golden core, nurturing and strengthening it over time. The divine powers inscribed upon the core draw sustenance from this fragment of the soul, thereby deepening one's understanding of these abilities. The advantage of Chun Bei's approach lies in the ease with which he can enhance his comprehension of these innate talents, as both his soul and divine powers reside within his body. In contrast, others typically form their golden cores first, imprint divine powers subsequently, and then refine these powers to integrate them into the core, ultimately achieving a leakless golden core. Chen Bei has effectively bypassed this cumbersome step, attaining a streamlined process. Such fortuitous circumstances are indeed remarkable. Contemplating his journey, Chun Bei pondered his next course of action. After a moment of hesitation, he chose not to pursue an elevation in his realm of power. He felt a longing to venture beyond, having spent considerable time in this small world, and was curious about the changes in the external realm. Thus, Chun Bei transformed into a grain of sand, vanishing in an instant. In the external world, within the Scion royal palace on planet Vegeta, King Vegeta sat upon his throne. Your Majesty, reports indicate that Lord Frieza has once again reduced the supply of resources to our Scion people, citing our frequent destruction of valuable planets. What course of action should we take? Asked a Scion standing below. This predicament arises from the inherent nature of the Scion race. When engaged in battle, they often lose control, especially in their great ape form. Except for a few elite warriors, most become irrational, wreaking havoc. This tendency has been pointed out by Frieza on numerous occasions, as his intention is to conquer valuable planets rather than merely destroy them, which often complicates matters for him. In private, some of Frieza's associates derisively refer to the Scions as wild monkeys, for their minds seem singularly focused on combat, a testament to their simplistic thinking and robust physiques. While they are capable of annihilating planets and causing destruction, their suitability for seizing valuable territories is often questionable, leading to Frieza's irritation. Understood. I will communicate this to Lord Frieza, King Vegeta replied coolly, then turned his attention to another figure below. By the way, how is my son Vegeta faring? Upon hearing King Vegeta's inquiry, the Scion being scrutinized stood at attention. Report to King Vegeta. The prince is doing well under Lord Frieza's guidance, rapidly enhancing his strength, truly a testament to the prowess of our Scion warriors. Very well. King Vegeta acknowledged with a nod, a sign of his satisfaction. Chen Bei observed these proceedings keenly, aware that the relationship between the Scion race and Frieza's forces was far from harmonious. The impending doom of the Scions loomed on the horizon. System, sign in. Chen Bei, uninterested in their discourse, found their conversation devoid of substance, suspecting that sensitive topics would remain unspoken. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully signing in at the Scion Royal Palace. Rewards, Infinity Throne X1, Thunder's Technique, Moonlight Treasure Box, Six-Eared Macaque Bloodline Gene X1, Dark Immortal Gold. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully checking in with the character King Vegeta. Rewards, Great Law of Order Technique, Scion Bloodline Gene X10, Great Yin-Yang Secret, Carefree Abode. The Infinity Throne, though not part of the Immortal series of artifacts, possesses extraordinary functionalities. Infinity signifies boundlessness, a realm transcending the Taiji, and the Infinity Throne embodies the ultimate seed of infinite time and space, wielding the power to suppress and alter the very fabric of reality, a supreme treasure capable of commanding the fate of an entire world. The Thunderous Technique, one of the 3,000 grand divine abilities, ranks first among 72 striking techniques and 11th overall, a testament to its formidable might. The Moonlight Treasure Box. Originating from the world of a Chinese odyssey, can reverse time and transport one to the past. Possessing incredible power that should only be wielded by those with significant karmic ties, lest they fall victim to the backlash of temporal forces. Becoming lost in the vast expanse of time. The six-eared macaque bloodline gene, a unique entity not classified among the 5 celestial beings or the 5 insects, is among the 4 mischievous monkeys alongside the spirit stone monkey and the red buttock horse monkey. The six-eared macaque is a remnant of the primordial chaotic demons, severed by Pangu. Its essence divided into 4, with the six-eared macaque being one of them. Its exceptional talent allows it to perceive events occurring miles away, comprehending human speech and discerning sound, providing insight into the principles of existence. In Journey to the West, it even successfully emulated the abilities of Sun Wukong, showcasing its extraordinary aptitude. Utilizing the six-eared macaque bloodline gene grants one access to the innate divine abilities of the six-eared macaque, an exceedingly valuable asset. Lastly, the dark immortal gold. A remarkable metal from the realm of covering the heavens, serves as an exceptional material for crafting treasures, renowned for its remarkable toughness and hardness. Ranking among the finest of celestial metals. Chapter 49, The Search for Bardock. The Great Law Technique, belonging to the 3000 Grand Daos, is akin to the principle of command through words, enabling one to command all things under heaven. In the realm of immortality, it is an exclusive skill of the Emperor of Humanity. However, this is only relative. The execution of the Great Law Technique requires either substantial strength or the assistance of treasures imbued with immense fortune. Most individuals cannot withstand the backlash of such fortune, rendering this divine ability available solely to those like the Emperor of Humanity or the Jade Emperor, who bear great destiny, or to those of significant magical prowess, such as saints. The Scion bloodline gene is a reward that Chen Bei has received several times, making it somewhat superfluous, yet it remains a complementary acquisition. Better than having nothing at all. Next, the Great Yin-Yang Sutra. This item immediately captivated Chun Bei's attention, and indeed, upon reading its description, it aligned perfectly with his expectations. The Great Yin-Yang Sutra is an unparalleled secret for dual cultivation, with functions that extend beyond mere dual practice. The Great Yin-Yang Sutra is divided into the Yin and Yang Sutras, which can be cultivated separately or in conjunction. Solely practicing the Yin Sutra requires the continual absorption of lunar and earthly energies, ultimately leading to the manifestation of the Taiyin and the Sun, thereby reversing chaos. Conversely, focusing solely on the Yang Sutra involves the absorption of the 9 suns and the fiery energies, which similarly allows for the generation of Yin from Yang, achieving a harmonious balance and embodying the essence of chaos. Dual cultivation can be undertaken individually or with a partner. When practiced alone, one must absorb lunar energy while simultaneously drawing in solar energy. Failure to do so may result in an excess of either Yin or Yang, leading to potential madness. This path is reserved for those with significant fortuity, as the lunar and solar energies seldom coexist harmoniously. However, when 2 individuals engage in dual cultivation, one practicing the Sun and the other the Taiyin, they can progress simultaneously, accelerating their growth and achieving a state of coexistent Yin and Yang, ultimately transcending to a primordial state together. This concept greatly pleased Chen Bei, who wore a smile of contentment, reaffirming that the system indeed understood his desires. The next item. The Carefree Abode, puzzled Chen Bei. A house as a reward. Upon reviewing its description, he quickly grasped its significance. The Carefree Abode is not merely a dwelling. It is a mobile sanctuary for cultivation, rich with the power of various laws, significantly enhancing one's practice. It is inscribed with a specialized gathering formation, capable of converging spiritual energy, an invaluable asset for those lacking superior cultivation methods. Furthermore, the Carefree Abode boasts various formations, including illusion arrays, soul confusion arrays, and blood slaughter arrays, alongside specific formations for refining the heart and accelerating time. The array of formations is dazzling, and most remarkably, this abode can navigate through chaos while shielding its occupant from causal calculations, an extraordinary boon. Once again, the rewards were commendable. Chen Bei completed his check-in and prepared to depart. At the Vegeta planet, in the logistics support department, meat distribution room, Chen Bei, in the guise of sand, appeared unnoticed. His presence here was not due to idleness. He sought a woman mentioned in the original narrative. Indeed, Chen Bei was searching for Bardock's wife, Jine, who was also the mother of son Goku Kakarot. In Chun Bei's view, Individuals connected to certain pivotal plot lines in Dragon Ball should be eligible for check-ins, hence his presence. Without expending much effort, he soon spotted the familiar figure, a woman clad in a pink combat suit, with long, somewhat spiky hair, exuding a gentle demeanor. The original narrative noted her as a scion not skilled in combat. Without hesitation, Chen Bei initiated the check-in, silently reciting the necessary incantations while awaiting the system's response. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully checking in with the narrative character Jine. Rewards: Alchemical Compendium, Purple Gold Bagua Furnace, Tranquil Heart Spell, Healing Technique. Having completed the check-in, Chun Bei did not linger on the details of the rewards, but swiftly transitioned into a small world. He still required the check-in of one significant character, Bardock, Son Goku's father. Chun Bei anticipated that successfully checking in with Bardock would yield equally gratifying rewards. His thoughts extended beyond this. He pondered whether, if Vegeta planet were to be destroyed, he should intervene to save Jine and Bardock. Previously, Chun Bei utilized his mental prowess to scout the planet, but found no sign of Bardock. He surmised that Bardock must be away on a mission. By the time he returned, it would coincide with the impending destruction of Vegeta planet, and the moment Son Goku was sent to Earth. There remained nearly a few months. After a moment of contemplation, Chun Bei resolved to wait for Bardock's return. Just as this thought emerged, a flash of inspiration struck him. He could actively seek out Bardock. Although unfamiliar with Bardock's aura and unable to teleport directly, Chen Bei recalled the original narrative. By determining which planet Bardock was on during his mission, he could ascertain his general location, making the search much easier. In Dragon Ball, few individuals conceal their auras, so Chun Bei believed it would not be difficult to locate Bardock. Thus, he recalled that Bardock was on a planet called Kasa, where he was attacked by the inhabitants with a unique ability, resulting in injury and the acquisition of foresight. Subsequently, he was rescued by his comrades and placed in a healing pod. However, his companions were later deceived by Frieza on planet Meat, and Bardock narrowly escaped due to his injuries. Unfortunately, when he sought his comrades again, he was gravely wounded by Frieza's forces, ultimately returning to Vegeta planet through sheer willpower and resilience. Chen Bei decided to first visit Kasa planet. Traveling between planets required considerable time, but he was not concerned about a wasted trip. His teleportation capabilities were formidable, complemented by the system's navigational map. The current status of Kasa planet was unclear, but Chun Bei deduced that they might have arrived there long before the mention of Kakaroto's birth, suggesting they were likely en route back. Alas, does that mean I might be making a fruitless journey? Chun Bei couldn't help but grumble, lamenting how plans often fall short of reality. What should I do now? He found himself at a loss, faced with yet another complication. Ultimately, he resolved to investigate. Kasa planet had featured in the narrative, and even if he did not encounter Bardock, checking in there would still be worthwhile. Besides, with his instant transmission, the travel time would be minimal. Contemplating quickly, he settled on a plan to check in at Kasa planet and then return, hoping to manage the timing effectively. Chapter 50, Planet Kasa. Having made his decision, Chen Bei no longer lingered. He was not one to procrastinate. Summoning the system navigation, he pinpointed the coordinates of planet Kasa and promptly vanished from sight. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Frieza force, Frieza was assigning tasks to some of his subordinates. Dodoria, how have you fared with the task I entrusted to you? A figure, seated in a floating chair resembling a baby carriage, spoke slowly to a pink-skinned alien beneath him. Report, Lord Frieza, everything has been arranged. All Scions dispatched for missions are being recalled to their home planet, and those particularly troublesome individuals have been assigned to perilous worlds. Additionally, I have stationed some operatives on the planets where they will soon be deployed, waiting for these Scions to fall into our trap, the pink-skinned alien, Dodoria, replied. One of Frieza's most trusted aides. Another loyal subordinate of Frieza, Zarbin, stood behind him. The plan to eliminate the Scions had been in motion for some time, however. Frieza had refrained from taking action, as he wished to observe the Scion race and discern their peculiarities. To facilitate this, Frieza had requested King Vegeta to send his exceptionally gifted son, Vegeta, to this location for closer observation of Scion traits. Unfortunately, despite all this time, Frieza had yet to witness the legendary Scion, described by his ancestors as possessing golden auras and golden hair. Even the Scion Prince, heralded as the most gifted among them, had left Frieza feeling disappointed. In his eyes, how could a race as inferior as the Scions, akin to wild monkeys, possibly possess the strength to defeat his ancestors? Surely, It was a mistake on their part. After such extensive observation, Frieza had grown weary and resolved to eradicate the Scion race, reducing them to cosmic dust. At that point, no legends would matter, for the Scions would be no more. Ha ha ha, splendid work, Dodoria. However, just to be on the safe side, I think I shall take matters into my own hands. It has been quite some time since I last stretched my muscles. I am eager to witness the fireworks that will accompany the destruction of planet Vegeta. Frieza prepared to annihilate the Scions himself. On planet Kanasha, Chen Bei materialized amidst the ruins. Observing the devastation around him, he realized his assumptions were correct. Bardock and his companions had completed their invasion and departed the planet. They would likely return to planet Vegeta shortly. Chun Bei wandered about, extending his mental energy to sense the presence of any Scions, but found none. The planet was devoid of life, the thick smoke from the ruins having long dissipated, leaving only ashes from the remnants of burnt objects. Since Bardock and his group had left, Chen Bei had no intention of lingering any longer. He began to silently invoke the system sign-in, awaiting the notification sound. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully signing in on planet Kanasha. Rewards obtained: Great Prophecy Technique, Space Cube, Golden Human Bloodline Gene, World Tree Sapling. Having received his rewards, Chun Bei did not linger over them. He intended to return to planet Vegeta, as he could not accurately gauge when Bardock and his companions would arrive back. He did not wish to miss them, which would lead to further complications. Almost forgot, I have the cloning technique. A look of annoyance crossed Chun Bei's face as he smacked his forehead. How could he forget such an important detail? With the cloning technique, even if he could not sense Bardock's location, having a clone stationed on planet Vegeta would ensure he would not miss their return. Unfortunately, Chen Bei often found himself forgetful. It was perhaps understandable. He possessed an overwhelming array of abilities and was still unfamiliar with their applications. Having spent most of his time in training since arriving in the Dragon Ball world, he often overlooked the usage of certain powers. Should I return myself, or send a clone to wait there? Chen Bei found himself in a quandary. After a considerable time, he finally clarified his thoughts. It was more reliable for him to return personally. If he sent a clone, he would still need to be informed, causing an unnecessary hassle. Thus, he chose to return directly, avoiding unnecessary trips. And so, Chen Bei embarked on his journey home, vanishing from planet Kanasha. On planet Vegeta, everything remained as usual. The inhabitants of this planet were entirely unaware that a crisis loomed on the horizon. Upon returning to planet Vegeta, Chen Bei entered seclusion within a small world, leaving behind a clone to remind him of Bardock's return. This clone was telepathically connected to Chen Bei, allowing him to receive updates from the outside world effortlessly. In the small world, Chun Bei began to examine the rewards he had acquired. First, he reviewed the 4 items obtained from the sign-in. The first was the Alchemy Compendium, an extensive tome encompassing various alchemical systems from different worlds, divided into 4 chapters. The first chapter, Basic Techniques, covered the fundamentals of alchemy, including not only pills but also potions and elixirs. Essentially, anything related to medicine was addressed within its pages. The second chapter, Intermediate Techniques, focused on the innovation of new formulas while proficiently utilizing various recipes, representing a benchmark for achieving intermediate standards. The Advanced Techniques chapter allowed practitioners to effortlessly integrate various mystical principles into their concoctions, enabling them to attain an exalted state of existence. Finally, the Ultimate Techniques chapter offered the ability to seamlessly merge with the fabric of reality, condensing the essence of an entire world or chaotic energy into a single elixir, thus allowing one to transcend the constraints of fate. Upon reading this description, Chen Bei could only exclaim in awe. The second reward was the Purple Gold Bagua Furnace, a primordial spiritual treasure containing various flames, including the 6 Divine Fire and the True Samadhi Fire, capable of incinerating anything, encompassing the universe. It thrived in symbiosis with the Bagua, serving as an exceptional aid for alchemical endeavors. The Purple Gold Bagua Furnace possessed 48 prohibitions, ranked just beneath primordial treasures. The process of refining these prohibitions was lengthy. As the saying in the primordial realm goes, time is not recorded in the primordial era. Upon birth, primordial beings are already considered sacred, enjoying lengthy lifespans. In the early days, the heavenly Tao was not in effect, and reincarnation did not manifest. There were no tribulations to overcome. As long as they did not encounter formidable foes, they could essentially live until the end of the primordial realm. For ordinary primordial beings, refining a single prohibition could take hundreds to thousands of years for the gifted, while those of average talent might require tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of years. The less fortunate would find themselves with treasures in hand, yet no means to utilize them. Chen Bei was uncertain how long it would take him to refine the purple gold bagua furnace. Likely akin to possessing a mountain of gold, yet being unable to access it. Chapter 51. The fusion of bloodlines. Once again, the rewards presented here are somewhat more reasonable. The Clear Heart spell, a simple yet practical incantation, can dispel distracting thoughts and sever the ties of inner demons. It can be employed upon oneself or others, purifying the hearts of the wicked and guiding them toward redemption. This skill proves to be immensely useful, granting Chen Bei confidence against the emergence of his inner turmoil. The healing spell, a wondrous magic from the realm of sorcery, possesses the capability to mend all injuries. Its efficacy is contingent upon the user's prowess, with no upper limit. When mastered to its fullest extent, it can even reverse mortality. Thus, Chen Bei transforms into an immortal force, an extraordinary healer who can inflict despair upon his adversaries even in the face of defeat. Next, the rewards for signing in on the planet Kasa appear. Given the previous extraordinary rewards, Chen Bei anticipates that the forthcoming ones will not disappoint. For the system has never been miserly. He feels himself succumbing to the enticing allure of the system's benevolence. The first reward he encounters is the Grand Prophecy Technique. According to its description, this technique, one of the 3,000 divine abilities, grants foresight into the future and the power to alter causality. Akin to the effects of spoken incantations, it is esteemed alongside the Grand Resurrection and the Grand Judgment as one of the three supreme arts. The Space Cube, imbued with infinite spatial energy, enables one to traverse time and break through the barriers of existence. Although such a treasure is not particularly needed by Chen Bei, as his own mastery of teleportation allows him to navigate the cosmos, the spatial energy contained within it is indeed valuable for his cultivation. The golden human bloodline gene, the most noble lineage of humanity, exists as but one entity within the universe. The golden humans are born as the sovereigns of their race, endowed with unparalleled gifts and divine fortune, making them formidable and not to be trifled with. The sapling of the world tree, destined to mature into the world tree itself. The world tree, the tree of creation, and the tree of life are collectively revered as the three divine trees. The world tree upholds the universe, supports the chaotic energies, while the tree of creation bridges the void and the abyss, and the tree of life governs the vitality of living beings, ensuring that life endures eternally. These rewards are anything but simple, invincible. Chun Bei muses internally, pondering how he has been bestowed such formidable rewards by the system, leaving him with no justification to remain anything less than invincible. He reflects upon his worthiness to bear such immense karmic burdens, contemplating the magnitude of his own fortune that has resulted in such exceptional rewards. After much deliberation, he decides to set aside these thoughts and focus on what lies ahead. Shall he fuse his bloodlines? Having already utilized the Scion bloodline gene, he is left with the six-eared macaque and the golden human bloodline genes, both of which appear to be extraordinarily powerful. The Namekian bloodline gene, however, shall not be considered. His hesitation lies in whether these bloodlines will clash within him or if they can harmoniously coexist, preserving all their respective abilities perfectly. With such uncertainties lingering, Chun Bei cannot resist but to inquire of the system. System, please manifest. I have a question. Ding. The host need not worry. The bloodline genes acquired through sign-in will merge seamlessly, allowing for the inheritance of their exceptional traits. The system responds with its characteristic succinctness, alleviating Chun Bei's concerns. Then let us proceed with the fusion. Chen Bei resolves, steeling himself as he injects both bloodline genes into his body. The previous experience of fusing the Scion bloodline was arduous, and this time promises to be no less challenging, especially since he is merging two distinct bloodlines simultaneously. The ensuing pain is likely to be even more intense. Indeed, as the bloodline genes integrate into his very essence, a powerful sensation of tearing envelopes him. His heart aches violently, his eyes become bloodshot, and his tail rises as if electrified. Veins bulge across his body, resembling grotesque serpents writhing, threatening to burst forth at any moment. Unable to contain his anguish, Chun Bei rolls on the ground, pounding the earth with his fists, cracking the surface and causing fissures to radiate outward from the epicenter. On planet Vegeta, a flurry of activity unfolds. In recent days, many Scions who have completed their missions have been summoned back, and the Frieza force has ceased to assign new tasks. Some Scions relish the respite, indulging in various forms of entertainment, from bars to karaoke, and engaging in violent games. Despite their reputation for simplicity, their leisure activities are plentiful, with some scions even dyeing their hair in vibrant hues, earning them the label of delinquents among their kin. Approximately a month passes, during which Chen Bei quietly contemplates the abilities acquired through the fusion of bloodlines within his small world. Throughout this time, he has spent only a fraction of his consciousness awake. The majority was consumed by the lengthy and intense fusion process. Upon regaining consciousness, he inquires of his doppelgangers whether Bardock and the others have returned to planet Vegeta, but receives a negative response. Chun Bei recalls from the original narrative that upon their return, they placed Bardock in a healing chamber, and he swiftly recovered after a few days. During his recuperation, his companions undertook their next mission to conquer planet MIT, only to be ambushed by Dodoria and his cohorts. By the time Bardock returned, Frieza had already descended upon planet Vegeta, preparing to annihilate the Scion race. Now, with only 6 months remaining before the destruction of planet Vegeta, it seems Chen Bei must bide his time. Thus, the monotonous days drift by, as he continues to acclimate to his newfound abilities. His desire for power has diminished, and in the years since arriving in the Dragon Ball world, he has undergone no physical changes. In fact, he appears even younger. Chen Bei surmises that his life essence has transcended mortal limits, extending his lifespan, thus diminishing his urgency to cultivate and elevate his realm. His current focus lies in familiarizing himself with the myriad abilities he possesses, striving to comprehend them fully. With such mastery, Chun Bei's strength is poised to achieve unprecedented heights. Shortly thereafter, in the external world, small spacecraft zip swiftly across the skies of planet Vegeta, landing at a designated docking port. Chapter 52. The arrival of Bardock. The figures before us were none other than Bardock and his companions returning from the planet Kanasha. This small entourage of 5 included, on the far left, a female scion clad in a striking red bodysuit and a black combat uniform. She was the sole female among Bardock's crew, known as Celebi. Beside her stood a burly figure, his muscles failing to conceal his rotundity, sporting a mushroom haircut and a rather disheveled mustache. His name was Pabujan. The other 2 scions flanked Bardock, one on each side. To the right was a Mediterranean-haired scion resembling a character from folklore named Dodobo, whose potential transformation into a super scion might evoke an awkward spectacle, as baldness is not uncommon among scions. Even Nappa from the original series bore such a trait. On Bardock's left was Toma, the second strongest in the group, whose warm demeanor fostered a close relationship with Bardock. He possessed a physique that was relatively normal compared to the other male scions, resembling the later appearing Nam. At the center of this gathering lay Bardock, unconscious and in need of urgent care. Their destination was the specialized treatment room designated for scion healing. A forerunner had already informed Chen Bei of Bardock's team's return, and he had since departed from the small world. Transforming into gravel, he attached himself to Celebi, intending to accompany them to the scion healing room. Chen Bei pondered whether this healing facility would allow for a sign-in, and he was determined to test this hypothesis, curious whether these characters with ties to Bardock, who had appeared in Dragon Ball, would also be eligible for sign-in. Thus, Chen Bei began to silently chant his sign-in mantra. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully checked in with the plot character Bardock and received the rewards. Pre-character secret, talent, warrior's heart, 3 life mirror, S-Cell Catalyst X1. The system notification abruptly concluded, leaving Chen Bei momentarily bewildered. Was that all? It seemed that exploiting system loopholes was futile. The term plot character specifically referred to key figures within the narrative, excluding secondary characters from recognition. Chen Bei contemplated this pattern but remained undeterred, as he had yet to utilize his sign-in privileges. Once they reached the healing room, he would attempt another check-in. After a short walk, they arrived at the designated healing chamber, conveniently situated near the scion nursery. Upon halting, Chen Bei initiated his sign-in process. But alas, this time he met with failure yet again. However, he remained optimistic. His rewards were already substantial, and many significant figures had yet to make their appearance. So there was no rush. Bardock's comrades, having ensured his well-being in the healing room, took their leave, eager to rest after their prolonged absence. Chen Bei also departed, but not before leaving a mental imprint on Celebi, which would allow him to track their whereabouts later. He contemplated recruiting a few scion subordinates, though he believed that such a venture was best undertaken in moments of desperation when the light of salvation emerges unexpectedly, leaving a profound impact on those teetering on the brink of despair. Chen Bei was not inclined to casually convert others, except for adversaries. However, he held no grievances against these scions. The notion of converting them felt somewhat awkward, as he did not consider himself a paragon of virtue. Yet he maintained his own ethical boundaries. When planet Vegeta faced its demise, Chen Bei harbored intentions of rescuing Bardock and his wife. He had long lamented that Goku would never meet his parents. A cheerful and spirited youth burden. Chapter 53, Planet MIT. Frieza was preparing to journey to planet Vegeta. Prior to this, he had instructed Dodoria and his team to eliminate some troublesome individuals in advance. Although Frieza harbored no fear of the current Saiyans, a lingering dread of the legendary Super Saiyan resided deep within him, an apprehension passed down from his ancestors. While he remained skeptical of this myth, he would not allow himself to be caught unawares. Planet MIT, a relatively weak life-sustaining world, was the breeding ground for a conspiracy against Bardock's squad. Frieza was well aware of Bardock's growth. From a mere low-ranking warrior, he had ascended to a level of power that even higher-ranking warriors struggled to attain. This piqued Frieza's interest, prompting him to assign various tasks to Bardock's team for observation. However, Frieza had grown weary of the game. He was determined to eradicate the Saiyans entirely. As for the legend of the Super Saiyan, he intended to shatter it personally, leaving only a Saiyan prince and his entourage behind. Nearly a week had passed since Bardock's return to planet Vegeta, and Tomar and his companions, observing Bardock still in a comatose state, resolved to proceed without him. In the medical bay, Bardock's comrades stood nearby. Truly remarkable, Bardock had healed in just a few days. Indeed, despite being a low-ranking warrior, he consistently returned from raids on enemy planets bearing a multitude of injuries. His combat power must now be approaching 10,000, an extraordinary feat. At that moment, Tamar could not restrain himself from inquiring about Bardock's condition. How is he? Physically, he is perfectly fine. The treatment was thorough. However, the computer's diagnostic indicates some irregularity in his brainwaves. Is that so? I suppose we will have to leave Bardock behind this time. Indeed. Which planet shall we visit next? Planet MIT. Tomar turned to address Pabujan and the others. Not far away, planet MIT was within reasonable distance from planet Vegeta, so the group opted not to enter sleep mode, eagerly awaiting their arrival. Meanwhile, Chen Bei had also received the news. Oh, has it begun? Planet MIT. Shortly after Tomar's departure, Bardock awoke, opening his eyes to find medical staff surrounding him. He had just experienced a terrifying dream about planet Vegeta and his son, Kakarot. Unsure whether his dream was a mere figment of imagination or a grim reality, he felt disoriented and preferred to believe it was false. Are you all right, Bardock? Yes, he murmured, still somewhat dazed. Rising, he rubbed his head and added, just a bit dizzy. Ugh, what a strange dream, Bardock whispered to himself. A dream? The medical staff exchanged curious glances. Yes, Bardock replied silently, his mind swirling with confusion. It felt too real, too vivid to dismiss. He witnessed the annihilation of the Saiyans. Is he truly fine? Another nurse queried. Upon hearing this, Bardock scoffed. Humph, my capabilities far exceed yours. By the way, where did Tamar and the others go? Lord Frieza commanded them to planet MIT. What? Bardock exclaimed in indignation. Those brutes, they abandoned me. Equipping his scouter, he declared, Planet MIT, is it? Not far at all. Bardock turned and dashed outside, eager to reach planet MIT. Hey, Bardock, the medical staff called after him, but he paid them no heed. Hastening toward the exit, suddenly he thought he heard something. Through the window, he caught a glimpse of a familiar figure, the one who had appeared in his dream, his son, Kakarot. As visions flooded his mind, he once again beheld the destruction of planet Vegeta. Overwhelmed by anguish, he clutched his head, shaking it furiously, desperate to cast aside such thoughts. Bardock gazed at the nameplate inscribed with Kakarot and muttered, Kakarot. Upon inspecting his scouter, Bardock frowned in dismay. What? A combat power of only 2? Useless. Kakarot wept incessantly, as if sensing impending doom. Bardock had already turned away, intent on reuniting with his comrades. On planet MIT, Chen Bei had arrived, transforming into sand, floating unnoticed in the air. How pitiful, he mused, recalling the recent battle against the Mitons. Dodobro had charged valiantly, only to be sent flying back by a mere flick of the enemy's hand, collapsing lifelessly. Chen Bei watched the chaos unfold without intent to intervene, not even for Tamar, who was struggling to rise. Bardock's allies, Babujan and Celebi, had already met their demise. If Chen Bei had wished to save them, he could have done so then. Yet he remained passive, waiting for Bardock's arrival to witness this historic moment. Moreover, he had no desire to rescue Babujan and Dodobro. Had he intervened to save Celebi, he would have felt compelled to rescue the others. Thus he opted to let them perish, conserving his energy and avoiding exposure. Curse it, Tomar grunted, struggling to reach the scouter that lay before him, desperate to alert Bardock. Unfortunately, the enemy denied him this opportunity. With a sharp crack, the scouter was crushed beneath a boot. Why? Why are you doing this? The enemy erupted in derisive laughter at his futile question, a sound so grating that it nearly compelled Chen Bei to intervene. At that moment, Dodoria stepped forward. The Scions are indeed tenacious. However, he bent down, seizing Tomar by the collar. You still have much more fun to endure. In response to Tomar's incessant questioning. Why? Why are you doing this? Dodoria smirked with disdain. Are you genuinely concerned? Hehehe. After a moment, he replied. As a parting gift before your demise, I shall enlighten you. It is Lord Frieza's command. What? Tomar gasped in shock. He had not anticipated such a revelation. The Scions had always served Frieza loyally, only to find themselves facing this grim fate. Observing Tomar's reaction, Dodoria showed no surprise. Stating bluntly, Lord Frieza considers you Scions to be thorns in his side. Have you done something to offend him? One of the purple, octopus-headed aliens behind Dodoria could not contain his curiosity, echoing the question shared by many. Why had Frieza suddenly turned against the Scions? Although they sometimes failed to meet expectations, exterminating an entire race seemed excessive. Immediately, Tomar retorted, nonsense. We have always followed Lord Frieza's orders without fail. Chapter 54. The Law of the Jungle. Even so, he would still respond in such a manner if he found the words unappealing. Dodoria grasped Thomas by the collar with one hand, lifting him effortlessly, and answered Thomas's question with an air of indifference. We have been used, and this is the fate that befalls us. For a moment, despair washed over Thomas. He had never imagined that the Scions were regarded by Frieza as even less than animals, mere pawns to be discarded at will. Feelings of resentment and anger surged within him, yet in the face of absolute power, such emotions were futile. He stared blankly ahead, at a loss for what to do. Just like this. With a slight exertion of his right hand, Dodoria flung Thomas away. Oh, have we arrived already? Quite swift. Chen Bei had sensed Bardock's energy. Although he had been focused on Dodoria and the others, he had simultaneously extended his mental awareness to perceive the movements on this planet. Moreover, he was quite sensitive to energy signatures, and since these extraterrestrials did not conceal their auras, tracking their whereabouts was not difficult. Bardock had appeared on planet MIT. His demeanor audacious as he surveyed the ravaged surface of the planet, a sinister smile creeping onto his lips. Chen Bei, perceiving all this through his mental faculties, chose not to reveal himself. He thought to himself that Bardock's current arrogance would soon dissipate. Imagining Bardock being soundly defeated, Chun Bei could not help but smirk, though no one could discern it, as he remained a mere speck of sand. Upon arriving on planet MIT, Bardock did not rush to find his comrades. Instead, he surveyed the area. They certainly have engaged in a grand battle. Raising his left foot and bending his knee in a stance of bravado, Bardock murmured to himself. Observing the scene before him, he felt no sympathy. His character had not changed, hardened by years of warfare. He possessed no compassion for these strangers. At that moment, a signal from his scouter indicated a source of energy nearby. Found you. It seems those fellows are having quite the time. Bardock prepared to seek out his companions. Unaware of the surprises awaiting him ahead, he leapt into the air, his figure transforming into a streak of light, vanishing from sight. Upon arriving at the scene, he was met with the sight of utter devastation. Yet what astonished Bardock most was the sight of his comrades sprawled amidst the ruins. He stood frozen for a moment, unable to comprehend such a scene. Just moments ago, they had been fine. How had it come to this? Bardock's mouth slightly agape, his gaze vacant, his pupils constricted. He was lost in thought. From a corner of the ruins, a voice suddenly called out, "Be Bardock?" Hearing the sound, Bardock rushed over. Familiar with that voice, it belonged to his comrade, Thomas. Thomas. He hurried to aid Thomas, who lay on the ground, unable to suppress his questions. What in the world happened here? The weakened Thomas could only lament. Oh, what a fool. Why didn't you just sleep peacefully? In truth, he was worried for Bardock, not wishing for him to share the same fate. Were you attacked by the Mitons? Before Bardock could finish, Thomas interjected. We were about to wipe those guys out. Then who was it that? Bardock's voice was hoarse as he sought vengeance for Thomas and the others. Hearing Bardock's inquiry, Thomas replied weakly, It was Frieza. That scoundrel betrayed us. How is this possible? Bardock was taken aback, his brow furrowing in disbelief. Frieza was merely using them. Coughing violently, Thomas struggled to speak, intent on bidding Bardock a final farewell. I cannot hold on much longer. But if this continues, all scions will fall to that monster Frieza. In agony, his facial muscles trembled, yet Thomas pressed on with urgency. Listen closely. Return to planet Vegeta immediately, gather our allies, and take down Frieza. With a faint smile, he added, let that fiend experience the might of the scions. As soon as those words left his lips, Thomas could no longer endure. His eyes gradually closed, yet even in death, he wore a smile. For he trusted Bardock implicitly. Bardock held the lifeless Thomas in his arms, rendered speechless. Even now, he could not accept this reality, that his comrade had departed so suddenly. Rising to his feet, Bardock clutched the torn white cloth from Thomas, his fingers digging into his palm, blood seeping out and staining the fabric red. Witnessing the tragic demise of his comrades ignited a fire of rage within Bardock. He resolved to avenge them. At that moment, the scouter beeped once more. It turned out that Dodoria and his companions had not strayed far and had stealthily approached Bardock from behind. This time, it is you who will die, a horned alien declared, arms crossed. Confronted by the murderer of his comrades, Bardock clenched his fists, binding the blood-stained cloth around his forehead. With a fierce roar, he charged at the enemy, igniting a fierce battle. Chun Bei watched with exhilaration. Although he viewed these skirmishes as child's play, he could not help but enjoy the spectacle. Energy blasts erupted, sending shockwaves through the surroundings. Several members of Frieza's army were propelled into the air, gazing down at the billowing smoke. In the sky, an octopus-headed creature chuckled, observing the smoke stirred up by Bardock. Such little power, and the energy blasts don't even graze me. Just a mere cloud of smoke, it thought. Underestimating Bardock. However, at that moment, the creature's scouter emitted a warning. Bardock had already materialized before him. Bardock's strategy had been to scatter them, allowing him to pick them off one by one, showcasing his battle experience. Bardock slammed his hands together, delivering a crushing blow to the octopus-headed foe, sending him crashing to the ground. Unfortunately, Bardock failed to notice the other attackers. They had formed a triangle, surrounding him and gathering energy to unleash an assault. The energy blast hurtled towards Bardock, producing a deafening explosion, followed by a cloud of thick smoke. Chapter 55, Crisis. Several extraterrestrial beings gazed intently at the thick smoke. Yet they were unable to discern Bardock's presence. Just as their confusion mounted, Bardock suddenly materialized behind the yellow-shelled creature, swiftly grasping its throat, rendering it incapable of resistance. Curse it! The horned creature spat in frustration, frantically searching for Bardock. As the mist began to dissipate, it caught a blurred glimpse of a figure and, without hesitation, unleashed a wave of energy towards it. To its astonishment, the energy attack struck its own ally, the turtle-headed creature. The force of the blow caused the turtle-headed being to roll its eyes back and plummet swiftly to the ground. At that moment, the horned creature finally discerned Bardock hidden within the smoke. Witnessing the enemy's audacity, Bardock revealed a scornful smile. How could this be? The horned creature, taken aback, exclaimed in disbelief, having never anticipated Bardock's formidable strength. Another green-skinned, red-headed creature chimed in. That guy should be a lowly warrior. They all found it hard to believe that Bardock possessed such power, capable of toying with them. Subsequently, the two adversaries ceased their underestimation and began to coordinate their assault on Bardock. As Bardock prepared to engage seriously, a fleeting image of Kakarot flashed in his mind, causing him to momentarily lose focus. In that brief instant, the horned creature lunged forward, driving a knee into Bardock's face, sending him hurtling backward. The green-skinned, red-headed creature had already maneuvered behind Bardock, seizing both of his arms and immobilizing him in conjunction with the horned creature. Observing Bardock's inability to move, the horned creature wasted no time and delivered a powerful punch to Bardock's abdomen, causing him to regurgitate bile. Distracted by the image in his mind, Bardock struggled to fight back, rendered helpless against their onslaught. Chen Bei, witnessing this scene, hesitated to intervene. Yet, reason dictated that he should refrain from action. Although he could easily conclude the battle, it would be counterproductive to his goals. Moreover, even if Bardock were to perish, he possessed the capability to resurrect him, thus extinguishing any thoughts of interference as he continued to observe. At this juncture, Bardock regained his senses, executing a swift maneuver to swap positions with the green-skinned, red-headed creature clinging to him. Simultaneously, the horned creature's attack reached its zenith, initially aimed at Bardock's abdomen, but unexpectedly landing on the green-skinned, red-headed creature instead, shattering its battle attire. While the horned creature remained momentarily stunned, Bardock seized the opportunity to gather energy, unleashing a wave of power toward the horned adversary. Caught off guard, The horned creature shouted, "No, don't." Yet, Bardock showed no mercy. The energy wave obliterated the creature, leaving naught but ash. With the battle concluded, Bardock descended to the ground, gasping for breath, having endured several hits that left him utterly exhausted. However, before he could recover, his scouter emitted a warning, prompting him to turn and spot a figure approaching. Indeed, it was Dodoria, a loyal subordinate of Frieza and one of his most capable minions. Heh. Dodoria chuckled upon seeing Bardock. Recognizing him, Bardock inquired, "Dodoria, why? Why are you doing this to us?" Dodoria offered no response, inhaling deeply before condensing energy into a wave, which he then unleashed towards Bardock. Unprepared for Dodoria's sudden aggression, Bardock was struck, sent flying as the energy wave carved a trench in the ground, extending for hundreds of meters. "What a bore," Dodoria lamented. "I had hoped to play a while longer." However, at that moment, his scouter beeped with an incoming message. "Hey, Dodoria, Lord Frieza commands your return." "Understood," Dodoria replied nonchalantly. "We must regroup immediately. We're heading to planet Vegeta." "Got it," he reaffirmed, gathering energy and erupting in a burst of purple aura, his figure transforming into a streak as he soared into the distance. At the end of the trench, a figure struggled to emerge. It was Bardock. Clenching his teeth, he muttered, "Damn it, Lord Frieza truly intends to annihilate us." Gazing at the fallen bodies of his comrades, Bardock steeled himself, deciding to return to planet Vegeta to relay this dire news to the other Saiyans. On planet Vegeta, within the launch bay of a spacecraft, numerous vessels stood idle, soon to witness the launch of a special spacecraft. This vessel was unique because it carried Bardock's son, the protagonist of Dragon Ball, Kakarot. He was set to be dispatched to a planet located at the edge of the galaxy, Earth. In the vastness of space, a colossal saucer-shaped craft approached planet Vegeta. It was none other than Frieza's ship. Inside, the summoned Dodoria approached Frieza, bowing respectfully. "I have returned, my lord." Yet, after a prolonged silence, Dodoria received no reply from Frieza, who remained fixated on the view ahead. At that moment, the nearby Zarbon spoke up. "Dodoria, your cleanup was insufficient." "What did you say?" Dodoria exclaimed, astonished. "You let a scion from planet Meat escape," Zarbon stated. "Impossible. I thought I had," Dodoria began, but his gaze followed Frieza's, landing on a monitor displaying a scion spacecraft heading in the same direction as Frieza's vessel. Cold sweat broke out on Dodoria's brow. He was acutely aware of Frieza's volatile temperament. If he had incited Frieza's ire, his life would be in peril. Hastily, he stammered an apology. "I am terribly sorry. I will rectify this immediately." As Dodoria turned to leave, Frieza called out to him, "Forget it. It's of no consequence." "It seems this scion is also en route to planet Vegeta," Zarbon added. "In any case, their ultimate fate will be the same." "Haha," Frieza cackled, his distinctive laugh resonating as he anticipated the impending end of the scion's existence. Chapter 56. The Doom of the Science. Bardock, aboard his diminutive spacecraft, soon detected Frieza's vessel. Having crawled from the ruins with grievous injuries, he dared not pause. The news of Frieza's intent to annihilate the scions must be relayed, or else. The ship sped through the cosmos, narrowly avoiding collision with another spacecraft, though he could only catch a fleeting glimpse of a figure. Swiftly, his craft soared over planet Vegeta and landed firmly in the docking bay. As he opened the hatch, Bardock staggered out, leaning weakly against the side of the ship. The impending doom of this planet loomed, yet the personnel at the launch center remained blissfully unaware, approaching him with inquiries about his condition. Without indulging in conversation, Bardock hobbled forward. At that moment, one of the staff members mentioned that he had sent Bardock's son, Kakarot, to Earth. Earth? Bardock halted, a flicker of recognition igniting within him. He recalled a dream that seemed to depict this very planet, a blue orb in the solar system. A staff member reassured him, stating that even a lowly warrior could obliterate that planet within months, suggesting he should meet his son once he had recovered. Gradually, Bardock's hearing faded, his breath growing labored as images of Earth filled his mind. It dawned upon him, the dreams he had experienced were glimpses of an actual future. Could it be? With no time for contemplation, Bardock rushed forward. The two staff members, bewildered, questioned, "What is wrong, Bardock?" Suddenly, one of them spotted the battered spacecraft Bardock had arrived in. "Hey, come look over here," they gasped, realizing the severity of Bardock's injuries as they observed the vessel, marred with dark, drying blood, evidence of his recent ordeal. On planet MIT, Chen Bei was busy tidying up the aftermath. He recalled that he had yet to register his presence. "Ding. Congratulations, host," You have successfully signed in at Planet MIT, earning rewards: 1 Rinshui Peach Tree, a Planet Destruction Bomb, 1 Pure Soul Essence, and 10 Beauty Pills. The Rinshui Peach Tree, a primordial spiritual root, blossoms once every 50,000 years, bears fruit at the same interval, and matures thereafter. Consuming a single peach grants eternal life, boundless fortune, and immunity to calamities. It is one of the 12 great innate spiritual roots, coveted by countless beings. The most renowned peaches are those cultivated in the Queen Mother's orchard, reserved for celestial guests. The Planet Destruction Bomb is a unique technique of Frieza, capable of compressing energy into a single point to obliterate a planet upon striking its core. It is a favored method for Frieza when annihilating celestial bodies. The Pure Soul Essence is particularly intriguing, as it represents the essence of a being's soul. Without it, a body becomes a mere shell. This essence can be absorbed by other beings to enhance their own, although typical soul essence contains myriad thoughts that may cause mental turmoil upon absorption. However, this pure essence is devoid of such distractions, allowing for enhancement of mental power without adverse effects. As for the beauty pills, they are a highly sought-after elixir among female cultivators, known for extending lifespan and enhancing beauty. Chen Bei, skeptical of their utility, examined a beauty pill. Encased in a special jade vial, its snow-white form adorned with intricate patterns that exuded an enchanting allure. He decided to consume one, finding its flavor pleasantly sweet, accompanied by a soothing aroma. After a brief assessment, he concluded it was merely satisfactory in taste. Gazing into a mirror, he observed no significant change. Confident in his enduring charm, amidst the remnants of several scion corpses, Chen Bei approached, grasping Saliba with his left hand and pulling Toma with his right, discarding them aside. He had no intention of rescuing Dodobo and Babujan, opting instead to unleash 2 energy blasts, creating 2 large craters. With mental prowess, he levitated their lifeless forms into the pits and covered them with earth, completing his task. Turning his attention to the corpses of Toma and Saliba, he scrutinized Saliba closely, noting a resemblance to Biddy Lee, pondering if the elder had drawn inspiration from her likeness. However, his interest waned with Toma. He felt compelled to clarify that he is male and prefers female beauty. Next, he contemplated resurrecting the 2, but paused, ultimately transporting their bodies into his small world. Meanwhile, on planet Vegeta, Bardock had delivered his grim tidings, yet to his dismay, none believed him. As Frieza's spaceship drew nearer, Bardock experienced a revelation. Perhaps those they had conquered harbored the same despair and regret. Overwhelmed by feelings of hopelessness and resentment, Bardock resolved to make a last stand. Except for Bardock, few Scions recognized the impending crisis, remaining lost in their hedonistic pursuits. Indeed, when the avalanche descends, no snowflake is innocent. The Scions were inexorably spiraling towards self-destruction. Chapter 57. Resurrection. Upon returning to the small world, Chun Bei pondered the methods to revive the 2 individuals. The Dragon Balls posed a complication due to their cooldown period. Thus, he considered alternative approaches. He recalled having acquired a spell previously, aptly named the Resurrection Spell. Upon inspecting his skill panel, he confirmed its existence. The spell's purpose was straightforward, to breathe life back into the deceased. However, invoking this spell came at a cost, requiring a sacrifice of one's own lifespan or that of another. Chen Bei was not foolish enough to trade his life for theirs. He still had other means at his disposal. In the small world, abundant spiritual energy was readily available, and with a substantial infusion of this energy, he had more than enough power to resurrect them, especially given their limited strength. With this thought, Chun Bei commenced the casting of the resurrection spell. He traced an intricate symbol in the air with his hands, chanting incantations as a luminous circle gradually enveloped the bodies of Saliba and Toma. A wondrous energy encased their forms, and on the ground, a magical array composed of special symbols began to materialize. As the energy coalesced, the array radiated a brilliant light. An immense life force surged forth, eagerly absorbed by the 2 individuals within the array. Once the brilliance faded, tranquility returned, yet they remained in slumber. Their consciousness not yet restored. Evidently, they required some time for recuperation. Chen Bei approached, cradling Saliba, and with his mental prowess, he guided Toma, transporting them both onto his opulent spacecraft. He casually selected a room, depositing Toma inside before turning to embrace Saliba once more. In his own chamber, Chen Bei laid Saliba down, using his magical abilities to cleanse her body gently. After covering her with a blanket, he quietly exited the room. Meanwhile, in the skies above planet Vegeta, Frieza's spaceship had arrived. Gazing at the sun that marked the ship's direction, Bardock steeled his resolve. He was determined to alter the future. Gathering energy, he propelled himself into the cosmos, preparing to confront Frieza's armada head-on. Inside the ship, Frieza stood with arms crossed, surveying planet Vegeta. Humph. This is the last sight of this planet, he mused. Indeed, responded Salza at an opportune moment. Suddenly, the hatch swung open, and a figure dashed in. Saluting Frieza before delivering news, report, Lord Frieza, we have arrived at planet Vegeta. The ship halted, and all hatches opened. As the well-prepared members of Frieza's army dove towards the planet, Bardock, witnessing the approaching adversaries, surged forward, intent on confronting Frieza directly. His agile form deftly evaded enemy attacks, countering when possible, showcasing his extensive combat experience. A swarm of foes targeted Bardock, yet with a powerful charge and an explosive energy blast, he shattered their encirclement. Enveloped in a white aura, he summoned his remaining strength and pressed onward. As he neared the ship, Frieza spoke. Mr. Salza. Yes, Salza responded promptly. Open the top hatch. But, my subordinates. Salza began, unable to contain himself. Frieza remained silent, and Salza quickly realized that the lives of those outside were inconsequential to Frieza. If he continued to speak out of turn, he could not fathom the consequences awaiting him, prompting Salza to comply without hesitation. As you command, he replied, hastily making his way to the control panel. Nearby, Dodoria was equally shaken, beads of cold sweat forming. Frieza's anger simmered as he observed the ineptitude of his minions, his expression betraying his irritation. Meanwhile, Bardock approached Frieza's ship with unwavering determination. Yet, once again, a throng of enemies ensnared him, employing various tactics to restrain his advance. With the ship within reach, Bardock roared in fury. Frieza! He gathered all his remaining power to break free from his captors. Frieza, come out! Bardock successfully reached the top of Frieza's spacecraft, where the hatch opened. Frieza's silhouette emerged, and his subordinates trembled at his presence. Master Frieza, they exclaimed, not daring to show any disrespect. Frieza displayed no emotion as he ascended in his hovercraft, rising to Bardock's height. Bardock smiled, for he had finally laid eyes on Frieza. Thus, everything will change, the fate of planet Vegeta. Frieza uttered no further words. Raising his right hand slightly as energy coalesced at his fingertip. Unaware of the vast disparity in their strengths, Bardock murmured, my fate, Kakarot's fate, and yours. As he spoke, Bardock began to channel his own energy, a brilliant white light emanating from his right hand. Let us conclude this with this technique. Bardock hurled the energy sphere towards Frieza, but alas, he was at the end of his strength, and the attack was feeble. As Bardock's energy sphere approached, Frieza laughed mockingly. Ha ha. The energy sphere at Frieza's fingertip surged dramatically, effortlessly engulfing Bardock's feeble attack. What? Bardock gasped in disbelief, astonished that his final assault could be dispelled so effortlessly. The gulf between their powers was insurmountable. With a slight bend of his finger, Frieza directed the energy sphere forward, striking Bardock and obliterating Frieza's subordinates in the process. At that moment, a figure darted past, unseen by anyone. The energy sphere continued its descent towards planet Vegeta, eventually striking its surface. It was then that the inhabitants of the planet realized someone sought to annihilate their world. But alas, it was too late. As the energy sphere penetrated the planet, the ground began to fracture rapidly, magma surged forth, and the core shattered, transforming the planet into cosmic dust. In its final moments, the planet radiated a blinding light, fragments scattering like a celestial firework display, dazzling and magnificent. Ha ha ha, come and witness, Mr. Salza, Mr. Dodoria, behold this breathtaking spectacle. With that, planet Vegeta was obliterated, its existence erased, leaving behind naught but cosmic remnants. Chapter 58, Reunion Bardock. In a miniature world, a woman was calling out to the man who lay prostrate on the ground. The man's tattered clothing was marred by numerous lacerations, some of which emitted a charred scent, and he had lost an indeterminate amount of blood. This man was Bardock, whom Chen Bei had rescued, and the woman was his wife, Jine. The timeline rewinds to the moment when Chun Bei resurrected Celebi and Toma. After bringing them back, he recalled that there were still 2 more souls to save. With resolute determination, he employed instant transmission to return to planet Vegeta, where he found Jine still at work. Without regard for anyone's consent, Chen Bei delivered a powerful punch, knocking Jine unconscious and bringing her back to the miniature world. Chen Bei then transformed into granules of sand, stealthily lingering beside Bardock. In Bardock's moment of impending demise, he swiftly yanked Bardock into the miniature world. Thus, Bardock lay on the ground, battered and bruised, while Jine looked upon him with deep concern. After observing for a while, Chen Bei grew bored and interjected. "Excuse me. Could you please step aside? I need to tend to his injuries. I can assist with that too. May I ask where the tools are?" Jine insisted, believing it inappropriate to burden someone else. "That method is far too cumbersome. Just move aside," Chen Bei yawned, waving his hand dismissively to indicate she should step back. "All right. I understand." Jine complied without hesitation and moved aside. "Rest assured, I mean you no harm. Otherwise, you would have perished alongside Planet Vegeta." Chen Bei reassured her before promptly casting a healing spell. A vibrant green light emanated from Chen Bei's hands, infused with vitality, and it gradually approached Bardock. As the green light enveloped Bardock's form, his wounds healed rapidly, until, in a matter of moments, they vanished completely. Lowering his hands, Chen Bei ceased the flow of energy and resumed his stance. Bardock's injuries had fully healed, and his consciousness began to stir. Suddenly, Bardock's eyelids fluttered. His brow furrowed and then relaxed, only to furrow again. His breathing quickened. "Frieza," he shouted, jolting awake and sitting upright. "Bardock, what's wrong?" Jine rushed to his side, her voice laced with concern. "Where am I?" Bardock surveyed his surroundings, bewildered. "Wasn't I killed by Frieza? How did I end up here?" "Frieza? Bardock, what are you talking about?" Could it be? Jine seemed to grasp something, but remained uncertain. Indeed, Planet Vegeta was annihilated by Frieza. He claimed it was due to a meteor strike, asserting that it went undetected until it was too late. Chun Bei interjected, folding his arms with an expression of boredom. "I saved both of you, along with 2 other scions who are currently resting in my ship. Is that so?" "Thank you," Jine said, her hands pressed together in gratitude. Bardock, however, regarded Chen Bei with skepticism. "Who are you? Why did you save us?" Unfazed by Bardock's demeanor, Chen Bei explained, "I am Chen Bei, hailing from Earth. Like you, I am also a scion." He revealed his tale, albeit a golden one, a result of his mixed heritage with the golden race, causing a mutation. Bardock looked at Chen Bei, somewhat confused. "Why is your tail golden?" Unable to suppress his curiosity, he posed the question. "I'm not entirely sure. It may be due to my mixed blood," Chen Bei admitted, finding it difficult to elaborate further. He decided to divert the conversation and led Bardock and Jine to his luxurious strategic vessel. Upon witnessing the grand spaceship, Bardock was momentarily taken aback. It was his first encounter with such a vessel, whose unique design far surpassed Frieza's ships in grandeur. Jine, too, was seeing it for the first time, but maintained her composure, for scions typically possessed robust psychological resilience. "Come inside. I'll show you to your quarters." Chun Bei beckoned as he led the way, with Bardock and Jine following closely. Inside the ship, Bardock was astonished by the vastness of the interior, which boasted an array of facilities, a swimming pool, a bathhouse, a bar, and a dining area. The miniature world lacked seasonal variations, offering a temperate climate and abundant spiritual energy. Living in such an environment was, in itself, a luxury. "Don't just gawk. You can use whatever you desire as long as you don't cause any damage," Chen Bei instructed, guiding them to the rest area. He selected a suitable small residence and settled them in, stating, "This will be your home for now. Don't think about leaving just yet. If you need anything, use this to contact me." With that, Chen Bei tossed them a jade tablet inscribed with a communication symbol, enabling them to reach him anytime. He had fashioned this in his spare time, and with his current prowess, crafting simple artifacts was well within his capabilities. However, Bardock began, wanting to say more, but Jine pulled him back. "Then we shall take our leave." Jine addressed Chen Bei, gently ushering Bardock into the room. Chen Bei paid them little mind, as he had other matters to attend to. The destruction of Planet Vegeta had caused a temporal rift to emerge in that location. When he rescued Bardock, he had glimpsed it and surmised it led to a time portal 1,000 years in the past. While he had altered Bardock's fate in this world, he was equally intrigued by the past, prompting him to investigate. After ensuring Jine would care for Bardock, Chun Bei departed the miniature world and dove into the temporal rift. Upon arriving in another timeline, he found himself on a planet, likely the very one Bardock had fallen to 1,000 years ago. Chapter 59, a return to 1,000 years ago in the original time and space, at Frieza's headquarters. Vegeta was indulging in a meal when he suddenly heard a voice emanating from his scouter. "Lord Vegeta, can you hear me?" "What is it?" Vegeta inquired, perplexed. "We have just received a notification from Lord Frieza stating that Planet Vegeta has vanished." "Oh, and then?" Vegeta replied nonchalantly, resuming his meal. "The cause is purportedly due to a colossal meteor impact." After a brief pause, the voice continued, The surviving scions, including us, are few in number. Well, what of it? Vegeta maintained his indifferent tone, seemingly unconcerned. There's nothing more, that's all. This planet has been nearly cleaned up. I must request another planet from Lord Frieza that can provide a proper challenge. Vegeta muttered to himself, lost in contemplation. Beside him lay a heap of various creatures' carcasses. On the edge of the solar system, a cerulean planet bore witness to a meteoric object streaking across the sky, crashing into a bamboo grove near the Baozi mountain, creating a resounding impact that left a large crater. Gohan, who was foraging for herbs, was naturally drawn to the immense sound. As he approached, he heard the faint cries of an infant. Upon closer inspection, Gohan's face displayed astonishment. What a surprise! An infant! Where could it have come from? Gently lifting the baby from the ground, he noticed the child's tail suddenly emerge. Curiously examining the child, he exclaimed, "Oh, a tailed baby. Well, I cannot leave you here unattended. Come with me." Without a second thought, Gohan decided to adopt the infant, disregarding the search for the child's parents. In an unexpected turn, the baby kicked Gohan squarely in the face. "Ouch! What a lively child," Gohan remarked, chuckling. "All right, from this day forth, you shall be my grandson. Do you understand?" Not waiting for a response, Gohan continued, "Your name shall be, yes, Goku. Son Goku. Grow up healthy, all right?" Perhaps due to prolonged solitude, Gohan was eager to find something to occupy his time, neglecting to consider the baby's origins. Was it typical for characters in Dragon Ball to be so oblivious? At that moment, Goku beamed with joy, playing merrily in Gohan's embrace. Thus, the tale of Dragon Ball officially commenced from this point. 1,000 years ago, on an unknown planet, Chen Bei stood still. Observing his surroundings, he noted the landscape bore a striking resemblance to planet Vegeta, particularly the hue of the sky. Could this be planet Vegeta a millennium ago? Scanning the planet with his mental prowess, he discerned no immediate danger, prompting him to linger rather than depart hastily. "Let us see if I can check in," Chen Bei murmured, contemplating his next steps. "System, initiate check-in." Awaiting the system's response, Chen Bei remained patient. "Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully checked in on Planet Plant. Rewards: Totem Record, Rainbow Jade Garment, Pure Yang Pills X50, 000, and Refining Manual." To his astonishment, it had truly succeeded. Could it be that this is not the same place? I believe Planet Vegeta was once known as Planet Plant. Or perhaps they do not exist within the same time-space continuum, hence the discrepancy? Unable to decipher the system's criteria, Chen Bei dismissed the uncertainty and returned to his small world, wishing to check on the other two scions to see if they had awakened. Inside the spacecraft, John was preparing a meal for Bardock. Though the kitchen was spacious, it was evidently insufficient for the scions' appetites. Consequently, John moved the stove outside and reignited the fire to cook. Bardock leaned against a nearby pillar, arms crossed, biding his time. He was fine with combat, but lacked culinary skills. To him, the taste was irrelevant as long as he could satiate his hunger. Upon witnessing this scene, Chen Bei recalled the scions' prodigious appetites. The supplies aboard the ship were unlikely to last long. Fortunately, Chen Bei possessed the gift of creation, should food become scarce. He could conjure more. Watching Jine grilling meat and Bardock waiting idly, Chen Bei decided to leave them be for the moment. Just as he was about to seek out the other two scions, a figure emerged from the corridor, leaning on the wall, seemingly still dazed. It was Toma, drawn by the aroma of grilled meat. Upon arrival, he was met with a sight that left him astounded. Bardock. Toma was astonished to find Bardock standing there unharmed. Didn't he return to planet Vegeta? Confusion washed over him as he vigorously shook his head. Is this heaven? No. It must be hell. But why is there grilled meat? Toma was bewildered, grappling with his current state. He distinctly recalled being slain by Dodoria. So how could he now see Bardock and Jine, who were inexplicably cooking meat? Bardock, who had been idly waiting for the meat to cook, perked up at the sound of Toma's voice. Toma? Bardock was equally puzzled, remembering Toma's demise in his arms. How could he suddenly appear? Jine, equally perplexed, looked between the two men, seeking understanding, glancing at Chun Bei as if hoping for clarification. You're awake. It seems your recovery is swift, Chun Bei said, approaching Toma and patting him on the shoulder. Your strength is impressive. You recovered quickly, and my efforts to save you were not in vain. You may be wondering why Toma, who was presumed dead, is now alive. Chen Bei paused before explaining. That is because I paid a certain price to restore their vitality and heal their injuries, allowing them to be revived. Bardock was taken aback. realizing such a feat was possible. Toma, too, marveled at Chen Bei's abilities to bring the dead back to life. At that moment, Jin began to grasp the situation. Toma had indeed died once, only to be saved by Chen Bei. Previously, she had witnessed Chen Bei's healing abilities and speculated that his power was akin to that which healed Bardock. Chapter 60. A grand display of skills. Please wait a moment. There is still one person yet to awaken. I must check on their condition, Chen Bei stated, intending to ascertain the state of Celiba. This was his first time employing the resurrection spell, and he was uncertain of any potential aftereffects. Thus, he felt it necessary to observe. Toma and Bardock, having shared a bond of life and death, were eager to converse now that Toma had returned to life, particularly about planet Vegeta and their scion brethren. Toma glanced at Bardock, seeking his opinion. Bardock instantly understood Toma's intent, nodded, and refrained from disturbing Chun Bei further. Very well, you all stay here for now. I shall return shortly. In the room, Celiba furrowed her brow, slowly opening her eyes to survey her surroundings. Where am I? She wondered as she stood up. Recalling her demise, how could she possibly be here, resting on a soft bed? Moreover, her attire had changed, as if she had been transported to another realm. At that moment, Chen Bei pushed open the door. Oh, you are awake. It seems there are no after effects. Observing the now conscious Celiba, Chen Bei noted no abnormalities and felt a wave of relief wash over him. The resurrection spell appeared to have no adverse consequences. Startled by the sudden appearance of a stranger, Celiba instinctively took a defensive stance. Who are you? Where is this place? This is rather bothersome. I seem to be perpetually explaining this. Do you not recall? You have already died once. If I intended to harm you, why would I have gone to the trouble of saving you? Chen Bei replied, exasperated by the repetitive inquiries. Celiba contemplated this, her tense posture relaxing slightly, though she continued to fixate on Chen Bei. I am Chen Bei. During your battle, I was covertly observing. Toma and Bardock have also been rescued by me. At that time, you were slain by Dodoria and his ilk, but I employed a unique method to bring you back. Gradually, Celiba's tension dissipated, and she began to trust Chen Bei's words. But why did you save us? I don't believe I know you. Chen Bei smiled gently. It is simply out of curiosity. The remaining scions are few in number. What did you say? Has planet Vegeta and the scions? Celiba seemed to grasp something significant, her expression shifting to one of urgency as she sought confirmation from Chen Bei. Indeed, planet Vegeta has been obliterated by Frieza, and nearly all scions have perished. You were also dead, but I revived you. Chen Bei recounted the events, omitting some sensitive details but clarifying the overall narrative. Thank you. May I go find Bardock and the others now? Celiba suggested, feeling more comfortable in returning to her companions. Yes, that would be fine. They have awakened as well, and you must be hungry. Jin has been grilling meat, though it may not suffice for all of you. I shall prepare more. Chen Bei replied, turning to leave. You can find them by heading out, turning left, and proceeding straight to the balcony. You can descend from there. Having exited the room, Chen Bei found a vacant space and utilized his creative abilities to conjure numerous cooking tools, beginning to employ his culinary talents. It had been quite some time since he had last eaten, and this time he resolved to prepare a grand feast. Eschewing simple dishes due to insufficient quantity, Chen Bei set to work on something substantial. He first set up a large iron pot several meters wide, igniting a fire beneath it. He retrieved the prepared fish and, with a deft motion, shattered the bones before stuffing it with various spices. He added an appropriate amount of oil and base ingredients, placing the fish within the pot to prepare a fish stew. Once this dish was completed, Chun Bei proceeded to his next creation, which could also be considered the main course. Again, he utilized the expansive iron pot, pouring in oil, not for a stew this time, but for fried rice. With the control of his mental energy, rice and eggs were evenly dropped into the pot, expertly stirred to achieve a harmonious blend, and garnished with scallions, releasing an irresistible aroma. Next, he turned to roasting a whole lamb, estimating that the four scions would likely have hearty appetites, unlike Chen Bei, who had mastered fasting and no longer required food to replenish energy. Given that the lambs were not particularly large, he prepared a substantial quantity, nearly 100, and again employed his mental energy for ease of handling. Each lamb was generously coated in a carefully crafted spice blend and roasted over the finest charcoal. The key to excellent roasted lamb lay in the seasoning. If the marinade was perfected, the resulting flavor would be delightful. Moreover, to ensure even cooking, the lambs needed to be rotated frequently. Once they reached about 50 to 60% doneness, Chen Bei would make precise incisions to ensure the meat would be thoroughly aromatic and crispy. None of this posed a challenge for Chen Bei. Under his mental control, every spice was perfectly proportioned, and the cooking times were immaculate. As he executed the incisions, a gentle application of his mental energy completed the task effortlessly. As Chen Bei busied himself with cooking, Bardock and the others took notice, standing nearby and swallowing their saliva. Though they refrained from interrupting him, fearing they might miss out on the delectable feast. Drawn in by the alluring aroma of Chen Bei's cooking, Bardock and Toma had been enjoying Jine's grilled meat, but upon inhaling the enticing scents emanating from Chun Bei's direction, they found Jine's offerings suddenly unappealing, not due to her cooking, but because Chen Bei's culinary creations were simply too enticing. Celebi joined them, having located Bardock and the others, and began discussing the situation on planet Vegeta. However, they all understood their limitations. Regardless of their wishes, they could not confront Frieza, leaving them in a state of silent resignation. All done. It looks quite splendid. Chen Bei clapped his hands, having spent several hours preparing the meal. Golden fried rice accompanied the aromatic roasted lamb, and a pot of delicious fish soup completed the feast. Truly perfection. Chapter 61. Successfully capturing the Scion's palate. Do not stand on ceremony. Come and eat. I assure you. I mean you no harm. Chun Bei directly invited Bardock and his companions to indulge in a feast, though his intentions were far from altruistic. He sought to win over the Scions through the allure of exquisite cuisine. The Scion race, known for its rebellious nature and penchant for insurrection, was not easily subdued by brute force. Thus, Chun Bei resolved to employ a more traditional approach, offering both kindness and authority, a strategy deemed more prudent. However, should these Scions prove obstinate and defy him, he would not hesitate to show no mercy. The great abundance technique was not to be trifled with. Chun Bei's decision to shelter these few Scions stemmed purely from curiosity, as well as the prospect of acquiring capable subordinates. Bardock and Toma's personalities aligned well with his own. One was a fierce warrior, while the other displayed unwavering loyalty to his comrades. Both qualities he found admirable. As for Celebi, her presence was merely a matter of convenience. She was, apart from Jine, the only female Scion whose name he recognized from the early days of Dragon Ball. He intended to keep her around as a decorative figure, requiring little effort on his part, as long as she did not provoke him. Jine, having rescued Bardock, brought along his wife as a gesture of goodwill. The latter's authority, however, had yet to be exercised. That was merely a matter of how Chun Bei chose to navigate the situation. Upon hearing Chun Bei's invitation, Bardock and his companions did not adopt an aloof demeanor. Instead, they adhered to their life philosophy of seizing free meals. They descended upon the food with fervor. In truth, they had been eagerly anticipating this moment, had they not been uncertain of Chun Bei's strength, and had he not previously saved their lives. They would have likely rushed to snatch the food from anyone else. Such was the nature of their upbringing. Survival in a world governed by the law of the jungle demanded immense strength. Any excess of pity or compassion could prove fatal to them. Unlike Chen Bei, who was new to the world, Bardock and his comrades had grown up in the muck of hardship, well acquainted with the treachery of human nature. Nevertheless, Scions were not particularly inclined to engage in critical thinking. For now, Chen Bei chose to overlook these nuances. After all, the Scions had yet to commit any egregious acts, and he allowed them their freedom. Observing the scene of gluttony before him, Chen Bei couldn't help but chuckle, recalling how he too had once been in a similar state. Ravenous. Bardock and his companions used both hands to devour the food, neglecting even the use of chopsticks and bowls. With 5 individuals, the feast Chen Bei had labored over for several hours was nearly consumed within a mere half hour. Mr. Chen Bei, your cooking is absolutely exquisite, Jine exclaimed sincerely, declaring it the best meal she had ever tasted. Bardock and the others nodded in agreement, affirming that this was indeed the finest meal they had ever enjoyed. Even after the last morsel was consumed, they found themselves reminiscing about the flavors, yearning for another opportunity to partake in such culinary delight. Mr. Chen Bei, will we be able to enjoy such meals in the future? Celebi voiced her concern, fearing she might never again experience such delectable food, as Chen Bei had thoroughly won her over with his cooking. Mr. Chen Bei, will we be staying here permanently? Toma asked, uncertain of their future. The destruction of planet Vegeta had left him with nothing, causing him to feel as if he had lost all motivation to strive for a purpose. Perhaps vengeance against Frieza was now his only objective. Well, it won't be a permanent residence. You will have opportunities to venture out, and rest assured, the meals will remain of similar quality. You need not worry about going hungry in the future. Chen Bei nodded, addressing their inquiries, while Bardock remained contemplative, lost in his thoughts. "Thank you so much, Mr. Chen Bei." Jine expressed her gratitude, her spirits lifted by the pleasant environment, devoid of worries about sustenance. She was not one to relish conflict, so living in this manner was quite agreeable to her. "All right, you may explore freely, but please refrain from causing any damage." Chen Bei stood and vanished in an instant, leaving Bardock and the others in stunned silence at his sudden departure. Had they acted rashly, they would have faced dire consequences from his extraordinary speed. Having filled their bellies, the group was left in awe of Chen Bei's astonishing exit, and they lost the inclination to continue their idle chatter, retreating to their respective quarters. With a loud bang, the door to Chun Bei's room swung open, and a woman entered. "Mr. Chen Bei, what are you doing here?" Celiba questioned, her expression one of confusion, uncertain of the situation. Chen Bei, equally bewildered, had just returned to his chamber to rest when Celiba barged in without so much as a warning. "I should be asking you the same. This is my room." He was momentarily at a loss for words, realizing that Celiba truly did not see him as a stranger. "I'm sorry, Mr. Chen Bei. Should I find another place?" Celiba stammered nervously, fearful that he might banish or eliminate her, leaving her with nowhere to go. "No need for that. You may stay in the room next to mine. Just turn left upon exiting." Chen Bei waved his hand dismissively, not inclined to anger over such a minor issue. "Here, take this key." He tossed a jade stone to Celiba, who caught it deftly. "You can use this to contact me. Just hold it and speak, and I will hear you." "All right. Thank you." Celiba replied before exiting Chen Bei's room, closing the door behind her. Once Celiba left, Chen Bei found himself lacking the desire to sleep. He changed his attire and swiftly departed his room. In a secluded corner of a small world, Chen Bei's figure materialized, and he began to organize the gains he had acquired over time. System, open the attribute panel. Ding. The attribute panel has been successfully opened. Host, Chen Bei race, human bloodline, Scion, six-eared macaque, golden human combat power, 1-800-000 realm, golden core skills. I have insight, X-ray vision, mental detonation, mental piercing, memory reading, mental pressure, telepathy, heart purification spell, healing spell, planetary destruction bomb, divine techniques, fragment of the great destiny technique X1, great acupuncture technique, great blood spirit technique, eternal life secret tome, great faith technique, great wish technique, great sealing technique, great abundance technique, great world technique, space-time technique, cloning technique, great domination technique, 36 transformations of the heavenly gang, great thunder technique, resurrection technique, great law command technique, great yin-yang method, alchemical technique manual, great prophecy technique, instant teleportation, pre-word secret, resurrection technique, alchemical crafting manual, talents, divine level perception, photographic memory, illusion immunity, indomitable will, vacuum survival, creation, golden divine eye, technological prodigy, divine chef, great ape transformation, warrior's heart, six-eared. Special abilities, dragon god's power, breath of nature, vital energy affinity items, ring of worlds, super divine water X2, immortal beings X20, nimbus clouds X2, space-time rings. Universal key, luxury star ocean strategic ship, Scion bloodline genes X20, super Namekian bloodline gene X1, human path sealing list, red lotus karma fire seed, immortal being cultivation method, boundless throne, dark immortal gold, leisure abode, purple gold bagua furnace, space cube, world tree sapling, 3 lives mirror, Rin water peach tree, youth elixir X9, pure soul essence X1, race totem record, pure yang pill X50, 7-colored Lingyu robe. Chapter 62, the seed of red lotus karma fire. The seed of red lotus karma fire? Since acquiring this reward, Chun Bei has yet to utilize it and remains uncertain of the extraordinary transformations it may bring. During a previous phase, Chen Bei was engrossed in merging his bloodline, falling into a prolonged slumber, leaving him little time for cultivation. Upon awakening, his combat prowess surged dramatically, followed by an extensive period spent familiarizing himself with the myriad abilities endowed by his bloodline. This was merely a preliminary fusion, as many capabilities within the bloodline had yet to be unveiled. Among these, after merging with the bloodline of the six-eared macaque, Chen Bei acquired a talent known as Six Ears, granting him the ability to hear across 6 realms: heaven, earth, humanity, ghosts, spirits, and monsters. As long as one remains within these 6 domains, he can eavesdrop on conversations and even discern thoughts. However, should someone intentionally shield their thoughts, he would be unable to penetrate that barrier. Moreover, after merging with the bloodline of the golden human race, both his golden eyes and the scion's distinctive tail underwent mutations. His golden eyes transformed into the divine golden eyes, and his scion tail became golden as well. Yet, Chun Bei had not yet discerned any unique traits these mutations possessed, nor did he prioritize investigating them. With the enhancement of his strength, the miniature world within Chun Bei also expanded, growing from the size of an ocean to that of a planet, thereby increasing its capacity for energy storage. If he were to summon the power of this world, his combat capability could potentially skyrocket over 100-fold, reaching an astonishing 180 million. In comparison, Frieza now seemed like a mere child before him. At this moment, with time on his hands, Chen Bei resolved to merge with the seed of Red Lotus Karma Fire, but he needed to make preparations first. He conjured a manifestation of himself to oversee Bardock and the others, then retrieved the seed of Red Lotus Karma Fire from the system space. Is this truly the seed of Red Lotus Karma Fire? Chen Bei pondered as he gazed at the lotus seed resting in his palm. It appeared rather unremarkable, nearly warm to the touch. Unbeknownst to him, the warmth emanating from the seed was a result of its contained energy. The Red Lotus Karma Fire is eternal and unquenchable. Even a single seed cannot be handled lightly by an ordinary individual. Chen Bei was merely able to hold it so steadily due to the assistance of the system. Otherwise, a regular person would have been reduced to ashes. Furthermore, such treasures possess a spirit, and unless recognized by a master, it is exceedingly challenging for an average person to grasp them. Oblivious to this, Chen Bei did not dwell on it further. He simply acted with boldness. Opening his mouth wide, he swallowed the seed of Red Lotus Karma Fire whole, commencing its refinement within his body. Once ingested, the seed nestled within Chen Bei's dantian. And amidst the sea of spiritual energy, it began to radiate an intense heat due to the ample energy infusion. Soon, a spark of crimson flame erupted, rapidly expanding. Chen Bei hastily summoned his golden pill to suppress the seed, aiming to integrate it into his golden pill. Under Chen Bei's guidance, runes emerged from the golden pill, weaving together to form an expansive net that swiftly enveloped the seed of Red Lotus Karma Fire. The encircled seed fought back fiercely, continuously incinerating the surrounding space, nearly creating a rupture in Chen Bei's dantian. Fortunately, the Red Lotus Karma Fire lacked the energy to persist, as Chun Bei's great destiny technique ensured he was untouched by karma. Without any karmic energy, the seed could only surrender meekly. The rune net tightly ensnared the seed of Red Lotus Karma Fire, pulling it directly into Chun Bei's golden pill. At that moment, the golden pill, radiant with light, began to soften, akin to water, and as the runes ushered in the seed, it seamlessly integrated into its core. Subsequently, the surface of the golden pill solidified once more. With the seed of Red Lotus Karma Fire securely locked within, Chen Bei continued to operate his technique, inscribing his mental imprint upon the seed of Red Lotus Karma Fire, refining it further while amplifying the energy influx to better assist himself. As a result of his relentless efforts, the seed became docile, gradually merging with the golden pill, and Chen Bei's mental imprint was successfully engraved upon it. Done. Chen Bei exhaled, retracting his magical power before rising to his feet. Buzz. A deep crimson flame flickered to life in the palm of his right hand, swaying in an almost mesmerizing manner. I wonder how formidable it truly is. With that thought, Chen Bei opened his hand, launching a fireball that erupted upon contact with the ground, igniting it in a roaring blaze, leaving behind a series of varying-sized craters. Observing this spectacle, Chen Bei withdrew the flames, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth, evidently pleased with the result. Quite impressive. If the target bore substantial karmic energy, the power would likely escalate even further. Having tested the potency of the Red Lotus Karma Fire, Chen Bei began contemplating his next course of action. The seed of Red Lotus Karma Fire was still in its preliminary fusion stage and required continual consumption of karmic energy to truly flourish. It appeared that Chen Bei had much work ahead of him. The 7-colored Lingyu garment? This seemed to be a reward from a recent sign-in. Its utility remained unknown, so he decided to inspect its description. The 7-colored Lingyu garment, crafted from the silk of 7 different spiritual silkworms interwoven with Lingyu, offers resistance against water and fire, remaining impervious to dust. The garment is inscribed with defensive and spirit-gathering arrays, rendering ordinary energy attacks ineffective. Additionally, it possesses self-repairing properties and can change styles at will, adorned with Lingyu that grants immunity to mental attacks, albeit with diminishing returns against overwhelmingly powerful foes. Not bad. I suppose I can use it as casual wear. Chun Bei remarked, donning the seven-colored Lingyu garment. Surprisingly, it felt neither heavy nor light, fitting perfectly and pleasantly against his skin. He then experimented with various styles, ultimately selecting a casual ensemble. At this juncture, Chun Bei did not rush to venture out. There remained one more item to attend to. Retrieving an object from the system space, he scrutinized it closely, discovering it to be a sapling, a world tree sapling, to be precise, a reward from the system. Upon removal, the world tree sapling began voraciously absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy, with its branches and leaves gradually unfurling. However, this process was notably slow. Had it not been for Chun Bei's formidable mental prowess, he likely would not have noticed. Currently, the world tree sapling was no larger than a palm, resembling a delicate blade of grass, with only 2 leaves adorning its slender stem, giving it a fragile appearance. After absorbing spiritual energy, the sapling's leaf shimmered with a brilliant green glow, resembling a verdant gemstone from a distance. Chapter 63, Planting the World Tree. Chun Bei was uncertain about how to utilize the world tree. He had observed in other novels that it was often planted within the body to support an inner realm, so he decided to give it a try. He absorbed the world tree directly into his body, and to his surprise, the world tree offered no resistance. Once it settled in the dantian, it circled around the energy vortex of the small world within, as if it had discovered a treasure, extending its roots to absorb energy from within. Due to the system, the world tree bore a natural imprint, but since Chun Bei had yet to refine it, he could only rely on the system. Watching the world tree's actions, he instantly comprehended its intent. It was hungry. Being in its juvenile phase, the world tree was fragile and in dire need of energy. Its lack of resistance was largely due to sensing the vast energy contained within Chun Bei. As it was now, the world tree persistently extended its roots, attempting to absorb the energy from the vortex. However, without Chun Bei's consent, it would fail no matter how many times it tried. Chun Bei did not intend to let the world tree take root in his dantian. He preferred a different location, the small world within his dantian, which offered a more expansive space and greater energy reserves. Additionally, he had placed the golden core at the junction of the dantian and the small world, where it would continuously rotate to purify the spiritual energy, thereby enhancing the quality of energy in the small world. Under Chun Bei's command, the energy vortex engulfed the world tree, transporting it directly into the small world. The world tree, still bewildered by the sudden change, soon found itself amidst an even richer source of energy. Instantly, its tender leaves quivered with excitement as its roots grew rapidly, embedding themselves in the center of the small world. Thus, the world tree willingly recognized its master, allowing Chun Bei to inscribe his mental mark upon it, simultaneously sending affectionate signals as if it regarded him as its mother. At that moment, energy from the small world surged toward the world tree, which eagerly accepted and voraciously consumed the energy. Its branches and leaves grew at an astonishing rate. What had once been a sapling with only 2 tender leaves quickly transformed into a towering tree over 10 meters tall, lush and vibrant with life. Chun Bei was unperturbed by the world tree's consumption. After all, he had an abundance of spiritual energy, making him quite extravagant in this regard. However, the world tree's purpose extended beyond mere energy consumption. Its primary role was to stabilize the realms and autonomously generate worlds, evolving laws and nurturing its host. As for stabilizing the realms, the juvenile world tree was certainly incapable at this stage, and the notion of creating worlds was out of the question. As for evolving laws and nurturing its host, Chun Bei fell into silence, realizing that, for now, it was merely a burden. In an instant, he felt as though he had summoned an ancestor, leaving him utterly dazed. He had to console himself with the thought that he must shoulder the consequences of his actions. Choosing to disregard the world tree for now, Chun Bei's consciousness departed from the small world. He took stock of his belongings to see what else might be of use. At last, he discovered pure soul essence. This was something he could utilize, as it could enhance the quality of his soul and promote the growth of his mental strength. Having previously refrained from using it, he decided it was time to do so. Without hesitation, Chun Bei took out the soul essence and, without careful examination, swallowed it in one gulp. One could not help but marvel at the recklessness of youth. The soul essence surged into his body and raced toward the sea of consciousness, the very abode of his soul and mental faculties. Chun Bei felt a refreshing coolness wash over his mind, prompting an involuntary exclamation of comfort. With his eyes closed, he began to relish the experience. The enhancement of his mental strength was far more pleasurable than an increase in energy. Days passed, and Chun Bei fully absorbed the soul essence, significantly boosting his soul power. The most immediate realization was that he now felt capable of defeating various formidable foes from the early stages of Dragon Ball solely through the strength of his mental prowess, without relying on energy. The enhancement of his mental strength also brought additional benefits. The potency of his mental skills increased, his perception range expanded, his mind became clearer, and his thought processes accelerated. Having utilized all available resources, and recognizing that other matters could not be resolved in a day, Chen Bei decided to waste no more time and used instant transmission to depart from the area. Oh, and there was also the peach tree. Chen Bei smacked his forehead, realizing he had forgotten about it. However, considering he could barely manage a single world tree, the thought of nurturing multiple peach trees was simply impractical. He resolved to revisit that issue at a later time. After contemplating for a moment, Chun Bei dismissed the concern. He found himself near the spaceship, where celestial beans were being cultivated. Observing the sprouting celestial beans, he nodded in satisfaction but wished they would grow a bit faster. After watering the celestial beans once more, he made no further delays and returned to his room. Feeling somewhat bored in his room, Chen Bei decided he ought to find something productive to do. Thus, he began to communicate telepathically with Bardock and the others. Everyone, please come out. I have something to discuss. In the spacious rest hall, Chun Bei stood resolutely in the center of an open plaza. Bardock and the others heard Chen Bei's call but could not see him. Although puzzled, they made their way outside. Upon spotting Chen Bei standing in the plaza, they exchanged glances and approached him. Once they gathered before him, Chen Bei finally spoke. Today, I will teach you something. I hope you pay close attention. Indeed. Chen Bei intended to instruct Bardock and the others on how to harness ki. As for the method of immortality, he had no intention of broaching that topic just yet, as he himself was only partially knowledgeable about it and felt it would be inappropriate to teach others. Moreover, Bardock and the others had not yet fully earned his trust, so Chen Bei was not inclined to reveal his secrets so easily. Thus, he could only impart knowledge on areas in which he excelled, such as the mastery of ki. What exactly is it? Taroma could not contain his curiosity and asked, eager to learn what Chen Bei was about to teach them. I trust you all know how to use energy blasts, and you even understand how to fly. But do you know what this energy is called? Chen Bei posed a question, intending to pique their interest. Isn't energy simply energy? Could it possibly have another name? Bardock scoffed, feeling that Chen Bei was being a bit cryptic. Chapter 64. Guidance. Chen Bei cast a fleeting glance at Bardock, unperturbed, and began to elucidate. Energy is merely a broad term. More specifically, the essence of this world is chi. Chi. Bardock was puzzled, intrigued by what Chen Bei might reveal. The others around listened intently, eager for Chun Bei's explanation. Chi is a unique form of energy contained within the human body. Each individual possesses it, albeit in varying degrees of strength. Some can perceive chi and wield it skillfully, while others may possess substantial chi yet remain unable to harness it effectively due to a lack of systematic training. At this juncture, Chen Bei paused briefly, gauging Bardock and the others' reactions. Bardock and Toma appeared contemplative, while Jine looked utterly bewildered, and Celiba seemed to grasp some concepts yet remained confused. Typically, one can only enhance their chi through relentless practice. Practice. Bardock and Toma echoed in unison, their curiosity piqued regarding Chun Bei's notion of practice. Indeed, practice. Moreover, scions advance more swiftly than ordinary individuals and possess greater potential. Chen Bei continued, not waiting for further inquiries. In truth, the energy you utilize is chi. Merely that you lack the ability to perceive it. At best, you engage in rudimentary application. To cultivate and elevate your chi, you must first comprehend it and attune yourselves to your own chi. Is there a special method to perceive chi? Bardock inquired. Please, Mr. Chen Bei, enlighten us. I shall forever remember your kindness. Toma added earnestly. Do not fret. I will soon instruct you in perceiving chi. For now, please create some distance and sit cross-legged. Chen Bei directed them to settle. To perceive chi is not overly complicated. It merely requires 2 steps. The first step is to relax your bodies. Bardock and the others complied, eager to enhance their strength and seek vengeance against Frieza. The second step is to sense the energy within your bodies, namely chi, and attempt to manipulate it. This step should be relatively simple for you, as you already harbor considerable chi within you and can utilize it with ease. After following Chun Bei's instructions, Bardock and the others sensed little change, their expressions betraying confusion. They exchanged glances, wondering if Chun Bei were jesting with them. Noticing their skeptical looks, Chun Bei calmly elaborated. What you've practiced is merely the rudimentary application of chi, mastering your own chi. However, you must also learn to perceive others' chi and to suppress your own. Bardock and Toma grew earnest once more, anticipating further guidance from Chen Bei. In your previous endeavors, you lacked the understanding to perceive chi and relied solely on instinct. Surely you have utilized a scouter. It can detect the magnitude of energy, which corresponds to chi. However, chi can also be concealed. If you can perceive your own chi and learn to compress it, the scouter will be unable to ascertain your true strength. Furthermore, if you master the perception of others' chi, even with your eyes closed and at a distance, you will know your adversary's location. Upon hearing Chun Bei's explanation, Bardock closed his eyes and began to attune himself. Gradually, he sensed the immense energy within him. He attempted to restrain his chi, and with concentration, it compressed and receded within his body, becoming less detectable. So that's how it is, Bardock murmured, reopening his eyes. Excellent. It appears you have grasped the concept, Chen Bei remarked, assessing Bardock's presence. Indeed, Bardock no longer exuded his chi as before. It had been contained, rendering him indistinguishable from an ordinary person. Next was Toma, who soon opened his eyes as well. I did it, he exclaimed, joy illuminating his features. Celebi had likewise learned to suppress her chi, and soon Jine followed suit, mastering the control of her energy as well. Chun Bei marveled at the Scion's innate aptitude for learning, though he concealed his emotions, aware that no matter their prowess, they would not surpass him. Now, you must endeavor to sense others' chi. Take your time. Bardock and Toma nodded, closing their eyes once more. They meticulously sensed the energy surrounding them, soon discovering a plethora of varying intensities nearby. Is this the chi of others? Such a wondrous sensation, Bardock pondered, focusing his awareness on Chun Bei. To his astonishment, Bardock could not detect Chun Bei's chi at all, as if he were invisible. Why can I not sense your chi? Bardock asked, perplexed as to why he could not perceive Chun Bei's energy despite having learned to sense others. It is simply due to the disparity in our realms. Martial arts possess levels of mastery. My control over chi is far more refined than yours, thus rendering my energy undetectable to you, Chen Bei clarified, standing up. Well, today's lesson is complete. Practice diligently, and tomorrow I shall teach you the art of cultivation. Without awaiting their responses, Chun Bei swiftly departed, returning to his chamber. Mastery of chi requires more than mere learning. It necessitates continuous refinement. Bardock and the others possessed a solid foundation. The remaining challenge was to alter their habitual practices to minimize the wastage of energy, thereby naturally elevating their realms. In his room, Chen Bei reclined on the soft bed, gradually succumbing to slumber. In truth, given his current capabilities, preserving his life was exceedingly simple. Few could pose a threat to him. If ever in dire straits, he could retreat into the small world, where no one could confront him. Thus, Chen Bei no longer felt the urgency he once did. Nonetheless, strength remained paramount. To attain longevity, one must persist in cultivation and endure tribulations. Chapter 65, Methods of Cultivation. Knock, knock, knock. Who could it be at this late hour? Disturbing my slumber? Chen Bei awoke from his dream, hearing the persistent knocking. Peering through his clairvoyant eye, he inadvertently cranked up the intensity, and lo and behold, a gasp escaped his lips as he beheld something quite astonishing. 2 large, round buns, and blood gushed from his nose. Ah, the vigor of youth. After composing himself, he hastily rose to open the door. Creak. The door swung open to reveal Celebi, standing outside. Clearing his throat, he stammered. Is there something you need at this hour? Aren't you all supposed to be asleep? Chen Bei coughed to alleviate his embarrassment before inquiring about her purpose. To his surprise, Celebi appeared somewhat bashful, a faint blush gracing her cheeks. I'm sorry, Mr. Chen Bei. I was simply too hungry. You didn't prepare dinner for us today, so? It dawned on Chen Bei that upon returning, he had forgotten to assign his avatar to prepare a meal for the Scions, resulting in the rather embarrassing scene he had just witnessed. Would you like some milk? What? Celebi gazed at him in confusion, having not quite caught his words. Never mind. I understand. Please wait a moment. I will take care of it right away. Chun Bei decided against lingering, feeling his heart race at the earlier incident. It seemed prudent to step outside to regain his composure. In the square, Chun Bei began to kindle a fire. What shall I prepare? He pondered, contemplating a change of pace. How about noodles? A pot of lamb soup would pair splendidly, complemented by some vegetables. With his decision made, he set to work, preparing the lamb and tossing it into the pot with an array of spices, carefully managing the heat to ensure the meat would become tender and flavorful. Once he kneaded the noodles to perfection, each strand distinct and elastic, he he plunged them into boiling water. Next, he turned his attention to the vegetables, planning to whip up some spicy stir-fried potato shreds alongside zesty carrots, finishing with a fresh salad to accompany the noodles. After a flurry of activity, he finally prepared the evening's meal. Meanwhile, Bardock and the others, who had been waiting impatiently, seized their oversized bowls and eagerly ladled the food into them, devouring it with gusto. The following day, Chen Bei awaited in the square, having already informed the scions of his intent to teach them the art of cultivation. Bardock and the others did not keep him waiting long. Once dressed, they hurried down, clearly eager to enhance their strength. "Mr. Chen Bei, is there a secret to increasing our power?" Bardock, shedding his previous aloofness, sought Chen Bei's wisdom. "Indeed, Mr. Chen Bei," Tomer chimed in, "if you possess this knowledge, we would be immensely grateful if you could share it." Celiba gazed resolutely at Chen Bei, while Jine appeared less interested in personal growth but wholeheartedly supported Bardock's quest for vengeance on behalf of their kin. "Today, I shall impart the ways of cultivation," Chen Bei replied, nodding thoughtfully. "I trust that after yesterday's practice, you can sense your ki. However, you may still be uncertain about how to enhance it." Bardock nodded. Indeed, they were unclear on how to elevate their ki. Scions typically grew stronger with age, yet he was an anomaly, a lowly warrior whose power surpassed many elite fighters. In truth, combat prowess is synonymous with ki, which can be augmented through cultivation. We do not cultivate ki itself, but rather our physical bodies. As our bodies grow stronger, they can harbor more ki. Chen Bei articulated this fundamental concept, acknowledging that each person's understanding of cultivation is unique. How can we enhance our physique? Is it through battle? Bardock pondered aloud, though uncertainty lingered in his voice. Your intuition is not misplaced. Each bout inflicts some degree of damage upon our bodies. And as we recover, our physical condition naturally improves, which in turn boosts our strength. He paused briefly before continuing. Especially for scions, this race is exceptional. When severely injured and recuperating, their physicality undergoes substantial enhancement, leading to a dramatic surge in combat power. "Ah, I see. So my prior assumptions were correct," Bardock exclaimed, a look of realization dawning upon him. "However, it's crucial to understand that regular accumulation is equally vital. Our ki lies dormant within us, limited in quantity. Only through persistent pressure can we strengthen the ki within, thus elevating our power." Moreover, Chun Bei cautioned Bardock, advancement in one's realm is paramount. Enhancing your realm facilitates better control over your ki and your body, making cultivation significantly more effective. Bardock nodded, absorbing the wisdom Chun Bei shared, mindful not to overlook the importance of realm enhancement while pursuing strength. "What then is the swiftest method of cultivation? Surely there must be a technique?" Celiba interjected, her curiosity piqued. Chen Bei smiled, recognizing her inquiry as astute. "Certainly. The fastest method, and one ideally suited for scions, is utilizing a gravity chamber. Another approach is training in harsh environments, followed by combat. The most challenging method involves elevating one's mental realm, which subsequently advances the physical body and, ultimately, enhances ki." The group nodded in understanding, though they pondered where to find such a harsh environment or a gravity chamber. It seemed their only recourse would be to spar amongst themselves, while the thought of elevating their mental realm felt daunting. "Mr. Chen Bei, is there a gravity chamber here?" Bardock inquired, his eagerness to increase his strength palpable. Tomer echoed his sentiments, looking expectantly at Chen Bei. A knowing smile spread across Chen Bei's face as he nodded affirmatively, confirming the presence of a gravity chamber. With a wave of his hand, he demonstrated his creative prowess, conjuring 4 gravity chambers into existence. Given his current strength, manifesting such constructs posed no challenge, particularly with the added advantage of his technological genius, which granted him profound understanding of scientific endeavors. The scions were once again awestruck by Chen Bei's display of power, their eyes wide with curiosity as they marveled at the miraculous emergence of these devices. Chapter 66. The onslaught of millennia of grievance despite the astonished gazes of Bardock and others. Chen Bei extended his hand and released several beams of light, which swiftly penetrated the minds of the group before they could react. This extraordinary ability left Bardock and his companions utterly astounded. As the radiant light entered their consciousness, they were suddenly flooded with memories detailing the usage of the gravity chamber, a revelation they had never before experienced. Their respect for Chen Bei grew, and they were cautious not to treat him with the same casualness as before. "All right, you may begin your training now," Chen Bei announced, producing a pouch filled with the previously unused magical beans. "Here, take these. If you find yourselves hungry, consume one. There are only 20 left, so use them sparingly." He tossed the bag directly to Celiba. When asked why he entrusted the beans to Celebi instead of Bardock, he simply remarked, "It's best if you don't concern yourself with such matters." Celebi appeared bewildered. She believed the beans should have been given to Bardock, as her strength was the weakest among them, aside from Giant. "Do not be so tense. The reason I am giving them to you is that I fear Bardock and the others may not handle them responsibly. These are called magical beans. One can sustain you for 10 days without hunger and also restore your injuries and stamina. You will understand once you use them." Chen Bei waved his hand, signaling them to proceed with their activities before vanishing from sight. Although they had witnessed Chen Bei's abilities before, they couldn't help but express their astonishment once more. It was clear that Chen Bei's strength far surpassed theirs. They were still incapable of moving as silently and swiftly as he did. As Bardock and the others fervently trained, a spaceship was rapidly approaching Planet Plant. This spacecraft bore a striking resemblance to the one previously used by Frieza. "Oh, has it arrived?" The ancestor of Frieza. Chen Bei mused upon detecting the vessel. Yet, he opted not to confront it directly. With his current powers, annihilating the ship was merely a fleeting thought. After contemplating, a knowing smile graced his lips as he turned away from Planet Plant and returned to his small world. "Bardock, it seems your strength has significantly increased. I can distinctly sense your aura has grown stronger," Toma remarked joyfully, relishing the feeling of progress, akin to a return to his youthful aspirations. "Indeed, Toma, you too have improved rapidly, though you still fall slightly short of my prowess," Bardock replied, his face alight with a smile. He had not smiled in a long time. Ever since the destruction of planet Vegeta, he had been consumed by hatred for Frieza and loathing for his own inadequacies, his inability to effect change. Now, however, he had the opportunity for transformation. He could grow stronger, and in time, he would be poised to exact vengeance upon Frieza, the very architect of his planet's annihilation. "Ha. You speak the truth. I was indeed inferior to you," Toma laughed, sharing in the moment. "Thanks to Mr. Chen Bei, we have this opportunity. The food here is delightful. If it weren't for revenge, I might wish to stay here indefinitely." "Pfft, are you really so easily swayed by such trivial comforts? Then enjoy your stay while I take on the task of avenging Frieza," Bardock retorted, not genuinely dismissing Toma, but rather expressing concern for him. Toma had already perished once, and Bardock was reluctant to risk his life again, uncertain if Chen Bei could resurrect him a second time. "How can you say that? Am I the kind of person to shy away from battle? We are comrades in arms," Toma protested loudly, unwilling to be looked down upon by Bardock. "I knew you'd react that way," Bardock replied, their eyes locking in mutual determination. Suddenly, Chen Bei's figure materialized, prompting Bardock and the others to cease their laughter, their expressions turning grave. "Mr. Chen Bei, is there something you require?" Bardock inquired upon Chen Bei's unexpected arrival. "Yes, your opportunity for revenge has arrived," Chen Bei announced. At that moment, Celebi, who had been training nearby, approached, having overheard Chen Bei's words. "What? Has Frieza come here?" Toma exclaimed, astonished that Frieza would be so relentless as to track them down. "Is that so, Mr. Chen Bei?" Bardock's expression grew serious as he anxiously awaited an answer. "Not quite. I need to share something significant with you," Chen Bei began, detailing how he traversed through a time rift to arrive 1,000 years ago and informing them that Frieza's ancestor was on his way to Planet Plant, the very world they inhabited. On Planet Plant, atop a hillside, Chen Bei led Bardock and the others to their destination. "Are we almost there?" Bardock asked, excitement bubbling within him. He was uncertain if he could face Frieza's ancestor, but he felt compelled to try. In the sky, a circular spaceship approached at great speed, soon breaking through the clouds and landing on the planet, directly near a village inhabited by the planet's natives. With a thunderous roar, the spaceship descended, and an array of extraterrestrial beings emerged. 2 aliens, one blue and one green, were the first to appear, wielding laser guns and unleashing a barrage of fire. Several buildings were obliterated in their wake, and the blue-skinned alien proclaimed, "Listen well. From this day forth, Planet Plant belongs to Lord Zild of the Cosmic Pirates. Those who defy us will be executed without mercy." Witnessing this scene, Bardock clenched his fists, recalling the devastation of Planet Vegeta. Now he had changed. Fueled by a profound hatred for the invaders, he was resolved to protect his home. Bardock looked at Chen Bei, silently seeking permission to engage. Chen Bei remained silent, merely nodding in approval. With that, Bardock hesitated no longer, transforming into a streak of light as he swiftly approached the spaceship. Chapter 67, The Fateful Confrontation. "Hey, you there." Bardock stood atop a massive rock, his expression icy as he regarded the 2 extraterrestrials. "Who are you? Do you dare to oppose us?" The 2 aliens, drawn by Bardock's words, ceased their barrage. Fools! Chabala, teach them a lesson. The blue-skinned alien commanded, addressing his green-skinned companion. Leave it to me, Chabala replied, advancing cautiously towards Bardock. However, before he could take more than a few steps, Bardock dove in front of him, delivering a powerful punch straight to his abdomen. Bang! Chabala doubled over, sweat beading on his forehead as he gasped in pain. Bardock remained unfazed, reaching out to seize Chabala by the throat. How infuriating! The blue-skinned alien finally reacted, attempting to rush to his ally's aid. Unfortunately, Bardock was not about to grant him that opportunity. He soared into the air, executing a spinning kick that sent the alien flying with a single blow. Such formidable power swiftly dispatched both adversaries. Is that all? That barely qualifies as a warm-up. At that moment, Toma arrived, accompanied by Celiba, while Genai chose to remain behind, recognizing her lack of combat prowess. She believed her presence might hinder Bardock, so she opted to stay close to Chen Bei for safety. Meanwhile, the Planton people expressed their gratitude towards Bardock for vanquishing the invaders. Yet, Bardock coldly replied, "Do not misconstrue my actions. Your fate, whether life or death, holds no significance to me." The Planton aliens displayed expressions of surprise, bewildered by his motives. In truth, Bardock sought to distance himself from them to avoid entanglement in future conflicts. 10 days later, aboard the spaceship of Zeald. Have Dobie and Chabala really been out of contact for 10 days? Zeald inquired, his tone devoid of emotion. And Master Zeald, under these circumstances, I suspect they may have fallen victim to an attack, the communications officer responded nervously. Is that so? It seems there are those audacious enough to defy me. Zeald approached the window, gazing out at the vast expanse of stars, murmuring, though it poses a slight inconvenience, I shall personally deal with this matter. He appears to be quite an intriguing toy for me. Ha ha ha. His laughter echoed, revealing his disdain for the forthcoming adversary. The ship sped towards Planet Plant, where Bardock and his companions were gathered, enjoying a feast of barbecued meat prepared by Chen Bei. Wow, this is absolutely delicious, Mr. Chen Bei. Your culinary skills are truly remarkable, Toma praised while savoring the food. Indeed, Mr. Chen Bei, your expertise surpasses our rough talents, Bardock admitted, gradually lowering his guard around Chen Bei. They shared laughter, the previous tension dissipating with their camaraderie. Just average, ranked third in the world. My cooking is merely average, but one must indulge in good food. Chen Bei boasted, confident in his unmatched culinary prowess in the Dragon Ball universe. Yes, Mr. Chen Bai's dishes are indeed delightful, perfectly suited to our tastes, Genai chimed in, her mouth full. Celiba remained silent, engrossed in devouring a leg of lamb, too preoccupied to engage in their conversation. At that moment, a cloaked figure approached the dwelling of the Planton people. I find that medicine quite intriguing, Zeald, concealing his identity, led his subordinates closer to the villagers. Who are you? The Planton aliens inquired, uncertain of their visitors' intentions. We are cosmic peacekeepers, in pursuit of 2 villains who have fled to this planet. Are you aware of their whereabouts? The fish-faced alien addressed the Planton people, though their true goal was to locate Bardock. 2 villains? Ah, we are indeed pursuing them. Those 2 are no longer with us. A certain Bardock dealt with them. Bardock. Zeald echoed the name, clearly intent on extracting more information. Yes, he is quite formidable. He defeated those 2 in an instant. The villagers praised Bardock, oblivious to the fact they were revealing vital information to an enemy. Very well then. We must extend our gratitude to this Bardock. Zeald's face contorted into a sinister smile, hidden beneath his cloak, making it difficult for others to discern his expression. Suddenly, Zeald raised his head, revealing his malevolent visage. Where is he? There's no need to search. I am right here. Bardock had already sensed Zeald's presence and, upon seeing the resemblance to Frieza, recognized him as the awaited adversary. Bardock, do not rush. Wait for us. Toma and Celiba hurried to Bardock's side, unwilling to let him confront danger alone. Oh, it is you lot who have slain my subordinates. If you apologize and plead for mercy, I might consider accepting you as my new subordinates under Lord Zeald. Zeald regarded Bardock and his companions, surprisingly refraining from attacking outright as he attempted to recruit them. Umph, you are overly naive. We would never serve you. Zeald's words pierced deeply into their hearts, as they recalled their previous servitude under Frieza, reduced to mere playthings, in the genocide of their race, a grudge they would never forget. Ha ha, ha ha ha. How amusing. I never anticipated these scions would be so audacious as to defy me. Do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Zeald snapped his fingers, signaling his subordinates to spring into action. His underlings unleashed a barrage of laser fire, prompting Toma and Celebi to realize they could no longer wait. They charged at the invaders. Bardock retracted his fist, preparing for another strike when Zeald unexpectedly lifted his leg, landing a kick squarely on Bardock's face, sending him sprawling. From a distance, Jinai watched with concern, while Chen Bei observed calmly, having previously informed Bardock and the others that he would not intervene. Though this was merely to motivate them, should the situation become dire, he would not remain idle. Chapter 68. The legend of the Super Saiyan Bardock was brought to his knees, his body battered by the tremendous force of Zeald's strike. Such formidable power. Bardock struggled to rise. At that moment, Zeald approached, his expression chilling as he looked down at the fallen warrior. With a blatant display of dominance, he stomped on Bardock's waist, followed by a brutal kick to his abdomen. The impact forced Bardock to expel a bitter bile, mixed with traces of blood. Once more, Zeald stood over Bardock, placing his foot upon Bardock's face, sneering, "A mere nameless brat dares to defy me? How audacious!" Bardock trembled, unable to lift himself under the weight of Zeald's oppression. "Frieza," Bardock muttered incessantly, fixating on that name, revealing his utter disrespect for the circumstances. Zeald's expression twisted into a malignant grin, and with contempt, he delivered another crushing blow to Bardock's face. In the distance, Jine watched with evident concern, her hands clenched together in anxiety. Chen Bei, witnessing Bardock's plight, nearly intervened, but he ultimately refrained, wishing to see if Bardock could indeed rise to become the legendary warrior of lore. "Do you know who I am? I am the mightiest cosmic pirate, Lord Zeald," Zeald proclaimed, maintaining his oppressive stance on Bardock. At that moment, Toma and Celebi, having concluded their battle, rushed to assist, launching an energy blast directly at Zeald. This distraction allowed Bardock to break free from his confinement. He hastily consumed a Senzu to restore his energy. "Ugh, those annoying pests have truly provoked my ire," Zeald bellowed, vowing to make them taste his wrath. In an instant, he appeared before Toma, delivering a devastating knee strike that sent blood gushing from Toma's mouth. Then, with ferocity, Zeald seized Toma by the throat, while his tail lashed out, sending Celebi flying through the air. "Is this the extent of your strength? Pathetically weak, indeed." "Ha ha." Zeald's laughter echoed, brimming with arrogance. "Toma," Bardock exclaimed, witnessing his comrade's peril, clenching his fist as he charged at Zeald. Unfazed, Zeald discarded Toma, preparing to deliver another punishing kick to Bardock as he approached. Bang! Boom! Bardock was once again overpowered by Zeald's might, crashing against the distant cliffside. Coughing up a mixture of phlegm and blood, Bardock felt the ache radiate throughout his body. "How pitiful, you truly overestimate yourselves," Zeald taunted. A wicked smile plastered across his face. Mr. Chen Bei, Bardock, and the others. Jine could not hold back her concern. "Just watch, there is no need for alarm." Chen Bei replied coolly, showing no inclination to intervene. Meanwhile, Zeald slowly approached the fallen Toma. "Is this your companion? Such a feeble being. He has outlived his usefulness," he remarked, gathering energy in his hand, poised to extinguish Toma's life. "Zeald." Bardock, gritting his teeth against the pain, limped towards Zeald once more. "You are bothersome. Since you care so much for him, I shall send him to hell," Zeald declared, unleashing a deadly energy blast towards Toma. "No, Toma!" Bardock cried out, horrified as Toma was struck, vanishing without a trace, his life force extinguished. Bardock stood frozen, then collapsed to his knees, repeating, "Is it still the same? Can nothing change? Is it all just like before? I still..." In a fit of rage, Bardock pounded the ground, creating fissures as he vented his despair. "Ha ha ha, such impotent fury. You are nothing but a coward." Zeald reveled in Bardock's helplessness, delighting in the sight of this pitiful being's futile struggles. Bardock's despair morphed into a blazing anger. Suddenly, the sky darkened, thunder rumbled, and lightning flashed across the landscape. Bardock's reflection flickered, shimmering with a faint golden glow. I must defeat you," Bardock roared, lightning crackling around him. "Ha ha ha, you intend to defeat me? How absurd." Zeald laughed uproariously, finding amusement in Bardock's feeble demeanor, dismissing his threats as the height of folly. As Bardock's hair began to flicker between black and gold, the atmosphere crackled with energy, transforming the planet plant into a nightmarish realm. With each roar, Bardock's strength surged, warping the environment and summoning supernatural phenomena. Turning to face the guffawing Zeald, Bardock's expression hardened, his gaze icy, as if he were staring at a lifeless corpse. "Yeah." Bardock's shout reverberated, unleashing a tremendous pressure that caused the ground to quake. His hair and eyebrows transformed into a radiant golden hue, a golden aura emanating from him. What? Zild's eyes widened in realization, instinctively stepping back. This inexhaustible surge of power is. Bardock glanced at himself, bewildered by the transformation, only aware of his overwhelming rage. What? Why do you look so different now? Zild exclaimed, astonished. But Bardock paid no mind to Zild's shock. He had a singular purpose. I will never forgive you. Bardock advanced toward Zild, his aura swelling, pressing heavily upon Zild. Is it merely becoming golden? Don't get too self-satisfied. Zild retorted, soaring into the air, unleashing energy blasts in a desperate attempt to halt Bardock's advance. Thick smoke enveloped the scene, obscuring visibility. None could ascertain Bardock's condition, save for Chen Bei. Seeing Bardock struck by his energy blasts, Zild chuckled again, though his laughter felt strained. Ha, even transformed into gold, you remain unchanged. With hands on his hips, he surveyed the smoke, declaring, Humph, an inconsequential wretch. Chapter 69. The Warrior of Golden Flames. Suddenly, Zird's eyes widened in disbelief as a figure emerged slowly from the thick smoke. Indeed, it was Bardock, unscathed and radiating a formidable aura. What is happening? Who are you? Zird demanded angrily, leaping forward to confront Bardock, launching a rapid succession of attacks. However, Bardock paid no heed to these strikes, extending his hand effortlessly to block, his gaze fixed intently upon Zird. Me? I am merely a humble scion. A scion, Zird exclaimed, confusion crossing his features. Are you prepared? Bardock inquired. What? Boom, boom, boom. Bardock seized Zird and repeatedly slammed him into the ground, executing a full 360-degree spin before hurling Zird into the air. In an instant, Bardock darted to the spot where Zird was about to land, delivering a powerful kick that sent him soaring once more. After enduring several assaults, Zird finally managed to stabilize himself midair. Damn it, I refuse to accept this. I will not concede to a mere scion. Zird shouted defiantly. I am Zird, the cosmic pirate. I will not allow anyone stronger than me to exist. As he spoke, Zird gathered energy into a sphere, channeling a relentless flow of power into it. Enough of your nonsense, Bardock declared, no longer hesitating as he raised his right hand to accumulate energy of his own. May you perish along with this filthy planet. Zird snarled, his expression twisted with rage. Curse you. In unison, Zird and Bardock unleashed their energy blasts, the two spheres hurtling towards each other until they collided, producing a tremendous shockwave. For a brief moment, the two warriors faced off, Bardock maintaining a single-handed release while Zird exerted all his strength to defend with both hands. Die. Bardock's voice rang out, and his energy blast surged, overpowering Zird's attack. How can this be? I. Zird's anguished cry echoed as he was blasted out of the planet plant, vanishing from sight. That was quite a spectacle. Chen Bei, who had been observing Bardock, couldn't help but exclaim, exhilarated by the fierce battle. Within a spaceship, Zird lay battered on a medical table, gasping for breath and struggling to speak. Alert the entire clan to beware of the scion with golden flames. With those words, his eyes rolled back, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. In a small world, Chen Bei and his companions sat together. Hey, Bardock, are you a super scion? Toma asked in astonishment. Indeed, Toma had not perished. Just as he was about to be struck by the energy blast, Chun Bei had used telekinesis to transport him into the small world, evading the attack. Celiba had experienced a similar fate. After being knocked unconscious, she was brought to safety and treated before being returned to her own room, where she had since awakened. Also, don't question why Chen Bei treated them differently. It's a matter of the complexities between men and women, best left unexamined. Huh? I'm not sure. But at that moment, my power surged significantly. Bardock seemed lost in thought, uncertain of how to respond to the query. You are correct. Bardock has indeed transformed into a super scion. What? Toma, Jine, and Celiba stared at Bardock in disbelief, unable to fathom that he was the legendary super scion. Mr. Chen Bei, is that true? Bardock really is the fabled warrior, the super scion. Toma's face radiated astonishment as he eagerly looked towards Chen Bei, then back to Bardock. At that moment, Bardock, grasping Chen Bei's words, realized he had indeed become the legendary super scion. Well, in truth, the super scion is not merely a legend. Allow me to explain, Chen Bei began, recalling the details. I should have mentioned that we have traveled back 1,000 years, to the inception of the Scion legend, the warriors of golden flames, and the destined individual you ought to recognize. The group exchanged wide-eyed glances, struggling to articulate their emotions. Was Bardock truly fated to become a Super Saiyan? Was destiny truly so enigmatic? Their minds swirled, unable to comprehend the intricacies of this connection. This may be difficult for you to grasp, so let me clarify. The Super Saiyan exists, characterized by golden hair and eyebrows, along with striking green eyes. When transformed, one's battle power increases 50-fold. Chen Bei patiently elucidated. However, Mr. Chen Bei, my battle power hasn't increased 50-fold. While I do feel stronger, it seems to be only a 20 to 30-fold enhancement, Bardock interjected, perplexed. Indeed, your assessment is accurate. Before achieving the true form of the Super Saiyan, there exists an intermediary state known as the false Super Saiyan. This form arises when one's base power is insufficient. Although you possess intense fury that amplifies your energy, your physical limitations prevent you from attaining the true Super Saiyan level. The increase varies, ranging from 20 to 40 times. Chen Bei explained, introducing a new concept that left the others pondering. Then, Mr. Chen Bei, how can one become a true Super Saiyan? Bardock could not suppress his curiosity, eager to learn how to fully realize his potential. That question leads us to the next topic, to transform into a Super Saiyan. Several conditions must be met. First, one must possess sufficient base power, approximately 3 million. Second, an ample supply of S cells, which develop more rapidly in relatively peaceful environments, is essential. Lastly, an intense emotional drive or the ability to concentrate energy in the back before unleashing it is necessary for the transformation. If these conditions are satisfied, becoming a Super Saiyan will no longer be a challenge. Chapter 70. Returning to the original time and space after Chen Bei finished speaking, Bardock began to ponder. While Toma and Celebi exchanged excited glances before turning their eager gazes back to Chen Bei. So, does this mean that every Saiyan actually has the opportunity to become a Super Saiyan? Jin asked, articulating the thoughts of both Toma and Celebi. Indeed, in theory, that is the case. However, achieving a battle power of 3 million is not something an ordinary Saiyan can accomplish, Chen Bei replied thoughtfully. He paused for a moment, as if recalling something, and then continued. By the way, among Saiyans, there exists a warrior who is naturally capable of transforming into a Super Saiyan. This is a warrior who appears once every 1,000 years, born with extraordinarily high battle power, which increases as he ages, often doubling each year. Furthermore, in battle, his power can escalate rapidly, with virtually no bottlenecks. Celebi and Toma were left speechless, astonished by the reality of the rumors they had heard, and even more so by the formidable prowess of this legendary warrior, surpassing their wildest imaginations. After a brief period of rest, Chun Bei prepared to return to his original time and space, as there was no longer any necessity to linger here. During his previous observations, he had already marked the coordinates of Child, thereby securing a reward from the system. This time and space would soon become a memory. Yet the legends of the Saiyans would endure. Mr. Chen Bei, are we heading back? In the square, the others looked toward Chen Bei. They had actually been informed of this news several days prior, but Chen Bei had been busy preparing some matters, which delayed their return to the original time-space. Yes, it is time to go back. We do not belong here. Bardock's fate has been fulfilled, and your futures hold infinite possibilities. By returning to the original time and space, you will also have the opportunity to seek vengeance against Frieza. Chen Bei calmly addressed their concerns while reminding them that Frieza was still at large in the original time-space. Frieza. Bardock clenched his fists, nodding in agreement. In that case, I shall set off. However, you should not be affected, as it is merely I who will traverse time and space. You may remain in the small world, and I will release you once I arrive. Chen Bei offered a few words of advice to Bardock and the others before departing from the small world, reappearing in the vicinity of Planet Plant. Chen Bei felt an innate familiarity with this planet, having devoted much time to studying it and the unique healing liquids it possessed. Without further contemplation, he soared into the cosmos, where he had previously marked the time-space coordinates. Extracting the time-space ring, he infused it with energy, and in an instant, the ring radiated a brilliant light, illuminating the surrounding space. The special coordinates, influenced by the ring, began to tear open a rift. Now is the moment. Chen Bei dashed towards the time-space tunnel, heading back to the original time and space. In the original time-space, on Earth, at Baozi Mountain, Son Gohan was gathering herbs with Goku. Goku, please stop messing around. We are about to head back. Be good, Son Gohan said, carrying a basket on his back. While Goku, nestled inside, was anything but still, flipping and attempting to climb out of the basket. Son Gohan coaxed Goku in hopes of keeping him calm. Aware that they were not in a safe area, as some herbs grew perilously close to cliff edges, he had brought Goku along, fearing that if left alone at home, he might encounter danger. Wah! Goku cried out, disregarding his brother's pleas, continuing to tumble within the basket, clutching the edge and peering at the world outside. Just as Son Gohan turned to leave, Goku spotted something intriguing and clambered out of the basket. In that instant, Son Gohan felt the basket lighten, sensing something had fallen. Turning around, he was horrified to see Goku plummeting towards the cliff. Goku! Son Gohan gasped in shock, but it was too late. Goku had already fallen. He hurriedly raced down the mountain, hoping to catch his brother before he hit the ground. Goku fell, spinning through the air, until bang! His head collided with a rock, rendering him unconscious. Just then, Son Gohan arrived, his heart racing as he rushed to check on Goku, who lay motionless on the ground. Have we returned? Chen Bei found himself in a vast expanse of space, the former location of planet Vegeta. Now only scattered debris remained, the planet long gone. Chen Bei gazed at the infinite void, choosing not to restore planet Vegeta. It was better left as it was. A millennium prior, Child had perished due to Bardock's actions, leaving behind the legend of the Scions. 1,000 years later, Frieza, fearing the legendary Super Saiyan, had obliterated planet Vegeta, catalyzing Bardock's journey through time and space. This might be what is known as the cycle of cause and effect. Planet Plant survived because of Bardock and was also destroyed by him. However, Chen Bei remained unconcerned with such matters, detached from the cycle of cause and effect, free from any influences that could affect him, preferring to live blissfully and untroubled. It's time to check in. Goku should have been taken in by Gohan by now. After a brief moment of contemplation, Chun Bei vanished from the vastness of space. Mr. Chen Bei, is this Earth? It's so beautiful. Jin marveled at the stunning scenery of Earth, unable to contain her admiration. The environment of Earth in the Dragon Ball world was indeed far superior to that of Chun Bei's original world, the air fresher. And even the existence of cat people and dog people was a delightful surprise. Remarkably, dinosaurs, long extinct in the original Cretaceous period, could still be found on Earth in the Dragon Ball universe. Indeed, it is quite beautiful. Celeba chimed in. Though she was a warrior, she too appreciated the exquisite things in life, feeling a sense of comfort as she took in the breathtaking landscapes of Earth. Absolutely splendid. It seems we shall be living here for quite some time, Chen Bei concurred, sharing their plans for the future. While the scenery of Earth was lovely, it paled in comparison to Chun Bei's small world, which was a true paradise. Toma interjected, still reluctant to depart after spending time in Chun Bei's small world. Enchanted by its comfort. Is there even a need to say? I would love to retire there. Bardock joked, prompting laughter from the group at his words. Chapter 71 Reunion. Kakarot on Baozi Mountain. Son Gohan was tending to the injured Son Goku, who sat on the bed looking dejected, his head wrapped like a mummy, his limbs and tail limp. Oh, Goku, I hope you recover soon. Son Gohan expressed his concern and guilt over Goku's fall from the cliff. In the distance, several figures were approaching Baozi Mountain, and shortly thereafter, they arrived at Son Gohan's dwelling. Sensing their presence, Son Gohan stepped outside. Abe, when did you return? And who are these people beside you? Son Gohan inquired, his surprise at Abe's return mingled with curiosity about the unfamiliar faces accompanying him. Is Kakarot inside? Bardock asked, glancing towards the room, seeking confirmation from Abe. Yes, but hold on, let me speak with the old man first, Abe replied, nodding before stepping forward to address Son Gohan. Old man, these are a few friends I met in the universe, Bardock, Toma, Kine, and Celepa. Abe began to introduce each of them. As Son Gohan observed them one by one, he suddenly seemed to recognize something, his gaze fixating on Bardock with a serious expression. Goku? Abe, could this person be? Son Gohan speculated, sensing a connection, but he needed confirmation from Abe. Indeed, I was just about to tell you, he is from inside the room. Kine was caring for Goku while Bardock leaned against the windowsill, observing the scenery with Toma. Son Gohan and Abe sat together, with Celepa quietly standing nearby. After hearing Abe's explanation, Son Gohan grasped the situation, though he was momentarily astonished by their survival amidst the destruction of their planet. So, Goku is also an alien? Is he part of the race known as Scions? Son Gohan gradually accepted Abe's revelations, yet he still felt a sense of reluctance regarding Goku. What will happen to Goku now? Although I cannot make decisions for Bardock, I believe that with such a kind-hearted elder like you caring for Goku, they would not refuse, Abe remarked, glancing at Bardock, who remained silent. Furthermore, we intend to stay at Baozi Mountain, so. I understand now. Thank you, Bei. Son Gohan expressed his gratitude. Haha, old man, what are you saying? We will be relying on you for a lot in the future. So no need to be so formal. Bei laughed heartily, then turned his attention to the now listless Goku. I should treat Goku first. He looks quite pitiful. At that moment, Goku bore little resemblance to the hero who would later save the world. He appeared as wilted as a frostbitten eggplant. Bei cast a healing spell. A green light flew towards Goku and entered his body. Instantly, Goku emerged from his lethargy, a look of comfort spreading across his face as he erupted into joyful laughter. Seeing Goku revitalized, Son Gohan and Bardock felt their worries dissipate. Bei, you can perform such techniques? You're truly impressive. You have surpassed me by leaps and bounds. Son Gohan marveled, pleased by Bei's rapid growth. Just a small feat. Let's eat first. I believe everyone is hungry, Bei said modestly, aware that there were many more capable individuals than himself. Upon hearing the mention of food, the Scions turned their eager eyes toward Bei, clearly captivated by his culinary skills. Their thoughts consumed by the meals he prepared. Outside, Bei set up several large pots, effortlessly preparing various ingredients and cooking. After several hours, the dishes were finally ready. Bardock and the others, starved, refrained from interrupting Bei. They dared not offend him lest they miss out on the meal. Returning to their previous lifestyle would be untenable. The disparity was simply too great. The aroma of the food wafted through the air, tantalizing the appetites of those nearby. Everyone yearned to devour the feast. All right, let us begin. Bei finally announced, and they rushed forward, wielding large spoons, indulging eagerly. The recently rejuvenated Goku was particularly hungry. If Kain had been holding him back, he would have already dived into the pot. As Kain savored her meal, she was momentarily distracted, allowing Goku to swiftly climb into the pot, devouring the food voraciously. Burp, everyone clutched their stomachs, satisfied after the meal. Bei, you truly excel at everything, even cooking. You're remarkable, Son Gohan exclaimed, astonished by Bei's culinary prowess, having never tasted such delectable food before. He was utterly enchanted by Bei's cooking. It's just all right. I have a bit of knowledge in this area. You are far too modest, Bei. I've never had such delicious food before. The taste still lingers in my memory. Son Gohan continued to praise Bei's cooking, realizing he could hardly stomach his previous meals, which paled in comparison to what Bei had prepared. Bei, where shall we stay next? Are we returning to the little world? Toma questioned, glancing at Bei as the sun began to set. Given that Son Gohan's home could hardly accommodate so many, he was curious about their next lodging, pondering the possibility of camping outdoors. The little world is feasible, but you should at least have a home outside. It wouldn't be due to remain there indefinitely, Bei replied. Having already devised a plan, he could easily create simple structures using his creative abilities, ensuring they were equipped with modern amenities for their enjoyment. Chapter 72. Seclusion. Chen Bei led several Scions to a clearing, then waved his hand, and a streak of light flashed. In an instant, a row of neatly arranged houses appeared before them, leaving them in awe. They had never witnessed such a miraculous method of construction. Where a mere wave of the hand could manifest houses, it was simply extraordinary. Chen Bei, what is this? Sun Wukong was continually astonished by Chen Bei's abilities. He finally comprehended why these Scions were so obedient to him. One could only wonder what other incredible skills he possessed. Truly marvelous. This is merely a trivial technique. Let us reside in these houses from now on. They are already equipped with water and electricity, and they are all designed in a villa style, quite comfortable. I would say. Chen Bei invited everyone to select their preferred home. He had created numerous designs, ensuring that Bardock and the others would find something to their liking. Old man, you may also choose one. We shall be neighbors, and with more people around, it will be lively, so you need not fear boredom anymore. Chen Bei remarked to Sun Wukong, who stood nearby. Me? Thank you so very much, Chen Bei. I have never lived in such a luxurious house. Sun Wukong was taken aback to find that he could also have such an opulent residence, although he did not particularly care for material wealth. The prospect of dwelling in such a house was certainly appealing. In the distance, Bardock and his wife selected a charming little house, likely chosen by Jine. Mr. Chen Bei, I want this house, Celiba exclaimed, pointing at an exquisite residence adorned with numerous gemstones, shimmering beautifully. Seeing Celiba's choice, Chen Bei was not surprised. Girls indeed gravitate towards things that appear glamorous or adorable. No problem, the furniture is all included, and I have also installed a separate gravity chamber inside, which will greatly facilitate your training, Chen Bei assured her. He then walked over to the entrance of a villa he had designed according to his own preferences, exuding warmth and comfort. On either side were the homes of Bardock and Celebi, while Toma and Sun Wukong opted for houses further north. Aside from the residences chosen by his friends, several others remained unoccupied, but Chun Bei was unconcerned. He could easily create more. Suddenly, a notification from the system startled Chen Bei as he rested. Ding! Congratulations, host, for surviving until Sun Wukong arrives on Earth. Reward: 3 lottery chances, 1 fate fragment. Combat power 1, 000, 000, and a bolt of heavenly thunder. Surviving until Sun Wukong's arrival? There are rewards for that? How impressive. It seems that even if I do nothing, I can still receive rewards. Clearly, the system will not allow me to fall into despair. Lying on his bed, Chen Bei began to examine the rewards he had received. This time, 3 lottery opportunities. What a generous offering. He hoped for something exceptional. Previously, he had won the Great Aperture Technique and the Human Path Divine ranking, both of which were valuable. Now, with 3 chances to gamble again. System: initiate the lottery. The familiar spinning wheel of fortune appeared once more. Without hesitation, Chun Bei reached out and tapped it. As the wheel spun, he called for it to stop after a few moments. Ding! Congratulations, host, for winning the Great Roar Technique. The lottery continued, and Chun Bei tapped again. Ding! Congratulations, host, for winning the Great Tao Treasure Mirror. Ding! Congratulations, host, for winning the Yellow Springs Boat. The Great Roar Technique. One of the 3,000 great divine abilities is a supreme sonic attack of the dragon race, capable of shattering souls, reversing yin and yang, and collapsing space, a powerful offensive skill. The Great Tao Treasure Mirror, formed from the laws of the Great Tao, allows for the nurturing of any treasure within it, primarily used to suppress other magical artifacts. Any artifact inscribed by the Great Tao Treasure Mirror can be replicated, though it requires a consumption of fortune. Stronger artifacts demand greater fortune. The Yellow Springs Boat can traverse the river of forgetfulness, ferrying both humans and spirits, and even allowing the reincarnated to retain memories of their past lives. Having reviewed these rewards, Chen Bei claimed them all. Another fate fragment. I wonder what will happen once I collect them all. Chen Bei mused to himself before merging 2 fate fragments. As the 2 fragments fused, an ethereal aura enveloped Chen Bei, obscuring him from view. In a brief moment, the fusion was complete, and Chun Bei began to sense the changes within himself. It seems there is no significant transformation. Regardless, let me claim the combat power reward. System: check attributes. Ding! Successfully opened attribute panel. Host: Chun Bei race, human bloodline, scion, 6-eared macaque, golden human realm, golden core combat power, 2, 850, 000, not too shabby. My strength has increased a bit, and my small world has expanded significantly. Now, I should be able to unleash around 4 to 500 million in combat power. My mental strength remains relatively unchanged, but it is sufficient for now. Estimating his current power, Chen Bei concluded that defeating Frieza, the early-stage boss, would be quite simple. However, for certain formidable entities in the later stages, such as Bu, he might need to exert a bit more effort and rely on mental attacks. It seems I must enter seclusion once again. I shall diligently practice the Eternal Life technique. There is still ample time before the true events of Dragon Ball unfold. Remaining idle would only lead to boredom. Chen Bei left an avatar behind and directly entered his small world. Taking a deep breath, Chen Bei ceased his cultivation. The Great Thunder technique was indeed formidable. Absorbing the power of the 9 heavenly thunders was merely the first step. Reflecting on the arduous journey of mastering the great divine techniques, Chen Bei felt fortunate to have the system. Otherwise, he would have no idea how long it would take to even begin mastering these formidable skills. The rewards he had acquired were anything but simple. The 9 heavenly thunders represent the tribulations one must endure to attain enlightenment, with the specific realm determining when the tribulation occurs, depending on the world's rules. In some worlds, one must face tribulation upon reaching the golden core, while in others, it occurs only upon achieving immortality. With varying world rules, the power of the tribulation also differs. The 9 heavenly thunders Chen Bei received could be considered average. However, it was suitable for his absorption. Any excessively powerful tribulation would be beyond his control, potentially leading to his own downfall. Chapter 73. The Great Cataclysm of Wind and Fire. With the cultivation of divine powers reaching a temporary conclusion, Chen Bei now turned his focus towards elevating his realm. A formidable divine power cannot manifest its true might without the support of equally potent spiritual energy. At present, Chun Bei remained too feeble, only capable of bullying peers like Frieza. Chanting the calm heart incantation, he expelled the distracting thoughts from his mind and began to concentrate on his cultivation. As he activated his techniques, a steady stream of energy surged into his body, causing his golden core to spin with increasing velocity. To transcend the golden core stage, one must endure a significant tribulation, the great cataclysm of wind and fire. Here, wind refers to the black nightmare dragon wind, while fire pertains to the red lotus calamity fire. This cataclysm does not signify external winds and flames, but rather the tribulation winds and fires that arise from within the cultivator, incinerating them from the inside out until nothing remains. Without a robust physique and indomitable will, it is exceedingly difficult to survive. Chen Bei was not yet prepared to break through the golden core. He needed to integrate the divine powers he had recently acquired. His golden core had not yet reached its limit, and in his pursuit of perfection, he chose to slow his cultivation pace. The Great Thunder Technique. The Great Law Command Technique. One by one, Chun Bei condensed his divine powers into runes and directed them towards his golden core. Each divine rune fused into him, dramatically escalating his power. 3, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. 3, 200, 0, 0, 0. 3, 500, 0, 0, 0. 4, 500, 0, 0, 0. 10, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. His combat prowess surged to an astonishing 10, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, truly terrifying. At this moment, his golden core was adorned with runes, radiating a brilliant light akin to a sun, illuminating his inner world. Upon merging all the newly acquired divine powers into his golden core, his strength experienced an explosive increase. In the golden core realm, Chun Bei could be deemed invincible. Typically, those who achieve the golden core possess between 200,000 to 600,000 units of Xianyuan horsepower, translating to a combat level of the same range in Dragon Ball terms. In the early stages of immortality, combat power is not particularly strong. What is formidable is the ability to wield various divine powers, which is the hallmark of the immortal law. However, Chun Bei now boasted 10,000 horsepower in the golden core realm, easily overpowering cultivators in the realm of divine powers. To achieve stellar explosion in the realm of immortality, one must at least attain the immortal secret realm, a feat Chen Bei had long since accomplished. The advantage of the immortal law lies in the soul, divine powers, and longevity, while the Dragon Ball law excels in rapid cultivation, destructive power, and lack of bottlenecks. Of course, this only pertains to the early stages. As one progresses, the immortal law overwhelmingly surpasses the Dragon Ball law, transcending ordinary dimensions. It is likely that only mythological realms can rival the immortal. It was time for a breakthrough. Having integrated all divine powers into his golden core, totaling 54 divine techniques, he deemed it a commendable achievement. Though not abundant in quantity, their quality was exceedingly high, compensating for certain deficiencies. Chun Bei felt prepared to confront the great cataclysm of wind and fire. Transitioning from the sevenfold divine powers golden core to the tenfold cosmic law manifestation essentially represents a transformation of the golden core, akin to the alchemical process of breaking the core to form an infant in traditional cultivation. In normal cultivation realms, breaking through the golden core also requires enduring tribulations. Just as transcending to the Yuan infant stage necessitates overcoming a calamity, these cultivation methods share fundamental similarities. After a moment of adjustment, Chun Bei released the pressure on his golden core. Suddenly, a surge of flames erupted from within, igniting his dantian. Almost immediately, an invisible wind arose, intensifying the flames. At this moment, Chun Bei's soul began to burn as well. Enduring the intense, searing sensation, he desperately protected his soul. The great cataclysm of wind and fire was, in essence, a calamity triggered by the cultivator's inner demons and vital energy, consuming their own energy and soul. However, with a powerful soul and the enhancement of great fate techniques, it was exceedingly difficult for his inner demons to disturb him, making his experience of the cataclysm much more manageable than others. Now, Chun Bei needed only to withstand the fiery tribulation instigated by his own energy to achieve a successful breakthrough. As his body endured the relentless burning, flames engulfed him, igniting the very air around him. Chun Bei could only strive to suppress the violent eruption of energy, having recently elevated his strength to nearly 10 million. The ferocity of this tribulation was heightened. As the flames raged within his dantian, a sudden transformation occurred within his inner world. The fire calamity had incinerated the energy within his dantian, permeating into his inner realm. At that moment, the world tree growing in his dantian unexpectedly performed an astonishing act. Its roots rapidly spread throughout the entire inner realm, and the flames drew perilously close to the world tree. To his astonishment, the flames vanished, as they were absorbed directly by the world tree. This miraculous scene left Chun Bei dumbfounded. Could the world tree truly absorb flames? Logically, one would expect such a plant to fear fire, not consume it. In truth, Chen Bei's fire calamity originated from his own energy, and thus its essence was intrinsically tied to him. As long as Chen Bei's energy remained, the fire calamity would endure. However, the world tree could directly absorb energy, severing the root of the fire calamity, resulting in the absurdity that allowed Chun Bei to bypass the tribulation so effortlessly. In that moment, Chun Bei found himself at a loss for words, unsure of how to articulate his thoughts. It felt as though he was merely playing at overcoming a calamity, devoid of the trepidation that typically accompanies such trials. Meanwhile, the world tree remained placid, occasionally swaying its branches as if awaiting Chun Bei's praise. "Very well, you are magnificent. Truly invincible," Chun Bei remarked with a wry smile, realizing that a tree had saved him today. As the great cataclysm of wind and fire subsided, Chun Bei's golden core softened and began to harmonize with his soul. Once the golden core underwent its true metamorphosis, coalescing into the manifestation of his true self, he would officially transcend to the tenfold divine powers, cosmic law manifestation. Chun Bei's strength surged once more, not merely through the amplification of energy but also the enhancement of his soul. The great cataclysm of wind and fire represents a significant trial for both soul and energy. Having successfully navigated it, both aspects would experience substantial augmentation, and Chun Bei was no exception. His spiritual energy became even more formidable, while his combat prowess escalated from the previous 10 million to a staggering 30 million. Chapter 74. The record of racial totems having successfully navigated through the formidable calamity of wind and fire. Chen Bei turned his attention to his attribute panel and suddenly noticed something he had long overlooked: the record of racial totems. What purpose does this item serve? Chen Bei began to examine its description. The record of racial totems allows one to imprint the bloodline totems of myriad races. Any race that has been inscribed within this record can be summoned forth, and it also has the capacity to evolve the genetic traits of the bloodline, enabling others to inherit the unique talents of different races. This is akin to wielding a cheat in the game of existence, for it enables the direct evolution of other races' bloodline genes. Chen Bei was astounded by the formidable power of this object that he had previously disregarded. Taking out the record of racial totems, Chen Bei immediately inscribed his soul mark upon it, thereby gaining complete mastery over this treasure. At present, the record resembled an unremarkable piece of beast hide, devoid of any visible markings. Yet, upon closer inspection, one could discern an ancient aura emanating from it, as if it possessed the power to ensnare the unwary. After refining the record of racial totems, Chen Bei had grasped the method of its utilization. As a growth-type artifact, it did not necessitate profound realms or prolonged rituals for its activation. The method was straightforward. When encountering a special race, one need only obtain a drop of blood to imprint its bloodline totem. Failing to acquire blood would result in merely inscribing the phantom of the target, significantly diminishing the power of the imprint. Understanding the method, Chun Bei was eager to test it. He raised his right hand and, with a swift motion across his left palm, let several drops of blood fall directly onto the record of racial totems. Instantly, the record erupted in radiant light, and intricate patterns began to coalesce upon its surface. The first to take form was a human figure, though its specific features remained elusive, marked only by a dark imprint etched upon it. Next appeared a golden-hued silhouette, also humanoid in shape. Chen Bei surmised that this was the bloodline totem of the golden human race. Following this was a monkey with 6 ears, striking a peculiar pose. Exuding an enigmatic aura, this was the bloodline totem of the 6-eared macaque. Subsequently, a massive ape materialized, its crimson eyes and exposed fangs radiating ferocity. It was unmistakably the bloodline totem of the scion. However, Chen Bei was puzzled by the presence of 4 bloodline totems, given that he had only assimilated 3 bloodline genes. Could it be? He speculated that the human bloodline he possessed might account for this discrepancy. Yet, curiously, the imprint of the human bloodline remained shrouded in ambiguity, eluding even Chen Bei, the current master of the record. As an optimistic individual, Chen Bei swiftly dismissed this concern. If it was beyond understanding, then so be it. He resumed his exploration of the bloodline phantoms. It seemed the record of racial totems could summon these bloodline phantoms. Perhaps he could invoke the human bloodline shadow. Contemplating this strategy, he initiated a transfer of energy into the record to communicate with the bloodline totem imprints. With a resonant hum, the phantoms within the record flickered to life, the runes inscribed upon it beginning to glow. The previously dormant figures sprang to vibrant motion. Boom! A golden figure emerged, surrounded by a potent aura of fortune, its presence rendering the surrounding air dense and oppressive. As the golden human phantom manifested, it displayed its might, seemingly halting the flow of time and space around it, compelling all to heed its command. A nimble figure appeared in the small world, possessing 6 ears and moving with a minimalistic grace, its gaze fixed ahead, exuding an overwhelming presence reminiscent of a primordial beast. Roar! A gigantic ape pounded its chest in fury, releasing a thunderous roar, its demeanor radiating savagery and a readiness for conflict at the slightest provocation. Why was communication with the dark figure proving so elusive? Chun Bei attempted repeatedly to bridge the connection with the shadowy silhouette, but ultimately had to concede defeat. Which of these bloodline phantoms was superior? Intrigued, he decided to pit them against each other. First, he set the golden human against the 6-eared macaque. The golden human, with minimal effort, unleashed a golden beam that struck the 6-eared macaque, instantly stripping it of its fortune, leading to its disintegration. Incredible! Chen Bei marveled at how swiftly the golden human phantom resolved the confrontation. Its ability to seize another's fortune with but a glance rendered it utterly invincible. Next, he summoned the 6-eared macaque to face the scion giant. With a resounding roar, the scion charged at the 6-eared macaque. In terms of size, the scion dwarfed the macaque, making it appear as insignificant as an ant. Yet, defying all odds, the 6-eared macaque stood its ground, showing no intent to evade. Bang! A shockwave erupted as the scion's arm struck the 6-eared macaque, yet it was effortlessly caught in one hand. In yet another unsurprising outcome, the scion giant was bested by the 6-eared macaque, losing the contest. Truly remarkable, the innate sanctity of the 6-eared macaque's bloodline was indeed extraordinary. It appeared that the scion bloodline was somewhat inferior in comparison. After observing several battles, Chen Bei gained a clearer understanding of the dynamics of strength among these bloodlines. Yet, it seemed that the more powerful a bloodline, the more challenging it was to harness its potential. For instance, he remained entirely ignorant of the golden human bloodline's capabilities, save for the recent display of its fortune-stealing prowess. Chun Bei felt an urgent need to delve deeper into the enigmatic powers of these bloodlines, particularly the golden human, for that recent technique was simply unparalleled. Chapter 75, Transforming into a Super Scion. Let us commence with the simplest of tasks, learning to transform into a Super Scion. Chen Bei, with his feet firmly on the ground, chose to delve into the scion lineage he was most familiar with. He was well versed in the various methods of advancement among scions, the Great Ape Transformation, the Ascended Super Scion, and the forms from Super Scion 1 to Super Scion 4, as well as the Super Scion God form from the universe beyond. However, he temporarily set aside the Super Scion God transformation, primarily because his current battle power did not meet the required standards, and he was focusing on the power of bloodlines, which had no relation to the Super Scion God. Without further ado, Chun Bei stood up and began to unleash his energy. He recalled that upon reaching the requisite combat power, transforming into a Super Scion simply required him to concentrate his energy at his back. With this thought, he began to guide the energy toward that area. Boom! A powerful aura erupted from Chun Bei's body, and his hair fluctuated between black and gold. After a short while, with a shout, the white flames surrounding him instantly morphed into golden hues, and his hair and eyebrows transitioned to gold as well. However, at that moment, his originally green irises transformed into gold. Is this what it means to be a Super Scion? It doesn't seem all that impressive. He conjured a large mirror to examine himself, and to his eyes, aside from the changes in his hair and eyes, he appeared largely the same, still as handsome as ever. A crow suddenly flew overhead, leaving a trail of black spots in its wake. Well, after transforming into a Super Scion, what concerned Chen Bei most was not the change in his strength, but rather whether he looked more attractive. Sigh, having been single for so long, I still have no girlfriend. It's quite the struggle. Muttering to himself, Chen Bei expressed his envy for others' romantic lives, which he regrettably lacked. A moment of calmness washed over him as he banished these distracting thoughts, returning to his resolute demeanor. It was time to test his newfound strength. He summoned a clone, and they began to spar against each other. The two figures collided, producing a series of explosive sounds, bang, bang, baying. Thunderous fury. Chen Bei, forsaking the principles of martial ethics, unleashed a formidable attack. In an instant, the small world seemed to transform into a thunderous purgatory, with bolts of lightning cascading from the sky, striking his clone and obliterating it. Oh dear, the power truly is overwhelming. It didn't even withstand a single blow. Astonished by the might of the thunderous fury, Chen Bei noted that even his equally matched clone could not endure a single strike. It was undeniably extraordinary. In terms of raw combat power, he and his clone were quite evenly matched. Their previous sparring had resulted in a stalemate, with neither able to gain the upper hand. Yet, Chun Bei had chosen to forsake martial decorum, employing this cheat-like technique that caught his clone off guard. Had the clone reacted in time, it could have escaped using instantaneous movement, but alas, there are no what-ifs. It seems I must remain vigilant in the future. Should someone employ such tactics against me, I might not even have the chance to flee. Chen Bei mentally reminded himself to be cautious in all matters. Little did he realize that many villains had perished due to overconfidence, their formidable powers leading to their downfall when they let their guard down. Now, Chen Bei had thoroughly integrated several bloodline abilities, and with the enhancement of his mental prowess, his control over himself had grown significantly stronger. He had managed to eliminate some of the side effects associated with merging bloodlines, such as the weakness of a scion's tail. Oh, and the bloodline of the Super Namekian. Although he did not utilize it, he could still imprint it upon the racial totem record. With this in mind, Chen Bei retrieved the Super Namekian bloodline gene from the system space and dripped a bit onto the racial totem record. In response, special runes appeared upon the totem record, sketching the silhouette of a Namekian, complete with two small horns, resembling a snail. Time slipped away unnoticed, and Chen Bei had spent several days within this small world. Throughout this period, he maintained his Super Saiyan form, knowing that only by adapting to the power of this form could he unlock its full potential and sustain longer bouts of combat. After transforming into a Super Saiyan, he exhibited two distinct characteristics from other Saiyans. His eyes and tail were both golden. This may have been a consequence of the golden human lineage, as he could clearly sense a unique power within his gaze, though he had yet to fully comprehend it, rendering him unable to harness it. As for his tail, beyond its golden hue, it appeared to have developed additional capabilities. Particularly in combat, it would alert him to impending danger, allowing him to evade attacks in advance. Moreover, his tail could now elongate and shorten at will, though the reason behind this phenomenon eluded Chen Bei. The tail possessed other abilities, but they had yet to manifest fully. Nonetheless, he sensed that it had undergone remarkable changes. After spending another fortnight honing his skills, he had completely mastered the Super Saiyan form, able to maintain it without excessive expenditure of stamina, successfully achieving the full power state of Super Saiyan 1. After a delightful slumber, Chen Bei found himself reminiscing about the fluffy white buns. No, wait, he missed Bardock and the others, having gone over half a month without conversing with anyone. He felt stifled. It was time to venture out for some fresh air. In a flash, Chen Bei disappeared from the small world. Kakarot, hold up pose. You want to eat until you finish your training today, Bardock admonished sternly, having begun to train Kakarot, Son Goku. Bardock, there's no need to be so severe. Kakarot is still just a child, Jin interjected, hoping to ease her son's burden. No, as a Saiyan, one must possess a heart that revels in battle and an indomitable spirit. Kakarot is still young and requires rigorous training, Bardock insisted, his expression unyielding as he fixed his gaze on the young Goku. Haha, Bardock speaks the truth. Though Goku is still young, it is precisely because of his youth that he must establish a solid foundation. In my own youth, I missed many opportunities due to being a bit older when I began training under my master. Son Wukong nodded in agreement, while Son Gohan, standing nearby, chose not to dissuade Bardock. He recognized that to become a martial artist, one must learn to endure hardship. A flower sheltered in a greenhouse could never withstand the storms of life. Chapter 76, Potential Abe. Mr. Chen Bei. After a span of over half a month, Chen Bei finally reemerges. During this time, he has been manifesting in a robotic form, only appearing when cooking, a deliberate choice on his part as he understands the necessity of concealing his trump card, even from his own allies. Hello everyone. It's wonderful to see you all again, Chun Bei greeted with a smile. Despite the time that had passed, his companions appeared largely unchanged, though the atmosphere had grown considerably more amicable. Bardock and his wife have acknowledged the truth of Gohan adopting Kakarot, as well as his second name, Son Wukong. How has life been recently? Are you all adapting well? Chun Bei inquired, aware of the Scion race's combative nature and curious whether they could adjust to life on Earth. Mr. Chen Bei, I truly enjoy being here. Life is far more comfortable than it was on planet Vegeta. At last, I am free from the constant pressure of completing missions, Toma replied, having adapted well to terrestrial life, discovering that one can thrive without the need to conquer others. Indeed, Mr. Chen Bei, life on Earth is splendid, and each day brings an abundance of delicious food, Jine responded cheerfully, with Bardock nodding in agreement. Chen Bei, I am profoundly grateful to you. I too have come to appreciate this lifestyle, living in a luxurious residence, free from safety concerns, and indulging in exquisite meals, said Celebi, who had also acclimated to life here. Perhaps it was not merely the life that suited them, but rather the culinary delights that had entrapped them. Not all Scions are solely consumed by thoughts of battle. A significant part of our minds is dedicated to the pleasures of food, Chen Bei chuckled. It's good to hear you've all adjusted well. During my time in the small world, I have been diligently training and have not had the opportunity to guide your practices. Should you have any questions from this period, feel free to ask. I will do my utmost to assist you. Upon his return, Chen Bei noticed that each of them had experienced some degree of enhancement in strength, albeit minimal. Bardock had reached a battle power of 800,000. Toma had just breached 80,000. Celebi was at 60,000, and Jine had barely surpassed 5,000. Yes, Mr. Chen Bei, I've noticed that while my strength has been steadily increasing, the rate of improvement has significantly slowed compared to before, Bardock remarked. Having attained a battle power of 200,000 upon mastering the Super Saiyan transformation, his training on Planet Plant had elevated his prowess to 700,000. Yet, upon returning to Earth, despite utilizing the same training equipment, he found progress increasingly challenging. This is a perfectly normal scenario. Our cultivation is not a swift endeavor. It necessitates the accumulation of time, Chun Bei began to elucidate. Training is fundamentally about enhancing one's latent potential, followed by the process of unleashing that potential. Your bodies have amassed power through prolonged combat. Thus, your initial training led to a remarkable surge in battle power. However, as you continue to train, much of the potential you previously accumulated has been released, naturally resulting in a deceleration of progress. I see. The group responded, gaining insight. However, they realized that cultivation relies not solely on effort, but also on innate talent. Potential is not something that can be elevated at will. Do any of you have further inquiries? If not, I shall retire to rest. I have not had a proper night's sleep in quite some time and need to recuperate, Chen Bei announced. Upon hearing this, everyone ceased their inquiries, as they had no pressing concerns beyond their apprehensions regarding the slowing of their strength's advancement. The Scion race possesses a distinct advantage in terms of potential compared to other species. The strength of one's potential lies within the cells of the organism. The more robust the cells, the greater the capacity for energy intake, and thus, the higher the ceiling for strength enhancement. Cultivation involves two aspects, refining the body and the soul. Refining the body enhances cellular vitality, making the cells stronger, while refining the soul is far more complex, relying heavily on one's innate talent and circumstances. As night descended, Chun Bei found himself alone, gazing at the moon. He no longer feared the uncontrollable transformations triggered by its light. He had mastered the power within his body. Looking up at the bright moon, I cannot help but ponder my younger brother, who must surely be starving after such a long time without food. Why, with my handsome visage, do they not notice me? Chun Bei mused, perplexed by the seeming disregard of those around him. System, do you know the reason for this? Ding. Due to the influence of the fragment of great destiny, others will automatically overlook your appearance and fail to remember your visage. This phenomenon can be obscured or selectively revealed to specific individuals, the system explained. Ah, that explains it. I thought it odd that no one inquired about my striking looks. Chen Bei sighed, lamenting the fate of his dashing features being wasted on such an unreliable individual. Above, a crow flew past. On this full moon night, Bardock and the others remained indoors, choosing not to venture out. Their initial battle powers were modest, only reaching the levels of low to mid-class warriors, rendering them unable to control the great ape transformation at will, which could lead to chaos. To avoid disturbing others, they opted to stay in their rooms. The Scion tail is not without purpose. It aids in maintaining balance and facilitates a lower center of gravity, enhancing combat maneuverability. Bardock and his companions understood that while their tails could be a vulnerability, they also served as a powerful asset, augmenting their strength tenfold in grade 8 form, making it a valuable trump card against foes. Ah Bei, are you gazing at the moon alone, perhaps longing for home? At that moment, Gohan climbed onto the roof and spotted Chun Bei admiring the moon. Chapter 77. Alchemy. Old man, how did you make it up here? Are you going to reflect on life with me? Chen Bei jested with Sun Wukong, then turned his gaze towards the sky. Ah Bei, why don't you transform into a gorilla? I heard Bardock mention that you were also a scion. Sun Wukong suddenly recalled that Bardock had indeed mentioned Chun Bei's scion heritage before. Haha, perhaps it is due to my hybrid lineage. Or maybe my considerable strength allows me to control this transformation. Chen Bei chuckled, scratching his head as he offered this explanation. With that, Sun Wukong ceased to ponder the matter and instead settled down beside Chun Bei to gaze at the moon. Silence enveloped them until late into the night, when Sun Wukong finally felt a wave of fatigue. Ah Bei, if you have anything on your mind, feel free to share with us. Don't keep it bottled up, it's getting late, and I should retire for the night. Rest well. All right, I thought you might worry about me, but really, what could I possibly be thinking? Chen Bei replied, looking back up at the sky, where the moon was gradually descending, indicating that it was indeed time to rest. The two returned to their respective rooms to prepare for sleep. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, there was a knock at Chen Bei's door. Upon opening it, Chen Bei was perplexed. Sairiba, what brings you here again? You're not hungry, are you? I recall we just had dinner. Sairiba stood at the doorway in her nightgown, a faint blush gracing her cheeks, making her appear somewhat shy. After biting her lip, she could no longer contain herself. Mr. Chen Bei, I know you are incredibly powerful, and I hope to receive your guidance. I wish to become stronger. Oh, so she seeks personal tutelage. Chen Bei mused internally, maintaining a calm facade. But why? Don't you think your current strength suffices? As for the Scion Vendetta, leave that to Bardock and Toma. You need not involve yourself. I truly wish I didn't have to, but my race was annihilated by Frieza and my homeland. Sairiba's voice trembled as painful memories resurfaced. In the past, I could only watch helplessly as Bardock and Toma felled the child, unable to defend them. Had it not been for your timely rescue, Mr. Chen Bei, I might have. At this juncture, Sairiba's face flushed, but she quickly regained her composure. Indeed, being too weak is not ideal. If you aspire to enhance your abilities, I shall assist you. Chen Bei decided to help Sairiba, as he had little else to occupy his time. He contemplated two methods to aid her. One was through alchemical concoctions, as various potent elixirs could bolster her strength. The other was the practice of the great yin-yang technique, which involved dual cultivation. Coughing slightly, Chen Bei glanced at Sairiba's impressive physique. Mr. Chen Bei, are you all right? Yes, I'm fine. Chen Bei quickly composed himself, for he was a gentleman and should not gaze at another's bosom. After a furtive glance, he finally spoke. Here's the plan. After lunch tomorrow, join me in the small world. I have a method to expedite your strength enhancement. Sairiba's face lit up with excitement upon hearing Chen Bei's words, her joy evident. Thank you so much, Mr. Chen Bei. Well, if there is nothing else, you may return to rest now. It's quite late, and we shall continue our discussion tomorrow. Chen Bei yawned, signaling his fatigue, and waved her off to ensure she returned to rest properly. All right, Mr. Chen Bei. Sairiba, understanding that Chun Bei needed rest, turned and departed. As Chen Bei watched her retreating figure, he swallowed hard. Quickly invoking the calm heart spell, he quelled his rising desires, shut the door, and succumbed to sleep. The following day, after lunch, Sairiba sought out Chen Bei once more. Utilizing his mental prowess, he enveloped Sairiba and transported her into the small world. This place is so much more comfortable, Sairiba exclaimed as she returned to this familiar haven, reveling in the absence of extreme heat or cold, the seasons remaining constant, creating an overall soothing atmosphere. It seems you truly enjoy this place. I'll prepare something for you shortly. Remaining still, Chen Bei released his mental energy and began searching for the necessary spiritual herbs. The small world brimmed with spiritual energy, ensuring an abundance of herbs, albeit some were of shorter maturity. After a brief search, Chen Bei finally gathered the materials he sought: the solar flower, spirit grass, yellow jade fruit, and white ganoderma. The elixir Chen Bei intended to concoct was designed to enhance physical strength, particularly suitable for the cultivation system of Dragon Ball, named the Yuan Yang Pill, which could fortify the body and elevate one's rank, an excellent formulation, as the purple gold 8-trigram furnace remained beyond his current capabilities. He opted to use his creative talent to replicate a similar alchemical apparatus. With both hands, Chun Bei summoned a crimson flame, gradually directing it into the alchemical furnace. Controlling the herbs with his mental energy, he continuously fed them into the furnace. Alchemy is a complex endeavor, requiring constant monitoring of the herb's refinement. The flame's temperature must be meticulously regulated too high, and the materials might incinerate, too low, and they would fail to refine. Additionally, one must consider the compatibility of the herbs, as their interactions could vary significantly. A slight misstep could render the entire process fruitless. Step by step, Chen Bei refined the elixir. Owing to his formidable mental strength, he adeptly controlled the heat, effortlessly refining the materials before merging them. Alchemy also demands an understanding of the principles of the five elements. Water and fire cannot directly combine without a mediating attribute. For instance, the spirit grass possesses a fire attribute, while the white Ganoderma embodies a water attribute. Thus, their union necessitates the assistance of other herbs for balancing before the elixir can be successfully formed. Chapter 78. The formation of the Dan as it pertains to the creation of the Yuan-Yang Dan. Its very name suggests a stronger affinity for the fire element, naturally leading to the selection of the fierce sun grass as the primary herb. This is complemented by the spirit herb as a catalyst, while the yellow jade spirit fruit harmonizes the properties of the white lingji, rendering the initially difficult to absorb medicinal effects more palatable. One must exercise caution when consuming medicinal pills. A reckless approach could result in an explosive surge of energy, potentially leading to catastrophic consequences. After a flurry of activity, Chen Bei was finally poised to complete the final step, condensing the pill, thereby sealing the medicinal potency within. As the flames within the alchemical furnace roiled and danced, the liquid form of the pill gradually solidified, ultimately crystallizing into a deep yellow hue. Success! Chen Bei withdrew his hands, and the pill soared from the furnace. Propelled by his mental focus, with a flick of his wrist, he conjured a jade vial and placed the pill within, marking the culmination of his efforts. This was Chun Bei's inaugural venture into alchemy, and he was pleasantly surprised by the smoothness of the process, devoid of any mishaps. Salaba observed Chun Bei intently, witnessing flames emanate from his hands as he manipulated various peculiar substances. Although her curiosity piqued, she refrained from interrupting, respecting his concentration until he concluded his alchemical task. "Mr. Chen Bei, is it ready?" Salaba inquired, her gaze fixed on the jade vial in his grasp. Uncertain of what he had concocted, she sensed the significance of the item. Given Chun Bei's unwavering focus, "Yes, it is ready. I specifically crafted this pill for you. Its effects should be remarkable. Do give it a try," Chen Bei replied, extending the vial toward her. You made this for me? But what exactly is a medicinal pill?" Salaba's cheeks flushed slightly, surprised that Chun Bei would go to such lengths for her. Yet, she remained unaware of what a medicinal pill entailed. Was it akin to the mystical beans? "You'll discover its nature upon consumption. This substance can enhance your strength," Chen Bei urged, eager to witness the effects of his creation. According to the alchemical compendium, the results should indeed be impressive. Without further inquiry, Salaba uncorked the vial and tipped it to release a single pill, swallowing it whole. As the pill entered her system, a torrent of potent energy surged through her, invigorating her very essence. The surrounding air became tumultuous as Salaba could not contain her burgeoning aura, enveloping herself in a radiant white flame. To Chun Bei's perception, her energy escalated dramatically, from an initial 60,000 to a staggering 100,000, and it continued to rise. 110,000, 12,000, until it peaked at 160,000, at which point her combat power stabilized. It dawned on Chen Bei that he possessed a detection ability. System: Initiate detection. Ding. Detection successful. Name: Salaba. Combat power: 162,004. Race: Human bloodline. Scion. Incredible! A single Yuan-Yang Dan had elevated her power by 100,000. It appeared that the efficacy of pills in the Dragon Ball realm was indeed impressive. Although 100,000 combat power seemed trivial to Chun Bei, it was by no means insignificant. This level was something that took Goku many years of training to achieve. Yet it was now attainable through a mere pill. Truly, the old adage rings true. Those who pay will never surpass those who cheat. Salaba, feeling the remarkable enhancement of her abilities, was overwhelmed with excitement. She unleashed a series of rapid punches, each strike exuding a ferocious energy, moving with a speed imperceptible to ordinary eyes. However, to Chen Bei, such displays of power were rather juvenile, resembling a child's play. Finding it somewhat tedious, Chun Bei refrained from interrupting Celeba's enthusiasm and decided to leave her to acclimate to her newfound strength. Venturing into the interior of the strategic ship, Chen Bei sought a spacious area and retrieved the alchemical furnace he had just employed. This time, however, he was not concocting a potion, but rather preparing to forge some items. He examined the dark celestial gold acquired earlier. This metallic piece was roughly the size of a basketball, shimmering with an obsidian luster that, despite its inky hue, reflected silhouettes. Its surface was immaculate, resembling a block of black crystal. Such a substantial piece seems excessive for my needs. How shall I divide it? Chen Bei pondered. With his current strength, he was not quite capable of directly refining such a large chunk of dark celestial gold. He would need to reach the eternal life realm to wield such materials effectively. System, can you assist me in partitioning this material? Ding. The host may select the desired quantity for division. To his delight, it was indeed feasible. Then, please divide it into 100 portions. Ding. Division complete. The system fell silent once more. Before Chen Bei, the previously basketball-sized dark celestial gold had transformed into 100 roughly ping-pong ball-sized fragments. He casually selected a few before storing the remainder in the system space. What should I forge? A ring? A token? Perhaps a bracelet or necklace? Chun Bei contemplated the items he wished to create, a conduit to connect to a small world, inscribing the spatial node upon the item, allowing access upon his permission. He preferred not to carry them all each time, finding it cumbersome. Thus, crafting items for a few individuals would be far more convenient. He cast the materials into the furnace, disregarding further deliberation, and initiated the forging process. As the dark celestial gold entered the furnace, it was subjected to Chen Bei's flames, which danced violently. However, there was no indication of melting, save for a faint reddish glow on its surface. Noticing this, Chen Bei intensified his magical energy, causing the flames to surge exponentially, incinerating the surrounding air in the process. Despite the ferocity of the flames, the dark celestial gold remained resolute, transitioning from localized redness to an overall hue of crimson. It seemed that Chen Bei would require additional time to fully refine the dark celestial gold. He settled into a tranquil wait, the hours passing unbeknownst to him. As the sky within the small world dimmed, finally, the celestial gold began to melt gradually. It truly is no easy feat exhaling a breath of pent-up frustration. He redirected his focus to the final stages of refinement. Under his guidance, the dark celestial gold gradually morphed into the shape of a ring. Chun Bei meticulously adjusted the temperature, maintaining it at a semi-liquid, semi-solid state, before commencing the engraving of runes. Forging items differs from concocting potions. The former necessitates higher temperatures due to the sturdier materials involved, alongside the incorporation of various rune formations to achieve a more exquisite creation. Chapter 79. The Black Jade Spirit Ring. With the Elixir Refinement Manual in hand, Chun Bei effortlessly inscribed the necessary array symbols onto the ring, demonstrating a remarkable mastery over various secret patterns and formations. As a flicker of ethereal light illuminated the space, a lustrous black ring materialized successfully. The black ring, suspended in midair, gracefully descended into Chun Bei's grasp at his summons. He scrutinized the first treasure he had crafted, noting the unique secret patterns he had just inscribed, which possessed wondrous effects. Although this artifact was forged from celestial gold, it was constrained by Chun Bei's current level, relegating it to a lower tier of spiritual weaponry, thus diminishing its potential. Nevertheless, for him at this moment, the ability to forge such a magical item was a source of immense pride. The artifact not only bore numerous runes and secret patterns, but it also incorporated spatial nodes from a miniature world, allowing direct communication with it, and even created a storage space, rendering it a commendable treasure. With the artifact completed, a name was necessary. What should it be? Chen Bei pondered, often feeling distressed when faced with choices. Darkness seemed unappealing, so he decided on Black Jade Spirit Ring, which sounded marginally better. After some contemplation, he settled on the name Black Jade. Tears streamed down Celeba's face as she gazed at Chen Bei, confusion clouding his mind regarding her distress. Mr. Chen Bei, I am starving. Why did you take so long to return? I thought you would abandon me here. Celeba's eyes brimmed with tears, her expression one of deep grievance. Earlier, while adapting to her powers outside the ship, she had turned to find Chun Bei had vanished. Despite her efforts to locate him, he was nowhere to be found. Chun Bei's presence was imperceptible to most, leaving Celeba no choice but to scrounge for food in the ship's storage. Unfortunately, her culinary skills proved inadequate, resulting in a meal that was nearly inedible. Having tasted Chen Bei's cooking, she found it impossible to consume her previous meals, and her recent attempt at roasting meat had ended in disaster. My apologies, I forgot. Upon hearing Chun Bei's words, Celeba's expression of distress deepened, her tears threatening to overflow. Observing her sorrow, Chen Bei quickly reassured her, "Do not cry. I shall prepare something for you immediately." At his words, Celeba's tears subsided, replaced by eager anticipation as she looked at him. With no other option, Chun Bei began to cook, adding oil to the pan. An hour later, the meal was finally ready. Due to the small number of diners, the cooking process had been relatively swift. Watching Celeba enjoy her meal heartily, Chen Bei could not help but join her, relishing the food as well. Though Chen Bei had cultivated himself to the point of abstaining from food, his sense of taste had not diminished. In fact, it had become more acute, raising his standards for cuisine. He typically consumed only spiritual fruits and fruit wines brewed from spiritual liquids, rarely indulging in anything else. Having devoured an entire pot of food, Celeba finally felt satiated. Contentedly lying beside Chen Bei, her hand resting on her stomach. "Mr. Chen Bei, I am unsure what I shall do in the future. If I were to be separated from you, I would surely starve, unable to eat anything else." Celeba's mind wandered to the prospect of Chun Bei leaving, and the thought of returning to a life devoid of delectable food filled her with dismay. "Isn't it simple? You can always stay by my side," Chun Bei replied casually, then reclined on the ground, closing his eyes to rest. Stay by Mr. Chen Bei's side? Celeba's cheeks flushed as a thought crossed her mind. The idea of remaining with him, could it be? Unlike earthlings, scions were direct in their affections and revered strength. They admired powerful individuals, and Chun Bei, with his immense capabilities and culinary talents, epitomized the perfect partner in Celeba's eyes. After Chun Bei's remark, Celeba misinterpreted his intentions and impulsively wrapped her arms around him. Chun Bei, taken aback by the unexpected gesture, stiffened for a moment, then pretended to continue sleeping to mask his embarrassment. However, Celeba was not one to easily relent. She turned and nestled herself upon him. Chun Bei could no longer withstand the temptation, and with a swift motion, he opened his eyes, embracing Celeba and transporting her to the room. The details of the ensuing events are omitted for brevity. The following morning, Chun Bei awoke to find Celeba unclothed. Beside him, he rubbed his head in disbelief. Had he truly entered into a relationship so soon after arriving in this world? Perhaps after a night of rest, Celeba stirred awake, her gaze landing on the strong figure beside her, causing her cheeks to redden. Reflecting on the previous night's fervor, she marveled at her own boldness. As Celeba's eyes adjusted, she was struck by Chun Bei's handsome features, and a wave of admiration washed over her. He could cook, possessed formidable strength, and was particularly impressive in bed. "Awake? Are you hungry? Would you like something to eat?" Chen Bei inquired, noting her alertness. Given the exertions of the previous day, he deemed it necessary to replenish their energy. Celeba nodded gently, nearly awakening Chen Bei's younger brother with her response. Quickly, she donned her clothes and headed to the kitchen. This time, Chen Bei intended to prepare a special dish, a medicinal cuisine. He gathered various herbs from the miniature world and a large salamander, ensuring all ingredients were ready, leaving only the task of igniting the fire for cooking. Jade bone flower, cloudwill fruit, with spirit fruit, white jade mushroom. Chen Bei infused the broth with an array of spiritual herbs, combining them with the succulent salamander meat. The resulting soup became thick and flavorful, boasting benefits for beauty and strength enhancement. This marked Chun Bei's first venture into creating specialized cuisine. Previously, he had only prepared ordinary meals. This time, leveraging his culinary talent alongside the spiritual herbs from the miniature world, he crafted a dish with unique properties. Regrettably, the absence of spirit beast meat meant the effects could have been even more pronounced. Utilizing his mental energy, Chen Bei maneuvered the large pot directly into the room. As Celeba reclined in bed, her nose twitched at the enticing aroma wafting from the kitchen, igniting a fierce craving within her. Chapter 80. The objective. Come, taste this dish. It is far from simple. Chen Bei spoke with an air of mystery, conjuring a table and utensils as he awaited Celeba to awaken. At his words, Celeba felt a flicker of curiosity. The aroma of the dish was undeniably enticing, yet Chen Bei's assertion of its complexity left her perplexed. Just as she prepared to rise, a sudden realization struck her. Last night, her clothing had been torn to shreds amidst the fierce battle. Gazing at her exposed form, Celeba's cheeks flushed crimson. Despite being a scion, she was not immune to feelings of embarrassment, and this was her first experience of such intimacy. making her feel slightly shy as she quickly retreated beneath the covers. Observing Celeba's blushing visage, Chun Bei struggled to maintain his composure, swiftly crafting her a new outfit. Celeba had grown accustomed to Chun Bei's abilities. Over time, he had showcased various extraordinary powers that had broadened her horizons. Dressed in the attire he had conjured, which was a striking red and black reminiscent of ancient wedding garments, Celeba admired her reflection in the mirror, nodding in satisfaction. Returning to Chun Bei's side, she found herself unable to resist the allure of the dish before her. Amused by Celeba's hesitance to partake, Chun Bei scooped a bowlful and fed her directly with a spoon. Once again, Celeba's face turned a deep shade of red. She had never encountered such an experience before. With an open mouth, she accepted the morsel he offered, and a contented hum escaped her lips as she savored the dish, feeling transformed by its essence. To her astonishment, a glow enveloped her, rendering her ethereal and enchanting, while simultaneously her powers surged dramatically, escalating to an astounding 200,000. Chen Bei was equally taken aback. Who would have imagined that the culinary prowess of a divine chef could enhance another's strength, akin to that of an alchemist, yet surpassing them in flavor? Both indulged in the meal, sharing bites with delight, and after more than half an hour, they finally finished the feast. Their strengths had indeed been augmented. However, Chen Bei's thoughts were elsewhere. The revitalizing dish had rendered Celeba radiant, her skin glistening with vitality, and a lingering blush graced her cheeks due to the excess energy. In that moment, Celeba gazed at Chun Bei with a tender expression. Seizing the opportunity, he lifted her onto his lap, slipping his hand beneath her garment, only to find it insufficient, leading him to tear the newly conjured attire to shreds once more. The two embarked on another fervent exchange, neither willing to yield. After several hours of passionate engagement, Celeba succumbed to exhaustion, drifting into a deep slumber. Chun Bei covered her with a blanket before vanishing from the scene. While emotional connections were significant, strength was equally paramount. One could not neglect either aspect. Alas, I forgot to teach Celeba the great yin-yang technique, Chen Bei lamented, regretting the missed opportunity for enhancing her power. Yet, contemplating the situation, he concluded that it was not a grave matter. There would be another chance. As he faced the future, Chen Bei felt a sense of confusion. He yearned for immortality, yet feared solitude. If eternal life meant abandoning his past, he would never consent to such an arrangement. At present, he simply wished to live fully, to experience diverse lives, to alter the tragedies he wished to avoid, and if possible, to create a world uniquely his own. He resolved to set a goal. Perhaps marrying several wives to propagate his noble lineage. A flock of crows flew overhead. It was time to enrich his inner world. Chen Bei surveyed the still obscured realm within his dantian, now filled with various spirit stones and a small sapling. Yet, it could no longer be merely called a sapling. The world tree had grown nearly 100 meters tall, a far cry from its initial palm-sized form. This rapid growth was attributable to Chen Bei's abundant energy supply as a substantial benefactor. He facilitated the world tree's swift development. Once the world tree reached a certain stature, it could not only support the heavens and earth but also serve as a formidable weapon against foes. It was no ordinary tree. It could absorb enemies' energies and even take root in other realms to siphon their essence, rendering it far superior to mere spiritual trees that required the vitality of an entire planet to bear fruit. It is time for some enhancements. Perhaps light. As soon as Chen Bei finished this thought, a miraculous event occurred within his dantian. Light appeared out of nowhere, illuminating the entire realm with no shadows left untouched. Earlier, he had employed the great prophecy technique, combining it with the great world technique to manifest this light. However, this grand display consumed a significant amount of energy, especially over such a vast area. A tenth of his spirit stones had been expended in an instant. As Chen Bei's power increased, so too did the size of his inner world and the abundance of spirit stones within it. Yet this brief expenditure had depleted a substantial portion. The 3,000 great techniques were not to be trifled with. Without sufficient strength, one could not wield such powers. Even if they lay before them, light alone will not suffice. Let us add some grass. Upon uttering these words, the small world flourished with an array of grass. But this time the energy consumption was minimal, as Chun Bei utilized his creative gifts alongside the great prophecy technique to conserve energy efficiently. Chapter 81. Reopening the small world. After Chen Bei created mountains, rivers, and houses, he proceeded to manifest various flowers, insects, birds, and beasts. His small world within the dantian finally began to exhibit a semblance of vitality. This series of actions inadvertently filled some gaps in the small world, rendering its laws more complete and fortifying its stability. It was indeed a delightful surprise. Chen Bei felt the transformative changes within his small world and did not anticipate that such a situation would arise from his unintentional endeavors. However, this transformation was beneficial, and he was pleased with it. The small world within his dantian had become thoroughly stabilized, and now the next step was to expand it continuously as his strength increased. The techniques of the major acupoint in the grand world had achieved minor success, prompting Chen Bei to prepare for the next major acupoint. This endeavor to open the acupoint world was far more perilous than before, as he was about to open the upper dantian acupoint. This location was the convergence point of the soul, the origin of mental energy, and the abode of true spirit. If he were not careful, he could easily render himself senseless. Chen Bei began to concentrate his mental energy, mobilizing his bodily energy, and invoking the methods of the major acupoint technique to establish communication with the upper dantian. As the energy continuously gathered, he suddenly felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, nearly causing him to collapse. Indeed, the upper dantian could not be approached with the same brute force as the lower dantian, prompting Chen Bei to reconsider his method. As he operated the technique, he decided against flooding the upper dantian with energy all at once. Instead, he redirected energy from various meridians throughout his body, allowing it to flow evenly toward the upper dantian. Gradually, Chen Bei began to unlock the acupoint of the upper dantian, and the energy commenced to gently expand against its interior walls. This time, the oppressive drowsiness was absent, but he still felt sharp pangs of pain. Opening an acupoint was no simple task. To completely activate it required not only energy infusion to unlock the acupoint, but also the guidance of energy to integrate into the acupoint's walls, solidifying it. Additionally, it was essential to clear any blockages from within the acupoint. While this process sounded straightforward, it was challenging in practice. Without meticulous control, achieving these feats was exceedingly difficult. A moment's inattention could lead to disastrous consequences. For instance, if the energy infusion were too violent, it could obliterate the acupoint, shattering the meridians, and resulting in a backlash of energy that could destroy one's cultivation or even lead to death. Furthermore, to merge energy into the acupoint's walls necessitated formidable mental strength. As the acupoint was fragile before being reinforced, the energy infusion could neither be excessive nor insufficient. Too much could damage the acupoint, while too little would yield no effect. Chen Bei successfully activated his upper dantian, and the next task was to expand and stabilize it. It seemed that possessing powerful mental energy had its advantages, as he was able to control the previously tumultuous energy infusion. Had his mental strength been any weaker, he might have succumbed to confusion. Reflecting on his initial attempts, he realized that he had nearly compromised himself by forcefully infusing energy into the upper dantian, similar to his approach with the lower dantian. Fortunately, he adjusted his strategy in time. As time passed, the upper dantian continued to solidify, preparing for the establishment of the upper dantian world. Without a stable space, it would be challenging to create a small world. Finally, the task was accomplished. Chen Bei took a moment to relax. His mental energy had been taut, and his body was similarly strained. Under such tension, both body and spirit became utterly fatigued. Alas, he had no celestial beings left. Those had either been planted or given to Celiba and others. Had he anticipated this, he would have reserved some for himself. Nevertheless, it was of little consequence, for Chun Bei possessed healing techniques. He cast a spell upon himself, instantly dispelling the fatigue. Once rejuvenated, he prepared for the next step, to create a world within the acupoint. Armed with the experience from his previous endeavor, Chun Bei proceeded methodically. Unlike the lower dantian, which stored energy, the upper dantian housed mental energy. The lower dantian emphasized the rotation of the 5 elements, while the upper dantian focused on the convergence of yin and yang. Chen Bei was no stranger to yin and yang, having experienced their intersection during his previous breakthroughs. The yin and yang of the lower dantian pertained to the tangible, whereas that of the upper dantian encompassed a broader, more abstract understanding of opposing forces. The sun and moon, water and fire, life and death, all embody the duality of yin and yang. The upper dantian required a unification of body and soul, where the corporeal represented the tangible and the soul represented the intangible. Only through their harmonious conjunction could one achieve completeness. Thus, Chun Bei needed to ensure the complete unification of his mental energy with his physical form. Otherwise, his body would falter under the weight of overwhelming mental strength. and his spirit would dissipate without a robust corporeal vessel. This time, Chun Bei refrained from supplying energy to the upper dantian. Instead, he focused on elevating his physical form. Unconsciously, he began to invoke the technique of the Great Blood Soul. This method emphasized the mastery of the body through the soul, promoting the unity of physical and mental realms while continuously enhancing the quality of the physical body to correspondingly uplift the spirit. As he practiced the Great Blood Soul technique, a layer of sanguine energy enveloped him, emanating from his body as he expelled impurities. These impurities gradually flowed out alongside his blood energy. Time slipped away unnoticed, and Chen Bei lost track of how long he had been cultivating. When he finally opened his eyes, it was already deep into the night. He had not anticipated that opening the world of the upper dantian would prove so challenging. It seemed further preparations were necessary. Abandoning the thought of creating a second world for the moment, he recognized that he lacked the requisite strength for such an undertaking. Returning to his room, he found Celiba still lost in slumber, evidently fatigued from the morning's intense battle. Recalling the sensation of Celiba's warm form pressing against him stirred a flicker of desire within Chun Bei. Quickly invoking a calming spell, he suppressed those rising urges and prepared to rest himself. It was essential to balance labor and repose. Excess in any endeavor could lead to unfavorable outcomes. Lying in bed, Chen Bei found it difficult to drift into slumber. He pondered the true narrative of the Dragon Balls, which would not unfold for another 11 years. And he wondered what he should accomplish during that time. Uncertain, he resolved to cease his ruminations, gently embrace Celiba, and gradually succumb to sleep. Outside the ship, the celestial bean sprouts were growing rapidly, producing numerous pristine flowers. Perhaps soon, the celestial beans that Chen Bei had sown would yield a bountiful harvest. The night was exceptionally tranquil, and all were enveloped in sweet dreams. Chapter 82. The power of food. The spring night was fleeting, and as the sun rose high, the emperor no longer attended morning court. Chen Bei was lost in the embrace of tenderness, barely able to distinguish between day and night. At last, their blissful moments together came to an end, and Chen Bei retrieved a precious item he had crafted long ago. It was a ring that shimmered with an ethereal glow, exquisite in appearance, resting delicately in Chun Bei's palm. Celiba gazed at Chun Bei, puzzled as to his intentions. What was this? Certainly, it was a treasure, akin to a key to a small world. By donning the ring and focusing on entering this realm, one could be transported there, disregarding space and distance. Chen Bei elucidated the ring's other functions, and after listening intently, Celiba was astonished at Chen Bei's capabilities. It was indeed remarkable that he could create such an artifact. Ignoring Celiba's astonishment, Chen Bei gently took her hand and adorned her with the ring. There existed a custom on Earth whereby exchanging rings signified a formal marriage, binding two souls as one. As Celiba touched the ring that Chen Bei had placed upon her finger, ripples of emotion stirred within her. Having lingered in the small world for quite some time, it was time to return. Chen Bei wondered about the recent happenings with Bardock and the others. They remained unchanged, perpetually training in the gravity chamber, consumed with thoughts of avenging themselves against Frieza. Celiba muttered this truth, acknowledging that Bardock and Toma were fervent practitioners, often exhausting themselves to the point of collapse. In the outside world, Son Gohan was teaching Goten to read. Goten, come, repeat after me, adult. Adult. Very well, once more, adult. At this moment, Chun Bei and Celiba made their entrance, prompting several individuals who sensed Celiba's presence to approach with curiosity. They were eager to discover where Chen Bei had taken Celiba and what they had been up to. What? Bardock exclaimed, astonished to see Celiba entwined with Chun Bei's arm, bewildered as to when their closeness had developed. Could it be? Bardock's mind began to race with possibilities. Toma and Jine were equally surprised. Their curiosity piqued about the nature of Celiba and Chun Bei's relationship. Ha ha ha. Abe, I didn't expect you to have such insight. It has been long, and you already have someone special. Son Gohan remarked, nodding in satisfaction at the sight of Chen Bei and Celiba. Indeed, Chun Bei surpassed his expectations, excelling even in matters of the heart. The group observed Chun Bei and Celiba with keen interest, nearly making Celiba blush with embarrassment. As for Chen Bei, he remained unperturbed, understanding that mere glances would cost him nothing. Celiba, I can't believe you. Bardock finally came to terms with this astonishing reality. None of them had anticipated that Celiba would quietly enter a relationship with Chen Bei. They had assumed she was merely training with him. While this was indeed the case, unforeseen circumstances had arisen. Chen Bei declared, it seems my romantic fortune has arrived, and there's no stopping it. Indeed, as you all guessed, Celiba has become my beloved. Chun Bei shrugged, affirming the truth of the situation, leaving them in disbelief. Bei, you must prepare a grand feast today. We should celebrate your union with Celeba. Son Gohan said with a smile, feeling a sense of fulfillment watching these young individuals find their paths. Throughout their time together, he had come to regard them as his own children, hoping for their happiness and that they would not suffer the same regrets he had. Certainly, I shall prepare a sumptuous banquet for everyone, ensuring to satisfy your appetites. Chen Bei clapped his hands, eager to showcase his culinary skills. Everyone was aware of Mr. Chen Bei's culinary prowess, yet anticipation remained high. Toma had already forgotten about Celeba and Chun Bei's relationship, his mind solely focused on the promise of delicious food. From now on, you may simply call me Chen Bei or Bei. After knowing each other for so long, being addressed as Mr. Chen feels rather awkward. I am not accustomed to it, he said with a playful grin. Their faces lit up with smiles as Bardock and the others felt delighted to call Chen Bei their friend. With a cacophony of sounds, clattering and sizzling, Chun Bei's courtyard soon overflowed with a variety of delectable dishes. From Buddha jumps over the wall, spicy duck, and roasted pig trotters to pan-fried dinosaur meat, sweet and sour pork tenderloin, and spicy saber-toothed tiger, the array left everyone in a state of awe, with Bardock and the others drooling in anticipation. The final dish, a special creation by Chen Bei, was the 8 treasure soup, crafted from various spiritual herbs, boasting extraordinary effects. Chun Bei had prepared this dish with the intention of astounding everyone, eagerly awaiting their reactions. Having witnessed Chen Bei's skills, Celeba understood his motives but remained silent, curious to see the expressions of surprise on their faces. At last, the feast was laid out on the table, and Chun Bei invited everyone to sit and begin. I shall not hold back then. Bardock and Toma could hardly contain themselves, immediately grabbing their chopsticks and diving into the feast, their movements a blur. Delicious. Simply exquisite. They mumbled through mouthfuls, yet their chewing did not cease for an instant. As the meal neared its conclusion, it was time to savor the delightful soup. They were aware that Chen Bei's soup could cleanse the spirit, dispel greasiness, invigorate the senses, and erase fatigue, making it the perfect remedy for Bardock and the others after a long day of training. Upon taking the first sip, Son Gohan seemed to sense something extraordinary. This is... Boom! A tremendous aura erupted from Son Gohan, causing his power to surge by nearly 10,000 in an instant. What? Bardock was astounded, never having anticipated such strength from Son Gohan, who he recalled was not nearly as powerful before. Could it be? Bardock's gaze shifted towards the table where the soup simmered, a realization dawning upon him. Seeing Bardock's expression, Chun Bei smiled softly and nodded, confirming Bardock's suspicions. Indeed, to think the soup would. Toma and Jin were equally astonished, and even Goten was startled, witnessing his once quiet grandfather suddenly unleash such a tremendous force, nearly blowing Goten away. Chapter 83, Elevation. What? How did my strength? Son Gohan shared the same bewilderment. He had merely taken a sip of soup, and to his astonishment, his power surged dramatically. He still could not comprehend the situation. It appeared that the soup had remarkable effects. Everyone should partake. At this moment, Chen Bei broke the silence, prompting everyone to return to their seats promptly. Eagerly, they scooped large bowls of soup and gulped it down. Crash! A bowl fell to the floor, shattering instantly, as Bardock and the others felt their energies begin to soar. Boom! A violent wave of energy threatened to shatter the house, but fortunately, Chen Bei shielded it in time. Otherwise, the might emanating from Bardock and the others would have leveled the surroundings. At this point, the soup was finally finished, and the group exchanged glances, excitement evident in their eyes. Bei, this soup is extraordinary. I never expected to experience such a significant enhancement at my age, and I feel as if I have rejuvenated. Son Gohan attempted to move his body, and his fists danced with an afterimage. It was clear his strength had increased immensely. Previously, he could only achieve this level through sheer effort, but now it came effortlessly. Chen Bei, how incredible! I had no idea your cooking possessed such effects. It is truly exhilarating. Bardock's face was filled with excitement, his body trembling in disbelief. He had never imagined that a meal could enhance one's power. Scions had 2 great passions, combat and feasting. Now, with the prospect of gaining strength through dining at Chen Bei's, they found it increasingly difficult to leave. Well, it's not that simple. To prepare such dishes requires immense resources, gathering various spiritual herbs and employing special techniques. Indeed, it appeared that such extraordinary dishes came at a steep cost, making them difficult to obtain in the future. The group felt a tinge of regret. How delightful it would be to enhance their strength without training while savoring gourmet meals. Alas, upon hearing Chen Bei's stipulations, they could not help but feel a sense of longing. They had not realized the value of the meal they had just consumed. It's not that you cannot have it. If you manage to acquire some miraculous treasures or spiritual herbs in the future and have sufficient materials, you could have a robot assist you. The robot Chen Bei mentioned was, in fact, a clone of himself, endowed with some of his innate talents. Now taking on a robotic form, it was responsible for the group's meals and keeping an eye on them, and could also alert Chen Bei in case of a formidable foe. That sounds wonderful. The others began to envision a future filled with sumptuous meals and soaring power. As night deepened, everyone returned to their respective chambers. However, Chen Bei chose not to rest. Instead, he ventured into his small world alone. He took out a replica of the purple gold bagua furnace and began to concoct something. This time, he opted for high-quality spiritual stones as materials instead of dark celestial gold. After a period of refinement, several jade talismans emerged, gleaming beautifully. After a while, as the glow faded, Chen Bei stored the jade talismans away. These talismans, much like the black jade spirit ring, granted access to the small world, albeit with a more limited function, only summoning and teleportation. Chen Bei intended to give these to Son Gohan and the others. Finally finished, Chen Bei mentally communicated with the black jade spirit ring, and Celiba, sensing his call, appeared before him. Obey. Without responding to her inquiry, Chen Bei embraced Celiba and entered the room. In a secluded, tranquil space, he wielded the sun and moon to pluck the stars. A cacophony of sensations filled the air, a mixture of pleasure and pain, though no one was there to hear. Half a year passed, during which Chen Bei diligently practiced the time and space technique, successfully advancing to a minor mastery. With minor mastery, he could now traverse specific time and space at will, utilizing the power of time and space in battle. With a mere gesture, he could shatter dimensions, as well as accelerate or halt time for himself and portions of space. As long as his opponent's strength did not far exceed his own, he was confident in his ability to defeat them using the time and space technique. This timeline has nothing more to offer. Perhaps it is time to explore elsewhere. Once the events here unfold, I shall return. Having made his decision, Chen Bei prepared to set off, confident in the coordinates he had established in this timeline, unafraid of becoming lost. Upon entering the outside world, with a wave of his hand, a portal manifested before him, shrouded in darkness, leading to an unknown destination. Why can't Dad and Uncle Kuririn be revived? Just returned from Namek to Earth, Son Gohan was engulfed in despair. If only they could be like Chaozu, whose body remained with King Kai for revival. It would be more bearable. However, he heard that, aside from that, the Dragon Balls could only revive individuals at the place of their death. Bulma hung her head low, unable to accept this truth in an instant. Yet Goku and Krillin had perished on Namek, and Namek no longer existed, reduced to a void in the cosmos. Furthermore, that region was not under King Kai's jurisdiction. How could this happen? Son Gohan stared blankly at Bulma, never having anticipated that the battle on Namek would mark his eternal farewell to his father. Humph. Have you ever considered using your brains? Vegeta, leaning against a tree, scoffed derisively. Who cares about souls? Just move their bodies here and revive them, and it's settled. Indeed, he has a point. I can't believe you could articulate something so sensible. Bulma exclaimed, her excitement rekindled. She could indeed ask the dragon to bring Goku and Krillin's bodies to Earth for revival. Vegeta scoffed again, resuming his position against the tree. Thank you. Son Gohan rushed to Vegeta's side, extending his hand in gratitude. Smack. Vegeta swatted Son Gohan's hand away, leaving him momentarily stunned. Unfazed, Vegeta kept his gaze fixed ahead, contemplating one thing. He merely wished to witness the true strength of the Super Saiyan Kakarot, and one day, he would defeat him. Chapter 84, Settlement. It appears to be quite lively. I must have arrived at just the right moment. At this juncture, a figure manifested before the crowd. Who could it be? Vegeta instinctively grew wary. Here, his prowess was undeniably the mightiest, yet he had failed to sense anyone approaching. Do not be so tense. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Chun Bei. Consider me merely a passerby. Continue with your affairs, and do not mind me. Chun Bei raised his hands in a gesture of peace, indicating he harbored no ulterior motives, and then stood aside. The others, observing this, chose to disregard Chun Bei, recognizing no need to provoke an unknown individual, especially since they had more pressing matters at hand. However, although Vegeta feigned indifference, he discreetly scrutinized Chun Bei, suddenly noticing something peculiar. A tail? Could it be? Vegeta began to ponder. while tails generally bore a similar appearance. Chun Bei's tail was golden, deepening Vegeta's intrigue. At that moment, Vegeta recalled that when Kakarot transformed into a Super Saiyan, his hair also turned golden. Might this golden tail be a characteristic of the Super Saiyan as well? Given that Goku's tail had long since been removed, Vegeta felt uncertain about Chen Bei's true nature. Yet he could feel his body tensing with anticipation. I apologize for interrupting your conversation, but we must await the Dragon Balls from Namek to revive our comrades. Until then, could you assist us in finding a place to reside? The newly appointed Grand Elder of the Namekians spoke. As the leader of his people, he had to consider their welfare. That sounds reasonable. How about you all come to my house? Indeed, a wealthy young lady speaks differently. She has effectively taken charge of the entire Namekian relocation. But, is that truly acceptable? The Grand Elder, upon hearing this, began to sweat nervously, internally questioning the boldness of this woman. Does she not see how many of us there are? Is she jesting with me? Rest assured, my home is quite spacious. There will be no issue. Bulma continued, moreover, we will need your Dragon Balls to assist us in the future. Truly a shrewd woman, she had arranged for the Namekians' accommodation, seemingly unperturbed about securing the Dragon Balls in return. Surely, the Namekians would feel obligated to assist her in gratitude. Facilitating the Namekian settlement was something Chun Bei could effortlessly accomplish. However, he remained silent. As a newcomer, should he propose hosting the Namekians, it would likely raise suspicions regarding his intentions. By the way, you are Vegeta, correct? Why not join us? I hear you struggle to afford rent? Ahem, I must interject. May I accompany you as well? Chen Bei chimed in, curious to witness the abode of this Earth's wealthiest individual. You? Bulma paused, taken aback. It seemed they were not well acquainted with Chen Bei. Why the sudden desire to join them? Do not look at me like that. I possess many skills. I am particularly adept at cooking. Faced with the skeptical gazes of the others, Chen Bei felt compelled to reveal some of his talents. Ah, how delightful. You have passed the test, Bulma remarked. Having sampled Chun Bei's cooking, nodding in approval. Then you shall reside in my home henceforth. You will be my personal chef, and your culinary contributions will serve as your rent. Few at last, he had succeeded. Chen Bei exhaled in relief. Please hold on a moment. I shall make a phone call to have my father come here to collect everyone. Miss Bulma, might I also join you at your residence? Gohan timidly inquired, fidgeting with his fingers. Gohan, do you not have your own home? Bulma questioned, perplexed as to why everyone seemed eager to move into her house today. You should return. Your mother must be worried sick. Still looking down, Gohan continued to fidget. No, I forgot to do my homework. My mother will surely be furious. The others could only express their exasperation at this. At the headquarters of the Capsule Corporation, Dr. Briefs, along with Krillin and Master Roshi, were preparing to embark on a rescue mission to Namek for Gohan and the others. The spaceship is nearly ready, I assure you. You will arrive on Namek in 5 days. Dr. Briefs announced with utmost seriousness. Are you prepared? Everyone nodded in unison. Gohan, wait just a moment. Your mother is coming to rescue you. At that moment, Chi-Chi's fierce gaze revealed her deep concern for Gohan. Now, I shall commence the countdown. 4, 3, 2, 1. As the group readied themselves to launch the spacecraft, suddenly, the screen flickered back to life, revealing Dr. Brief's face. Oh, I almost forgot. My daughter, Bulma, just called to inform me that everyone has returned to Earth. Master Roshi stood momentarily stunned, while Dr. Briefs continued. May I ask if you still wish to proceed? Everyone collapsed in disbelief. Meanwhile, the others awaited Dr. Brief's arrival. A box-like aircraft was approaching their location. They're here. Over here. I'm here. Bulma exclaimed, visibly excited, waving frantically at the plane. The aircraft finally landed, and the door opened, revealing a purple figure rushing out. It was Chi-Chi. She dashed forward, frantically searching for Gohan, calling out, Gohan, where are you? Gohan. Hearing her voice, Gohan instinctively shrank back, hastily hiding behind a tree. Yet, the determined Chi-Chi, with her sharp gaze, quickly spotted him. Realizing he could not evade his mother's grasp, Gohan sheepishly emerged from behind the tree, scratching his head in embarrassment. Haha, Mom, I'm back. His tone was ambiguous, leaving one uncertain whether he felt joy or dismay. Thus, the group arrived at Bulma's home and settled in. So, what do you think? This is my home. It looks rather fashionable, does it not? Chapter 85. The wish it is indeed quite splendid. However, compared to my home, it falls slightly short. Chen Bei offered a candid appraisal. Bulma's residence was undeniably impressive. imbued with a palpable sense of advanced technology and equipped with a plethora of amenities. Yet, when juxtaposed with Chen Bei's opulent strategic battleship and his miniature world, it seemed somewhat lacking. What did you say? Have the audacity to repeat that. Bulma could hardly fathom the existence of a place more luxurious than her own. After all, her family was the wealthiest on Earth. What could mere mortals possibly compare? Realizing his blunder, Chen Bei hastily clarified. Nothing of the sort. I was merely stating that your abode is quite remarkable, far superior to ours, truly a manifestation of my dreams. Now that's more like it, Bulma conceded, relinquishing her scrutiny of Chen Bei and turning her attention to the arrangements for the others. Welcome. Are these Bulma's new boyfriends? So many. At that moment, Bulma's mother swiftly appeared, moving closer to Chun Bei and Vegeta, inspecting them closely. Would either of you be interested in a date? At her words, Chen Bei shifted awkwardly, while Vegeta averted his gaze entirely. Suddenly, Vegeta's attention was captured by something ahead. There, in the clearing, stood a spacecraft. This is the spaceship I repaired. This is the 4th iteration, guaranteed flawless. Dr. Brief approached Vegeta and explained about the vessel, adding, the only downside is that we haven't installed the horn yet. One couldn't help but admire the Brief family's quirky eccentricity. Vegeta stepped inside the spacecraft, surveying it with intrigue. So, this is the vessel Kakarot used to travel. Meanwhile, Chen Bei was focused on another matter, summoning the system to prepare for rewards. System, sign in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in with the character Bulma. Rewards, talent, Super Brain, Fate Fragment X1, Great Bagua Technique, Super Dragon Ball Radar X1. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in with the character Vegeta. Rewards, Ultimate Flash, Great Annihilation Technique, Scion Bloodline Gene X1, Super Explosion. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in with the character Dondi. Rewards, Great Healing Technique, Spiritual Realm Enhancement Card X1, Title, God, Super Divine Water X1, Dragon God Power Advancement Card X1. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in at the headquarters of the Universal Capsule Corporation. Rewards, Universal Capsule RD Technology, Great Refinement Technique, Longevity Golden Pill, Eternal Power Furnace X1. A cacophony of reward notifications resounded in Chen Bei's mind. Yet he had muted the system alerts, overwhelmed by the sheer volume of rewards he had accrued. Mr. Chen Bei, I have prepared some refreshments. Mr. Vegeta has already arrived. Do join us for a drink. Mrs. Brief called out, inviting Chen Bei to partake in the beverages. Certainly. Chen Bei responded with enthusiasm. Hey, you're a scion, aren't you? Vegeta crossed his arms, exuding an air of arrogance. Oh, do you have something to say? Chen Bei retorted, unyielding to Vegeta's bravado. Why is your tail golden? Are you not a true scion? Faced with Vegeta's inquiry, Chen Bei felt the need for clarification to avoid incessant questioning later, as Vegeta was not one to easily relent. Well, I suppose I'm a hybrid. My tail has undergone some mutation, which should be quite normal. Seeing Chen Bei's familiarity with scion matters only deepened Vegeta's curiosity. Just as he prepared to press further, Mrs. Brief appeared before them. Mr. Chen Bei, Mr. Vegeta, come and enjoy the refreshments I've prepared. Receiving the drink from Mrs. Brief, Chen Bei took his leave. Observing Chen Bei's departure, Vegeta scoffed, clenched his fist, contemplated for a moment, then relinquished it, snatching the drink from Mrs. Brief and similarly turning to leave. As time elapsed, half a year had passed. Chen Bei's relationship with Bulma flourished. His culinary skills had captivated the Brief family, and even the proud Prince Vegeta had succumbed to his culinary prowess. As for the Namekians, they were not included in this culinary circle, as they subsisted solely on sunlight and water, rendering Chen Bei's efforts unnecessary. During this half-year, Chen Bei seldom ventured from his miniature world, mainly delegating tasks to his avatars, only addressing particularly troublesome matters personally. Is it true that the Dragon Balls on Namek returned to their original state after 130 days? Bulma inquired, gazing intently at the shimmering Dragon Balls on the ground. Others were present as well, including Master Roshi, all eagerly anticipating the miraculous event. Soon, they would welcome Goku and Krillin back. Though Chen Bei already knew the outcome, Goku would not be returning. He was merely here for the spectacle. Indeed. Our Namekian year consists of only 130 days, Dondi affirmed, also fixated on the Dragon Balls. In truth, it was reasonable to surmise that the wished cool-down time for the Dragon Balls should correlate with their negative energy purification time. The environment of Namek might be more conducive to cleansing the Dragon Balls, though this remains speculative, as each world operated under its own rules, often leading to unpredictable outcomes. Chen Bei had previously signed in with Dandi, acquiring the Dragon God Power Advancement card, enhancing the capabilities of the Dragon Balls he crafted and significantly shortening the wish time. However, the specifics remained unknown, as he had yet to utilize it. Only a third of the time compared to Earth? Splendid. Let us hasten to make our wish. Bulma proposed eagerly. Wait, Gohan and Chi-Chi have yet to arrive. Master Roshi interjected, reminding the group of the significance of this moment, as it involved his two disciples, with Goku being Gohan's father and Chi-Chi's husband, thus necessitating their presence. Chapter 86, Resurrection, a refusal to return to Earth. Wait a moment, everyone. At this moment, Chi-Chi hurriedly arrived, and it was not entirely her fault. Baozi Mountain was quite a distance from Bulma's home. Even with the Nimbus Cloud or the instant transmission technique, it would take some time. Hello, Gohan. Oolong and Puer waved at Son Gohan upon his arrival. I'm sorry, our tutoring class ended quite late. It seemed that the issue was not merely distance. Chi-Chi had become increasingly indifferent to Goku, focusing solely on Gohan's studies. You still have to attend tutoring classes. It must be exhausting. Bulma remarked in surprise, unable to comprehend why the son of a martial artist needed to attend extra classes. Gohan aspires to be a great scholar, so he must dedicate himself to his studies. Chi-Chi interjected, her current wish being for Gohan to focus on his education rather than emulate his father, who seemed perpetually absorbed in fighting and neglecting family responsibilities. All right. It's about to begin. Bulma concluded the topic, preparing to summon the Eternal Dragon. Dandy, I entrust everything to you. All right. Dandy replied earnestly, as it was his first time using the Dragon Balls on Earth, and he was uncertain about the outcome. Reciting a passage in the Namekian language. Only the Namekian among them, and perhaps Chen Bei, could decipher the incantation. As the incantation concluded, the Dragon Balls radiated a brilliant light, casting a dazzling golden glow. And the sky darkened instantly. At that moment, a figure emerged from the Dragon Balls, resembling a colossal lizard. This was the Namekian dragon, Porunga. Is this the original dragon? Master Roshi exclaimed, having never witnessed such a dragon before. Wow, how magnificent! Mrs. Briefs exclaimed, covering her mouth in awe, utterly unfazed by the spectacle. Indeed, Dr. Briefs echoed, equally astonished. He was witnessing such a supernatural being for the first time. Suddenly, the sky darkened, causing confusion among pedestrians on West City Street, who gazed up at the sky in bewilderment. However, when they shifted their gaze to the headquarters of the Capsule Corporation, they were taken aback by the immense figure hovering in the air. The police soon arrived, initially mistaking it for a monster. But upon realizing it originated from the Capsule Corporation, they refrained from further investigation, presuming it was yet another invention by Dr. Briefs. Citizens, please remain calm. That is an experiment by the Capsule Corporation. Rest assured, as the police continued to reassure the public, they gradually returned to a state of normalcy. To the one who successfully gathered the 7 Dragon Balls, regardless of your 3 wishes, I shall fulfill them, Porunga declared, embodying the traditional demeanor of a dragon. Always appearing omnipotent, though often facing unforeseen consequences later. At that moment, Porunga's gaze shifted, as if he had encountered something terrifying. And there, precisely where Chen Bei stood. Do not mind me, simply focus on your task. Chen Bei communicated telepathically to Porunga. Instantly, a cold sweat broke out on Porunga, who swiftly turned his head away, unwilling to gaze in Chen Bei's direction again. The crowd's thoughts had not been on the dragon, thus they remained oblivious to this occurrence. The Grand Elder of Namek spoke up. Earthlings, we can wait for the next opportunity to make a wish. Feel free to voice your desires. In gratitude for Bulma and the others' assistance, the Grand Elder decided to grant this opportunity to the Earthlings. After expressing their gratitude to the Grand Elder, Bulma formally made her wish. First, please summon the souls of Son Goku and Krillin, who perished on Namek, to this place. Upon hearing Bulma's words, Dandy recited the Namekian language once more. I understand. I shall give it a try. As his words fell, the dragon's eyes began to glow red as he utilized his powers. Everyone looked up at him, eagerly anticipating the fulfillment of their wish. The soul of the one named Krillin has been summoned here. However, I am unable to summon the soul of the one named Son Goku. What? Why is that? Bulma exclaimed in astonishment, never expecting her wish to fail. Logically, the Namekian dragon's abilities should have been superior, because Son Goku is still alive. Hence I cannot merely call his soul here. At that moment, everyone fell silent, unable to fathom that Goku had managed to survive under such conditions. He is alive? Gohan murmured, recalling that when he departed from Namek, the planet was on the verge of destruction. He never anticipated that his father could endure such circumstances. What? Vegeta was equally taken aback, unable to comprehend the situation. Even North Kao, far away on Kao's planet, was shocked by this revelation. The crowd erupted in cheers. How strange. If he is still alive, why hasn't he returned to Earth? Bulma questioned, perplexed. If Goku were indeed alive, he would surely find a way back to Earth. Yet, it had been over half a year, and there was still no sign of him. It could be a malfunction in the spacecraft somewhere, preventing his return. Gohan suggested. Such a trivial issue is nothing. Just ask the dragon to bring him here. The Grand Elder replied with a beaming smile, expressing confidence in Paranga's abilities. Indeed. Then I shall voice my second wish. Let Krillin be resurrected. Instead of hastily calling back Son Goku, they prioritized reviving Krillin. As Dandy's words fell, the dragon's eyes began to flicker once more, and shortly thereafter, a figure appeared beneath him. Krillin, revived. Huh? Just revived. Krillin appeared bewildered, staring at the crowd. Remembering distinctly that he had perished, how could he be here? Uncle Krillin, Gohan affectionately called out, and at that moment, Krillin finally realized that he had been brought back to life. Seeing Krillin revived, everyone erupted in cheers, eagerly awaiting Goku's return. I even preemptively pieced together your shattered body. This is a special service. Paranga couldn't help but boast about his abilities, only to break into a cold sweat when he realized he had been showing off in front of that person. Stealing a furtive glance at Chen Bei, and noticing his lack of reaction, Paranga discreetly sighed in relief. Who would have thought that beneath such an unappealing exterior lies a kind heart? Bulma praised Paranga, who remained lost in thought regarding the recent events. Ahem, you flatter me. Paranga coughed, shrinking his head slightly, appearing somewhat diminished. Now, let us make the final wish. Bring Son Goku here. Hooray! The crowd eagerly awaited the return of their savior, Son Goku. However, after a prolonged silence, the dragon showed no response. It seems he has declined. Huh? Everyone stood frozen, utterly unprepared for this turn of events. Son Goku had refused. Chapter 87. Planet Adrat. The man known as Sun Wukong declared that he would return through his own strength. Baranga provided an explanation to the assembly. He refused? Why? Son Gohan queried, perplexed. I understand now. He must fear his wife. Master Roshi interjected. The strongest warrior in the universe is, after all, the wife of Super Saiyan Sun Wukong. Just as he intended to elaborate, his voice faltered abruptly. At that moment, Chi-Chi had brandished a large sword against Master Roshi's neck. I was merely joking, just joking. Master Roshi, recalling Chi-Chi's fierce nature, remembered the time she had once wounded him in her youth. I understand. He must wish to continue his training on other planets. This means surpassing him will be even more challenging. I cannot remain in this complacent environment any longer. Vegeta contemplated, his gaze shifting towards the spaceship that had previously docked on the open ground. With a thunderous roar, Vegeta piloted the spacecraft away from Earth, capturing the attention of everyone present. Do not concern yourself with him. Continue making wishes. If Sun Wukong does not return, we can summon a spirit from King Kai's realm instead, Piccolo remarked, asserting his presence as a caretaker of the Sun family. Indeed, Bulma nodded at Piccolo's suggestion. But whom should I resurrect first? On King Kai's planet, Tien, Kaiatsu, and Yamcha exchanged glances. Tien spoke, I wish to continue my training here. You may return first. Then I shall stay with Tien as well, Kaiatsu chimed in. With Yamcha remaining, it seemed prudent to resurrect him first. In that case, Yamcha, you shall return first. King Kai declared, while Babris and Girigiri voiced their agreement. Shall I be the first to return? How embarrassing. Despite feeling somewhat uneasy, Yamcha accepted the decision. The crisis on Earth had been averted, and the Namekians could rely on the Dragon Balls to seek a new home. Thus, he had no reason to linger. At that moment, King Kai turned, wielding a large hammer, while Babris lay on the ground, covered in bruises, likely due to King Kai's annoyance with his raucous behavior. Ahem. Bulma. It is I, King Kai. Lord Kai. Tien and Kaiatsu plan to remain for a while longer. Please summon the dragon to revive Yamcha. Yamcha. You say? Certainly. Bulma addressed the dragon once more. I wish to resurrect Yamcha. Dante continued to assist in the recitation. The dragon's eyes glimmered with red light. And the wish was granted. Your wish has been fulfilled. Now, I must take my leave. In an instant, the dragon transformed into a streak of light, vanishing before anyone could react. Yamcha has indeed been resurrected. But where is he? Bulma searched fruitlessly until, just as her confusion grew, Yamcha emerged from the water, exclaiming, I am here. After observing the proceedings, Chen Bei did not depart immediately. Son Gohan. He called out to the departing figure. Who? Who is calling me? Son Gohan responded, bewildered, as he did not recognize the voice. Turning back, he was surprised to see the individual who had appeared unexpectedly earlier. May I inquire what you need? Son Gohan asked, puzzled, as the matters here seemed largely resolved. Do you not wish to see your father, Son Gohan? Chun Bei crossed his arms, regarding him with a slight smile. What? Do you know where my father is? Please tell me. Son Gohan exclaimed, brimming with excitement. I do know, and I can take you to him. Meanwhile, Bulma observed this exchange with curiosity, wondering what Son Gohan and Chun Bei were discussing. Bulma was somewhat familiar with Chen Bei, having hosted him for over 6 months, during which he had managed their meals and showcased remarkable scientific talent in a recent experiment. Earning a good rapport with Dr. Briefs. Chen Bei, what are you discussing with Gohan? She approached them. Miss Bulma, I was just conversing with Mr. Chen Bei about my father. Son Gohan innocently revealed the topic of their dialogue. What? You mean you can find Goku? Bulma was astonished. Though the dragon had assured her that Son Wukong was alive, it had not specified his whereabouts, making Chen Bei's revelation all the more shocking. Indeed, I can find him. Chen Bei replied nonchalantly. He is on planet Odrat, a remarkable place filled with various secrets and training methods that can bestow extraordinary powers. Upon hearing Chen Bei's explanation, Son Gohan gazed at him earnestly, declaring, Mr. Chen Bei, please take me to find my father. At this moment, Bulma interjected, I see. So Goku is training there. But if you go to find him, who will cook for us? Remember, that is how you pay your rent. Bulma clearly did not intend to let Chen Bei leave easily, attempting to leverage the rent situation. Ahem, actually, I have my own place to stay. I just felt it was impolite to flaunt it in front of everyone. I did not want to discourage you. Chen Bei expressed, deciding against continuing his role as the head chef and scientific assistant for the Capsule Corporation, as he had matters to attend to. Bulma, gazing at Chun Bei with suspicion, questioned, if you have a place to stay, why are you still at my house? Speak. Are you harboring ulterior motives towards me? Although I am indeed a beauty, there is no need for such crude tactics to win my sympathy. Indeed, Bulma remained true to herself, having matured significantly, yet retaining her spirited personality. I was merely bored and curious to see what the home of Earth's richest person looked like. Chun Bei shrugged, then turned to Gohan. Now that you are prepared, we can set off. Wait, you haven't explained how to resolve our cooking issue. Even if you have a place to stay, you still need money, right? I will hire you as our cook, paying you 1 million a year. No, 10 million. What do you say? Ahem, I am not in need of money. Chen Bei replied. At this point, he truly lacked for nothing. Whatever he desired, he could conjure, and if that failed, he could resort to wishes or the Great Wish technique. To him, money had become as insignificant as dust. Chapter 88, Gohan. I will help you find your father. What do you lack? Bulma hoped that Chen Bei would not leave. She had grown accustomed to the meals he prepared. The thought of returning to her former life felt unbearable, almost worse than death itself. Gohan, where are you? Suddenly, Gohan's figure vanished, and Chi-Chi panicked, searching everywhere. Mom, I'm here. Gohan, ever the obedient child, responded immediately to Chi-Chi's call. Oh dear, Gohan, what are you doing here? We need to go back. Chi-Chi finally found Gohan, gently patting his head before taking his hand, ready to return. However, after pulling for a while, she realized Gohan remained rooted in place, showing no inclination to accompany her. What's wrong, Gohan? Why aren't you coming? Chi-Chi turned her head, looking at Gohan with confusion. Mom, I want to find Dad first. Goku? Do you know where he is? No, it's not him. It's Mr. Chen Bei. He said he knows where Dad is and can take me there. At this moment, Chi-Chi began to scrutinize the man before her. But no matter how hard she tried, she could not recall Chen Bei's face. Mr. Chen Bei? Do you know Goku's whereabouts? Chi-Chi inquired. Indeed. He is currently on planet Yadarat. Planet Yadarat? What kind of place is that? Is it far? Will it be dangerous? Chi-Chi pressed further, her concern for Gohan's safety overshadowing her thoughts of Goku. If Gohan were to venture into a perilous location to find his father, she would certainly refuse. You need not worry, it is quite safe there. After a lengthy explanation, and with Gohan promising to complete his homework on time, Chi-Chi reluctantly acquiesced to his request to seek out his father. Chi-Chi temporarily departed to fetch Gohan's assignments. Hey, you wouldn't forget about me, would you? Bulma, hands on her hips, confronted Chen Bei, who was attempting to slip away unnoticed. Well, since you can't stay, Would it be alright for me to accompany you? Knowing that money wouldn't sway Chen Bei, Bulma decided to adopt a different approach. Oh, that's no problem, as long as you don't hinder my departure. Chen Bei did not refuse Bulma's request. Traveling to planet Yadarat was no inconvenience, merely an extra companion, and there was no real danger involved. Then, come hold my hand. I'm ready to depart. What? Aren't we taking a spaceship? Before Bulma could fully process, Chen Bei grasped both individuals and vanished from the spot. Shortly after, Chi-Chi returned, having organized a large bundle of assignments, only to find that Chen Bei had already taken the two away. At that moment, Chi-Chi loosened her grip, her luggage falling to the ground with a thud, leaving her alone in the swirling wind. Planet Yadarat. Whoosh. Chen Bei, accompanied by Bulma and Gohan, utilized instant transmission to arrive there. Bulma and Gohan exchanged bewildered glances, confused as to how they had suddenly found themselves in an unfamiliar place. We have arrived, but be cautious not to wander too far. The Yadarations, though peaceful, are not without their share of aggressive creatures. Exercise caution. After imparting this warning, Chen Bei prepared to guide them to Goku's location. With a sweep of his mental energy, Chen Bei instantly grasped the entirety of the planet's information. Wait, how did you just do that? How did we suddenly arrive in another location? Bulma, still bewildered, looked at Chen Bei. Were it not for her understanding of his character, she would have suspected he had brought them to some bizarre place. Currently, Bulma was intensely curious about Chen Bei's true identity. Despite having spent 6 months together, he seemed to possess an uncanny mastery of everything. She had attempted to investigate him, but her efforts were always thwarted, leading her to abandon the pursuit. However, her curiosity reignited, and she longed to uncover the truth about who Chen Bei truly was. Why do you keep staring at me? We should set off. I've pinpointed Goku's exact location. Huh? Oh, right. Mr. Chen Bei, let us hurry. At this moment, Gohan urged them forward, eager to reunite with his father. Actually, we may not need to. Just as they were about to move, Chen Bei halted, sensing Goku approaching. What? Gohan gazed at Chen Bei, perplexed. Hadn't he just stated they were going to find his father? Why had he suddenly stopped? Focus on your father's energy. You will understand. Chen Bei crossed his arms, eyes fixed on the distant horizon, where a small figure was swiftly approaching. Upon hearing Chen Bei's words, Gohan began to sense his father's presence. It's Dad. He is coming to find us. Gohan exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he still held great admiration for Goku. What? Goku is coming? Where? Bulma began to scan the area, but saw no one nearby. Stop searching. He is in the sky, Chen Bei reminded her. Bulma looked up, and indeed, the distant figure was rapidly closing in. In mere moments, Goku arrived before them. Whoosh. As Goku landed, the powerful gust from his descent rustled the surrounding foliage, bending the nearby plants. Gohan and Bulma, what brings you here? Goku smiling broadly, ruffled Gohan's hair before turning to Chen Bei. By the way, who is this? Goku, you're really here. I thought this guy was deceiving us. I can't believe it's true. Haha, he truly is impressive. Knowing I'd be here, I don't even know how to get back. Goku chuckled as he recalled the events leading to his arrival on this planet. He had stumbled upon the spaceship during the imminent destruction of Namek and accidentally found himself here, yet he had no idea how to operate it, leaving him unaware of the route back. Dad. At that moment, Gohan spoke up, his face filled with excitement as he gazed at Goku. The father and son finally reunited. Gohan, you've grown stronger. Have you been training at home? Goku observed his son's increasing strength with satisfaction. Gohan still possessed his fighting spirit and continued to train diligently, naturally enhancing his abilities. Chapter 89. I wish to spar with you, Chen Bei observed silently, refraining from interrupting the heartfelt reunion between father and son. After all, it had been nearly half a year since their last encounter. As they conversed, Sun Wukong gleaned some intriguing details about Chun Bei and the recent changes on Earth from Bulma. It appeared that this Mr. Chun Bei was indeed a rather enigmatic individual. Sun Wukong's expression transformed into one of dawning realization, his mouth agape in astonishment, though it remained unclear what precisely had astonished him. At last, Sun Wukong pivoted towards Chun Bei, his demeanor earnest as he declared, Greetings. Although I cannot discern your true power, your ability to locate this place so swiftly suggests you possess considerable strength. I wish to engage in a friendly competition with you. Chen Bei, taken aback, felt a sense of disbelief. He had anticipated a different intention from Sun Wukong, yet here was a request for a match. Presently, Sun Wukong was far from being Chun Bei's equal. However, The notion of a simple contest was acceptable, serving as a mere warm-up. Wait, I have a proposition, Bulma interjected, stepping closer to the two men. How about we place a wager? Let us see who is stronger, you or Sun Wukong. If Wukong wins, you shall become our family chef. If you win, you can ask for anything you desire. What do you say? Upon hearing this, Chen Bei began to ponder. Come now. You aren't afraid, are you? If you're a coward, then just forget it, Bulma prodded, employing a tactic of provocation. Very well, I accept. Chen Bei acquiesced, realizing he had nothing to lose. After all, a wager where he could not possibly lose was quite advantageous. Yay! Bulma exclaimed joyfully, then turned to Sun Wukong. Wukong, you must teach this guy a lesson. Show him your might. If you win, I'll treat you to a grand feast. At this, Sun Wukong's enthusiasm surged, a broad grin breaking across his face. No problem, I'll give it my all. You seem quite confident. In that case, let us find a suitable location for our duel. Isn't this place adequate? Bulma questioned, perplexed by the need for such formality for a mere sparring session. However, both Chen Bei and Sun Wukong ignored her, and upon hearing Chen Bei's suggestion, Sun Wukong nodded in understanding. Then follow me, Sun Wukong proposed, eager to lead them to a more appropriate venue. No need, I have a place that is quite safe, Chen Bei asserted, then swiftly grasped both Sun Wukong and Bulma, enveloping them in his psychic energy before vanishing into a small world. This sudden transition left Sun Wukong bewildered. His mastery of instant transmission was not yet complete, rendering him unaware of the full extent of its capabilities, especially not to mention Chen Bei's superior technique. Must you always be so abrupt? A gentleman would at least provide some notice, Bulma remarked, her displeasure evident. The sudden shifts were rather disconcerting. My apologies, I shall be more mindful next time. Chen Bei replied, not disputing her words, recognizing that he had indeed failed to offer any forewarning. However, he felt that they would soon become accustomed to it. Wukong, take Bulma to a safer location. We may not be able to attend to you during the impending battle, Sun Wukong declared, his expression grave, indicating he was readying himself for combat. Nodding, Son Gohan turned to Bulma. Miss Bulma, let us relocate. The forthcoming fight may be perilous at that moment. Bulma recalled the perilous events on Namek, shuddering involuntarily. Terrified, she nodded. Beginning to understand why Chen Bei and Sun Wukong wished to change venues, it was likely to prevent a catastrophic explosion akin to that which had occurred on Namek. Very well. Gohan, let us move as far away as possible, Bulma urged, and without hesitation, Gohan seized her hand, propelling them several kilometers away to a hilltop. Ah, the scenery here is delightful, Bulma remarked, taking in the exquisite surroundings, noting how, with each breath, her body felt invigorated, a sensation both pleasant and uplifting. Gohan too experienced this, though his expression remained tense, his focus fixed on the confrontation between Chun Bei and Sun Wukong in the distance. Now that you are prepared, let us commence, Chun Bei beckoned to Sun Wukong, signaling him to make the first move. Then I shall attack. Sun Wukong readied himself, muscles taut, and in an instant, he appeared before Chen Bei. Smack! Sun Wukong's punch was deftly intercepted by Chen Bei. Your strike lacks power. There is no need for hesitation. Feel free to unleash your full strength, Chun Bei remarked, aware that Sun Wukong was merely testing his capabilities, cautious of inflicting harm upon himself. Yet, Chen Bei was far from fragile. Boom! A powerful blow struck Sun Wukong's abdomen, bending him into a bow shape as he expelled a mouthful of bile. Crash! Another kick sent Sun Wukong hurtling into the distant cliffside, embedding him firmly within the rock face. Blood trickled from the corner of Sun Wukong's mouth. This was merely a standard blow from Chen Bei. If he had unleashed his true might, Sun Wukong might have faced dire consequences. Cough cough, you are incredibly strong, Sun Wukong gasped, wrenching his embedded hands free from the cliffside and explosively launching himself from the crater. Gazing at Chun Bei from afar, Sun Wukong clenched his fists, excitement coursing through him. It had been ages since he had faced such a formidable opponent. He had thought the battle against Frieza would be his last encounter with such strength, yet here he was today. You truly are a powerful adversary. I must now fight seriously, Sun Wukong shouted, determination blazing in his eyes. Come forth. Chun Bei's voice was soft, yet Sun Wukong heard it clearly. His mind fixated solely on the exhilaration of the impending clash. All right, here I come, Sun Wukong proclaimed, gathering his energy. Whoosh! A brilliant white aura erupted around him. Observing Chen Bei's unflinching demeanor, Sun Wukong hesitated no longer. Boom! A tremendous surge of energy exploded forth. witnessed even by the distant Son Gohan and Bulma. At that moment, Sun Wukong was enveloped in a golden aura, his hair and brows transforming to a radiant gold. At last, the Super Saiyan, Sun Wukong, had emerged. Chapter 90. A battle with full force. Observing that Sun Wukong had finally adopted a serious demeanor, Chen Bei smirked slightly and beckoned him with a finger. Come, let me witness your strength. Having spent over 6 months in this realm, Chen Bei had significantly elevated his foundational prowess, especially with the endowment of culinary genius and alchemical skills, which had greatly enhanced his combat capabilities. His foundational battle power had now reached an astonishing 150 million. To Sun Wukong, whose foundational strength was merely in the millions, Chen Bei now appeared as an overwhelmingly dominant force. Whoosh! Sun Wukong vanished from his original position. With a resounding blast, he instantaneously reappeared behind Chen Bei, launching a sweeping strike aimed at his waist. What? Just as Sun Wukong believed he was about to land a hit, Chen Bei vanished, leaving behind only an afterimage. Sun Wukong began to sense Chen Bei's aura, but little did he know that unless Chen Bei chose to reveal it, no one could perceive his presence. Sun Wukong was struck forcefully on the chin by Chen Bei's fist, sending him hurtling backward. Bang! Crack! Crack! Sun Wukong was repeatedly pummeled by Chen Bei, while Son Gohan looked on in distress, sweat trickling down his face in anxiety. Gohan, is Wukong all right? Bulma too began to worry for Wukong. Realizing this was an utterly one-sided beating, with Sun Wukong having no means of resistance against Chen Bei's relentless assault. Wow PFF as the battle progressed. Sun Wukong's ability to retaliate diminished. Even after transforming into a Super Saiyan, he was no match for Chen Bei, who struck him with such force that he began to cough up blood. At this moment, Chen Bei finally ceased his attacks, having yet to exhaust his full strength. Though it was unnecessary to do so, Sun Wukong, suspended in midair, began to descend slowly, having reverted from his Super Saiyan form, now in a state of severe injury and unconsciousness. Dad! Son Gohan, overwhelmed with concern, rushed towards the descending figure of Sun Wukong. It's impossible. Bulma murmured in disbelief, unable to fathom that the invincible Wukong in her mind had been so soundly defeated. Even more astonishing was the revelation of Chun Bei's immense power, rendering Wukong powerless. Thankfully, Chen Bei bore no malice during his time on Earth. Otherwise, it was likely that Earth would have ceased to exist. Whoosh! Before Son Gohan could reach him, Chun Bei instantaneously transported to Sun Wukong's side, catching him effortlessly, then flashed back to the ground. At that moment, Son Gohan finally arrived, rushing forward to check on the unconscious Sun Wukong, then turning anxiously to Chen Bei. Mr. Chen Bei, my father. Observing Son Gohan's troubled expression, Chen Bei decided not to leave him in distress. Step aside, I can heal him. All right, I understand. With no other options, Son Gohan chose to trust Chen Bei. With a wave of his hand, Chen Bei summoned a surge of green energy that enveloped Sun Wukong's body. In no time, Sun Wukong's injuries were completely healed. This time, Chen Bei did not employ any grand healing techniques. A simple healing spell sufficed for the extent of Sun Wukong's injuries. Seeing Sun Wukong restored to his former state, Son Gohan finally felt a sense of relief and exhaled deeply. Thank you, Mr. Chen Bei. Son Gohan expressed his gratitude. There's no need to thank me. Your father's injuries were inflicted by me. Healing him is merely a trivial matter. Witnessing Chun Bei's extraordinary abilities, Son Gohan's admiration for him grew, and his tone became increasingly respectful. Lying on the ground, Sun Wukong groaned and slowly regained consciousness. Gohan, you came over, but what just happened? Sun Wukong had been knocked unconscious during the battle, his memories hazy and unclear regarding the events that transpired afterward. After Son Gohan detailed the recent battle, Sun Wukong finally connected the dots and realized that he had indeed lost. You truly are remarkable, Mr. Chen Bei. Sun Wukong bore no resentment for his defeat. Instead, he smiled at Chen Bei, invigorated with a new goal and feeling more energized than before. I'm glad you're all right. I hope you can grow even stronger. You have plenty of time ahead of you, and I look forward to witnessing your more spectacular performances. Chen Bei regarded Sun Wukong, aware that he was capable of creating miracles. In the future, this individual would surely carve out a legendary tale. Mr. Chen Bei, you haven't even used your full strength yet, but I will definitely grow stronger. When that time comes, I shall challenge you again, and you must not refuse. Sun Wukong issued a playful warning, demonstrating his shrewdness when it came to matters of combat. Seeing this exchange, Chen Bei smiled silently and then turned his gaze toward Bulma in the distance. Whoosh! With a surge of mental energy, he enveloped both of their forms and transported them to Bulma's side. Wukong. Upon seeing the sudden appearance of Chen Bei and the others, Bulma quickly inquired about Son Wukong's condition. Upon learning that he had been healed by Chen Bei, she too felt a wave of relief wash over her. Now that the battle is over, I believe you all must be quite hungry after watching for so long. Let us prepare some food, Chen Bei suggested. Sounds great. Son Wukong nodded eagerly, always the first to agree when it came to food. Indeed, now that you mention it, I am rather hungry. But you must cook, or else if the food is unpalatable, I shall not forgive you. Bulma added, her appetite peaked, though she was accustomed to Chen Bei's culinary skills. If he merely threw something together, she would find it hard to enjoy. Hearing this, Son Wukong appeared bewildered, looking at Chen Bei with curiosity. Mr. Chen Bei, is it true that your cooking is exceptional? Before Chen Bei could reply, Bulma interjected, of course. While Chen Bei may sometimes be unreliable, his cooking is indeed superb. I am even considering hiring him as our family chef. After all this time, Son Wukong finally grasped one thing. Chen Bei's culinary talents were indeed remarkable. Truly, this was quintessentially Wukong. Chapter 91. Daily Life. Wow. This is absolutely delicious, Chen Bei. How did you manage to create such exquisite dishes? Son Wukong exclaimed. Savoring the meal while praising Chen Bei's culinary skills, his words somewhat muddled in his mouth. Fortunately, Chen Bei could perceive his sentiments through his mental connection. Otherwise, he would have struggled to comprehend what Son Wukong was articulating. Indeed, although it was only the second time he had tasted Chen Bei's cooking, it remained as irresistible as the first encounter. Son Wukong's son, Sun Wufan, also expressed his admiration, recalling the last time he enjoyed Chen Bei's cooking. Hey, Chen Bei, have you ever considered becoming my family's royal chef? You know we have more than enough money, and with a charming young lady like me around, everyone else would be envious. Upon hearing Bulma's words, Chen Bei couldn't help but laugh, inadvertently spraying his soup across Bulma's face. Sorry about that, Chen Bei. Bulma's brows furrowed into a scowl, her fists clenched tightly. In a fit of irritation, she grabbed a dish and hurled it at Chen Bei's face. With a swift motion, Chen Bei caught the plate and set it down, but Bulma, still unsatisfied, lunged at him, seizing his tail. Hey, what are you doing? He exclaimed. Humph. Now you know my strength, right? I am aware that scions fear their tails the most. I suggest you behave, or I won't hold back, Bulma declared, giving Chen Bei's tail a firm squeeze. Why are you not reacting? Bulma demanded as she tightened her grip, feeling somewhat fatigued. She even placed her other hand on the tail, but no matter how hard she tried, Chen Bei continued to smile at her, leaving her feeling quite embarrassed. Ahem. There is a slight reaction. It feels a bit ticklish and rather pleasant. At that moment, Bulma's face flushed, and she quickly released Chen Bei's tail, retreating to a corner. You are truly infuriating, she huffed before devouring her food in silence. Meanwhile, Son Wukong and his son finally realized that Chen Bei had a tail. Chen Bei, you actually have a tail? Son Wukong exclaimed, astonished, as he darted behind Chen Bei and poked at his tail. Dad, is having a tail really that strange? I remember having one before. I'm not sure, it doesn't seem unusual. But little Lin and the others don't have tails. Son Wukong scratched his head, suddenly recalling something. Right. I remember those scions mentioned that tails are a scion trait, and that they transform under a full moon. So that's how it is. I remember when Raditz captured me, he identified our connection by noticing my tail. So, does that mean Mr. Chen Bei is also a scion? Sun Wufan exclaimed in surprise. But his tail is golden. It's different from ours. Well, let's just ask Chen Bei. Sun Wukong decided to abandon his confusion and addressed Chen Bei directly. Chen Bei, are you really a scion? Why do you have a tail? Chen Bei did not shy away from their inquiries. How should I put it? I am somewhat of a half-scion. As for my tail, it might be due to my mixed heritage, which is why it appears somewhat different. But, Mr. Chen Bei, I am also mixed. Why is your tail different? Sun Wufan, being the child of Goku and Chi-Chi, questioned. This left Chen Bei momentarily puzzled. I can't say for certain. Not pursuing the matter further, Sun Wukong and his son returned to their meals, clearly prioritizing their feast over the discussion. I'm so sleepy, Bulma yawned, her eyes beginning to droop. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong and Sun Wufan had already sprawled out on the ground, sound asleep after their satisfying meal. Eventually, Bulma could no longer resist the drowsiness, her head tilting as she prepared to succumb to slumber. This time, she had not brought her universal capsule, as the departure had been rather abrupt, leaving Chen Bei no time to prepare. At this moment, Chen Bei finally noticed the others. He had been using his mental prowess to observe the interstitial space between the celestial realm and chaos, akin to a small world, which could be termed the spirit realm. After some contemplation, Chun Bei chose not to awaken them. He gently cradled Bulma and, using his mental energy, transported Sun Wukong and his son into the strategic ship. As for why he carried Bulma, well, do you understand the special treatment afforded to ladies? Once he had arranged rooms for everyone, Chun Bei decided to take a well-deserved nap himself. The following day, Chun Bei and the others were jolted awake by Bulma's furious shouts. Fuming, Bulma stormed out of her room in search of the others. With a flash, Chun Bei appeared before her. Thud! He caught the pillow Bulma threw at him. Perplexed by her morning frenzy, Chun Bei, Bulma gritted her teeth and demanded, "Tell me, did you do anything to me last night? Why did I wake up in bed?" Chen Bei's expression darkened, utterly speechless at Bulma's accusations. To think he had kindly prepared a room for her, only to be misconstrued as having ulterior motives. At that moment, Sun Wukong and his son followed Bulma's aura to this spot. "Bulma, what has happened?" Sun Wukong asked, equally bewildered by the commotion. You must ask the shameless fellow. I distinctly remember being outside last night, and now I wake up in a room. Clearly, Chen Bei did something. Bulma exclaimed, her face flushed with embarrassment and anger. Being a girl with a heightened sense of vigilance, she was alarmed that she had unknowingly been brought here. Is that so? I also slept in a bed. Is that a problem? Sun Wukong replied innocently, completely oblivious to the situation. Chapter 92. Immortal Beings. Bulma gently rubbed her forehead, looking at Goku with exasperation. Goku, I truly do not know how to express my concerns. How can you be so utterly unguarded? What if Chun Bei had taken advantage of our slumber to harm us? Is that so? But I feel that Chen Bei does not seem like a bad person, Goku replied, scratching his head, unable to comprehend Bulma's suspicion. Bulma was defeated by Goku's naivety and sighed. Rest assured, it was indeed I who brought you back yesterday, but I did nothing to you. Please, do not be so conceited. I hope it is as you say. Otherwise, I shall not let you off easily. Bulma's bravado returned, though with her limited strength. She posed no threat to Chen Bei. He merely smiled, choosing to remain silent to avoid another outburst from her. Is this your home? It looks rather nice. Bulma began to explore the corridor, glancing around and occasionally tapping her fingers against surfaces. Stop looking. You won't discern anything that way. Let me show you around. The spacecraft had certain restricted areas that could not be accessed without Chen Bei's permission, such as the cockpit. After giving Bulma and the others a tour, Chen Bei also set up their access permissions. Chen Bei, your home is enormous. It's much larger than mine. Goku exclaimed dramatically. The largest house I've seen is Bulma's. Yours is comparable, isn't it? Seeing Goku's astonished expression, Chun Bei refrained from boasting. To speak of size, this entire small world belonged to him, and recently, his power had significantly increased. His mastery over the forces of time and space had strengthened, allowing him to potentially merge other small worlds into his own. At that point, he would truly be the master of the world. Let us finish our tour inside and head outside. By now, the immortal beings should have matured. I might as well take you to harvest them, Chen Bei suggested once more. What? Immortal beings? Bulma, Goku, and Gohan looked at Chen Bei in astonishment. How incredible! Goku marveled at the sight of the flourishing immortal beings. He never expected Chun Bei to possess such a treasure. He recalled that these beings could only be cultivated by the cat hermit. Bulma shared in the awe, understanding the miraculous nature of the immortal beings. During the Scion invasion of Earth, the scarcity of these beings had left Piccolo and the others hesitant to fight, resulting in several casualties before Goku's return. Had there been enough beings at that time, their struggles would have been far less daunting, though Gohan was not entirely aware of their significance. He too had witnessed the beans' extraordinary healing properties. Eating just one could restore even the gravest injuries, a truly miraculous substance. Before them stood several tall racks, adorned with lush green vines of immortal beans intertwined and laden with plump beans, a sight that was most delightful. Noticing their wide-eyed expressions, Chen Bei approached one of the plants and plucked a pod. Not bad. Each pod contains 3 to 4 beans, and each vine yields 5 to 8 pods. Quite a generous harvest, he murmured. Bulma was awestruck. She had never encountered such a sight. Though there had been plenty of beans at the cat hermit's place, they had all been wasted by Yachirobe. The lack of beans had kept Goku bedridden for over a month, preventing them from journeying to Namek, thus prolonging their fears. Are these truly immortal beans? They can't possibly be a hoax. I must taste one. If they are fake, I will expose you. Bulma seized a bean from Chen Bei's hand, broke it open, and tossed one into her mouth. After chewing for a moment, an energy surged through her body, making her feel as if she had just feasted heartily. "They're real," Bulma exclaimed. "I want to try too. Bulma, give me one." Goku, eager to sample the remaining beans in Bulma's hand, couldn't contain his enthusiasm. If these beans were genuine, he would surely find a way to convince Chen Bei to share some, allowing him to fight without restraint in the future. "All right, I'll let you try one. And Gohan, you can have one too." Unaware of the impropriety of distributing them without consulting Chen Bei, Bulma proceeded to share. However, the generous Chen Bei was unperturbed by such trivialities. After all, these beans could be cultivated anew, so he had no fear of waste. "Wow, they are genuine." Goku and Gohan simultaneously consumed the immortal beans, feeling an extraordinary power coursing through their bodies. This was indeed the sensation of the immortal beans. With his injuries healed, Goku's power had received a boost, bringing his base combat strength close to 320,000. Yet, he still lacked the confidence to defeat Chen Bei. Upon learning that Chen Bei was also a scion, Goku understood that his current strength was still insufficient. If Chen Bei could defeat him in his Super Saiyan form without transformation, then Chen Bei's transformed state would surely be even stronger. Such a confrontation would be pointless. Goku resolved to train further, aiming to at least compel Chun Bei to unveil his transformation abilities. Regrettably, Goku's aspirations were commendable. Yet Chen Bei would not wait idly for him to catch up. If Goku believed that his trump card lay solely in his Super Saiyan form, he was gravely mistaken. The enhancements from the small world Chen Bei had developed now multiplied his power by 1,000 times. Thus, if Chen Bei unleashed his full might, his combat strength would soar to a staggering 15 billion. If he tapped into his Saiyan heritage, it would increase by another 50 times. Should Goku learn of such overwhelming power, it was uncertain whether he would still possess the confidence to pursue Chen Bei. "If you desire them, feel free to pick some to take back, but do leave me a few seeds," Chen Bei said, understanding their eager expressions. He waved his hand, conjuring several baskets and handing them over. "Thank you so much, Chen Bei." Goku bowed in gratitude before darting into the immortal bean garden, hastily beginning to harvest the beans. "Thank you, Mr. Chen Bei. In that case, I shall join as well," Gohan exclaimed, and in an instant, he too dashed into the garden. Chapter 93. The Marvelous Elixirs. It is quite unexpected. You seem rather generous. Would you mind if I ventured in to pluck a few? After all, you have resided in my home for quite some time, and surely you wouldn't refuse such a trivial request. Bulma, fearing that Chun Bei might deny her entry, invoked the fact that he had been staying at her house. "Haha, go ahead. I am not as petty as you think," Chen Bei laughed heartily, gesturing for Bulma to enter. "TCH, who are you calling petty?" Bulma retorted, but upon glancing at Goku and his son's swift harvesting, she abandoned her grievances and hurried into the garden to gather the mystical beans. Before long, the group had collected enough beans to fill a small basket. Fortunately, Chen Bei had the foresight not to provide a larger basket. Otherwise, with the way Goku and his companions handled the beans, they would have certainly wasted them. The group began to stroll leisurely out, their eyes occasionally darting back towards the bean vines, as if they longed to harvest every last one. "Chen Bei, we are done," Goku announced, lifting the basket with one hand and inspecting its contents. It appeared satisfactory, containing perhaps 50 or 60 beans, likely amounting to 200 or 300 in total. Goten and Bulma's baskets were similarly filled, but since Goten and Goku were father and son, their combined harvest far exceeded Bulma's. "It seems you are all quite pleased with your bounty," Chen Bei remarked, observing the smiles on their faces, indicative of their good spirits. "Since you are satisfied, and there are no further matters to attend to, would you like to explore this place further? If not, I shall escort you out." "Chen Bei, why does this place feel so comfortable? It seems my body is unconsciously being enhanced. While my strength hasn't notably increased, I sense that my capacity for energy has improved." Goku pondered, closing his eyes as he attuned himself to the changes within. Though the transformation was gradual, his keen awareness allowed him to notice. "Indeed, Chen Bei, this is not Earth, is it? At night, there are hardly any stars visible, just a stark contrast between day and night." Bulma similarly noted the peculiar ambience. "Very well. Since you have inquired, I shall elucidate. This is my independent space, and I am its master. The energy here is quite potent, though you cannot consciously absorb it. However, prolonged exposure will inadvertently enhance and transform your bodies, even your minds. Furthermore, due to the unique energy present, those who reside here may experience longevity and delayed aging." "Is that so?" "So this place is akin to a time chamber, but far more comfortable. Goku exclaimed, recalling the time chamber, a separate space that extended infinitely. Devoid of day and night, with extreme temperature variations and inhospitable conditions that most could hardly endure. Is it truly as marvelous as you say? Bulma, intrigued by Chun Bei's claims of physical enhancement and longevity, began to contemplate. Of course, there's no need for me to deceive you about such trivial matters at this moment. Bulma seemed deep in thought, clearly concocting a plan. Chen Bei, how about this? I will pay you rent, and you will allow me to reside here. Rent? I am not in need of money. Such a proposition is irrelevant for someone like Chen Bei, who was financially secure. Bulma, despite being the world's wealthiest individual, found herself at a loss. Then propose a condition, but it mustn't be excessive. Bulma stipulated. Chen Bei pondered for a moment unless at this point. Chen Bei scrutinized Bulma as if attempting to see through her very being. Hey, what are you looking at? That is absolutely out of the question. Bulma crossed her arms, turning her back to Chen Bei. After stroking his chin, Chen Bei suddenly conceived an idea. Here's the deal. You shall grant me 50% of the shares in the Universal Capsule Company, and I will allocate to you a parcel of land spanning 10,000 hectares. How does that sound? Quite a bargain, wouldn't you agree? What? You are being exceedingly unreasonable, demanding 50% of our family's shares outright. Knowing that over 90% of the Universal Capsule Company's shares were held by Bulma's family. If divided equally, even she could not possess such a substantial stake alone. Chen Bei's condition was truly a tall order. Our universal capsule technology is unique globally. You cannot simply take 50% of the shares. That is entirely unacceptable. Then what do you propose to offer? Chen Bei offered Bulma some room for negotiation. 10%. And not a fraction more. Bulma's response amused Chen Bei. He had not anticipated her adeptness at bargaining, attempting to cut the demand by 40%. That is unacceptable. I require 50%, not a fraction less. You must understand, first and foremost, I am not in need of money. Secondly, while the universal capsule may be a rare commodity to others, to me, it holds little value. As he spoke, Chen Bei waved his hand, conjuring an array of universal capsules, airplanes, ships, houses. Bulma's eyes widened in astonishment as she witnessed Chun Bei's display. Suddenly, she realized that he was indeed no ordinary individual. Such commonplace items held no allure for him. Moreover, I can also concoct 10 batches of elixirs for you at no cost. Elixirs? What are those? Are they truly remarkable? Bulma queried, perplexed by Chen Bei's sudden mention of elixirs. She was only familiar with certain special pills. If he referred to ordinary medicinal pills, she would certainly decline, for she was not foolish enough to consider such an offer. Chen Bei smiled and began to explain, elixirs are truly extraordinary substances. The elixirs I concoct come in various forms, such as those for healing injuries, enhancing strength, maintaining youthful beauty, and even those that bestow longevity and immortality. Are they truly that powerful? Goku and Goten, overhearing Chen Bei's description of the elixirs, were equally astonished. They had not anticipated such wonders existing alongside the mystical beings in Chen Bei's domain. Chapter 94. Display within the confines of a miniature world. Chen Bei commenced the exhibition of his alchemical prowess. The imitation of the purple gold 8 trigrams furnace was unveiled and placed upon the clearing. With a swift motion, crimson flames erupted from his palms, cascading into the cauldron as he devoted himself to the meticulous crafting of elixirs. Consistent with his previous endeavor, Chen Bei aimed to concoct the Yuan Yang pill, a remedy renowned for its balanced properties that safeguard one's foundation, making it particularly suitable for individuals of moderate strength. Inside the cauldron, the medicinal ingredients swirled and churned, impurities incinerated into ash, which then fell through the furnace's opening, subsequently expelled by the vigorous currents within. As Chen Bei diligently refined the concoction, the elixir gradually transitioned into a solid state. When the Shin Huang-hued pill finally solidified, it signified the culmination of his alchemical process. A fragrant smoke billowed from the furnace's apex, the aromatic essence of the pill wafting through the air, invigorating Sun Wukong and the others. It is complete. With seamless grace, he extracted a jade vial, coaxing the newly formed elixir from the furnace. The crystalline sound of the vial resonated as it collided with itself, capturing Bulma's rapt attention. Is this truly an elixir? It is remarkably enchanting, Sun Wukong exclaimed, his awe evident as he beheld the unique craftsmanship of Chen Bei's alchemical technique, which broadened the horizons of all present. The jade vial, resplendent in its clarity, revealed the pill within, which still radiated warmth from its recent creation. Does this elixir possess any extraordinary effects? It seems rather effortless to produce, Bulma inquired, observing Chen Bei's ease in the process. her skepticism wavering as she pondered the true potency of the concoction. A subtle smile graced Chen Bei's lips, yet he refrained from answering Bulma's question. The art of alchemy, while seemingly simple, is profoundly reliant on both innate talent and diligent effort, consuming a great deal of resources. The mechanical fabrication could never replicate the elevated temperatures required for the refinement of elixirs, particularly given the varied methods for each ingredient, which necessitate nurturing with spiritual energy. Otherwise, their efficacy would dissipate. Those unacquainted with the process would remain oblivious to its arduous nature. Alchemy is far more complex than it appears. Go ahead, Gohan. Give this pill a try. It should enhance your combat prowess by approximately 100,000, Chen Bei proclaimed. Pouring a single pill from the vial and tossing it to Son Gohan. Swiftly catching the pill, Son Gohan scrutinized it closely. The elixir, adorned in a Xin Huang hue, possessed a smooth and delicate surface, intricate patterns swirling within, hinting at its extraordinary nature. Is this truly an elixir? He murmured, uncertain whether to consume it. Casting a glance at Sun Wukong, whose eyes radiated determination and trust, Gohan resolved to proceed, raising the pill to his lips. As the elixir entered his being, profound changes began to manifest within Son Gohan. A powerful surge of energy erupted, sending waves of force cascading through the surrounding foliage, creating a chaotic scene. With eyes shut, Son Gohan was enveloped in a luminous white aura, an involuntary manifestation of his rapidly escalating power that burst forth uncontrollably. This is... Son Wukong gasped, astonished. His gaze fixated on Gohan. Bulma, however, remained relatively unfazed. Chen Bei had previously contained the surge of energy to prevent it from overwhelming her senses. Suddenly, a more potent wave of energy radiated from Son Gohan. At that moment, Chen Bei discreetly retracted the protective barrier he had cast around Bulma, causing the invisible shield to vanish, and she was swept away by the powerful gust emanating from Gohan. Help! Save me! Bulma cried out, finally grasping the overwhelming force of the energy. In a swift motion, Chun Bei positioned himself behind Bulma, catching her and returning her to safety. Trembling in fear, Bulma buried her face in Chen Bei's chest, her arms tightly wrapped around his neck. Hey, it's time to come down, Chen Bei gently urged as Bulma nestled against him. Feeling an extraordinary sense of security, in her bewildered state, she recalled the moment of being swept away, convinced she was doomed. Raising her head, Bulma encountered an exquisitely handsome face, her cheeks instantly flushing. Quickly averting her gaze, she realized she was indeed in someone's embrace. Stealing another glance at Chen Bei, she was once again met with that strikingly beautiful visage. With a flutter of her heart, Bulma felt herself become overwhelmed, fainting from the excitement. Bulma. Son Wukong, who had been focused solely on Gohan's transformation, finally noticed Bulma cradled in Chun Bei's arms. Relieved, he sighed, reassured by Chun Bei's presence that she was in safe hands, his innocent nature preventing him from overthinking the situation. Chen Bei, how has Gohan's strength surged so dramatically? Son Wukong inquired, his curiosity piqued regarding Gohan's newfound power. Summoning a soft couch, Chun Bei laid Bulma down, then spoke. This is the marvel of elixirs. The pill I provided Gohan is the Yuan Yang pill I just crafted. It can directly enhance the user's combat power by nearly 100,000, while also fortifying their physique and consolidating their essence. Truly an exceptional elixir. Is that so? Then this elixir would be beneficial for me as well, Son Wukong remarked, his gaze fixed upon Chen Bei, eager to glean further insight. Chen Bei nodded in affirmation. Indeed, this elixir will be equally effective for you. At last, Son Gohan successfully absorbed the elixir's energy, experiencing a tremendous enhancement in his abilities. Dad, Son Gohan exclaimed, rushing to Son Wukong's side. Mr. Chen Bei, your elixir is extraordinary. It truly can elevate one's strength. I have no reason to deceive you. However, you must recognize that such a potent elixir comes at a cost. If you wish to procure more from me, it will not be as simple as it is now. Bulma stretched lazily, having regained her composure, and she overheard the conversation between Chun Bei and Son Wukong. Eagerly, she approached Chun Bei and declared, You meant what you said earlier, right? If I give you 50% of the Universal Capsule Corporation's shares, you will grant me a plot of land measuring 10,000 hectares and assist me in refining elixirs 10 times at no charge. Having witnessed the wonders of the elixir, Bulma was no longer resistant to Chen Bei's terms. Rather, she felt a surge of excitement. Chapter 95. Farewell, of course, having spoken my mind. I will not easily retract my words. But are you certain of your decision? Chen Bei glanced at Bulma and spoke in a calm tone. As for the Capsule Corporation, Chen Bei currently regarded it with indifference. However, he would not refuse the offer. The small world felt rather desolate, and Chun Bei desired to have more people around to enliven the atmosphere. Moreover, it would allow Bulma to assist him in managing this small realm. Very well. It is settled then. Bulma clapped her hands, making her decision. For Bulma, money was no longer a scarce commodity. Her family did not place significant value on wealth. If Chen Bei could indeed concoct various miraculous elixirs, it would be a tremendous advantage for them. Additionally, Bulma harbored a private thought to cultivate the magical beans in the area Chen Bei designated for her. In her eyes, the more, the better. Unfortunately, Chen Bei had already seen through Bulma's little scheme, yet he was indifferent. Once they entered his domain, how things would unfold would ultimately depend on his whims. On the planet Adrat, Sun Wukong's figure reappeared, accompanied by Chen Bei and the others. Chen Bei, allow me to introduce you to the sages of Adrat. They are quite amicable, Sun Wukong said, putting an arm around Chun Bei's shoulder. Perhaps he found Chun Bei easy to get along with, as he had already let down his guard despite their brief acquaintance. Splendid. I too wish to witness the wonders of the Adrat people. Greetings. Welcome to Adrat. I am the Grand Elder, Papapa. A blue extraterrestrial resembling a catfish stood before Chun Bei and his companions. He was the Grand Elder of this planet, Papapa. Hello, my name is Chen Bei. It is a pleasure to meet you, Grand Elder Papapa. Chen Bei replied with a smile. After the group introduced themselves, they began to explore the town with Papapa. System, sign in. Chen Bei naturally would not forget to check in. Regardless of the circumstances, he would first claim his rewards. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully signing in with the character Papapa. Rewards, advanced control of Chi, Hydration Custom Attire X1, Mental Crystal X1, Great Teleportation Technique. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully signing in on the planet Adrat. Rewards, Celestial Diagram X1, Eye of Divine Punishment X1, 9 Orifice Golden Elixir X1, Chaos Jade X1. For the moment, Chun Bei did not scrutinize the rewards, intending to examine them later when time permitted. Under Papapa's guidance, they toured numerous unique structures and learned about the customs of this planet. Adrat bore similarities to Earth in the Dragon Ball universe. The inhabitants were not homogeneous in appearance, exhibiting a wide array of races and tribes, yet they were collectively referred to as Adrat people. Spirito? Is that how you refer to Chi? Chen Bei gathered insights about the Adrat people's understanding of Chi through Papapa. On this planet, they had developed Chi to an extraordinary degree, allowing for the derivation of various unique skills, such as instant teleportation, duplication, and fusion. Indeed, by mastering Spirito and utilizing it proficiently, one would acquire an array of remarkable abilities in the process. Papapa nodded, engaging in conversation with Chen Bei and his companions. He learned of their purpose for coming here. However, he was not well versed in their cultivation methods. Perhaps different planets emphasized different aspects of Chi training. Earth leaned more towards martial techniques, whereas Adrat focused on skills relevant to daily life and work. In truth, Chen Bei had already grasped the fundamentals of Chi usage. Within the Dragon Ball universe, Chi indeed possessed myriad extraordinary capabilities, likely due to the influence of the grand cosmic rules. However, Chen Bei was not yet able to access these abilities, so he did not dwell on them. So, Gohan, do you plan to return to Earth with me, or will you stay here to train with your father? Chen Bei offered Gohan a choice, yet regardless of Gohan's decision, Chen Bei would respect it. Lowering his head, Gohan pondered for a moment. Mr. Chen Bei, I wish to remain here. I want to train with my father and become stronger. Gohan suddenly raised his head and spoke to Chen Bei with determination. Upon hearing Gohan's response, Chen Bei smiled, and Sun Wukong beside him appeared equally pleased. Then, Gohan, it is time for us to say goodbye. When your training is complete, we shall meet again. Chen Bei chose not to remain on the planet Adrat, as there was no necessity for it. He had already comprehended the principles behind the various skills mastered by the Adrat people. What remained was to study and develop them at a leisurely pace. Continuing to stay here held little significance. It was better to return to Earth. Well then, farewell, Mr. Chun Bei. Gohan nodded, moving to stand beside his father. He waved to Chun Bei and Bulma as a farewell gesture. Goodbye, Chun Bei. I will diligently train and challenge you once more. Sun Wukong called out to Chun Bei. Haha, splendid. I await your challenge. Chen Bei laughed heartily, waving goodbye to the two. He then turned to Bulma. We should also take our leave. Before Bulma could react, Chen Bei embraced her, and their figures vanished from sight. Earth, headquarters of the Capsule Corporation, in the luxurious residence of Bulma's family. Oh my, has Bulma begun a relationship with Chen Bei? Such an enthusiastic embrace. Mrs. Briefs observed the sudden appearance of the two without the slightest hint of surprise, instead focusing on their posture. At that moment, Bulma found herself cradled in Chen Bei's arms, still in shock. When she turned to face her mother, the realization struck her. She was in this predicament, her face turning as red as a ripe apple. She quickly broke free from Chun Bei's embrace and dashed back to her room. Oh dear, why is Bulma so shy? Mrs. Briefs mused, puzzled by her daughter's sudden bashfulness, which was quite out of character. However, she dismissed it, turning to Chun Bei and saying, Mr. Chun Bei, would you care to join me for a date? It would be even better if you could prepare a candlelit dinner for me. Chun Bei. Chapter 96. Reviewing Rewards at Long Last. Chen Bei found himself with the leisure to examine the bountiful rewards he had accrued over the past 6 months. Following the last group sign-in, he had received a substantial bounty, yet due to his rigorous training and various other commitments, he had not found the time to delve into it. The previous sign-in had involved a total of 15 participants, including Bulma, Chi-Chi, Gohan, Master Roshi, Vegeta, Krillin, the Grand Elder of Namek, Piccolo, Dandy, Dr. Briefs, Mrs. Briefs, Oolong, Puar, Yachirobe, and even the recently resurrected Yamcha. Thus, the rewards from that occasion were the most plentiful he had ever received, to the extent that he found it overwhelming to process them all. Moreover, during this journey to Yardrat, Chen Bei had also signed in with the Grand Elder of Yardrat, further enriching his collection of rewards. There remained ample time before the Android Saga, giving Chen Bei approximately 3.5 years to enhance his strength, allowing him to take his time without any rush. First, he reviewed the rewards from the sign-in. Bulma, Talent, Super Brain, Fragment of Grand Destiny Spell X1. 8 Trigrams Technique, Super Dragon Radar X1. Chi-Chi, Ultra Head Darts X1. Kuan Yo Bloodline Gene X1. Turtle School Qigong, A Box of Jewelry, Gohan, Turtle School Qigong. Magic Flash, S-Cell Catalyst X1. Talent, Martial Arts Heart, Master Roshi, Turtle School Qigong, After Image Fist, Fragment of Grand Destiny Spell X1. Intermediate Chi Control, Krillin, Turtle School Qigong, Chi Yuan Slash, 6-character mantra, Lam, Grand Liberation Technique, Vegeta, Ultimate Flash, Great Destruction Technique, Scion Bloodline Gene X1. Super Explosion, Grand Elder of Namek, Dragon God Power X1, Super Namekian Bloodline Gene X1, Namekian Language, Grand Protective Spell, Piccolo, Demon Flash Cannon, Giant Transformation. Talent, Photosynthesis, Grand Summoning Technique, Dandy, Grand Healing Technique, Mental Realm Enhancement Card X1, Title, God, Super Divine Water X1. Dragon God Power Advancement Card X1, Dr. Briefs, Talent, God of Music, Talent, Super Focus, Spaceship Manufacturing Technology, Robot Manufacturing Technology, Mrs. Briefs, Grand Charm Technique. Sea Hard Gem, Pure Cloud, Jade Spirit Pearl, Oolong, Earthly Transformation Technique, Roast Suckling Pig, Universal Capsule for RV. 1 pair of women's underwear, Puar, Purple Jade Spirit Cap Bloodline Gene X1, Flight Technique, Transformation Technique, Grand Change Technique, Yachirobe, Grand Devouring Technique. Talent, Devourer of Worlds, 100 Senza Beans, Ghost Slashing Sword, Yamcha, Wolf Fang Fist, Chi Ball Manipulation, Turtle School Qigong, Grand Oath Technique and Truth. Many of these rewards were redundant or not particularly useful. As for the Dragon God Power, Chen Bei had previously utilized 1 fragment obtained from Dandy, leaving him with another that he had yet to employ. Having signed in with so many narrative characters, it could be said that Chun Bei had thoroughly acquired all readily available rewards from the early stages. As for the rewards from the sign-in, they were rather limited, and Chen Bei had already reviewed them. Only Tien Shinhan and Kai Atsu, situated far away on King Kai's planet, along with King Kai himself, remained unregistered. Now, it was time to thoroughly digest these rewards, and for the foreseeable future, he intended to refrain from wandering. Subsequently, Chen Bei prepared to conduct some research within his own small world. Upon entering his small world, Chen Bei first inscribed the 2 newly acquired bloodlines using the race totem record and set them aside. He was now poised to undertake a bold experiment, merging worlds. Releasing his mental energy, a vast aura enveloped the entirety of his small world, continuously extending outward. However, as his mental force surged beyond the confines of his small world, it was soon obliterated by the chaotic energies of the external realm. Yet, Chen Bei was already aware of this phenomenon and retrieved the time-space ring, initiating the powers contained within. With a resonant hum, The time-space ring quaked violently, unleashing streams of dark energy. These were the gathered powers of time and space. This energy began to extend along with Chun Bei's mental force, diffusing outward towards the periphery of his small world. The time-space energy shielded Chun Bei's mental force as it ventured closer to the celestial domain. As the range of his mental exploration expanded, he discovered some unstable spaces within the previously chaotic outer realms. These spaces were a chaotic mixture of spiritual energy and elemental chaos, where various creations continuously emerged and shattered. He had found it. Indeed, these unstable small worlds were precisely what Chen Bei sought. He had previously ventured into these outer spaces, but at that time, they were either assimilated by the celestial domain or had already been crushed by chaos. The current instances were merely nascent small spaces freshly birthed. Chen Bei intended to expand his small world, aspiring to transform it into a realm akin to the spirit world. Once he refined certain laws and order, he could generate another grand world. As this world matured, his grand world technique would reach its zenith, allowing him to create worlds with the power of his will. His mental force had now enveloped a petite space, and his task was to draw it in, merging it with his small world. As his mental energy intertwined with the time-space force, he began to weave a net, ensnaring this tiny space. With his control, this small space gradually detached from the celestial domain and the chaotic realm, slowly approaching his small world. At long last, after nearly half a month, Chen Bei successfully drew the small space near his own. The collision of these spaces was tumultuous. Had it not been for Chun Bei's mental force acting as a buffer, their clash would have reverted them to chaos. Where the two spaces converged, time-space rifts began to emerge, unleashing torrents of thunder and lightning, fracturing the earth, causing waters to surge backward and splintering trees, painting a scene reminiscent of an apocalypse. At this moment, Chen Bei felt the mounting pressure. If he did not resolve this predicament soon, his small world would likely face obliteration as well. He intensified the energy output into the time-space ring, causing it to radiate with brilliant light, summoning boundless time-space energy that rapidly began to mend the fractured spaces. With a sigh of relief, Chen Bei finally managed to stabilize the situation. Now, he merely needed to stitch together the gaps between the two worlds, merging them into a singular entity. As time flowed steadily by, the two worlds began to blend harmoniously. Chapter 97. 3 months had elapsed, and during this time, Chen Bei had successfully merged two realms, resulting in a remarkable expansion of his small world by nearly 5-fold. Given the considerable time expenditure required for world merging, Chen Bei decided to take a brief respite to relax and rejuvenate. "Hey, Chen Bei, are you truly giving this to me? You better not regret it," Bulma exclaimed, clutching a small jade vial containing a unique elixir. "It's merely a youth-preserving pill," Chun Bei replied, bemused by Bulma's exaggerated reaction. He had promised it to her. Yet she seemed overly anxious. Although the item was precious, it was not of such significance to him that he would feel remorseful about parting with it. Besides, he still possessed 7 of these pills, having consumed one himself and gifted another to Celiba, leaving him with plenty remaining. Can this pill really grant eternal youth? You mustn't deceive me. Bulma's eyes were fixated on the round, glistening pill within the vial. Indeed, it is as genuine as it gets. If you don't believe me, feel free to return it. Humph. One cannot take back a gift. It is mine now, and you shall not reclaim it. Bulma tucked the vial behind her back, her gaze wary of Chun Bei, fearing he might attempt to snatch it back. Chun Bei, perplexed, found her reaction amusing. This item held little importance for him. Moreover, even without the youth-preserving pill, he could always gather materials to concoct more. If you are so apprehensive, why not consume it right away? Holding it in your hand, even if I don't seize it, others may be tempted if they learn of it. Bulma pondered this notion. As a woman, she understood the allure such a pill held for her kind, who wouldn't desire to become more beautiful and retain their youth. No longer hesitating, she promptly uncorked the vial and swallowed the pill whole. Bulma emitted a blissful sigh as the elixir began to work within her, expelling impurities from her body and refining her skin. The process was incredibly comfortable for her, unlike Chun Bei, who had undergone system optimization. This was Bulma's first experience with such a pill. As an ordinary person, years of consuming grains and frequent injuries had left her with subtle, lingering ailments. Though her family was well off and provided excellent medical care, some hidden injuries remained. The youth-preserving pill not only purged her body of toxins but also healed these elusive wounds, promoting her overall health. Soon, a torrent of dark impurities surged forth from her skin, accompanied by an indescribable odor. Caught off guard, Bulma inhaled a whiff of the foul stench and promptly fainted. With a thud, Bulma collapsed to the floor. Chen Bei was utterly dumbfounded. His own experiences with the pill had not resulted in such an extreme reaction. Celebi had only expelled a minimal amount of impurities. Why was Bulma's experience so drastically different? Yet, there was no time for contemplation. He needed to address the situation before others arrived, as they would likely succumb to the same foul odor. Reluctantly, he utilized his mental energy to transport Bulma to his small world, then cast a spell to cleanse her and even lovingly changed her into fresh garments. Upon witnessing Bulma's pristine appearance post-bath, Chen Bei nearly succumbed to a nosebleed, but managed to restrain himself. He invoked a calming spell to dispel any inappropriate thoughts, and, after covering Bulma with a blanket, exited the room. In the kitchen, Chen Bei prepared a meal, feeling a bit peckish after such a long interval. This time, he intended to create something novel. Not content with his previous dishes, he set out to craft pastries. Osmanthus cake, a fragrant delicacy made from glutinous rice flour, sugar, and osmanthus syrup, was on the agenda. Its enticing aroma and soft texture lingered delightfully on the palate. Chen Bei gathered osmanthus flowers from his small world, extracted the nectar, combined it with fine sugar, and kneaded glutinous rice into a smooth dough. After steaming it, he successfully created a delectable osmanthus cake. Following this, he also made a variety of other pastries, including lotus seed crystal cake, egg yolk puff, and green mung bean cake, each more tempting than the last, their aromas wafting enticingly through the air. After a considerable amount of time, Chen Bei paused to admire his creations, each delicacy exquisitely crafted, igniting his appetite. However, he refrained from indulging alone. Food was best enjoyed in company, and sharing made it all the more delightful. He approached Bulma's room, opening the door with determination. Ah, pervert. At that moment, Bulma had just awoken and was in the midst of changing her clothes, having noticed her outfit had been replaced. She had reached for a universal capsule to restore her attire when Chen Bei unexpectedly barged in, catching her completely off guard. My apologies. I'll be more cautious next time. Chen Bei swiftly turned away, realizing he hadn't used his mental energy to assess the situation in the room beforehand, mistakenly believing Bulma was still unconscious. After what felt like an eternity, the rustling sounds behind him finally ceased. All right, you can turn around now. Bulma's face was flushed with embarrassment, fidgeting as she stood uncertainly. Regardless of the girl, being exposed in such a manner would undoubtedly elicit a stunned reaction. Oh, okay. Upon hearing this, Chen Bei complied and turned to face her. You don't need to explain. I understand you. You didn't mean it. Bulma lowered her head, her cheeks nearly ablaze. Ahem, that's good. After a brief pause, Chen Bei continued, by the way, I made some pastries and wanted to invite you to enjoy them. Okay, sure. Bulma still seemed flustered, unable to lift her gaze. And when Chen Bei turned to leave, she followed him numbly. As Chen Bei led the way, Bulma couldn't help but steal glances at him. This guy wasn't bad looking, though he could be unreliable at times. If he had feelings for me. Shaking her head vigorously, Bulma dismissed the thought and lowered her gaze once more, trailing behind Chen Bei to the dining area adjacent to the kitchen. There, the freshly made pastries awaited, beautifully arranged. Chapter 98, A Wish Again. The departure of the Namekian swallowing hard, Bulma gazed at the table laden with an array of pastries, an overwhelming desire to indulge stirring within her. Chen Bei, did you make all of these? This seems a bit extravagant. Before her lay dozens of exquisite delicacies, each resembling vibrant fruits and crystals, a kaleidoscope of colors and varieties. Well, you know my culinary skills. They are undoubtedly exceptional. You may begin to indulge now, Chen Bei proclaimed, promptly taking a piece of crystal cake and savoring it. Instantly, a wave of soft, sweet fragrance enveloped his senses, diffusing into the air and saturating the entire room with its delightful aroma. Unable to resist the enticing scent, Bulma too began to sample the pastries. Upon tasting a green bean cake, a refreshing chill surged onto her tongue, invigorating her spirit. Delicious, she exclaimed, abandoning her genteel demeanor and devouring the treats with abandon. Observing Bulma's voracious appetite, Chen Bei was unfazed. He had witnessed similar scenes during their previous meals. By the end, crumbs of pastries adorned the corners of Bulma's mouth. Approaching her, Chen Bei gently wiped away the remnants with his thumb. Stunned by the unexpected touch, Bulma found herself transfixed, gazing into Chen Bei's deep, captivating eyes, feeling as though she might be lost within their depths. In that moment, time seemed to stand still as they locked eyes. Once, Bulma had longed for a Prince Charming to care for her, yet fate had not favored her. Her first boyfriend, Yamcha, had begun their relationship with sweet memories. But after he overcame his fear of women, he spiraled out of control, using Bulma's money to pursue other girls, leaving her utterly disillusioned. Now, confronted by the gentle Chen Bei, Bulma could not help but close her eyes, slowly rising onto her tiptoes. Gradually, their lips drew closer, ultimately meeting in a tender kiss. And both felt an exquisite warmth radiating from one another. A soft moan escaped Bulma's lips as she instinctively embraced Chen Bei. Amidst their passionate kiss, the pastries fell forgotten to the floor, and with the flickering candlelight, their fervent hearts ignited. "Dad, when are we going back?" Gohan inquired, training with Goku on Yardrat. As nearly 4 months had passed since Chun Bei and the others left. "Isn't there still time? I wish to continue training a bit longer." Goku had no intention of returning so soon, relishing the tranquility that Yardrat offered, as he had yet to fully master those extraordinary techniques. The great Yin-Yang technique, a martial art Chen Bei had previously acquired, had been overlooked in his lessons with Celebi. But he had not forgotten this time. During the dual cultivation with Bulma, not only had Chen Bei's physical prowess significantly increased, but Bulma's strength had also soared to astonishing heights. She was no longer the fragile girl she once was. Her power had surpassed 1.5 million, an extraordinary leap. Yet, despite her newfound strength, Bulma could only harness a fraction of it, hampered by her lack of combat experience. Chen Bei remained unconcerned. He believed that enhancing her battle experience would be a simple matter, achievable through the method of memory infusion, although truly mastering these skills would require effort. "Chen Bei, the Namekian Dragon Balls are nearly ready. Let us proceed." Bulma, now by Chen Bei's side, radiated warmth and care, a stark contrast to her previously fiery demeanor. In truth, throughout the original tale, Bulma exhibited a bit of temper until she found someone she truly cherished. Once she became a woman, her heart became steadfast and she adapted swiftly, revealing her perceptive nature. "Very well, let us go," Chen Bei replied, rising and taking Bulma's hand as they vanished from sight. The Namekians were ready to depart, perhaps wary of attracting greedy individuals once more due to the Dragon Balls. When Chen Bei and Bulma reappeared at her home, a gathering awaited them eagerly. "It is time to make your wishes, Miss Bulma," Dandy announced upon seeing her. "Yes, you may begin," Bulma nodded, signaling them to summon the Eternal Dragon. As the incantation was recited, the sky transformed into darkness, and the colossal form of Purunga materialized above Bulma's home. The first 2 wishes were to resurrect Chaozu and Tien, and cheers erupted as they reappeared, culminating in the revival of all Dragon Team members. "Since that is settled, we must bid farewell," the Grand Elder of the Namekians declared, ready for their departure. "Farewell, Dandy," Bulma echoed, a touch of reluctance in her voice, yet she wished them well, hoping they would find a peaceful planet to thrive on. "Indeed, Miss Bulma, it is a pity Gohan did not come, but please convey my farewell to him." "Farewell." Dandy, unaware of his future journey to Earth as its new guardian, took his leave. With the wishes granted, the Namekians vanished from sight, taking Purunga along with them. Meanwhile, Yamcha watched Bulma standing beside Chen Bei, fully aware of their burgeoning relationship. He had previously questioned Chen Bei's presence at Bulma's home, but after witnessing Chen Bei's display of power, Yamcha lost any desire to challenge him. He had succumbed to a life of leisure, lingering in the company of women and frequenting various entertainment venues, while Bulma, disillusioned, had moved on, setting the stage for what was to come. The past was behind them, and Yamcha acknowledged that he had long wounded Bulma's heart. His dreams of living off her were dashed, yet he felt liberated. The Earth no longer needed him, and he could simply relax, confident that he would not perish from hunger. Chapter 99. Omen. Chen Bei, when will Gohan return? You promised me last time that he wouldn't be away for too long. Yet it's nearly half a year now. Chi-Chi confronted Chen Bei, hands on her hips, her expression fierce. "Ahem, you mustn't blame me." Gohan insisted on training with his father. "They are still on Yardrat, and it may take some time before they return," Chen Bei replied. For months, Chi-Chi had sought out Chen Bei, but unfortunately, he had been elusive, often slipping away before she could confront him. This time, coinciding with the wish-making opportunity, she seized the moment to question him. I don't care. Gohan hasn't been studying for ages. The teachers from his tutoring classes are pressing me. And those classes have time limits. If we miss the deadline, we'll have to spend money again. My poor Gohan is suffering outside, and his education is being delayed." Chen Bei remained silent, while Bulma observed the exchange, feeling overwhelmed by Chi-Chi's complaints. He couldn't fathom how Goku managed to endure her. Chi-Chi. Please don't rush. I've already contacted Gohan. They mentioned they would return in a few months. What? A few more months? Chi-Chi's ire flared once more, prompting Chen Bei to cast a calming spell on her. With a sigh of relief as Chi-Chi quieted down, Chen Bei slowly recounted the events leading up to Gohan's departure. Unfortunately, his efforts to explain that Gohan was training to better protect the Earth were met with immediate resistance from Chi-Chi. Protect the Earth? With you all around. Isn't that enough? I do not wish for my Gohan to be in danger every day. Chen Bei recognized that he could not persuade Chi-Chi. She had yet to grasp the significance of strength, still caught in the illusion that the Earth was at peace. It seemed that only when she faced true despair would she realize that without power, one could only be a victim when peril approached. Uncertain of the future developments in this timeline, Chen Bei was aware that in the end, only Trunks remained, valiantly persevering. While Chi-Chi's attempts to prevent Gohan's training ultimately led to Gohan's demise. After dismissing Chi-Chi, Chen Bei had no other tasks at hand. So he took Bulma back to the little world to continue their training. In an unknown region of the outside world, a bizarre group of creatures emerged, launching attacks on humans while emitting a derisive, cackling laughter. I have finally escaped that dark and dreadful world. A cloaked figure appeared among the demons. From now on, I shall seek vengeance once more, inflicting 100 times more suffering upon every living being on this earth than before. With a sudden motion, the figure crushed the fruit in their hand and turned away. About 10 months had passed since Goku defeated Frieza, and a new crisis was brewing. What? Krillin? You found a girlfriend? Bulma exclaimed, astonished, covering her mouth in disbelief. She hadn't expected that the boy who was once the same age as Goku had now found love. She neglected to consider that Goku was already married and that she was now with Chen Bei, albeit without a formal wedding yet. Nonetheless, she was indeed a married woman. Yet here she was, marveling at Krillin's newfound relationship. So, Krillin, what is her name? Bulma inquired. Hearing her voice on the phone, Krillin glanced at the girl beside him and replied with a smile. Her name is Marin. She is a very beautiful girl. Congratulations. Bulma responded enthusiastically. We are planning a gathering at Master Roshi's house. I wonder if you and Chen Bei would like to join us. Krillin extended the invitation, though he hesitated. Recalling Bulma's past relationship with Yamcha and the current situation with Chen Bei, feeling it might be inappropriate. Yet, having already spoken, he could not retract his words. Oh, really? Let me think for a moment, Bulma mused. That sounds fine. After all, it's been a while since we've all seen each other. I'll take Chen Bei with me and introduce you too. All right then, we'll be waiting for you at Master Roshi's. Chen Bei, Krillin invited us to Master Roshi's for a gathering. Are you available? Bulma approached Chen Bei, who was busy preparing a meal. He now embodied the role of a devoted homemaker. Having overheard Bulma's conversation with Krillin, Chen Bei was not opposed to the idea of attending the gathering at Master Roshi's. Sure, let's go after we finish eating. Great. I'll get ready. I need to do my makeup. With that, Bulma kissed Chen Bei and hurried off to her room to prepare. Chen Bei found it perplexing. She was already quite beautiful without makeup. He could not comprehend the intricacies of women's thoughts and chose to focus on his cooking. Meanwhile, Piccolo was training in the desolate highlands, conjuring 3 clones to engage in combat. The sound of fists and feet colliding echoed through the air as the battle unfolded with great speed. After a considerable time, Piccolo finally ceased his training. With your skills at this level, do you still wish to continue training? A figure suddenly appeared behind him. It was the old Kai. Startled, Piccolo glanced back, asking, What is it, Kai? You remain as proud as ever, Piccolo, the old Kai remarked. To be frank, I have come to discuss the possibility of you inheriting the position of the Supreme Kai. What? Piccolo retorted. That role would be too burdensome for me. The Supreme Kai is old and has long since lost his fighting spirit. This era no longer belongs to him. Your abilities would make you more than capable of serving as the Supreme Kai of Earth, both in strength and maturity. There is no one else who could take on this role. Yet, Piccolo did not respond. Instead, he angrily launched a ki blast forward. Boom. The blast struck the hillside, sending debris flying. I have no interest in the throne of the gods, he said coolly. Let us not discuss this any further. You should pay attention to your surroundings. The demon clan has been stirring again, and this may well be an omen of something to come. Chapter 100. Kalik 2 Bikton paused momentarily before continuing. No? Perhaps it has already begun. He turned his head to glance at the old god and reminded him, You should be on guard. With that, he leaped into the air and vanished. As Bikton's silhouette faded, the old god felt a weight in his heart. He understood Bikton's intentions and truth. He had long been prepared. However, the Bikton of now was no longer the formidable Dark Lord he once was, and his ideas were naturally met with rejection. At the Divine Hall, Bobo was tending to the plants when suddenly, a figure darted past him, followed by several unfamiliar shapes that erupted into sinister laughter directed at him. Strangely, these intruders did not attack Bobo, but instead began to wreak havoc on the Divine Hall's architecture. With each chaotic move, the hall began to fall into disrepair. Just as the destruction escalated, a cloaked figure emerged, calling for the assailants to cease their actions. You were Kalik too, Bobo exclaimed, astonished at the figure before him. Humph, Mr. Bobo, it's been quite some time, the cloaked figure replied with a cold smirk, clearly familiar with him. Kalik too, the son of Kalik I, who had once vied for the position of the divine being but ultimately failed, had returned to avenge his father's defeat. Seeing Kalik II's appearance, Bobo was confounded. How could you be here? By all accounts, you should have been sealed alongside your father. How could you suddenly appear? Bobo sought to flee, yet found himself encircled, immobile. Having dealt with Bobo, Kalik II awaited the arrival of the divine being, his goal set on vengeance. Meanwhile, in the Kame house, Chen Bei and Bulma had arrived. Cheers! The group exclaimed in unison, celebrating this rare gathering. Remarkable! I never anticipated Chen Bei's culinary skills to be so extraordinary, Krillin praised, surprised that Chen Bei was not merely a bystander but possessed such impressive talent. Indeed, Chen Bei's cooking is truly admirable. Marin, seated beside Krillin, echoed his sentiments. Haha, with fine wine and exquisite dishes, everyone should indulge. Thanks to Chen Bei, I've never had such delicious meals, Yamcha remarked. Having long accepted the reality of Chen Bei and Bulma's relationship, feeling no animosity towards him. By the way, Krillin, you've surprised us all. I hardly ever see you practice. Turns out it was because of your lovely girlfriend, and she has quite the catch. Not really. We're not exactly in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship yet, Krillin replied, his cheeks reddening, feeling somewhat bashful. However, Marin took his words seriously. Oh? So Krillin and I are not in a relationship? Does that mean I can pursue another boyfriend? She playfully reached for Chen Bei's hand, but he deftly evaded her grasp. The atmosphere grew awkward with this exchange. Unable to tolerate the situation any longer, Bulma interjected, Marin, you should consider Krillin's feelings. How can you behave this way with another man? What do you think of Krillin? Marin heard Bulma's words but shrugged, glancing at Krillin as she replied. I'm not so sure myself. The group fell silent, realizing that although Chun Bei had long suspected Marin's untrustworthiness, he never imagined she would shift her affections from Lepin to himself. Krillin appeared somewhat disheartened by the conversation, but the group soon resumed enjoying Chun Bei's culinary creations. The previous tension forgotten as the atmosphere brightened once more. After feasting and reveling, Master Roshi, ever the lecher, attempted to make advances toward Marin, only to be promptly halted by Bulma. Seeing the old man's antics, Chun Bei couldn't help but shake his head. He released a slight aura, startling Master Roshi into retreat. Honestly, young people can be so petty, he muttered softly before retreating to the beach to bask in the sun, pulling out the latest Risco magazine to peruse with delight. Not long after, the divine being returned and was equally taken aback upon seeing Kalik II. How could you be here? The same question echoed from the divine being's lips, filled with genuine confusion. I never imagined you could escape the realm of the dead. Welcome to my sanctuary, deity. I've heard rumors of certain fiends from the demon realm stirring. I didn't expect it would be you. Humph, your bravado remains unchanged. Kalik II replied dismissively, regarding the divine being as no match for him. Ignoring Kalik II, the divine being began to summon Bobo in his mind. Observing the state of the divine hall, Kalik II laughed mockingly. Are you searching for this fellow? He then revealed Bobo, who was trapped in his grasp. The esteemed Bobo, protector of the hall for centuries, was easily subdued by me. The divine being's expression grew grave as he regarded Kalik II. You fail to recognize your own insignificance and dare to wreak havoc in the divine hall. It seems you are still fixated on the divine being's throne. Kalik II maintained a faint smile, his tone dripping with disdain. You are correct. I intend to usurp your position, this unworthy and inept deity, and rule over this realm. Such foolishness. I will never relinquish the title of divine being to you. How ludicrous. Do you believe your meager strength can thwart me? Allow me to enlighten you. With that, Kalik II launched an attack without affording the divine being time to prepare, igniting an immediate battle. Though aged, the divine being possessed considerable power, narrowly evading Kalik II's initial assault as they clashed fiercely. However, Kalik II found himself overwhelmed, knocked back against the wall by the divine being's counterattack. Just as the divine being prepared to pursue, he suddenly discovered he could not move. Several other demons had appeared, employing their unique abilities to ensnare him. Ultimately, the divine being was outnumbered and fell to Kalik and his minions. Meanwhile, Chun Bei sensed the turmoil within the divine hall, but chose not to intervene, opting instead to observe the unfolding events. Chapter 101. A simple resolution observing the old god ensnared by Kalik II. Chun Bei understood that waiting any longer would invite trouble. Bulma, I must step away for a moment. There are matters I need to address. He offered Bulma a few words of caution before preparing to depart. Yes, return swiftly. Bulma replied, clearly aware of Chun Bei's intentions, her current strength allowing her to sense the happenings within the divine temple. In a flash, Chun Bei's figure appeared above the divine temple. Meanwhile, Kalik, accompanied by his subordinates, was poised to break the seal and unleash dark energy to disrupt the lower realms. Ha, hee, ho. Chun Bei, listening to their cacophony, couldn't help but feel exasperated. Their laughter was utterly grating. Hey, you lot, could you keep it down? Who's there? The laughter ceased abruptly as they turned, all eyes fixed on Chun Bei. Who are you? Kalik too inquired, perplexed. System, check-in. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully checked in with the character Kalik 2. Rewards granted. With the check-in complete, it was time to resolve this predicament. All right. You can all perish now. Chun Bei uttered nonchalantly. What? A powerful wave of light enveloped the group, and before they could even scream, the small Kalami were instantaneously reduced to ash, their very souls obliterated, denied even the chance to descend into hell. As for the old god and Bobo, Chun Bei had not forgotten them. He promptly cast a spell to liberate them. Who are you? The old god gazed at Chun Bei in confusion, questioning why this young man would come to their aid. I am Bulma's boyfriend, or perhaps her husband. As for why I saved you, it was merely incidental. Kalik has been dealt with. You may return to your affairs. I must take my leave. Farewell. With that, before the old god and Bobo could react, Chun Bei vanished from their sight. In the cosmos, Chun Bei spotted a planet exuding an aura of malevolence. This must be the demon star, he murmured, not forgetting his purpose. System, check-in. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully checked in at the demon star. Rewards granted. It's time to tackle this issue. Perhaps I shall refine it into a stellar core. It could serve as a means of cultivation, he mused. With that thought, Chun Bei commenced his actions, his mental energy swiftly enveloping the planet as Crimson Lotus Fire surged forth, beginning the process of refinement. The Crimson Lotus Fire, indeed the bane of evil, effortlessly consumed the dark energy of the planet, transforming it into sustenance. As Chun Bei continued to refine, the demon star gradually diminished in size, until ultimately, all impurities were incinerated, leaving behind a crystal formed of unique energy, the stellar core. After expending considerable time, Chun Bei secured the stellar core and swiftly departed from the site. Kalik had merely been a minor distraction, easily resolved. Now, he returned to Bulma's side. Bulma, let us return. The gathering has progressed sufficiently, Chun Bei declared, intending to check the rewards he had yet to examine. Yes, it's about time, Bulma agreed. Then turning to the others, she said, well then, everyone, we shall take our leave. Wishing you all joy, farewell. Oh, Bulma, are you leaving already? What a pity. The fleeting moments of their reunion always felt too brief, and Krillin found no reason to insist they stay. Very well, farewell, Bulma. Chun Bei. Farewell. Chun Bei replied coolly as a thought struck him. By the way, this is for you. He produced a large chest filled with jewels he had acquired earlier. Though Bulma hasn't gifted you anything, as her boyfriend, I must extend my congratulations on your successful relationship. This chest of jewels is for you. May it bring you happiness in the future. The unexpected gift left Krillin astounded. He had not anticipated Bulma's boyfriend to be so generous, nor this emotionally intelligent. Unlike Yamcha or Goku, who would never have considered such gestures. This is too precious. You should take it back, Krillin exclaimed, though his desire was evident. Yet, he would not easily accept such a valuable gift. Keep it. I have no need for such things. Chun Bei had no intention of retracting his gift. Indeed, Krillin. Accept it. Chun Bei is undoubtedly wealthier than I am. Besides, you and Marin will need it for your future together. These jewels will ease your journey. Bulma interjected, aware of Chun Bei's vast wealth, which could hardly be conveyed in words. To outsiders, this gift appeared generous, but in reality, it was but a drop in the ocean of his riches. Enough of this nonsense, Bulma exclaimed as she hoisted the treasure chest and tossed it into Krillin's arms. Startled, Krillin managed to catch the hefty chest, feeling its considerable weight, as he marveled at how Bulma could possibly lift such a heavy chest. She had already linked arms with Chen Bei, waving goodbye to the group. Before Krillin could utter a word, their figures vanished. Well, Krillin was at a loss for words, yet felt a flicker of gratitude. Wow, Krillin, you've struck it rich. Bulma never gave me this much before. It seems you need not worry about your future, Yamcha commented enviously, as Krillin held the colossal treasure chest. Haha, Krillin, you've hit the jackpot. You ought to show some appreciation to your master. The ever-embarrassing Master Roshi sidled up to him. Of course. Krillin chuckled at the shameless old man, acknowledging that this was indeed his teacher, and decided to share a little. At last, the gathering concluded, and everyone departed with some precious jewels, each worth a fortune. Now, I too shall take my leave. Krillin, accompanied by Marin, boarded the aircraft gifted by Bulma, ready to depart. He had already established a home in the city, no longer needing to reside at Kame House. Farewell, Krillin. Wishing you both happiness. Master Roshi and Yamcha bid him farewell, offering their blessings. With Krillin's departure, it was Yamcha's turn, as he and Poir set off on a boat as well. Ah, they've all gone. Master Roshi sighed, slowly turning to gaze at the treasures within the room, which instantly brightened his mood. Ha, I've struck gold. Chapter 102. Diffusion of dual eyes. Upon returning to Bulma's residence, Chen Bei reclined against the sofa, surrendering to the comforts of home. Ah, nothing compares to the coziness of one's abode. The turtle hermit's dwelling felt too confined, lacking any space for movement, leaving Chen Bei feeling constrained in his abilities. As for constructing terrestrial houses, he was not so indulgent. The turtle hermit had grown accustomed to that lifestyle, and it would be rather presumptuous to alter someone else's way of living. Chen Bei had little appetite for thankless endeavors, so he preferred the freedom of his own home. While it may not rival your little world, it is still owned by Earth's wealthiest. Such a life is something others could only dream of. Bulma, with an air of pride, placed her hands on her hips and gazed at Chun Bei lounging on the sofa. With a playful grin, Chun Bei rose and embraced her, then whisked them both into the small world. No matter your wealth, it is all mine now. Let us not forget. I possess a 50% stake in the Universal Capsule Company. As he held Bulma, Chun Bei began to caress her. Having spent a considerable time merging with the small world, and now it was time to indulge in some tender moments with Bulma. Oh dear, you are incorrigible. Resorting to this again, Bulma blushed profusely, her sensitive areas ignited by his touch, leaving her flustered. Do you not enjoy this? Despite her words, Chun Bei showed no signs of stopping. Rather, he intensified his actions, daringly slipping his hand beneath Bulma's clothing. Unable to suppress a soft moan, Bulma squirmed. Let us go to the room. Upon hearing this, Chen Bei wasted no time, swiftly transporting them to the chamber. The room soon echoed with a chorus of muffled, plaintive sounds, stirring the imagination. After their intimate moments, Chen Bei began to examine the rewards acquired from his recent sign-in. Kalik 2, Great Dark Technique, Talent, Mighty Strength, Sealing Technique, Demon Chi. Demon Star, Great Good and Evil Technique. Title, Demon, I have a Demon, Earthly Deification List. System, Claim All. Ding, Claim Successful. The Great Dark Technique and the Great Good and Evil Technique are among the 3,000 eternal divine arts. The former naturally opposes the Great Radiance Technique. With no distinction of superiority, it entirely depends on the practitioner's strength. The Great Good and Evil Technique, however, possesses a unique ability to absorb notions of good and evil, guiding the moral compass of others. Every heart harbors both good and evil, and this technique allows one to utilize such peculiarities for cultivation and combat. The talent, Mighty Strength, is rather advantageous, enhancing physical power tenfold. As for the sealing technique, it appears somewhat superfluous. Chen Bei could not fathom the nature of the demon chi, so he decided to store it in the system space for the time being. Another title? I recall acquiring a divine title last time. I wonder what purpose it serves. Chen Bei perused the title's description. Title, Demon, allows the practitioner to cultivate any demonic technique with a tenfold enhancement, inflicting 50% additional damage and reducing damage taken against opposing factions, humans, immortals, gods. Wow, that seems rather formidable, a percentage increase. If the demon title is this potent, the god title must be equally impressive. Chen Bei continued his investigation. Title, God, grants the bearer the support of the heavenly laws, harnessing the power of the world, causing mental oppression against lower-tier beings, humans, ghosts, beasts, and inflicting 50% additional damage while reducing damage taken against opposing factions, demons, evil. Oh, the effects are indeed distinct. Chun Bei had assumed the descriptions of the two titles would be similar. However, aside from the damage enhancements against opposing factions, they were remarkably different. One grants technique enhancement, while the other empowers with worldly strength. How extraordinary. For now, this power is of no use to Chen Bei. He shall wait for a more opportune moment to test its effects. Next, he examined the Eye of the Demon. Alongside this, he had previously acquired a special eye, the Eye of Divine Punishment. It appears these two eyes are also mutually exclusive. He wondered if they could be fused together. Chen Bei pondered this and decided it prudent to consult the system. System, can these two eyes be fused simultaneously? Are there any side effects? Holding the Eye of the Demon in his left hand and the Eye of Divine Punishment in his right, he inquired of the system. Ding, fusion is possible. The response was succinct, indicating Chen Bei's concerns were unwarranted. In that case, let us proceed with the fusion. The Eye of Divine Punishment and the Eye of the Demon are quite unique, both being singular vertical eyes. Thus they can only merge into other parts of the body. Chen Bei planned to overlay the two eyes on his forehead, ensuring it did not appear too peculiar, and they would only manifest during their use, alleviating any worries of being perceived as a monster. As Chen Bei focused his intent on the two vertical eyes, they began to tremble violently, drawing closer to his forehead under his control. Upon contact, an extreme chill and fervent heat surged through Chen Bei's consciousness, marking the final step of fusion. He must endure the trials posed by both eyes to achieve their unification. Enduring the intense sensations of freezing and burning, Chen Bei's body began to tremble. At this moment, he was caught between the extremes of ice and fire, the forces of utmost yin and yang converging, simultaneously assailing his spirit and physique. Suddenly, an idea sparked within him. The Great Yin-Yang Technique. Chun Bei commenced the practice of the Great Yin-Yang Technique, recognizing this as the optimal moment for the convergence of yin and yang energies. The perfect opportunity to cultivate the technique and strive for the unity of spirit and body, ultimately aiming to open the upper Dantian world. As the yin-yang energy surged, Chun Bei's physical form grew stronger, drawing ever closer to his soul. When Chun Bei dispersed his entire spirit throughout his flesh, it signified the true unification of his soul and body, at which point he would have achieved the level of rebirth through blood. Boom. A resounding explosion echoed through his consciousness, the force of his soul scattering instantaneously. However, Chen Bei had anticipated this, maintaining a flicker of intent to remain intact. At this moment, his soul energy permeated outward, enveloping his corporeal form. Guided by this flicker of intent, it began to slowly merge into Chun Bei's body. The fusion of body and soul signifies that their future advancements will occur in synchrony. Chapter 103. The opening at last. As the soul power returned to the physical body, Chen Bei's consciousness began to awaken. Meanwhile, his body continued to operate the grand yin-yang technique, and the two vertical pupils gradually merged into his forehead. Amidst a dazzling flash of light, the eyes successfully fused, emanating brilliant rays that soared into the heavens. Boom! A beam of light pierced through the nearby mountains, leaving behind a circular cavern. The Eye of the Demon, a legendary eye of death, can strip away a person's soul, condemning them to eternal damnation. Conversely, the Eye of Divine Punishment possesses the ability to gaze into the darkness of one's heart, summoning the spear of divine retribution to penetrate the soul of the adversary, utterly annihilating them. Both eyes are primarily focused on soul manipulation, yet they harbor additional passive abilities, such as immunity to mental probing and automatic rebounding of psychic attacks. Following the fusion of the two eyes, Chen Bei's physical form underwent a transformation. Waves of shimmering light manifested, rendering his body more natural, akin to a true celestial being, exuding an aura of sanctity and nobility. At this moment, Chen Bei quietly experienced the changes within his body, achieving a new level of mastery over his physical form. Previously, Chen Bei needed to exert immense willpower to control his body. Now, his soul power permeated throughout his entire being, granting him a more fluid and effortless command over his physical state. He could instantly perceive even the slightest changes, and his control over energy became increasingly refined. Where he once could divide a unit of energy into 10 parts, he now could split it into 100, all without diminishing its potency. The enhancement was significant, and the next step was to open a small world. Chen Bei readied himself and began to gather energy anew, preparing to vigorously establish the small world within his upper Dantian. This time, instead of extreme energy infusion, he opted for energy diversion. gathering it at a single point to open the upper dantian. As energy surged in, Chen Bei felt a tearing sensation, but this time he was adequately prepared. He ignored the discomfort from the upper dantian, recognizing it as a necessary step in the expansion process. Any attempt to mend it now would only complicate future endeavors. However, Chen Bei did not completely relinquish control. He focused on regulating the intensity of the energy influx, ensuring it neither became too fierce nor abruptly ceased. For him, this was a trivial matter. His omnipresent spiritual energy allowed him to master the flow and magnitude of energy within his body, ensuring each portion remained uniform. Once the dantian reached a sufficient size, Chen Bei was ready for the next task, opening a small world. Instead of continuing to wash the dantian with energy, he concentrated it at its center, preparing for a final onslaught. Countless streams of energy converged, and under Chen Bei's guidance, they split into two, swirling like the yin-yang symbol. The yang and yin energies separated, officially forming a state of duality. Buzz. At this moment, the yin-yang vortex began to tremble violently, and a wave of excruciating pain surged through him, nearly shattering Chen Bei's psyche. His soul began to show signs of fissures, but they quickly subsided. Crack. A sound reminiscent of something breaking echoed as Chen Bei successfully opened a small space within his upper dantian, but the nascent space was desperately trying to close itself. However, Chen Bei would not allow it to succeed. He activated the Eternal Life Secret Tome, and with the innate ability to devour the heavens and earth, energy surged into the upper dantian like a torrent. Now, having expanded, the upper dantian was no longer as fragile as before, capable of withstanding such an infusion of energy. As the energy flooded in, Chen Bei directed it to assault the spatial rift. Under the immense pressure of the energy, the rift did not close as before. Instead, it was held open and began to slowly expand. What? Krillin, are you really getting married? Upon hearing this news, Bulma was taken aback, astonished that even Krillin was ready to tie the knot. Just a month prior, Krillin's relationship with Marin was still ambiguous. Now, after such a brief period, he was preparing for marriage. Krillin, have you proposed? Yes, I have proposed to Marin. Krillin recounted the events to Bulma. It turned out he had indeed asked Marin to marry him, but she had laid down certain conditions, stipulating that she would decide when they would have children, and Krillin would need to entrust his finances to her. For Krillin, who was not particularly concerned about wealth and being in his first relationship, he acquiesced to her demands. Well, congratulations to you both. By the way, when do you plan to hold the wedding? Although Bulma found some of Marin's demands rather outrageous, since Krillin had already agreed, she felt it inappropriate to voice her objections. Well, we've decided to schedule it for this weekend. You and Chen Bei are welcome to join us for the wedding. Krillin seemed quite elated and extended the invitation to Bulma and Chen Bei. All right, Chen Bei, and I will definitely attend, Bulma assured him. I'll be waiting for you both. After hanging up the phone, Bulma utilized the black jade spirit ring to enter the small world. Bei. Krillin is planning to get married. What? The news startled Chun Bei as well. It seemed his box of jewels had not been given in vain. Congratulations to him. So, has the date been set? Bulma nodded and shared everything she knew with Chen Bei. Chen Bei was at a loss for words. Realizing that Krillin was already firmly under Marin's control before even making it to the altar, it appeared Krillin was destined to succumb to a life dictated by his wife. Well, let's go this weekend. There is still time. Yes, I think so too. They exchanged warm sentiments before Bulma departed, as she had numerous tasks to address. Now, the Universal Capsule Company was primarily under her management, while Dr. Briefs focused on research, and her spouse spent her days shopping and dating. After bidding farewell to Bulma, Chen Bei found it hard to concentrate on his training. He began contemplating various matters. The small world within his upper dantian had been successfully established and could now provide him with nearly 100-fold enhancement. He no longer lacked strength. It seemed the next step was to prepare for a breakthrough in his realm. Chapter 104. The wedding in progress. When as Chen Bei contemplated advancing to the next level, he suddenly recalled that he was due to attend Krillin's wedding shortly. Thus, he paused his training. Approaching the vicinity of the spaceship, he examined the magical beans he had planted. Before him, a lush expanse of vines sprawled, intricately woven into a vast green net. The growth appeared promising, and soon he would reap the rewards once more. Focusing his thoughts, he directed spiritual energy to coalesce at the apex of the magical beans, compressing it into a liquid cloud. As Chen Bei's concentration dispersed, the energy cloud instantaneously burst forth, transforming into tiny droplets which cascaded down as he withdrew his mental presence, nourishing the vines above. The magical bean vines greedily absorbed the energy from the droplets, becoming even more verdant. Having watered the magical beans, Chun Bei decided to take a stroll. "Obey, let us go? Krillin and the others should have arrived," Bulma urged, grasping Chun Bei's hand as they prepared to head to the wedding venue. "No need to rush. We can arrive with but a thought. Shouldn't you consider what gift to present to Krillin and the others?" Chen Bei remarked, observing Bulma, who was already dressed for the occasion. "Oh right, I almost forgot," Bulma exclaimed, dashing back to her room to retrieve a handful of universal capsules before hurriedly returning. Bulma sighed in relief. "Thank you for the reminder. I would have truly forgotten, and it would have been mortifying." "Well, since you're prepared, let us set off," Chen Bei affirmed. "Yes, let us go." Bulma nodded, wrapping her arm around Chen Bei's. In an instant, the two figures appeared before a rather luxurious villa. Bulma and Chen Bei. "How wonderful!" Krillin exclaimed upon spotting them at the entrance, quickly extricating himself from the gathering of guests to greet them. "Congratulations on your wedding, Krillin." Chen Bei offered his best wishes as Krillin approached. "Haha, you are too kind." "I must thank you for your assistance," Krillin replied, scratching his head with a hint of bashfulness. "It was but a small matter. By the way, I have prepared a gift for your wedding as well," Chen Bei added. "What? That is too generous." Krillin, though exhilarated at the prospect of receiving a gift, felt a twinge of embarrassment, knowing their relationship did not warrant such gestures. "Oh, Krillin, do not be modest. Chen Bei's gifts are truly splendid. If you decline, you may regret it later. Besides, Chen Bei is my boyfriend. It is only natural for him to present a gift at your wedding," Bulma interjected, offering Krillin a way out. "Well, I truly appreciate it. When you both marry, I shall certainly return the favor." Krillin nodded appreciatively, inviting them to take their seats for the ceremony. What a pity that the meal isn't prepared by that lad Chen Bei. While it tastes decent, it somehow feels lacking. Master Roshi mused as he sampled the exquisite dishes laid out before him. However, before he could ponder further, he spotted Chun Bei and Bulma weaving through the crowd. "Oh, I didn't expect Chen Bei to attend. It's quite a lively affair. Too bad Goku isn't here," Master Roshi recalled, realizing Goku was far away training in the cosmos. Missing Krillin's wedding would surely be a disappointment for him. "What are you staring at, you old perv?" Bulma called out, having noticed Master Roshi, whose unmistakable bald head was often seen leering at the young women around. "Aha, it's Bulma. Today is Krillin's wedding, of course. I'm here to celebrate," Master Roshi responded, momentarily defensive. "And I assure you, I wasn't ogling anyone," he insisted, before his demeanor shifted. "I was just thinking of Goku." "Goku?" Bulma pondered, glancing at Chen Bei. "Obey, I believe Goku would also wish to attend Krillin's wedding." Understanding their sentiments, Chen Bei nodded. "That's no trouble at all. I'll fetch him back. He must be nearing the end of his training." Chen Bei resolved to retrieve the Sun family, recognizing that Goku's absence would indeed diminish the joy of such a significant occasion. "I shall return shortly, so wait for me," he declared. "Be careful and come back soon," Bulma cautioned, her concern for her partner evident despite knowing his formidable strength. "Rest assured," Chen Bei assured her with a reassuring glance before his figure vanished. "What an impressive skill. Even I can't perceive a trace of his presence." Master Roshi marveled, realizing he struggled to keep pace with the younger generation. Yet, witnessing their growth brought him joy and a sense of pride for the flourishing martial arts community. "What?" Son Goku and Son Gohan stared wide-eyed at Chen Bei, utterly astonished to hear the news of Krillin's impending marriage. "Krillin is getting married, and it's happening today," Chen Bei reiterated, and at last, the Sun duo began to settle down. "Haha, what a delightful surprise. I can't believe my best friend is starting a family," Goku exclaimed joyfully, thrilled by the news. "Is Uncle Krillin really getting married? When will they have babies?" Gohan inquired, surprising Chen Bei with his curiosity. "Well, I came to inform you and to take you to the wedding. As for your second question, I have no idea when Krillin will have children." "I'm not the one giving birth," Chen Bei replied, bemused. "By the way, Chen Bei, I've learned that teleportation technique, but I'm still a bit clumsy with it and often veer off course." Goku shared his training progress, clearly envious of Chun Bei's abilities. "Congratulations on your achievement," Chun Bei commended, pleased to see Goku's excitement. Goku's innocence was endearing. A simple compliment could keep him elated for quite some time. "Now, shall we set off? There will be an abundance of delicious food at the wedding. If we arrive late, we might miss out," Chen Bei reminded them, glancing at the time. "What? Let us hurry. I can't wait," Goku exclaimed, invigorated at the prospect of a feast, urging Chun Bei to lead the way. Chapter 105, The Wedding in Progress 2. Where is Chen Bei? The oath segment is about to begin. Bulma couldn't help but feel anxious, fearing that Chen Bei might have encountered some trouble. At that moment, a few figures suddenly appeared beside her. "I'm back." Chen Bei smiled at Bulma. "That's wonderful." Bulma immediately embraced Chen Bei, her previously anxious heart finally at ease. After a while, she released him. "Goku and Gohan, you have finally arrived. This must make Krillin very happy," Bulma exclaimed, her joy evident. "Haha, I truly am happy for him. I remember he once told me he wanted to marry a gentle and beautiful girl." Sun Wukong scratched his head and laughed, looking quite pleased. "Indeed, I am genuinely happy for Uncle Krillin. By the way, have they already tied the knot?" Gohan inquired, equally thrilled about Krillin's wedding. "Fortunately, you arrived just in time. Krillin and Marin are about to exchange vows and wedding rings, and then they will officially be married," Bulma replied. "That's fantastic. By the way, Bulma, where is the food?" Sun Wukong began to look around, his attention now shifted to the prospect of eating. "Wukong. And my Gohan." Chi-Chi had naturally arrived at the wedding venue. Upon seeing Wukong and her son Gohan return, she rushed over to them, tightly embracing Gohan and expressing her worries about him during this time, reminding him to focus on his studies, and so on. Meanwhile, Krillin, standing on the stage, also spotted Wukong and appeared quite excited. However, since it was the oath segment, he couldn't greet Wukong at that moment. Soon, the wedding ceremony was completed and everyone applauded, celebrating the newlyweds as they embarked on their blissful journey together. Wukong, Krillin, the two greeted each other warmly, sharing their experiences from the past days. The lively wedding continued, and Sun Wukong indulged in a hearty feast. After filling their stomachs, it was time for everyone to bid farewell. Bulma had already presented her gift before the wedding, but Chen Bei still had his gift to give to Krillin. "Chen Bei, what gift are you planning to present to Krillin?" Sun Wukong asked curiously. He had witnessed Chen Bei's extraordinary abilities and was eager to see what marvel he would unveil this time. Most guests had departed the wedding venue, leaving only those familiar with Krillin, such as Master Roshi, Sun Wukong, Bulma, and Chen Bei. "Hee, the moment of witnessing a miracle is upon us." Chen Bei smiled, then produced a pill he had prepared in advance, the revitalizing pill. "What is this?" Master Roshi looked at the item in confusion, utterly unaware of its purpose. "Well, it's a pill," Sun Wukong exclaimed in surprise, not expecting Chen Bei to be so generous. He was aware of the pill's wonders, having previously given Gohan only one, and he himself had never tasted it. His curiosity had lingered for quite some time. "A pill?" Krillin appeared bewildered, equally unsure of its significance. "Yes, it's a pill. An exceptionally miraculous item." Sun Wukong began to explain, but the others remained puzzled, unable to grasp his explanation. "Never mind, let me clarify." Chen Bei elaborated on the effects of the pill for everyone, then directly tossed it to Krillin. Seeing this, Krillin hurriedly caught it, fearful it might fall to the ground. After Chen Bei's explanation, everyone understood the pill's value. It was truly something that money couldn't buy, remarkably extraordinary. The revitalizing pill was a foundational pill that could assist the user in reshaping their body, allowing for a period of renewed development, simplifying the process of cultivation. This was the only pill gifted to Krillin. Financially, Bulma's universal capsule was more than sufficient, so Chen Bei felt no need to provide anything more. "Thank you so much, Chen Bei." Krillin expressed his gratitude upon hearing the effects of the pill. He recognized that this gift was thoughtfully prepared by Chen Bei, resonating deeply with his desires. And he felt profoundly touched. "Well, the wedding is over now, so Bulma and I will head back," Chen Bei stated as he prepared to leave. Suddenly, he remembered something. "Oh, by the way, Wukong, are you all planning to return to Yardrat?" "What? No way." Chi-Chi immediately reacted, displeased. She had just reunited with her son and husband. How could she bear to let them leave again? Especially Gohan. She wanted to nurture him into a scholar. If he spent all his time with Sun Wukong, his mind would be filled with nothing but fighting. How could that be acceptable? Sun Wukong originally planned to rely on his abilities to return to Earth. But since they had already come back, he decided against it to avoid complications. "Chen Bei, let's not go back. Since we are already here, I plan to cultivate at home instead. Since you have all decided that, then of course it's fine. This way, you can all meet frequently." "Much better than on Yardrat," Chen Bei agreed, recognizing that these were minor matters. After leaving Krillin, Bulma and Chen Bei returned to their home. Phew, finally done. Lying on the sofa, Bulma sighed in relief. She had been busy all day, assisting Krillin in arranging the wedding. "I wonder what my future wedding will be like?" Bulma pondered. Having witnessed Wukong's and now Krillin's weddings, she found herself dreaming of her own future ceremony. "Rest assured, I will certainly provide you with a satisfactory wedding." Hearing Chen Bei's words, Bulma was startled. She had not spoken aloud, so how did Chen Bei know? You. Bulma began to speak but was interrupted by Chen Bei. That is certainly one of my abilities. I will share more with you when the opportunity arises. What you see now is merely the tip of the iceberg. Looking at Chen Bei's face, Bulma hesitated, but being wise, she understood what to inquire about and what to leave unasked. Since Chen Bei had chosen not to disclose, he must have his own considerations, and there was no need for her to press further. Nodding gently, Bulma embraced Chen Bei and then leaned down to kiss him. Chapter 106. The Return of Vegeta Gohan. Your mother has arranged for you the finest tutor. I believe you will surely gain admission to an esteemed institution and become a distinguished scholar. Under Chi-Chi's insistence, Gohan found himself unable to escape the fate of compulsory tutoring. Meanwhile, Vegeta was aboard his spacecraft, en route to Earth. After enduring more than 6 months of rigorous training, he felt empowered once again. With a resounding crash, the ship landed in Bulma's backyard, creating a sizable crater upon impact. Chaos was preparing a meal, fully aware of Vegeta's imminent return. Noticing that the landing site was relatively unpopulated, he decided it was prudent to complete the cooking before venturing outside. At that moment, Bulma and her mother had already arrived at the scene. As the hatch of the spacecraft opened slowly, a figure emerged before them. Vegeta, how utterly rude of you to wreak havoc in my backyard upon your return. Bulma exclaimed angrily. Although Vegeta had once resided in her home, such behavior was unacceptable. Oh my, Mr. Vegeta has returned. Would you care to join me for a musical party? Mrs. Briefs giggled, extending an invitation to Vegeta. He, however, was visibly unimpressed and chose to ignore her, turning instead to Bulma. Hey, has Kakarot returned to Earth? Bulma, unyielding to Vegeta's impoliteness, retorted, aren't you capable of sensing energy? Why ask me? Seek him out yourself. Humph. Infuriating. Vegeta clenched his fists, but his current objective was not to engage in banter. He closed his eyes and began to search for Kakarot's energy. There. Without hesitation, he soared into the sky. His form a streak of light as he sped toward Goku's home. Honestly, what an arrogant fool. He can't even best Goku, let alone Chaos. If he dares to intimidate me again, I shall have Chaos deal with him. Bulma fumed, watching Vegeta's retreating figure. Bulma, dinner is ready. Chaos called out, accompanied by Mrs. Briefs, who would not miss the culinary delights prepared by him. Gazing at the crater in the ground, Chaos focused his thoughts, realigning the spacecraft, and using his creative abilities. He restored the ground to its original state. Oh my, Mr. Chaos is truly impressive. I never expected such a large hole to be repaired so swiftly. Mrs. Briefs marveled. Though she was not entirely aware of Chaos' capabilities, she cared little for further discussion, instead carrying a drink to the dining table, ready to indulge in the feast. Let's eat. But what about Goku? Bulma replied, recalling that Vegeta had gone to confront Goku, feeling somewhat uneasy. Don't worry. Goku's strength far surpasses Vegeta's. There's nothing to fear. Reassured by Chaos' words, Bulma decided to put her concerns aside, trusting him implicitly. Kakarot, come out. I must defeat you. Vegeta shouted at Goku's doorstep. Vegeta? Goku, mid-meal, paused, momentarily startled by Vegeta's voice. Kakarot, are you afraid? Come out and settle this. I know you're in there. Finally realizing who it was, Goku sensed Vegeta's energy and stepped outside. Huh, Kakarot, I am not the same as before. I will surely defeat you. Before Goku could fully prepare, Vegeta lunged forward, delivering a powerful punch aimed at Goku's face. Startled, Goku instinctively dodged, narrowly avoiding the blow, which shattered the door behind him with its sheer force. Gohan, who was studying inside, was also taken aback, as were Chi-Chi and his tutor. Who is it? Can't you maintain some decorum? My time is precious. The tutor exclaimed furiously, rushing outside to confront the standoff between Goku and Vegeta. Seeing Vegeta's demeanor, the tutor immediately deemed him a threat, yelling, You imbecile! Don't you realize I'm tutoring a child inside? My time is worth a fortune. Vegeta regarded the peculiar individual with an impassive expression, showing no signs of concern. The tutor, feeling insulted by Vegeta's indifference, lashed out with a whip. Vegeta, feeling nothing from the light strike, sidestepped effortlessly. Crack! The whip struck the ground instead, producing a sharp sound. You fool! The tutor spat, gritting his teeth as he swung the whip again, aiming for Vegeta. At this point, Vegeta could no longer tolerate the annoyance. He seized the whip, delivering a swift kick to the tutor's abdomen. The tutor was sent flying several meters, collapsing unconscious on the ground. What a pathetic gesture. daring to act so brazenly in the presence of royalty. Bah! Vegeta scoffed disdainfully at the fallen figure, having dispatched him with merely a light kick. Clearly unimpressed by this so-called formidable opponent, Vegeta, Goku called, now ready to engage. Kakarot, have you finally decided to respond? If you don't take this seriously, I will take out your child as well, so you had best unleash your full power. Then come at me, Vegeta. Goku assumed a combat stance, prepared to counter Vegeta's assault. Kakarot, I shall demonstrate to you who the true warrior is. You, a lowly fighter, shall never surpass me. Vegeta unleashed a tremendous aura, charging toward Goku at blinding speed. Bring it on. Goku's muscles tensed, recognizing that Vegeta had indeed increased his strength significantly, presenting him with a genuine challenge. Chapter 107. Fight. Science Bang. The clash of fists resonated, unleashing a powerful wave of energy that uprooted the grass and stripped the leaves from the trees in an instant. Such was the intensity of the initial confrontation between the two, showcasing their formidable strength. Goku exerted himself to push away, evading Vegeta's assault. At this moment, Goku became truly serious. His eyes narrowed, piercingly focused on Vegeta. Goku similarly erupted with immense energy, an invisible tempest swirling around him, causing his hair to flutter. However, he remained in his base form, believing that Vegeta's current power did not necessitate his transformation into a Super Saiyan. Vegeta, observing Goku's demeanor, felt veins throb on his forehead, realizing he had been underestimated. He gathered his strength once more, erupting with an even fiercer aura, and conjured a powerful energy blast, launching it towards Goku. Boom! As the energy orb exploded, the area where Goku stood was engulfed in smoke. Nevertheless, Vegeta did not dare to lower his guard. In his perception, Goku's energy had not waned in the slightest. Swish! What? Bang! Vegeta was suddenly struck in the face by a punch, the speed of the attack exceeding his awareness. In truth, Goku had evaded the initial strike, and in a split second after Vegeta released his energy blast, he had dashed behind Vegeta to launch a counterattack. Vegeta staggered back a few steps from Goku's punch, clutching his face, consumed with fury. It was unbearable for him to accept that, despite his relentless training, he might still be outmatched by Kakarot, this low-class warrior. Vegeta, filled with indignation, launched another fierce assault, his fists creating afterimages as he relentlessly struck at Goku. Smash! Crackle! Bang! Rumble! The mountains, rivers, and trees suffered devastation from the shockwaves of their battle, transforming the surroundings into utter chaos. Swish! Goku and Vegeta's figures flickered rapidly, rendering the scene nearly impossible to comprehend. They engaged in a fierce aerial battle, while Chi-Chi and Gohan cowered in their room, too fearful to venture outside. Mom, we should help Dad, Gohan suggested, still unaware of the full extent of Goku's power, worried that Vegeta might harm him, particularly given the lasting impression Vegeta had left during his first visit to Earth. No, Gohan, you must not follow your father. Look at the destruction around us. It's because your father is always fighting that we cannot find peace. You must listen to me. Chi-Chi held Gohan tightly, preventing him from breaking free. Although he yearned to assist his father, he felt compelled to obey Chi-Chi's command, ultimately resigning to abandon the thought. Crack! A tree beside Goku shattered under a powerful punch, splintering into fragments. Bang! This was Goku's counterstrike, a knee thrust directly into Vegeta's abdomen. Cough, cough. Vegeta clutched his stomach, involuntarily spitting out blood, enduring excruciating pain as he straightened himself again. But, how infuriating! Vegeta gasped, his eyes nearly closing from fatigue, while Goku stood calmly as if unaffected, though his clothing bore the marks of battle, with several areas torn. Vegeta, you are still no match for me. Surrender. Goku assessed Vegeta's strength, acknowledging that despite his improvements, he still fell short of Goku's prowess, unable to compel him to unleash his full potential. Kakarot, I do not require your pity. Bang. Vegeta's punch was firmly caught by Goku, whose expression remained inscrutable. At this moment, Vegeta was torn. He knew he could not defeat Goku, yet he was unwilling to concede. In the vastness of space, a spaceship hurtled towards Earth. Dad, that's Earth, Frieza observed, a sinister smile creeping across his face, with eyes aflame with hatred. Such a diminutive planet, it would be so easy to annihilate. Upon his throne, a figure rested his chin on his hand, leaning back in his seat. He was large, resembling Frieza to a notable degree. This was Frieza's father, King Cold. Their current target was none other than Earth. Meanwhile, Vegeta was making his final struggle, his fists still flailing, though his movements revealed his utter exhaustion. The speed of his strikes had decelerated to an almost imperceptible crawl, devoid of any power. Goku halted, sensing that Vegeta too was aware of something. Vegeta, I can no longer continue this battle. It seems someone is approaching Earth. Vegeta, hunched over, arms dangling and knees buckling, appeared on the verge of collapse. Observing Vegeta's condition, Goku hesitated for a moment before retrieving a pouch from his robe. Inside the pouch were the magical beans he had received from Korin. Goku held one out and tossed it to Vegeta. Hey, Vegeta, catch. Smack. Vegeta caught the item, opening his palm to inspect it. This is... Vegeta's pupils constricted as memory surfaced. He recalled that Goku and his allies had previously used these miraculous beans to heal their injuries. Without hesitation, Vegeta swallowed it whole. And in an instant, his stamina was restored and his wounds healed. Kakarot, you remain so naive. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Goku remained unfazed, shifting his gaze from Vegeta to the sky, staring into the cosmos. There seemed to be something looming. Vegeta sensed that same energy, one he was all too familiar with. Frieza, he murmured, glancing at Goku. For now, I shall retreat, but I will surely defeat you, Kakarot. However, before that, I must deal with that scoundrel Frieza. With that, before Goku could respond, Vegeta soared into the air, heading directly toward the point where Frieza was destined to arrive. Chapter 108. The arrival of Frieza. A thunderous roar echoed as Frieza and King Cold descended upon Earth, their spacecraft landing successfully in a desolate expanse. Meanwhile, Vegeta and Goku had been waiting there for quite some time. Bulma, are you planning to go? Chen Bei inquired, sipping his homemade fruit wine while lounging on the sofa. Beside him, Bulma was engrossed in the television. Me? Absolutely not. Even if I did go, I wouldn't stand a chance. No way. Bulma shook her head vigorously. Like a rattledrum, she had a profound impression of Frieza, and in her perception, Frieza was far more formidable than herself. She believed her presence would only serve to complicate matters. It was better to remain home and watch TV. Very well, I shall go then. All right, but do be careful. Bulma reminded Chun Bei, though given his current strength, he was scarcely at risk unless faced with an angelic being. I understand, I'm off. With that, Chun Bei raised his glass and vanished from Bulma's sight. In the wasteland, Frieza and King Cold emerged from their ship, confronting the waiting figures of Vegeta and Goku. Frieza, I never expected you to still be alive. This is truly surprising, Goku remarked. However, Frieza's reaction was one of heightened fury. Haha, you pitiful, wretched monkeys. I shall repay the agony I've endured to you tenfold. 100-fold. Frieza snarled, his face contorted with malice. Are these the two fools you encountered on Namek? How audacious to appear before us, King Cold assessed, failing to discern any remarkable qualities in them. He found it hard to believe that Frieza had been so severely beaten by the Saiyans. Frieza, today, I shall reclaim the honor of the Saiyans. I will defeat you, Vegeta declared coldly, his words brimming with bravado. He reasoned that if Kakarot could overcome Frieza, so too could he. He was determined to prove that he was not inferior to that lower-class warrior. What? Frieza is still alive. Meanwhile, Krillin, on his honeymoon with Marin, sensed a malevolent and immense energy emanating from Frieza. At home, Gohan, who was cleaning up the aftermath of the recent events, also felt Frieza's presence. He would never forget it. Mom, I must go out, he exclaimed, quickly retrieving his battle suit from a box and donning it. Before Chi-Chi could react, Gohan took to the skies. In another location, Piccolo was racing toward the scene, having already learned of Frieza's arrival. Nearby, Chen Bei conjured a lounge chair and sunshade, quietly observing the unfolding situation with his mental prowess. TSK, the Saiyans still lack self-awareness. Listening to Vegeta's words, Chen Bei couldn't help but mourn for him. Given Vegeta's current meager strength, it seemed rather naive to believe he could defeat Frieza. Vegeta, you are merely my lapdog, yet you dare to bite the hand that feeds you? How utterly laughable. Frieza sneered, regarding Vegeta with disdain. In his eyes, his only true adversary was the Saiyan named Goku. However, if you kneel and beg for mercy now, I might spare your life, Frieza taunted. Ha, Frieza. Just deal with these two wild monkeys quickly. But I find this planet rather appealing. It should fetch a good price. King Cold scoffed, dismissing the lives of the Saiyans as less valuable than the planet itself. You scoundrel. Vegeta's forehead throbbed with veins. The memory of his servitude under Frieza was a torment he could never forget. Frieza, take this. Vegeta shouted, no longer willing to endure Frieza's mockery. He surged forward with explosive speed. Swish. Crack. What? Frieza, barely shifting his body, met Vegeta's punch with a nonchalant palm. Indeed, you remain as reckless as ever, Vegeta. Grasping Vegeta's fist, Frieza exerted a slight pressure, causing Vegeta to break into a cold sweat and drop to one knee before him. How is this possible? Vegeta strained to rise, but Frieza denied him that opportunity, swiftly striking him with his tail across the face. Vegeta was sent flying into a pile of rubble. Haha. With Vegeta disposed of, it is now your turn, son. Goku. Frieza covered his mouth, laughing arrogantly. The moment of vengeance had arrived, and he intended to ensure that Goku would find no rest in death. At that moment, Goku, unlike when facing Vegeta, felt a surge of energy within him. His body enveloped in a golden aura. Seeing Goku's golden-haired and blue-eyed form, Frieza's expression twisted into a more sinister grimace. This is it. The accursed Super Saiyan. Oh, is this the Super Saiyan? It doesn't seem so impressive, merely a change in color. King Cold stood by with a sneer, dismissing Goku entirely. Father, do not underestimate this one. His power rivals my final form, making him a formidable foe. Despite Frieza's wrath, he reminded King Cold of the threat Goku posed, knowing that even together they would find it challenging to subdue him. What did you say? I never imagined this fellow possessed such strength. It seems our ancestors were correct. We must indeed be wary of Saiyans with golden auras. King Cold felt relieved to have received Frieza's warning. Although his power was nearly on par with Frieza's final form, a careless mistake could lead to their downfall. In that case, it seems prudent for us to join forces and swiftly eliminate this foe. We must demonstrate to the universe that only we, the Frost Demons, are the true rulers. Understanding Goku's true strength, King Cold resolved to ally with Frieza to confront Goku together. Chapter 109, An Unjust Battle. I also believe that the Saiyans shall forever kneel beneath our feet, Frieza declared, unperturbed by the odds stacked against him. His sole objective was to inflict suffering upon the Saiyan before him, for it was Son Goku who had brought about his current wretched state. Although his powers had seen a slight enhancement, he endured excruciating pain with each battle, and thus his heart brimmed with hatred for Goku. As Goku realized that Frieza and King Cold were joining forces against him, he felt an overwhelming surge of pressure. His muscles tensed, ready to counter the impending assault from both adversaries. Observing Goku standing there in silence, showing no intent to attack, Frieza recognized the tension in his opponent. What's this, Goku? Are you feeling fear? If so, then surrender and kneel before us, pledging your allegiance to me. Perhaps I might show you mercy. Frieza's confidence had swelled. He no longer viewed Goku with the same trepidation as before. Goku, abandon all hope of surrender. I will not concede. Bring it on. Goku was prepared for battle, undeterred by the odds of facing two opponents. Foolish and obstinate creature, meet your demise. Frieza could no longer contain himself and launched into a furious assault against Goku at astonishing speed. Bang. Crack. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, leaving King Cold unable to find an opening to strike. Frieza, create some distance. I cannot attack him like this. Goku understood the necessity of preventing their combined assault, so he remained close to Frieza, determined to keep King Cold at bay. However, his strategy had been uncovered, and now it was a contest of raw power. Frieza glanced at King Cold and then at Goku, suddenly realizing the trickery at play. You wretched monkey, how dare you deceive me? With a powerful punch, Frieza forced Goku to retreat, and the two stood poised in midair. King Cold soared to Frieza's side, and Goku found himself cornered, unable to approach Frieza as he was now encircled by both foes. Boom. During the battle, Frieza conjured a ki blast and hurled it at Goku. Fortunately, Goku anticipated the attack, evading it just in time. The energy blast missed him, crashing into a nearby hill and erupting in a violent explosion. Damn it! Goku was now overwhelmed, as both Frieza and King Cold were formidable opponents, their strength nearly on par with his own. Although he held a slight advantage in a one-on-one confrontation, he could not afford to underestimate them when they fought as a duo. Bang! Goku found himself ensnared by Frieza's tail, and as he struggled to break free, King Cold launched a surprise attack, landing a punch squarely in Goku's abdomen. Gush! The blow sent Goku reeling, causing him to spit blood. Yet Frieza was relentless, swiftly moving behind Goku, wrapping his tail around his waist, and restraining his arms to prevent escape. King Cold seized the moment, advancing toward Goku and unleashing a series of brutal strikes to his head and stomach. In that instant, Goku found himself utterly defenseless. Old son. At that moment, Piccolo finally arrived at the scene. Seeing Goku caught between the two foes, he rushed toward King Cold, striking at his head with a powerful punch. King Cold, wary of receiving an unprovoked attack, quickly dodged to the side. This provided Goku with a precious opportunity to catch his breath, unleashing a powerful aura that enabled him to break free from Frieza's grip. So it is you, Namekian. Frieza recognized Piccolo, but still viewed him as a minor threat. How dare you interfere with my plans, Namekian? Prepare to be obliterated. With a sinister smirk, Frieza dashed toward Piccolo, delivering a devastating kick to his abdomen. Piccolo was clearly outmatched and plummeted downward, crashing into the ground and creating a massive crater. Oh, I almost forgot. This planet has Dragon Balls, doesn't it? In that case, I shall spare you for now. Frieza decided to let Piccolo live for the time being, while Goku, unable to assist, struggled to recover his breath. With trembling hands, Goku retrieved a Senzu bean from his pocket and swallowed it. Exhaling deeply, he felt rejuvenated. Not that again! Father, whatever you do, don't let him consume that bean-like substance. Otherwise, we may perish here. Frieza recalled his past encounter on Namek, where these individuals seemed like indestructible roaches, always recovering from severe injuries and even growing stronger, prompting him to adopt a more cautious approach. Ignoring Frieza, Goku descended rapidly to Piccolo's side, helping him to his feet and feeding him a Senzu bean. With the healing effects of the bean, Piccolo quickly regained his strength, rising once more and shedding his outer garments. Bang! Bang! Piccolo's attire was not as simple as it appeared. It bore immense weight, a tool for his training. However, he knew he had to be serious now, summoning all his power, for the ensuing battle could prove perilous. Humph, Scion and that Namekian, if you seek death, do not blame me for my ruthless nature. Frieza understood that this was not the time to covet the Dragon Balls. They needed to eradicate their foes completely, lest the name of the ice demon be forgotten. Whoosh! Frieza gathered a massive energy ball, glancing at King Cold, who nodded in understanding. He too formed an energy blast in his hand. Goku, prepare to be obliterated along with this planet. They simultaneously launched their energy spheres, merging them into an unprecedentedly formidable force. Oh no! Goku felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Given his current strength, he was ill-equipped to withstand such an assault. Chapter 110. The arrival of Chun Bei energy spheres relentlessly approached Son Wukong and Piccolo, causing beads of sweat to form on their foreheads as the pressure of this attack became overwhelming. Turtle, School, Kamehameha, Magic Flash. Son Wukong exerted all his strength to unleash his most formidable attack and defense, while Piccolo synchronized his efforts, releasing his skills as well. Though this was not Piccolo's strongest technique, time was of the essence, and he could only do his utmost. Yeah, their combined assaults struck the planet-destroying bomb. But the disparity in energy was not easily bridged. Dad, Wukong, Son Gohan, and Krillin finally arrived, yet faced with such a formidable attack, they lacked even the courage to intervene, helplessly watching as Son Wukong and Piccolo were engulfed by the onslaught. Could there truly be no hope left? Dad and Uncle Piccolo. Despair and sorrow filled the hearts of Son Gohan and Krillin as they stood frozen in anguish. Suddenly, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The energy spheres unleashed by Frieza and King Cold vanished into thin air. What? Frieza stared in disbelief at the sudden disappearance of the energy sphere he had conjured, bewildered by the occurrence. Impossible! King Cold, who had thought victory was assured, was now flummoxed, unsure of how to proceed. Before Son Wukong and Piccolo, a figure appeared. Chen Bei. Everyone exclaimed in unison, Krillin and Piccolo taken aback by the revelation of this individual's formidable power. Meanwhile, Son Wukong and his son were equally astonished by Chun Bei's arrival. Hello everyone. Chen Bei greeted them with a smile, immediately casting a healing spell to restore the energy that Son Wukong and Piccolo had just expended. What a surprise! Piccolo regarded Chen Bei with newfound respect. He had previously believed that no one besides Son Wukong could defeat Frieza, but now, thanks to you, Chen Bei, your timely arrival is a blessing. Son Wukong felt nothing but joy at Chun Bei's presence, knowing that with him there, he could finally unleash his full combat potential. System check-in. For Chen Bei, his goal was not merely to thwart Frieza's destruction of Earth. He had missed the opportunity to check in with Frieza in the past timeline. And this time, he would not let such a chance slip away. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully checking in with the storyline character Frieza, earning rewards, Cataclysmic Technique, Chaos Tablet, Planet Destruction Bomb. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully checking in with the storyline character King Cold, earning rewards. Frozen Demon Bloodline Gene X1, Overlord Technique, Divine Whip. Who are you? Frieza regarded the sudden appearance of this figure with a sense of foreboding, sensing that something ominous was about to transpire. Frieza, we must deal with them swiftly. We cannot afford to delay any longer, urged King Cold, who too felt that this newcomer was not to be trifled with. Since you asked, I shall not reveal my identity. A hint of mischief danced across Chun Bei's face as he playfully regarded Frieza. Damn it. Frieza instantly conjured a massive energy sphere and hurled it toward Chen Bei. Watching Chen Bei stand motionless, an exhilarated expression bloomed on Frieza's face. Ha ha ha. You're done for. Slap. Suddenly, a crisp sound echoed. In an instant, Chun Bei had sidestepped and appeared before Frieza, delivering a resounding slap. You're finished. Frieza clutched his face, his eyes bloodshot, roaring in fury. Chun Bei. Slap. 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 The sharp sounds continued as Chen Bei seized Frieza by the throat with one hand while delivering relentless slaps with the other. King Cold stood in shock, unable to comprehend the situation until he witnessed Frieza being mercilessly pummeled, realizing that this individual was beyond his capabilities. As he contemplated fleeing, Sun Wukong and Piccolo closed in, leaving him with no means of escape. Actually, I was just here for a vacation. I'll leave Earth immediately, and I promise never to return. Please, spare me. However, Sun Wukong and Piccolo were not inclined to let him off easily. Had it not been for Chun Bei's timely intervention, they and the Earth would have been reduced to cosmic dust, and now King Cold dared to lie about his intentions. Did he truly believe Sun Wukong and Piccolo would buy his flimsy excuse? Bang! Sun Wukong's fist connected with King Cold's cheek. His frustration finally released after being bullied for so long. With a flurry of strikes, King Cold's face became bruised and battered, leaving him dazed and disoriented. Please. Stop. Uttering pleas for mercy, King Cold had lost all will to resist, begging Sun Wukong and the others for clemency. As for Frieza, King Cold no longer had the luxury of concern for him. He was barely able to ensure his own survival. With Chen Bei's involvement, the tide of battle shifted decisively, leaving Frieza and King Cold utterly powerless. After a prolonged skirmish, Chen Bei grew bored and tossed Frieza into the air, preparing to unleash an energy blast to finish him off. Planet Destruction Bomb. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Frieza attempted to struggle, but before he could regain his footing, he was struck by the energy blast launched by Chen Bei. No, please don't. In a cacophony of wails, Frieza was obliterated by the overwhelming energy sphere. With the battle concluded, Sun Wukong wasted no time. He began gathering energy and unleashed another Kamehameha, targeting King Cold directly. Ha! Take this. The Kamehameha propelled King Cold beyond the atmosphere, sending him into the depths of space, where he ultimately met his demise in a violent explosion. Reduced to cosmic dust. Phew, it's finally over. Though Krillin had not had the chance to engage, he could feel the peril they had faced. Relieved that they had emerged victorious. Mr. Chen Bei is truly formidable. Frieza had no chance against him, Son Gohan remarked, having previously witnessed Chun Bei's prowess on planet Yardrat, yet still marveling at the display of power on Earth. Indeed, I used to think he was just a pretty face, but I never imagined he was this strong. Thank goodness I didn't provoke him otherwise. Krillin spoke with a hint of trepidation. Chapter 111, demonstrating power. The battle has finally concluded. Yet Chen Bei finds himself pondering a particular question. It appears that the future Trunks does not exist in this timeline. There are two possibilities, the first being that future Trunks perished along the way. The second possibility is that this timeline is inherently the future, and due to Chun Bei's arrival, future Trunks has ceased to exist. Regardless of which scenario it may be, it ultimately does not affect Chen Bei. He merely needs to go with the flow. Chen Bei, may I witness your true strength? Sun Wukong has always been curious about Chen Bei's genuine power, but even now, he remains largely oblivious to it. During their previous encounter, Chen Bei did not reveal his full capabilities, not even transforming into a Super Saiyan. Oh, do you truly wish to see? Chun Bei replied nonchalantly, though he suspected it might dishearten some individuals. Yes, Sun Wukong nodded eagerly, displaying a sense of impatience. His goal has always been to continually surpass himself and conquer stronger opponents, and Chun Bei's presence undoubtedly provides him with a worthy aspiration. Very well, but not here. Just as Chun Bei intended to lead Sun Wukong to a secluded space, Piccolo hesitated momentarily before finally speaking up. Chen Bei, may I join you? He too was